Chapter 1. Expulsion from the Sect. Haha, Lin Feng, your dantian has been ruined from now on. You shall live as a mere waste, struggling through the remnants of your life. Get lost. Leave the Wanjian sect, for this sect does not harbor useless trash. At the Wanjian sect, within the outer gate, amidst the bustling Wanjian square, Lin Feng stood alone at the center of the crowd. Surrounding him were thousands of outer disciples, their laughter ringing out in a cacophony of mockery. He a waste? Lin Feng let out a bitter smile, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, crimson blood dripping down. Wanjian sect, how could you, a prestigious sect, act so unjustly? To tease Zhao Xuexia? Is it merely based on Yi Kun's word that you have chosen to overlook the fact that he crippled my dantian? What strength does Zhao Xuexia possess? How could I ever dare to tease her? Lin Feng, why don't you hurry and leave? Do you want me to expel you myself? At that moment, a chilling voice cut through the crowd unexpectedly. Lin Feng looked up to see a pale-faced young man with a long scar across his cheek, approaching him with a fierce expression. Lu Ming? Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Feng's fists tightened even more. Though Lu Ming possessed considerable strength, he was but a sycophant of Yi Kun. A month ago, Lin Feng's dantian had been destroyed, and Lu Ming had played a part in that. In that instant, as he beheld Lu Ming, Lin Feng's eyes turned bloodshot. He, a waste in the span of roughly 3 breaths. The roaring flames receded like a tide, vanishing into the fiery red crystal suspended in midair. The 2 outer disciples had utterly disappeared without a trace, reduced to nothingness, leaving not even ash in their wake. What is happening? Gazing at the scene before him, Lin Feng widened his eyes in astonishment, his heart gripped by an inexplicable terror. The crystal was a serendipitous find during one of Lin Feng's excursions for training. Initially, he had merely regarded it as peculiar, never anticipating its terrifying nature. Whoosh! Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, the crimson crystal surged forth once more. This time, however, its target was Lin Feng himself. Damn it! No! Lin Feng's desperate roar echoed, yet he found himself without even a moment to evade. In the blink of an eye, the fiery red crystal had penetrated Lin Feng's body. Am I to meet the same fate as those 2 outer disciples? As Lin Feng braced for the inevitable, he felt his brow furrow slightly. What is going on? The crimson crystal had entered his body without piercing through it. In Lin Feng's perception, it had seemingly settled within the dantian region of his abdomen. Astonishingly, the damaged dantian was swiftly engulfed by the fiery red crystal. A wave of intense heat radiated from his abdomen. Buzz! Immediately, within the dantian, the crimson crystal emitted a resonant hum. Lin Feng found himself forging a peculiar connection with the fiery red crystal. That familiar sensation led him to believe he was confronting his own dantian. Could it be that this crimson crystal has become my dantian? With this thought, Lin Feng's breath caught in his throat, his heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably. Sitting cross-legged, he activated his foundational cultivation technique, the spirit summoning art. Instantly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge upon Lin Feng, only to be devoured by the crimson crystal in an instant. Phantom essence crystal? As the radiant light of the crimson crystal shimmered, Lin Feng suddenly noticed several profound characters emerging prominently amidst the brilliance. Phantom essence crystal? So, your name is Phantom essence crystal? Lin Feng murmured softly, observing as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, consumed by the phantom essence crystal, was refined at a terrifying pace. The refined energy transformed into wisps of fiery red essence, swirling within Lin Feng's body. With a mere thought, Lin Feng directed these wisps of energy to dart through his body, executing a variety of intricate maneuvers with an ease surpassing even that of controlling his own hands. I can cultivate again. I, Lin Feng, can cultivate once more. Struggling to contain his excitement, Lin Feng immersed himself wholeheartedly in his cultivation, diligently absorbing the spiritual energy surrounding him. With every breath, his aura gradually intensified. This is a wondrous world known as the Tianwu continent, where a remarkable force called spiritual energy exists. By absorbing and refining this energy, individuals can attain immense power, capable of soaring through the skies or shattering mountains. After eons of accumulation, a comprehensive cultivation system has emerged, categorized into multiple levels based on strength. The well-known realms include opening meridians, gathering spirit, foundation establishment, spirit communication, golden core, and spirit transformation, each further delineated into 9 subrealms. Lin Feng's aura continued to ascend. Buzz! Suddenly, the phantom essence crystal within his dantian emitted a powerful hum. In the next instant, a formidable momentum erupted from Lin Feng, radiating outwards. Haha! A breakthrough! As Lin Feng entered the first realm of the meridian opening, an unprecedented joy illuminated his face. Suddenly opening his eyes, a flicker of brilliance sparkled within them, and his gaze deepened with newfound intensity. Ah, you beasts! Do not pursue Nyonyo. Her flesh is unpalatable, he roared. Just then, the serene forest was shattered by the thunderous roar of beasts, and the terrified cries of the little girl resonated clearly in Lin Feng's ears. How curious! What brings the little girl here? The voice of the spirit wolf. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and sprang to his feet. The abrupt movement sent a sharp pain through the fracture in his chest. But he paid it no heed. Gritting his teeth, he hastened towards the source of the sound, that "Do not chase me." In the thicket, a plump little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, ran frantically, her face etched with urgency. Behind her, 5 spirit wolves emitted a series of menacing growls, their gleaming white fangs glinting ominously. The distance between the wolves and the girl closed rapidly. Overwhelmed by panic, the girl's tiny feet stumbled over a stone, causing her to lose balance and tumble forward. Chapter 3. Battle with the Spirit Wolves Roar. In that instant, as Nyonyo fell, the 5 spirit wolves lunged forward, their gaping jaws poised to tear into her delicate form. Damn beasts! Perish! Lin Feng exclaimed as he suddenly emerged from the forest. Almost in the same heartbeat that the wolves leaped, he seized the little girl's soft hand, pulling her into his embrace with a swift motion. Roar! 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 Suddenly deprived of their target, the 5 spirit wolves turned their blood-red eyes upon Lin Feng in a fit of rage. With barely a moment's pause, their claws extended, sharp as daggers, glinting with a sinister light. In unison, they charged at Lin Feng. In that moment, Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he embraced the little girl and dodged frantically. Just as he was about to evade the wolves' attack, a piercing sound sliced through the air. A wolf's claw struck Lin Feng's back, rending his clothes like paper and leaving 5 deep, bone-exposing gashes in his flesh. Damn it! He gritted through the agonizing pain, clutching the girl tightly as he dashed towards a massive stone. Little one, hide here and do not come out, Lin Feng instructed, placing her behind the stone before positioning himself in front of the advancing wolves. Oh, it was you who injured me. I never expected you to possess the strength of the first realm of meridian opening. He focused his gaze on the foremost, most robust spirit wolf. A spirit wolf of the first realm had transcended mere beasthood, becoming a demon beast capable of refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. Due to their innate physical advantages, demon beasts typically possess combat prowess that far exceeded that of humans of the same rank. Such a spirit wolf strength could even surpass that of a cultivator in the second realm of meridian opening. Damn beast, you concealed yourself well. With an enraged howl, the lead spirit wolf unleashed its hidden power, a surge of potent spiritual energy erupting from within. With a swift motion, it lunged at Lin Feng once more. Big brother, the little girl hidden behind the stone, gasped and alarmed. In her anxious gaze, she watched as Lin Feng, seemingly injured and feeble, unexpectedly flickered with astonishing speed, evading the attack with remarkable agility. Hey! Lin Feng called out lightly, skillfully maneuvering around the lead spirit wolf. His attention then shifted to the other 4 wolves. You may possess the strength of the first realm of meridian opening, but they do not. With a fierce swing of his fist, he struck one of the spirit wolves squarely on the head. Lin Feng's fiery spiritual energy surged, and in an instant, the wolf's skull exploded. Witnessing this, the lead wolf's eyes ignited with furious flames as it charged at Lin Feng with reckless abandon. Yet Lin Feng skillfully dodged left and right, employing the same technique to bring down the remaining 3 wolves, leaving them sprawled in pools of blood. That big brother clearly only has the strength of the first realm of meridian opening. Yet his speed is astonishing. From her hiding place, the little girl watched the battle, her innocent face transforming as shock filled her eyes. Roar! As its kin fell one after another, the lead spirit wolf descended into madness. No longer content to engage with Lin Feng, it fixed its blood-red eyes upon the little girl behind the stone. With a swift movement, it lunged toward her, although its speed paled in comparison to Lin Feng's. It was still alarmingly swift. Beast, how dare you! Lin Feng's eyelids twitched as he roared in anger. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind. If he wished to intercept the spirit wolf, he could only confront it head-on. However, Lin Feng was acutely aware that given his current physical state, such a confrontation would be unwise. Yet, without time for further contemplation, he darted toward the spirit wolf with the strength of the first realm of meridian opening. Lin Feng deftly evaded the wolf's strike, closing in and seizing the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow to its body. When his fist made contact, it felt as though he had struck solid steel, inflicting no damage whatsoever. What incredible defense! Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise, quickly retreating. Bang! 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 The dull thuds resonated as Lin Feng, leveraging his speed, engaged in a fierce back and forth with the spirit wolf. Throughout the skirmish, he unleashed relentless punches upon the wolf's body. As the little girl behind the stone gazed in awe at Lin Feng, who seemed to embody the spirit of a war god, come on then. Lin Feng grew increasingly exhilarated as he engaged in battle. He took a step forward towards the spirit wolf, but in that very instant, his right foot inadvertently struck a boulder the size of a head. That a wave of alarm washed over him as his expression drastically changed. His body lurched forward, uncontrollably leaning ahead. Roar! The spirit wolf, sensing Lin Feng's blunder, let out an excited howl. In a flash, the spirit wolf lunged forth, recklessly exposing its vulnerabilities, leaping into the air to launch a fatal strike at Lin Feng. Behind the boulder, a little girl pressed her ruby lips together, her fists clenched tightly. Yet at that moment, a peculiar smile curled at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Beast, at last, you reveal your flaw. Die! Suddenly he bellowed, causing the little girl to tremble. Lin Feng executed a deft maneuver as he tilted forward. With a swift push from his toes against the ground, he leaped into the air with grace. His right leg extended in a powerful kick, performing a stunning flip mid-air. With a resounding thud, his toes struck the spirit wolf's neck with ferocity. The wolf emitted a piercing howl as it received the blow, its neck twisting oddly before plummeting to the ground with a heavy thud, lifeless in an instant. With determination, Lin Feng approached the fallen spirit wolf and delivered a crushing blow to its skull. A deep blue crystal, roughly the size of a red date, materialized before his eyes. He reached out, eager to grasp the crystal. However, as his fingers made contact with the spirit wolf's head, a tremor surged through his dantian area. The fiery red illusory essence crystal pulsating violently. Chapter 4. Healing wounds. In the midst of Lin Feng's astonishment, a grayish-white energy entity was forcefully extracted from the spirit wolf's mind. Simultaneously, the illusory essence crystal unleashed a terrifying suction, drawing the grayish-white entity into Lin Feng's body. The entity writhed frantically, transforming into a spirit wolf within him, its anguished howls echoing as it desperately resisted the crystal's formidable pull. Spirit form? This must be the spirit wolf's essence. Lin Feng's brow furrowed in shock that a melodious sound resonated, and to Lin Feng's bewilderment, the spirit wolf's essence was effortlessly absorbed into the illusory essence crystal, devouring the spirit form. How peculiar, although filled with confusion. Lin Feng maintained a facade of composure, his hand briefly pausing as it reached for the spirit wolf's demon crystal. Soon after, he seized the deep blue crystal and held it firmly. Big brother. Thank you. At that moment, the little girl stepped out from behind the boulder, her large, innocent eyes sparkling mischievously as she spoke. What is your name, little one? He inquired. I am Sunling you. Big brother, you were so amazing just now. Will you be my brother-in-law? She chirped playfully. Big brother, let me tell you my sister is a bit fierce, but she is wonderful and exceptionally beautiful. Caught off guard by Sun Lingyu's unexpected words, Lin Feng felt a flush of embarrassment. Brother-in-law, how does one respond to that? Lingyu, are you teasing your savior? He replied, his expression awkward. And once again, you've been naughty that I told you not to wander off, yet here you are, just as Lin Feng grappled with his embarrassment. A sweet yet cool voice echoed from the depths of the forest, approaching with clarity. Turning towards the source of the voice, Lin Feng beheld a breathtaking young woman emerging into view. Her skin was as flawless as refined jade. Her features exquisite, with high cheekbones and near-perfect symmetry. That moment, she gazed at the little girl, her eyes filled with concern, a blend of reproach and a gentle smile gracing her lips, causing Lin Feng to momentarily lose himself. Gradually, she turned, her captivating gaze landing on Lin Feng. He felt his breath catch, his heart racing uncontrollably. Hello, I am Sun Sinyu. Thank you for rescuing my little sister. Her lips parted softly, her voice soothing in an instant. A flash of light revealed a healing pill and a token in her hand. She too is a practitioner and possesses a Qinkuan bag. Lin Feng's face reflected shock as a flicker of his spirit swept towards Sun Sinyu, seeking to gauge her strength. However, the moment his spirit brushed against hers, an overwhelming force repelled him, a gathering spirit realm practitioner. The third level. Lin Feng gasped, his face paling as he staggered back. That a practitioner of the gathering spirit realm would be a guaranteed inner disciple at the Wanjian sect. And she appeared to be younger than him? How reckless of me. She must be angry. What should I do? Do you not realize that prying into others without permission is quite rude? However, judging by your demeanor, you seem to be a loose cultivator. This time, I shall overlook it. Take this first-grade healing pill, the continuation pill, and use this token to visit Tianyuanzong. Seek out Elder Su Yin. He will take you as a disciple. Receiving the pill and token, Lin Feng endeavored to rein in his emotions. My name is Lin Feng. Thank you, he said earnestly, a smile gracing his face. Yet Sun Sinyu turned away, gently cradling Sun Lingyu in her arms. You've been naughty. It's time to return and tidy up. Then, a surge of terrifying spiritual energy erupted from her being, and with a swift motion, she darted into the depths of the forest. Brother Lin Feng, if you wish to be my brother-in-law, you must go to Tianyuanzong. We shall meet again soon. Sun Lingyu's playful voice faded into the distance, their silhouettes disappearing from Lin Feng's sight. Her words lingered in his mind, and a bitter smile crept onto his lips. Perhaps I shall never believe in love again, he mused. Lu Yunxi, perhaps you were right. You never truly liked me. The memory of his expulsion from Wanjian's sect flooded his mind. Recalling Lu Yunxi's cold demeanor and her resolute decision, Lin Feng's fists clenched tightly. Lu Yunxi, I believe that one day we shall meet again. Why then, I, Lin Feng, shall have transformed into someone even greater. Having departed from the Wanjian sect, he mused that the Tianyuanzong might indeed be a worthy destination. Gazing at the token in his hand, Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with determination. In the Tianwu continent. Under the jurisdiction of the Weian Empire, there existed three major sects: Wanjian sect, Tianyuanzong, and Huiyun sect. The Wanjian sect and Tianyuanzong had long been bitter rivals, their conflicts never ceasing. Wanjian sect, if you cannot accommodate me, then your rival, Tianyuanzong, shall be my ideal refuge. With a resolute smile, Lin Feng set his mind on his path. Finding a secluded cave, he entered and swallowed the continuation pill gifted by Sun Sinyu. Seated in a meditative posture, he circulated his internal energy, channeling the pure medicinal properties throughout his body. In a matter of moments, the visible wounds on his back, inflicted by the spirit wolf, vanished completely, and the fractured bones in his chest healed as if they had never been broken. Truly, the continuation pill is a miraculous healing elixir. Its effects are remarkable. Rising from the cave, Lin Feng surveyed his body. Finding all wounds healed, he nodded with satisfaction. It is time to set forth towards Tianyuanzong. The distance between Tianyuanzong and Wanjian sect spanned 20 large cities. With his current strength at the first level of the meridian opening, traveling solely by foot would take him 3 months at least. Over the years, he had accumulated some savings while at Wanjian's sect, although most of his possessions were seized by the outer disciples after his dantian was ruined. He still had enough to procure a spirit horse in Feiying City. A soft whisper escaped, as Lin Feng donned a fresh set of garments. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, he cast a final glance at the Wanjian sect before hastily making his way towards the direction of Feiying City. Chapter 5. The Voice Within Feiying City, the closest settlement to the Wanjian sect. From the foot of the sect's mountain, Lin Feng sprinted without a moment's pause, and after approximately 3 hours, he successfully arrived at Feiying City. Walking along the cobblestone streets teeming with people, Lin Feng's gaze swiftly scanned the various shops lining either side, searching for one that sold spiritual steeds that is that not Lin Feng? Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out, cutting through the bustling atmosphere. Lin Feng turned to see a young man clad in the attire of an outer disciple from the Wanjian sect step into view. The youth, named Ma Chao, possessed the strength of the 4th stage of the Meridian Opening Realm. Accompanying him were 2 stunning women, both of whom were at the 2nd stage of the same realm. Haha, Lin Feng, how does it feel to have your dantian ruined? Oh dear, look at your pitiful state. You might as well be a dog. Ma Chao, why waste your breath on a useless person? It's a waste of time, remarked one of the beautiful women, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Feng. Indeed, Fei, CC, my little darlings, it is all my fault, Ma Chao replied with an insufferable grin, wrapping his arm around one of the stunning women. Almost immediately, he spat a thick phlegm directed at Lin Feng's cheek. With that, Ma Chao turned, embracing the 2 beautiful women, and walked away as the spittle rushed toward him. Lin Feng instinctively sidestepped, though he narrowly avoided it. The blatant humiliation caused his face to darken with rage. Lin Feng, remain calm. A small indignity should not disrupt your grander plans. One day, you shall crush Ma Chao beneath your feet. Lin Feng's chest heaved with intensity as he worked to steady his emotions. Exhaling a deep breath, he transformed his countenance into one of composure and resumed his stroll through the bustling streets. As he observed his surroundings, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a shop selling antiques. Young man, go inside and purchase that black jade token. A melodious voice resonated abruptly, as if it were whispering directly into his ear, yet also echoing within his heart. Startled by the sudden voice, Lin Feng furrowed his brow and halted in his tracks. Yes, someone's speaking to me. Lin Feng looked around, and after a moment of apparent confirmation, his frown deepened. Young man, stop searching. I am within your body. Buy that black jade token. Remember, purchase that black jade token. The enchanting voice rang out once more, causing Lin Feng's body to tense up as his eyes widened in astonishment. Inside my body? What nonsense is this? At that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine, the hairs on his body standing on end. Do not play tricks on me. Speak. Are you human or ghost? Hurry up and talk. Lin Feng shouted frantically, yet received no reply. A token? Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze shifted towards the shop selling antiques. After a brief moment of hesitation, he stepped inside. The shop was modest in size, filled with various objects haphazardly displayed. The shopkeeper, a bald middle-aged man, was currently assisting a young man clad in a blue robe who was examining a collection of weapons. After a moment of searching, the blue-robed youth's attention was drawn to a magnificent longsword. The sword scabbard was lavishly adorned, and its hilt was embedded with emerald gemstones, giving it an air of nobility at first glance. The blue-robed youth lifted it, gripping the hilt with his right hand. With a swift motion, he drew the sword. Clang! The crisp sound of metal resonated in the air, and the blade gleamed with a sharpness that was striking. The sword's body shimmered with a dazzling metallic luster, causing a satisfied smile to flicker across the blue-robed youth's face. Boss, how much for this sword? He inquired. This sword? Young master truly has an eye for quality, as this is the finest piece in my humble shop. A flat price of 3,000 gold coins. The bald man's eyes glimmered with shrewdness as he raised 3 fingers. 3,000 for a sword. The shopkeeper's words made Lin Feng's heart skip a beat as he searched for the black jade token. Very well, 3,000 it is. The blue-robed youth returned the sword to the counter and promptly produced a bag of gold coins from his attire. Shopkeeper Zhong, have there been any good items lately? Suddenly, a hearty laugh erupted from outside the shop, drawing the attention of both Lin Feng and shopkeeper Zhong. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. It was Ma Chao, flanked by the two stunning women. As they entered the shop, well, what a small world, Lin Feng thought with a cold smile, his expression darkening. At the same time, Ma Chao and the two beautiful women, named Cici and Fei Fei, noticed Lin Feng, their expressions morphing into one of deep disdain. Shopkeeper Zhong rushed forward, eager to greet them. Young Master Chao, please come in, do come in. There are indeed many fine items lately. Look over there. If any catch your fancy, I assure you the best prices. Nodding and smiling, shopkeeper Zhong gestured towards the area where the blue-robed youth stood. Indeed, there are quite a few good items recently. This sword is quite impressive. As the group approached the blue-robed youth, Ma Chao cast a cursory glance at the various weapons displayed on the counter, nodding slightly. His gaze then fell upon the long sword before him. Without hesitation, he seized it. Shopkeeper Zhong, how much for this sword? I'll take it. This. Shopkeeper Zhong's expression shifted slightly at Ma Chao's action. I'm sorry, but I saw this sword first. I intend to buy it, the blue-robed youth interjected, his face darkening. You saw it first? Which eye of yours saw that you were first? Shopkeeper Zhong, did you see? Ma Chao sneered arrogantly, his piercing gaze directed at Shopkeeper Zhong. Young Master Chao, of course you saw it first. Shopkeeper Zhong replied, casting a glance at the blue-robed youth before turning back to Ma Chao with a beaming smile. You guys, how interesting. Today I, Chung Feng, have truly witnessed the depth of shamelessness in two individuals. The youth named Chung Feng clenched his fists, anger visibly rising to his face. Shameless? Chung Feng, who can prove that you saw it first? Can you find anyone? Ma Chao's words rendered Chung Feng's complexion a mix of green and white. Clearly, no one would dare to offend a formidable figure like Ma Chao for the sake of him. That I can prove it. However, at that moment, Lin Feng's voice unexpectedly rang out, drawing the attention of everyone in the shop. All eyes turned towards him, their expressions a tapestry of reactions. Chapter 6. The Fei Feng, and especially Ma Chao, whose face darkened ominously. Lin Feng, your dantian has been destroyed, and yet you still do not know how to restrain yourself. What heroics are you trying to display? At that moment, Ma Chao's gaze locked on a Lin Feng like a venomous snake, ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Chung Feng, taken aback for a moment, felt a flicker of gratitude towards Lin Feng. How is it, Ma Chao? In Feiying City, do you still intend to lay a hand on me? The Wanjian sect has strictly prohibited its disciples from causing trouble outside the sect, while they may not learn of your misdeeds against others. Should you lay a finger on me? Though my reputation may not be stellar, do you not believe that before long, this incident will reach the ears of the Wanjian sect, regarding the threat posed by Ma Chao? At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, poised as if in a standoff. In response, Ma Chao's gaze flickered restlessly, his expression shifting between shadows and light. Indeed, as this worthless fool has mentioned, due to the destruction of his dantian, he has drawn considerable attention within the Wanjian sect, should one dare to provoke him. Lin Feng, you are indeed formidable. Let us see how this unfolds. Chao's countenance changed dramatically, and with a fierce flick of his sleeve, he strode out of the shop. Brother Lin Feng, thank you for earlier, Chung Feng said, picking up the long sword he had been eyeing and hurriedly approaching Lin Feng, giving him a gentle pat on the shoulder with a faint smile. No need for thanks. It was a mere, trifling matter. It was simply that some individuals were excessively overbearing, and I could not refrain from speaking out in defense of justice. Lin Feng replied courteously, not wishing to offend Chung Feng, who welcomed him with a friendly demeanor. Following this exchange, Lin Feng fell silent, his gaze wandering through the piles of discarded items in search of something of interest. Found it! Suddenly, Lin Feng exclaimed softly, his eyes fixating on a small, dark green jade token, roughly the size of a third of his palm. Zhongzhonga, how much for this jade token? Lin Feng inquired, trying to suppress the flutter of excitement within him. This jade token? It is a personal ornament of a strong practitioner in the spirit connection realm, priced at no less than 1,000 gold coins, Zhongzhong Gue replied. What? 1,000? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression immediately soured. and he gasped in disbelief. Chang Feng, noticing Lin Feng's reaction, took the jade token from him for inspection. After a thorough examination, he found no remarkable features, nor even a hint of spiritual energy emanating from it. Zhonga, this ordinary jade token, even if it belongs to a practitioner in the spirit connection realm, surely cannot be worth such a price. Chang Feng challenged. I say 1,000, and it is 1,000. If you want it, take it. If not, then be gone, Zhong Zhengue retorted, his face darkening and annoyance evident in his tone. You? Chang Feng's mouth opened wide in shock, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Lin Feng's brow furrowed tightly in response. Recalling the enchanting voice of the girl that had resonated within him, he glanced at the unremarkable jade token, his face reflecting an unprecedented conflict of emotions. 1,000 gold coins was no small sum for Lin Feng at this juncture. After his dantian was ruined, most of his valuable possessions had been seized by the outer disciples of the Wanjian sect. Presently, he possessed a mere 100 gold coins. Zhonga, would 100 gold coins suffice? If not, could I perhaps owe you for the time being? Lin Feng finally mustered the courage to propose tentatively. What? 100 gold coins? Don't even think about it. My shop does not extend credit. You penniless wretch, begone, lest you tarnish my establishment. Zhong Zhengui's merciless words struck Lin Feng's heart like stones. Lin Feng's fists clenched slightly. Perhaps it was anger, or perhaps a sense of dignity being trampled upon, but his cheeks flushed with indignation. Lin Feng let out a bitter laugh, a glimmer of intense yearning for strength flashing in his eyes. Slowly, he turned and began to walk toward the shop's exit. Brother Lin Feng, wait, I'll buy this jade token for you. At that moment, Chang Feng's voice rang out unexpectedly, just as Lin Feng was about to decline. Chang Feng tossed a small cloth bag containing 1,000 gold coins into Zhong Zhongue's hands. Haha, I never expected to stumble upon such a generous fool. Here, this worthless jade token is yours. Gloating, Zhong Zhigu accepted the coins, his face alight with triumph. On the bustling streets, Lin Feng held the dark jade token in his hand, glancing at Chang Feng who walked beside him, a gentle smile gracing his features. Brother Chang Feng, thank you. Brother Lin Feng, there's no need for such formality. I should be thanking you instead. Oh, by the way, Brother Lin Feng, were you a disciple of the Wanjian sect? Yes, I was once, but no longer. Now, I wish to join the Tian Yuan sect. That reminds me, Brother Lin Feng, I may need some time to repay that 1,000 gold coins, though I still possess 100 gold coins. The journey to the Tian Yuan sect is quite long, and I will need to purchase a spirit steed. This moment. Lin Feng looked at Chang Feng, his voice tinged with apology. Fear not. It is merely 1,000 gold coins. Whenever you are able, simply repay me. Chang Feng reassured him. By the way, you mentioned wanting to join the Tian Yuan sect. Coincidentally, I am a disciple of the Tian Yuan sect myself. Once I finish my current matters in a couple of days, shall we travel there together? Is that so? Brother Chang Feng, what a fortuitous coincidence. That would be splendid. Once I procure the spirit steed, I shall carry you back to the Tian Yuan sect. Lin Feng responded, a hint of surprise in his tone, followed by a genuine smile. Splendid. The two exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. At the Fei Feng Inn, within a guest room, Lin Feng sat at the wooden table, the door securely locked. He took out the dark jade token, curiously examining it from various angles while reflecting on the enchanting voice of the girl. Hello. The jade token is in my possession now. Could you please speak? Lin Feng softly called out, scrutinizing the token further. His spiritual awareness swept over the token repeatedly, but revealed no trace of spiritual energy nor any peculiarities. Speak. This cost 1,000 gold coins, frustration etched on his features. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, finding no response. This shouldn't be the case. Could it be? A myriad of thoughts raced through Lin Feng's mind until, suddenly, a spark of realization struck him. Chapter 7. Blood Demon Kill. Lin Feng drew a dagger from his belongings, lightly slicing his left index finger. Crimson blood welled from the wound as he held the dark jade token, allowing a few drops to fall upon it. Will this blood bond me to it? Lin Feng's gaze fixated on the token, his heart racing as the blood touched the surface. It rapidly absorbed into the token. Buzz! The token trembled slightly, emitting a faint hum. it done. A surge of joy filled Lin Feng's heart as he tentatively sent his spiritual awareness toward the token once more. Upon entering the token, a flood of information unfolded before Lin Feng's eyes. Blood Demon Kill, a unique combat technique that sacrifices one's vital essence to unleash a power exceeding one's own capabilities in an instant. It has 3 stages: entry, minor achievement, and major achievement. Entry allows for an instantaneous boost of 1 realm strength, while major achievement can elevate one's power by 3 realms in a blink. Although Blood Demon Kill is formidable, the power gain surpasses the body's limits, thus leaving the user in a state of weakness for an extended period post-usage. Damn, I never expected this Jade token would contain such a monstrous combat technique. If I can't perform it at the entry level with my current strength at the opening meridian first stage, I could instantly possess the power of the opening meridian second stage. Haha, splendid. This Blood Demon Kill is truly a lifesaver. Thanks to the girl-ass voice within me, I've struck it rich. That voice emerged from within my body. Could it be the illusory spirit crystal? A possibility dawned on Lin Feng as he delved deeper into his consciousness. Entering the dantian region, Lin Feng's focus settled upon the fiery red crystal within. Gradually, he directed his consciousness toward the illusory spirit crystal. However, as soon as Lin Feng's consciousness made contact with the illusory spirit crystal, darkness engulfed him. He barely had time to emit a soft murmur before finding himself in a realm of chaotic void. The surroundings were pitch black and boundless, reminiscent of the primordial universe. Yet within this void, a massive egg, nearly a meter in diameter, pulsed with a powerful life force. What? Such a large egg? What could this be? Surrounding the colossal egg, Lin Feng appeared as a curious child, his face alight with wonder. He tapped here and prodded there. Could that enchanting voice belong to someone within? Hey, beautiful. Is that you? Are you inside? Contemplating a possibility, Lin Feng knocked gently on the eggshell, reminiscent of knocking on a door. Producing a rhythmic thud, as time slipped by. Regardless of how fervently Lin Feng called, he received no response. How perplexing! What on earth could you be? How did you come to exist within this ethereal crystal? Is there truly an entire realm of void contained within this crystal? Although Lin Feng's heart was filled with doubt, no one could provide him with answers. Reluctantly, he withdrew from this enigmatic world. In the guest room, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, suppressing the curiosity and confusion within. A glimmer of determination flashed in his gaze. I wonder whether it is a blessing or a curse that this ethereal crystal has become my dantian. Why ponder so much? Regardless of its nature, at least I can cultivate now, right? The truth will eventually reveal itself. What matters most now is to enhance my strength. Lin Feng murmured softly, clenching his fists tightly. In a few days, Brother Ching Feng would embark on his journey back to Tian Yuan's sect, and during this time, I shall thoroughly study the Blood Demon Kill technique. Resolute, Lin Feng grasped the jade token and immersed himself in the comprehension of Blood Demon Kill. Utterly captivated. 3 days swiftly passed, and Lin Feng seemed to have fallen into a trance. The door to his room remained unopened throughout, until the dawn of the 4th day, inside the guest room. Lin Feng sat in a daze before the bed, his brow furrowed intermittently. Could it be? Knock! Lin Feng, brother! Knock, knock! Lin Feng, brother! A series of urgent knocks jolted Lin Feng back to reality, and he sprang to his feet. Brother Chung Feng, good morning. Upon seeing Chung Feng, Lin Feng greeted him with a faint smile. Brother Lin Feng, shall we head to Tian Yuan's sect together today? Outside Fang City, the figures of Lin Feng and Chung Feng appeared amidst a dense thicket. Brother Chung Feng, do we not require a spirit steed? No need. I shall show you something interesting shortly. Despite Lin Feng's anxiety, Chung Feng wore a mysterious smile. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, amidst the dense foliage, a series of strange sounds erupted unexpectedly. Be cautious! The abrupt noise made Chung Feng frown, uttering a soft warning. Lin Feng's heart tightened as he scanned the surroundings with vigilance. What intriguing item is it? Allow me to take a look. A chilling voice rang out, revealing Ma Chao, who had an exquisite woman wrapped in his embrace, stepping into view alongside another youth exuding a terrifying aura. I at you. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, and he and Cheng Feng nearly spoke in unison, softly exclaiming, "Brother Cheng Feng, the one accompanying Ma Chao possesses the strength of the 6th layer of meridian opening. We are in grave trouble." Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeply as he spoke quietly, while Cheng Feng's complexion also darkened. "Brother Lin Feng, I shall hold them off. You escape first." "Huh? Hold us off? With you, a mere trash of the 5th layer of meridian opening? Kai Zilong, brother Kai, did he just say he will block us?" Upon hearing Cheng Feng's words, Ma Chao erupted into hearty laughter. The youth named Kai Zilong raised an eyebrow, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "You two dare to rob from me." "Ma Chao, Lin Feng within Fang City, I indeed refrained from moving against you, but now, even if I were to kill you, who would know?" With those words, Ma Chao released the 2 beautiful women and charged at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, run!" Cheng Feng drew his longsword from his waist, shouting loudly as he rushed to confront Ma Chao. "Hee kid, your opponent is meet at 8T that moment." Kai Zilong also moved, swiftly positioning himself before Cheng Feng. Lin Feng quickly escaped, with Kai Zilong blocking him. Cheng Feng's expression changed dramatically. He knew full well that Lin Feng, possessing merely the 1st layer of meridian opening, could never contend with Ma Chao. Escape? With a waste like him, whose dantian has been crippled. How could he possibly flee from my grasp? Chapter 8. Confronting Ma Chao at him, A Chao's mocking laughter felt like stones crashing upon Lin Feng's heart. "He a waste? Dantian crippled? Wasn't that due to your doing? Your 10,000 sword sect?" Gazing at Ma Chao as he charged, Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, a surge of hatred manifesting on his face. As the 2 beautiful women regarded Lin Feng with disdainful looks, Ma Chao's fist came crashing down toward Lin Feng's head. "Wow, Fei Fei, look quickly. Brother Chao is so powerful." "Cici, indeed, Brother Chao is not only formidable in that regard, but also so valiant. This waste, has he lost his mind? Why does he not evade? He is about to be crushed." Ma Chao's spiritual energy surged wildly, unleashing the full force of the 4th layer of meridian opening. As his fist shot forth, the air whooshed loudly, the piercing sound of breaking air seeming to tear the very atmosphere apart. Witnessing Lin Feng standing foolishly in place, a bloodthirsty grin spread across Ma Chao's face. "A Chao, you shall perish." Yet at that moment, Lin Feng, standing still, ignited with flames of fury in his eyes. Suddenly, with a roar, Lin Feng raised his fist, striking directly toward Ma Chao's incoming punch. "Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? You dare to confront Ma Chao head-on?" Cheng Feng, engaged in battle with Kai Zilong not far away, exclaimed in shock at Lin Feng's actions. As for the very Ma Chao, astonishment flickered across his face. "This guy, has he lost his mind? No, this waste, how could he?" "Fei Fei, Brother Chao said this waste dantian was crippled. Yet how can he exhibit a fluctuation of spiritual energy? He, merely the 1st layer of meridian opening. Yet Brother Chao is of the 4th layer." Bang! Their fists collided fiercely, a surge of crimson spiritual energy erupting from Lin Feng's punch. Upon impact, both combatants were forced to retreat. Chao staggered back 5 steps, while Lin Feng was pushed back 10 steps before managing to steady himself. "How is this possible? This waste dantian is said to be crippled. How does he still possess the strength of the 1st layer of meridian opening? Although he is merely at the 1st layer, why does he feel stronger than the average 3rd layer practitioner?" The stark contrast to his expectations left Ma Chao utterly astounded. "Kid, I truly did not expect you to still be able to cultivate. Today, I will not kill you, but I shall thoroughly cripple your dantian, then cast you into the slave market, allowing you to live like a dog, struggling through life in despair until the end of your days." In the next moment, Ma Chao's pupils constricted as he slowly uttered his chilling words. Following that, he swung his fist and charged once more at Lin Feng. Chao's onslaught was swift and fierce, while Lin Feng, his face darkened, defended cautiously. Meanwhile, Cheng Feng was also being pushed back under Kai Zilong's relentless attacks, the situation becoming increasingly dire. To end this one-sided battle, Lin Feng fought defensively, the disparity in strength leaving him at a disadvantage. Lin Feng endured several blows from Ma Chao, sustaining numerous injuries, his clothing tattered, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It seems I still have a considerable distance to cover to match the fourth layer of meridian opening. Being overwhelmed by Ma Chao, Lin Feng could only shake his head in resignation. Huh, you're aware of that, are you? Go die. With a sinister grin, Ma Chao abruptly kicked Lin Feng in the chest, sending him soaring into the as he crashed to the ground. Lin Feng let out a muffled groan. Feeling the crushing blow to his chest, he experienced a tumultuous upheaval within, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His complexion turning pale. It's over. Chang Feng's gaze shifted towards Lin Feng, his expression shifting dramatically. Watch as I utterly cripple you, turning you into a dog that can never rise again. Chao swiftly approached the fallen Lin Feng, delivering a vicious kick aimed at Lin Feng's abdomen. Nearby, two beautiful women wore expressions of disdain, their lips curling into contemptuous smiles. Really? Just you? Yet, in the face of despair, an inexplicable smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Blood demon kill. He suddenly roared. Boom! Lin Feng's body emitted a thunderous sound, followed by an eruption of terrifying energy. His muscles bulged visibly, and a network of veins surfaced on his skin. In that moment, Lin Feng's form resembled a ferocious beast, brimming with power. What? Ma Chao was taken aback. The foot aimed at Lin Feng's abdomen hastened with renewed urgency. Boom! The energy of the second stage of the opening meridians surged within Lin Feng as he propelled himself off the ground with a powerful leap. Bang! Ma Chao's foot crashed onto the ground, pulverizing stones into dust and creating a deep crater. Evaded, his energy is at the second stage of the opening meridians. The disdain in the eyes of the two beautiful women evaporated, replaced by profound shock. You want to cripple my energy center? Ma Chao, today marks your demise. Lin Feng grinned menacingly, and in the next instant he launched a fierce assault against Ma Chao. In this renewed confrontation, Lin Feng transformed into a fearsome tiger, each move executed with merciless ferocity. Damn it, how can his combat strength have surged so dramatically? Ma Chao's expression soured instantly. Ma Chao retreated repeatedly. A small pouch of medicinal powder slipped from his sleeve into his palm. Lin Feng's fist came crashing down. Suddenly, Ma Chao's hand, gripping the powder, trembled violently, and a cold smile spread across his face. Die. At that moment, Ma Chao raised his right hand. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as Ma Chao's hand lifted. Lin Feng's fist struck down upon Ma Chao's wrist. In pain, the pouch fell from Ma Chao's grasp. Lin Feng snatched it up and hurled its contents towards Ma Chao's eyes. A large cloud of white powder exploded before Ma Chao, and Lin Feng swiftly retreated. A piercing scream echoed through the forest. Chao covered his face with his hands, but the white powder corroded his eyes, leaving his eye sockets a gruesome mess. Blood streaming forth. In an instant, Ma Chao's eye sockets became hollow, a chilling sight. Lin Feng, kill me. Just kill me. The excruciating pain stimulated Ma Chao's nerves, causing his trembling hands to shake uncontrollably. Chao, using such insidious tactics in battle? You reap what you sow. Lin Feng chuckled coldly, devoid of any pity as he delivered a powerful strike to the crown of Ma Chao's head. Crack! The sound resonated sharply as Ma Chao's skull fractured, bloodlines spreading across his head. Simultaneously, Ma Chao's screams were abruptly silenced, his body collapsing rigidly to the ground, lifeless in an instant. Buzz! At the moment of Ma Chao's death, a resonance echoed from within Lin Feng. As the illusory essence crystal vibrated, Lin Feng sensed a grayish-white energy emanating from Ma Chao's head, a spirit body. Ma Chao's spirit body, as he watched Ma Chao's spirit enter his own body. Consumed by the illusory essence crystal, Lin Feng's face registered astonishment, recalling the day the illusory essence crystal devoured the spirit of the spirit wolf. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. What does the illusory essence crystal intend to do with so many spirit bodies? With curiosity, Lin Feng's consciousness followed Ma Chao's spirit into the illusory essence crystal in a void space. A massive egg, 1 meter in size, consumed Ma Chao's spirit in an instant under Lin Feng's astonished gaze. A giant egg? Boom! Crack! The sounds of battle echoed incessantly, and Lin Feng had no time for further contemplation as his consciousness withdrew from the illusory essence crystal. His gaze turned towards Cheng Feng, who was struggling under Kai Zilong's relentless assault. "Cheng Feng, I'm here to help," Lin Feng shouted, charging into the fray like a fierce tiger. With Lin Feng's arrival, Cheng Feng felt an immediate relief from the pressure. "Lin Feng, you truly are remarkable. Your combat strength is utterly monstrous. You killed Ma Chao, who was at the fourth stage of the opening meridians." Cheng Feng, astonished by Lin Feng's fierce strikes, wore a look of joy. "Lin Feng, do you have the confidence to finish this guy off?" Seizing the opportunity as the tide turned, Cheng Feng unleashed a frenzied assault on Kai Zilong. "Oh, you overestimate me. What strength do I possess to kill him?" "Time to run." Lin Feng shot a glare at Cheng Feng in response to his teasing. As their eyes met, they both understood and simultaneously ceased their attacks, opting instead for a frantic escape. "What do you think you're going? You think you can escape?" Kai Zilong sneered, pursuing them with terrifying speed. However, Cheng Feng appeared untroubled by Kai Zilong's chase, confidence radiating from his expression. Lin Feng watched, somewhat puzzled. "Lin Feng, follow me. I have something amazing to show you." Cheng Feng grinned, and Lin Feng quickly followed. They arrived in an open area. Cheng Feng gazed up at the sky, emitting a unique sound from his mouth, as if summoning something. "Ha ha ha! Are you two fools? You can't outrun me in the jungle with its complex terrain, and now you've come to such an open space. Do you want to die that badly?" Kai Zilong's laughter was filled with disdain as he closed in. Roar! At that moment, a piercing cry rang out from above, and a colossal eagle appeared in Kai Zilong's line of sight. A fourth-stage opening meridian's beast. The black feather eagle. Kai Zilong's expression changed drastically. "Lin Feng, let's go." Cheng Feng signaled to Lin Feng, and in an instant, both leaped onto the back of the black feather eagle. Whoosh! The black feather eagle flapped its wings, creating a fierce gust that swept up sand and stones that soared into the sky, darting towards the distant horizon. "You little brat, today we've established our enmity. When we meet again, I will kill you." Lin Feng's voice faded into the distance as he stood atop the black feather eagle. Kai Zilong's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn it! Damn it! Kai Zilong struck a nearby boulder with his fist, the sound echoing ominously. "Cheng Feng, this is incredible. You even have a flying beast standing on the black feather eagle." Lin Feng gazed down at the vast earth, his heart surging with excitement. "Ha, of course, it's a treasure, isn't it? With its presence, we need only 4 days to reach the Tianyuan zone." This moment, Cheng Feng could not help but smile with pride. Indeed, this contraption far surpasses the spiritual steed. However, just as Lin Feng was lost in his thoughts, his expression suddenly changed dramatically, a look of pain unexpectedly surfacing on his face. The aura of his second-level opening rapidly diminished, and the once prominent muscles returned to their normal state, the dense network of grotesque veins gradually fading away. This blood demon kill is indeed tyrannical. Has the period of weakness arrived? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, feeling as though his body had been completely drained. Within him, there was not a trace of spiritual energy left. In the next moment, Lin Feng helplessly slumped onto the back of the black feather eagle. "Brother Lin Feng, what is wrong with you? Are you all right?" At this moment, seeing Lin Feng in such a state, Cheng Feng's face was filled with unprecedented anxiety. Cheng Feng understood that Lin Feng's sudden surge in strength must have come from some special means. And now, seeing Lin Feng's condition, Cheng Feng naturally recognized it as the aftereffect of that special method. However, even though Cheng Feng was aware, he did not utter a single word of inquiry. In his view, everyone has their secrets. After spending several days together, Cheng Feng regarded Lin Feng as a brother. His role was simply to express concern at critical moments that "I'm fine. Just need to rest for a while." Lin Feng lifted his gaze to Cheng Feng, a faint smile gracing his lips. Throughout the journey, the black feather eagle soared swiftly. After intense battles, both Lin Feng and Cheng Feng felt somewhat fatigued. Cheng Feng sat cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation to restore his expended strength. Meanwhile, Lin Feng began to examine his own body, his brow slightly furrowed. This mere entry-level blood demon kill actually has such severe aftereffects. It seems it will take at least 3 days for me to recover from this state of weakness. Clearly, this blood demon kill should not be employed lightly except in critical moments, that if I encounter danger during this period of weakness, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 10. Tianhe Peak Tianyuanzong is located to the south of the Weian Empire, with Wanjian sect to the northeast and Huiyun sect to the northwest. The Tianyuanzong boasts vast territories, covering an extensive area, with a main peak and 3 subsidiary peaks in the outer gate alone. Each peak is governed by its own peak master. The main peak is called Bu Peak, while the 3 subsidiary peaks are known as Xingxiang Peak, Tianhe Peak, and Feiyun Peak. Generally, outer disciples reside in the 3 subsidiary peaks, and only the most elite disciples of the outer sect are permitted to enter the main peak, Bu Peak. Cheng Feng, which peak of the outer sect are you a disciple of? Listening to Cheng Feng's explanation, Lin Feng began to form a general understanding of Tianyuanzong. Curiously, he inquired, "Oh, I am a disciple of Feiyun Peak.O. Do you know an elder named Suyin? Suyin, let me think. I believe I've heard of him. He seems to be the 7th elder of Tianhe Peak. Oh, you know him?" Cheng Feng looked at Lin Feng with curiosity. "I don't know him, but I wish to apprentice under him." "Apprentice under him? That old man has a notoriously bad temper." "Brother, I'm not trying to discourage you, but it's definitely not going to happen. I want to give it a TRY.MY goodness." "Brother, aren't you being a bit stubborn? If you get turned away later, don't blame me." Far in the distance, the black feather eagle sped through the skies, and in the blink of an eye, 4 days had quietly passed. Lin Feng, look over there. That is Tianyuanzong on the black feather eagle. Cheng Feng patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Following Cheng Feng's gesture, Lin Feng beheld a majestic view of mountains rising one after another. The first sight to capture his attention was a large peak accompanied by 3 smaller ones. Lin Feng, see, those are the 4 peaks of the outer sect of Tianyuanzong. What about the mountains behind them? Are they the inner sect? As Cheng Feng provided his explanation, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the more towering peaks beyond the 4 outer peaks. Indeed, those behind are the inner sect. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to enter the inner sect in this lifetime. At this moment, Cheng Feng whispered softly, a glimmer of yearning flickering in his eyes. "Lin Feng, look, the peak adjacent to Feiyun Peak is Tianhe Peak. Since you want to meet Elder Su Yan, I will accompany you. We are almost there. Once we reach Tianhe Peak, we must be cautious in our words and actions, that if we provoke someone powerful and unreasonable, we could find ourselves in serious trouble," Cheng Feng gently reminded. Seeing Lin Feng nod, he then directed the black feather eagle into a dive toward Tianhe Peak. Upon landing in a vast plaza, the appearance of Lin Feng and Cheng Feng immediately attracted the attention of many onlookers. "Lin Feng, let us head to Tianhe Hall and inquire if Elder Su Yan is present." Standing in the plaza, Cheng Feng pointed towards a staircase that ascended continuously, at the end of which stood a grand palace. "What are you 2 doing? Stop right there. What brings you to Tianhe Peak?" Just as Lin Feng and Cheng Feng took a few steps forward, a youth clad in the outer disciple garb of Tianyuanzong's Tianhe Peak blocked Lin Feng's path. His face bore an arrogant expression as he eyed Lin Feng and Cheng Feng sideways at this brother. Observing the situation, Cheng Feng hurriedly stepped forward, smiling as he spoke. However, before Cheng Feng could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by the youth before him. "What do you mean who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy to be my brother?" The youth, named Yang Ji, wore a cold expression, loudly rebuking them. The commotion immediately drew the attention of many disciples who paused to watch. Cheng Feng felt humiliated, and Lin Feng's expression instantly darkened, his fists clenching tightly. "Isn't it a shame that you, as a disciple of Tianyuanzong, cannot even maintain the dignity expected of a prestigious sect? What kind of attitude is that?" Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, cold words escaping his lips. "Who do you think you are, dressed so shabby, yet you dare talk about attitude? That is precisely my attitude." As soon as Lin Feng uttered those words, it was as if a fuse had been lit. Yang Ji's face ignited with fury as he charged toward Lin Feng, unleashing the full force of his second-level opening. A hand aimed directly at Lin Feng's cheek. "Yang Ji, let us talk this over. I am a disciple of Feiyun Peak," Cheng Feng interjected urgently, stepping in front of Lin Feng. "Huh? Feiyun Peak," Yang Ji sneered coldly, showing no intention of stopping, delivering a resounding slap to Cheng Feng's face. The sharp sound echoed loudly. "Opening the meridians at the 5th level? Quite a formidable power. Think Feiyan Peak would produce such a coward. What a disgrace. Haha, coward, do you want to fight me? Let me tell you, Tian Yu is one of my good friends that he possesses the strength of the 6th level of opening the meridians, and more importantly, he is the son of our Tianhe Peak's steward. With that slap, Yang Ji's gaze turned to Chung Feng. Noticing the tightly clenched fists, his face twisted with contempt. Kid, you want to hit me? Come on. Go ahead, try hitting me. Yang Ji continued to slap Chung Feng's face repeatedly, each hit a humiliation that stung. Chung Feng's suppressed fury caused the veins in his arms to bulge. Haha, go ahead. Come on, hit me. Yang Ji's face was full of arrogance, laughing maliciously. The surrounding disciples looked at Lin Feng and Chung Feng with disdain. However, at that moment, Lin Feng, with a somber expression, suddenly made his move. He stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to Yang Ji's cheek. The crisp sound of the slap cut through the air, silencing Yang Ji's laughter instantly. Everyone present widened their eyes in shock. This kid at the 1st level of opening the meridians. Has he lost his mind? Amidst the crowd, an incredulous voice shattered the tranquility. All eyes turned towards Yang Ji, who had just regained his composure from the shock. A fierce anger manifested upon his face. You brat, are you seeking death? However, before Yang Ji could finish his words, Lin Feng delivered a resounding slap to his cheek. Despite Lin Feng being merely at the 1st level of the meridian opening stage, his strike was astonishingly swift, leaving Yang Ji no chance to evade. Lin Feng, you. Lin Feng's actions left Chung Feng momentarily stunned, as a whirlwind of emotions flooded his mind, rendering him motionless. You are quite audacious, aren't you? In the midst of the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Lin Feng seized Yang Ji by the throat, followed by several more slaps landing harshly on Yang Ji's face. Brat, kneel and apologize to my brother. Chapter 11. Peak Master Zhu Wu kneel. At Lin Feng's command, everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. He actually demanded Yang Ji to kneel. Insanity. With Lin Feng's grip tightening around his throat, Yang Ji's breaths became rapid, his face alternating between hues of blue and white. You want me to kneel? You can forget it. Not kneeling? Then prepare to die. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he exerted more force on Yang Ji's neck. The overwhelming pressure caused Yang Ji's eyes to bulge as he desperately struggled for in an instant. His face bloomed a deep crimson. I cough. I will kneel. Yang Ji, with great difficulty, managed to utter those words. Fear etched upon his face as he recognized Lin Feng's unrestrained demeanor. Kneel then. Releasing his grip, Yang Ji gasped greedily for air. Lin Feng's icy words resonated in his ears with a thud. In full view of the astonished crowd, Yang Ji fell to his knees before Lin Feng. The surrounding disciples gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. He knelt. Yang Ji really knelt. Who is this brash kid at the 1st level of meridian opening? Astonishingly arrogant. Gasps of shock echoed through the crowd, and in that moment, the disdain that once filled the onlookers' eyes was replaced by a hint of trepidation. Chung Feng, how does it feel? After these events, Lin Feng shifted his gaze from Yang Ji to Chung Feng, offering a slight smile. This, Chung Feng glanced at Yang Ji, his expression now considerably softened, even displaying a trace of satisfaction. Feels great. Chung Feng nodded earnestly at Lin Feng. Chung Feng, good people are often bullied. Horses are often ridden, that if someone respects me by a foot, I shall respect him by a mile. For such a person, the only recourse is to meet violence with violence. Until he submits. Meet violence with violence? Until he submits? Chung Feng softly murmured Lin Feng's words, seemingly deep in thought. Moments later, his pupils constricted, and his fists clenched slightly. That moment, a resonant voice suddenly boomed. Who dares to stir trouble on Tianhe Peak? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of air being sliced through echoed repeatedly as a robust middle-aged man rushed out from Tianhe Hall. His steps were measured, appearing slow yet deceptively swift. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Lin Feng. What power! How formidable! Lin Feng's pupils widened in surprise at the sight of the middle-aged man. Lin Feng, this is Zhu Wu, the Peak Master of Tianhe Peak. Chung Feng quietly warned. Following closely behind, 9 figures emerged, each radiating a formidable aura. Lin Feng, these are the top 10 elders of Tianhe Peak. Strange, where is Elder Su Yan, the 7th elder? Cheng Feng's puzzled voice reached Lin Feng's ears. Meanwhile, the kneeling Yang Ji abruptly sprang to his feet, elation washing over his face as he rushed towards an elderly man with slightly graying hair. Elder 6, quickly, capture this brat. He hit me and made me kneel. Which insolent brat dares to harm a disciple of Tianhe Peak? The 6th elder, known as Feng Liang, immediately darkened at Yang Ji's words, a terrifying pressure descending upon Lin Feng. Under this immense weight, Lin Feng felt as though a mountain had settled upon him, his knees involuntarily buckling. Daha. Without understanding the situation, is this how Tianhe Peak treats its guests? May I ask why you do not inquire about my reasons for striking him? Yet even in the face of such overwhelming pressure, Lin Feng showed no signs of submission. Instead, he fixed his gaze squarely upon Zhu Wu, the Peak Master of Tianhe Peak. Master, is it true that all the people of Tianhe Peak are so unreasonable? Truly disappointing, Lin Feng addressed Zhu Wu without hesitation. The gathered disciples and the arriving elders were taken aback. Who would dare speak to the Peak Master in such a manner on Tianhe Peak? Had he lost his mind? In that instant, all eyes turned to Zhu Wu, cautiously observing the changes in his expression. However, under the intense scrutiny, Zhu Wu remained remarkably calm. After a span of 10 breaths, a faint smile appeared on his face. Young friend, may I ask the purpose of your visit to Tianhe Peak? I wish to join Tianhe Peak and become a disciple of Elder Su Yan, the 7th elder. Ha! A waste at the first level of meridian opening to become Su Yan's disciple. Have you lost your mind? Before Zhu Wu could respond, the 6th elder interjected disdainfully that I was introduced by Sun Sinyu. This is her token. She instructed me to come to Tianyuanzong to seek Elder Su Yan. Unfazed by the ridicule, Lin Feng produced the token given to him by Sun Sinyu. Sinyu? Upon seeing the token in Lin Feng's hand, all faces in the crowd shifted dramatically. Sun Sinyu's reputation on Tianhe Peak was undeniably illustrious. Only the top 30 disciples could be inscribed on the Tianhe list, with her astounding combat prowess. She ranked among the top 10 on the list. Sun Sinyu was the most favored disciple of Elder Su Yan, the most formidable among his thousands of disciples. And no wonder this brat is so arrogant. It turns out he was recommended by senior sister Sun. In that moment, the crowd erupted in a flurry of chatter. Beside Lin Feng, Cheng Feng's expression morphed into one of astonishment. He had never expected that Lin Feng, who had traveled from afar, would have such a connection with Sun Sinyu. Are you quite familiar with Sinyu? At this juncture, Zhu Wu, the Peak Master, could not help but inquire, well, not exactly familiar. We have met once. She took pity on me, a wandering cultivator struggling in the world, and perhaps that was why she recommended me to Tianyuanzong for cultivation. TSK, so that's how it is? I thought he had a solid relationship with senior sister Sinyu. She is indeed too kind, dash-hearted. As Lin Feng finished speaking, expressions of deep disdain resurfaced on the faces of those present. Thus, young friend Lin Feng, Elder Su Yan has entered seclusion and may not emerge for a month or two. Whether you can become his disciple will depend on Elder Su Yan's decision. I could see that moment. Zhu Wu looked at Lin Feng with an expression of concern. He then turned his gaze to the 9 elders beside him. Elders, would any of you be willing to accept young friend Lin Feng as your disciple? Humph. In any case, I am unwilling. As soon as Zhu Wu's words escaped his lips, Feng Liang let out a cold snort and spoke directly. Chapter 12, 7 Injuries Fist. I have matters to attend to at Xie Yong's home, so I shall not linger. The 3rd elder, Xie Yong, cast a glance at Lin Feng, and after speaking, hurriedly departed. Lu Tai, do not accept waste. The 8th elder, Lu Tai, also hastily remarked. Subsequently, one by one, the elders voiced their sentiments, and in the blink of an eye, none remained. Clearly, none of the 9 elders were willing to accept Lin Feng as their disciple. This scene left Lin Feng utterly astonished. What the heck? Am I really so unappreciated? They don't want me. I wouldn't want to join them anyway. Lin Feng was at a loss for words, internally scoffing at the same time. Even Zhu Wu wore an awkward smile. My young friend Lin Feng, it seems we can only wait for Elder Su Yan to emerge. Otherwise, how about you first become a registered disciple of Tianhe Peak? Well, If it's just a registered status, then so be it. Lin Feng could only nod helplessly in agreement. Seeing Lin Feng acquiesce, Zhu Wu produced an identity token and handed it to Lin Feng. This is your identity token, symbolizing your status. With this token, you may access the Weapon Pavilion, Combat Techniques Pavilion, and the 10,000 Medicinal Pavilion within the sect. Registered disciples may receive a free pay-you-on pill each month. Zhu Wu cautioned, and then turned to leave. Brother Lin Feng, you truly are remarkable. Today, following you has allowed me to vent my frustrations and lift my spirits. After Zhu Wu departed, Cheng Feng looked at Lin Feng, lightly punching him on the shoulder, and chuckled, in response. Lin Feng merely smiled faintly. Lin Feng, as a disciple of Tianhe Peak, you are entitled to select a combat technique and a weapon for free. Would you like to take a look? Sure. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled slightly, and he followed Cheng Feng in a particular direction. Soon, Lin Feng and Cheng Feng found themselves before the grand entrance of the Combat Techniques Pavilion. Upon arriving at the entrance, a middle-aged man with a head of fiery red hair appeared before Lin Feng's gaze. The middle-aged man exuded a profound aura, causing Lin Feng's pupils to constrict slightly. Lin Feng, this is the head of the Combat Techniques Pavilion, Xiao Dong. Lin Feng nodded slightly, and then the two slowly approached the doors of the pavilion. Pavilion Master Xiao, seeing Xiao Dong's gaze directed towards him. Lin Feng smiled and spoke. Newcomer, where is your identity token? Upon hearing Xiao Dong's words, Lin Feng handed over his identity token. After inspecting the information on the token, Xiao Dong nodded slightly. Registered Disciple Lin Feng. You may select only one combat technique, and it must be from the first floor of this pavilion. Combat techniques are categorized into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The first floor of this pavilion only contains beginner and intermediate yellow tier techniques. All right, you may enter. With that, Xiao Dong handed the identity token back to Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Cheng Feng stepped into the Combat Technique Pavilion in succession. Inside, rows of shelves greeted Lin Feng's eyes, showcasing a dazzling array of combat techniques. Techniques for body movement, fist fighting, swordsmanship, leg techniques, spear techniques, and blade techniques were abundant. As he browsed, Lin Feng casually picked up a combat technique. Fiery Eagle Claw, intermediate yellow tier technique. When mastered, the 5 fingers become like knives and swords, capable of easily rending stone apart. He set it down. Not long after, Lin Feng picked up another technique. Gale Leg, beginner yellow tier technique. When mastered, the kick strikes like the wind, leaving opponents defenseless. Lin Feng shook his head and put it back. After a leisurely selection, half an hour had already passed. At that moment, a dusty combat technique tucked away in a corner caught Lin Feng's attention. Picking it up, he noted that a layer of dust was at least an inch thick. Has this technique really not been practiced by anyone? Such a thick layer of dust? Lin Feng gently blew on it, and immediately the area was engulfed in a cloud of dust that, in the blink of an eye, both Lin Feng and Cheng Feng were dust-covered. Lin Feng, perhaps you should reconsider this technique. I've heard it hasn't been practiced for over a century. Cheng Feng, observing the combat technique in Lin Feng's hand, appeared somewhat astonished and quickly cautioned. Over a century without practice? No wonder there's so much dust. Interesting. Lin Feng smiled slightly and continued to peruse the technique. 7 Injuries Fist, advanced yellow tier technique. Isn't the highest tier on this floor only intermediate yellow tier techniques? Lin Feng pondered, yet he continued reading. The 7 Injuries Fist is a powerful technique, but is exceedingly difficult to master. The 7 Injuries Fist consists of 7 strikes, each stacking upon the last, rendering immense power. When mastered to perfection, its might can rival that of beginner profound tier techniques. Each word registered in Lin Feng's mind. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Lin Feng, I've heard this technique is extremely hard to master. That moment, Cheng Feng again offered a word of caution. Brother Cheng Feng, let us go. This is the one. Lin Feng did not respond to Cheng Feng's warning, but smiled at him and took the lead, stepping towards the exit. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Feng had intended to say more, but upon seeing Lin Feng's resolute determination, the words he had prepared remained unspoken at the entrance. Lin Feng approached Xiao Dong. Pavilion Master Xiao, I wish to select this combat technique. Lin Feng spoke first, and Xiao Dong glanced at the technique in Lin Feng's hand. Kid, you should choose another. If you are selecting it solely based on its classification as an advanced yellow tier technique, I advise you to reconsider. Not only is it difficult to master, but since the establishment of Tianyuan's sect, only our current sect master has managed to practice it to the 5th strike. Generally, those with good talent can reach the 2nd or 3rd strikes, while those with lesser talent may not even manage to master the 1st strike. Although this technique boasts great power, it must be understood that one must reach the 5th strike to fully harness its potential, that if one only manages to master up to the 3rd strike, its might will merely equate to an average intermediate yellow tier technique. After enduring great hardships to reach such a level, why not opt for an easier-to-master intermediate yellow tier technique? At that moment, Xiao Dong regarded Lin Feng with the same seriousness as Cheng Feng. Compared to Cheng Feng, Xiao Dong's explanation was far more thorough. I want to change. This is the one that perhaps I might even master the 6th or 7th strikes. Lin Feng replied candidly. Aiming too high. One must always act within their limits. Well, I hope you can recognize the challenges ahead. Even so, Xiao Dong kindly offered another reminder. Thank you, Pavilion Master. I will. Lin Feng smiled slightly, and then he and Cheng Feng departed in succession. Chapter 13. Chengli. After leaving the Combat Techniques Pavilion, Lin Feng and Cheng Feng proceeded to the 10,000 Medicinal Pavilion. After receiving a Peiyuan pill from the Pavilion Master, Yan Wenqing, the sky was gradually darkening. Brother Lin Feng, the day is waning. Shall we find a place to settle down? Cheng Feng suggested, looking up at the twilight sky. Certainly, but where is the lodging within Tianyuan's sect? I reside on a small hill situated between Feiyun Peak and Tiana Peak. Conveniently, there is an unoccupied cave dwelling adjacent to my own. Perhaps Brother Lin Feng would like to accompany me there. Such is indeed splendid. The moment Cheng Feng uttered these words, Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with excitement. After spending several days together, Lin Feng had completely regarded Cheng Feng as a friend. Naturally, he was elated at the prospect of living with Cheng Feng. With a joyful agreement, the two of them leapt onto the black feathered eagle. After a swift journey, they soon found themselves atop a small hill. Though it was referred to as a small hill, it stood several hundred meters high. Scattered across this hill were numerous caves, some clustered in groups of 3 or 5, while others stood solitary. The clustered caves were clearly designated for those disciples who relished in lively company, whereas the solitary abode was reserved for those who preferred tranquility. Though termed caves, they were in fact exquisite little courtyards adorned with artificial mountains, flowing waters, and flourishing flora. Each of these charming courtyards was enveloped by a transparent barrier, with those occupied emanating a soft blue glow that danced intermittently. Lin Feng, we have arrived, Cheng Feng gently announced, guiding Lin Feng as they leaped down from the black feathered eagle. Before Lin Feng lay 2 courtyards shrouded in barriers. The barrier of the left courtyard shimmered with a gentle blue light, while the right one appeared devoid of any such luminescence, evidently uninhabited. How do we enter? Lin Feng inquired curiously, gazing at the right courtyard enveloped in a barrier. Simply place your identity token against the barrier, and it will automatically bind your identity information. From then on, only you may enter freely. Others will not be able to do so. Of course, if you wish to grant others access, just place a drop of their blood essence onto your token. Cheng Feng explained. I see. Come, Cheng Feng, let us do it. Lin Feng responded with a newfound understanding, smiling at Cheng Feng as he retrieved his token. Cheng Feng looked somewhat taken aback by Lin Feng's willingness to grant him access to his residence without a second thought. All right, you can also drop a drop onto mine, Cheng Feng said, his heart stirred as he nodded slightly and took out his token. The two exchanged knowing smiles, each letting a drop of blood essence fall onto the other's token. After authorizing each other, they stored the respective identity information within their tokens. Once this was accomplished, Lin Feng approached the barrier with his token in hand. T. Cheng Feng's indication, Lin Feng slowly pressed his token against the barrier. With a soft hum, the barrier rippled gently, and soon, a faint blue glow began to swirl around IT. That moment. Lin Feng felt a subtle tremor in his soul, establishing an inexplicable connection with the barrier. Is it done? Lin Feng's eyes brightened as he sensed this peculiar sensation. Open, he uttered softly, and with a flicker of thought, a passage appeared in the barrier, wide enough for a person to pass through. Brother, you're back. Just then, A stunning young girl rushed out from the barrier of Chang Feng's residence, her face beaming with joy as she hastened toward him. The girl appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, still carrying a hint of childishness, yet already blossoming into a graceful figure. With an oval face and her long hair tied back, her large, expressive eyes sparkled with vitality. Li, Chang Feng called out affectionately upon seeing the girl, a smile illuminating his face. "Brother, you've been gone for over a month. Finally, you are back." "Indeed, Li. During this time, I made a good friend. His name is Lin Feng, and he has just joined our Tian Yuan sect, becoming a disciple of the Tian He Peak. From now on, we shall be neighbors." "Li, you may call Lin Feng brother," Chang Feng said, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder and smiling at Li. "Humph, he has only reached the first level of pulse opening. Brother, how can you be friends with just anyone? You expect me to call him brother? Dream on. I don't need such a neighbor," Li retorted. "Li." Chang Feng's expression changed dramatically at her words. He had never anticipated that his dear sister would speak so thoughtlessly in such a situation. "Li, what are you saying?" "Apologize to brother Lin Feng." "Brother, are you scolding me for someone whose cultivation is merely at the first level of pulse opening?" With that, Li pouted and stormed back to her quarters, disappearing beyond the barrier from Lin Feng's and Chang Feng's view. "Brother Lin Feng, I sincerely apologize. My little sister. She is simply," Chang Feng began, full of regret. "That's quite all right," Lin Feng replied, a carefree smile on his face, seemingly unfazed by the incident. As night fell, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by the occasional sound of insects chirping. Inside the small courtyard, Lin Feng sat on the edge of his bed, gazing out the window at the pitch-black sky, finding himself devoid of any inclination to sleep. Retrieving the advanced yellow-class battle technique, 7 Injuries Fist, from the martial arts pavilion, he began to peruse it earnestly. Lost in the depths of concentration, Lin Feng became utterly absorbed in the process. Unbeknownst to him, 2 whole hours had slipped by. Now I understand. The difficulty in mastering the 7 Injuries Fist arises from its intricate and profound nature, demanding an exceptionally high level of comprehension. Additionally, it places rigorous demands on the body. The 7 Injuries Fist emphasizes weightiness and ferocity. If one's physical strength is insufficient, one cannot possibly unleash the technique's full potential. In that case, sitting at the edge of the bed, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Refining the body, he murmured softly, a resolute glimmer igniting within his gaze. As the night deepened, under the ink-black sky, Lin Feng dashed around the courtyard's barrier, running fervently. While running, he executed various high-difficulty maneuvers. What on earth is brother Lin Feng doing at this hour? Chang Feng and Li, who resided in the adjacent cave, were drawn to Lin Feng's unusual activity in the dead of night, each wearing an expression of astonishment. "Brother, is this your friend? He truly is eccentric. Not only is his cultivation low, but his sanity seems questionable as well. I'm off to bed," Li remarked. Chapter 14. Dealing with Li, the night slipped away quietly, giving way to dawn. Under the soft morning light, Lin Feng continued his fervent running in the small courtyard, now bearing a massive stone weighing at least 200 pounds upon his shoulder, breathless and drenched in sweat. His legs felt as heavy as lead. Nevertheless, Lin Feng persevered, his gaze filled with unwavering determination. Has brother Lin Feng truly been running all night? Chang Feng, who had risen early, was astonished by the sight before him. Having begun his morning preparations, Chang Feng soon set a lavish spread upon the stone table in his courtyard. "Wow, brother, what special occasion warrants such a feast?" Li exclaimed, emerging from her room in her pajamas, her sleepy eyes lighting up at the sight of the abundant dishes. Li, isn't it wonderful? Come and taste my cooking soon," Chang Feng replied with a grin. "Go. Change your clothes. You can't appear like this." "Yes, my dear brother," Li said, flashing a bright smile before dashing back to her room. "That girl." Chang Feng chuckled and shook his head in amusement. His gaze turned once more to Lin Feng's courtyard. Just in time to witness Lin Feng finally come to a halt. With a swift motion, Lin Feng cast the 200-pound stone to the ground, exhaling deeply as he placed his hands on his thighs. Panting heavily, turning his head, Lin Feng's gaze met Cheng Feng's, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Cheng Feng gestured animatedly toward the sumptuous spread, urging Lin Feng to join him for a meal. Naturally, Lin Feng accepted with enthusiasm. Nodding eagerly, after a night of physical refinement, he was now ravenously hungry. Returning to his room, Lin Feng washed up and donned a clean outfit. Instantly feeling revitalized, he approached the entrance of Cheng Feng's courtyard. And with a thought, the barrier opened a passage wide enough for him to enter. "Brother Lin Feng, you've arrived. Come, take a seat. Brother Cheng Feng, it smells divine. I didn't realize you possessed such culinary skills." As Lin Feng approached the stone table, his gaze fell upon the array of sumptuous dishes, and his eyes instantly lit up. Spicy frog, steamed three-spirit fish, yellow braised golden-tailed chicken, snow taro wolf-bone soup. "Cheng Feng, my friend, you truly outdo yourself. That I was already famished, and just the sight and aroma of these dishes have me drooling. Brother Lin Feng, if you're hungry, please indulge. This feast was prepared especially for you." Lin Feng's compliments elicited a hearty laugh from Cheng Feng, who beckoned him to sit at the stone table. "Brother, I told you. Why prepare such a lavish spread? Is it really for someone whose strength barely reaches the first level of the opening veins realm?" Just then, Cheng Li's voice pierced through the brief moments of mirth, shattering the jovial atmosphere, causing the smiles on Lin Feng and Cheng Feng's faces to freeze instantly. "Lily, that's enough? Is that any way to speak? Today, you must apologize to your brother Lin Feng." Cheng Feng's expression darkened as he shouted at Cheng Li. "Apologize to him? For what reason should I apologize to someone at the first level of the opening veins realm?" Cheng Li retorted, her tone dripping with disdain. "When did you become so arrogant and rude? Just because you possess the strength of the second level of the opening veins realm, do not think you are so remarkable. With your meager abilities, you wouldn't last 10 moves against brother Lin Feng. Preposterous. You believe I can't withstand 10 moves from this so-called waste. Give me 10 moves, and I guarantee I'll leave him crawling on the ground." Cheng Li scoffed coldly, her eyes fixed on Lin Feng, filled with contempt. "Waste?" The moment Cheng Li uttered those words, Lin Feng's expression shifted from slightly displeased to one of utmost fury, his fists clenching tightly. "Do you know that the term waste is what I despise the most? I can overlook everything you say, but not that." Rising abruptly, Lin Feng declared, "Against you I need but a single move with a powerful strike." Lin Feng's fist slammed onto the table, causing it to shudder. "A single move? Brother, is this your friend? An arrogant fool?" Cheng Li sneered, her form darting toward Lin Feng to attack. In response, Lin Feng propelled himself forward to meet her. "Take this!" Cheng Li shouted in anger, unleashing her second-level opening veins realm energy without reservation, executing a whip kick aimed directly at Lin Feng with tremendous force. Despite her petite stature, the power behind her kick was formidable enough to challenge even an average practitioner at the same level. However, as the kick approached, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, a glint of determination sparking within them. With a swift motion, he clenched his right fist and met Cheng Li's elegant leg with astonishing speed. "You think a mere fist can stop my kick? How naive!" Cheng Li scoffed softly in the very next moment. Lin Feng's fist collided with Cheng Li's fair leg with a resounding impact. "What?" In an instant, the smile vanished from Cheng Li's face, her expression shifting dramatically. Lin Feng stood resolute, unyielding as a mountain, while Cheng Li was sent flying as if struck by an enraged bull, crashing heavily onto the ground. Lin Feng swiftly approached, placing a finger gently on Cheng Li's delicate neck. "One move. You have lost." His words were delivered with a calm finality. Lying on the ground, Cheng Li stared up at Lin Feng, her lips pursed tightly, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? His strength? I have been defeated? In one move? In that moment, the confidence she once held shattered, replaced by sheer astonishment. "Humph! Get away!" What is so impressive about that? Cheng Li's expression fluctuated, perhaps in response to her bruised pride, as she forcefully shoved Lin Feng's arm away and stormed off to her room. "Lily, come and eat. There's your favorite snow taro wolf-bone soup." "Humph, you can eat it all. I have no appetite." A resounding slam echoed through the air as Cheng Li's irritated voice drifted from her room. Sighing, Cheng Feng shook his head, a resigned smile gracing his lips. "Brother Cheng Feng, was I too harsh just now?" Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling a twinge of guilt. Ha! Not at all. That girl is so willful. She needed a lesson. You regard me as a brother, and she is your sister. What's wrong with a brother disciplining his sister? Brother Lin Feng, I apologize on her behalf. She is young and lacks understanding, having said things she shouldn't have that I hope you won't take it to heart. Come, Brother Lin Feng, eat quickly. Otherwise, the dishes will grow cold. Ha! How could that be? Today, I shall savor the culinary skills of Brother Chung Feng. The two erupted into laughter, dispelling the earlier tension and returning to a light-hearted atmosphere. Before long, the table laden with a feast was cleared amidst their jovial banter. Chapter 15. Advancing to the second level of the opening veins realm after a hearty meal, Lin Feng took to wandering alone atop the mountain where he resided. Boom! Rumbling. As noon approached, the sound of rushing water echoed faintly through the forest. A river. Let us go have a look. Lin Feng raised his brow and moved toward the source of the sound. In no time, amidst the mountains, a winding and tumultuous river came into view. From Lin Feng's vantage point, the river was abruptly interrupted, revealing a majestic waterfall with a drop of 60 to 70 meters. The torrential waters cascaded over the edge, creating a frothy spray that pounded against the riverbank, producing a thunderous roar. This place is remarkable. I shall cultivate here from now on. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, locating a boulder weighing approximately 200 jin, effortlessly hoisting onto his shoulder before sprinting along the riverbank. Hey, 7-injury fist. Still not enough? Back to refining. Time slipped away as Lin Feng immersed himself in his relentless training, and before long, 3 days had passed. Beneath the roaring waterfall, Lin Feng clung to the heavy boulder, the torrent crashing down upon him. His brow furrowed deeply as his body swayed precariously. Splash! A massive wave struck Lin Feng's back, sending him hurtling away. Swimming back to the shore, Lin Feng collapsed onto a flat stone, lowering his head and gasping for breath. After several days of vigorous training, it was evident that his physique had grown significantly stronger. 7-injury fist. After a brief respite, Lin Feng rose, throwing a punch that sliced through the air with fierce intensity. However, disappointment washed over him as he shook his head. Still not enough. While honing combat skills is essential, foundational training must not be neglected. Just moments after his fleeting disappointment, unwavering determination ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. Rising abruptly, he ventured into a massive cave hidden behind the thundering waterfall. I never would have guessed there would be a cave behind this waterfall. If I hadn't been here daily, I might have never discovered it. Lin Feng smiled slightly, then retrieved a Pei Yuan Dan he had received days prior from the Wan Yao Pavilion. The Pei Yuan Dan, crafted by skilled alchemists, harbored rich spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, primarily utilized by practitioners in the opening veins realm for cultivation. Generally, a single Pei Yuan Dan could sustain a practitioner for about 5 days. Of course, the duration varied slightly, depending on the individual. After several days of practice, Lin Feng had absorbed and refined a significant amount of spiritual energy. Surely, this Pei Yuan Dan would suffice for my breakthrough to the second level of the opening veins realm. Wouldn't it? Seated in a lotus position, Lin Feng swallowed the precious Pei Yuan pill, allowing it to settle within his abdomen. As the pill took effect, it transformed into pure, refined spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Lin Feng directed this energy towards the ethereal yuan crystal within his dantian. With a resonant hum, the previously dormant yuan crystal awakened, as if from a deep slumber, vibrating slightly and producing a low thrum. Immediately thereafter, a terrifying force of attraction emanated from the yuan crystal, voraciously devouring the pure energy released by the Pei Yuan pill. Lin Feng's aura gradually intensified. Astonishingly, within just a minute, the entire Pei Yuan pill was completely refined by the yuan crystal. What the heck? A minute. Is it really that short? And I haven't even broken through yet. Lin Feng found himself momentarily stunned by the scene before him, involuntarily cursing under his breath. Damn it, have I raised a glutton? Moreover, I'm still a bit short of breaking through to the second layer of the meridian opening stage. What should I do now? In this moment of predicament, Lin Feng began to frantically search his body, hoping to uncover some treasure imbued with spiritual energy. However, As a newcomer to the Tianyuan sect, what could he possibly possess? Alas, being poor is truly unfortunate. It seems I must venture out to earn some money. Without cultivation resources, how can one hope to cultivate? Coming to terms with reality, Lin Feng could only let out a resigned sigh. What is this? A spirit wolf demon crystal from the first layer of meridian opening. During his search, Lin Feng suddenly felt a deep blue demon crystal the size of a jujube nestled within his clothing. That moment, a wild idea flashed through his mind. This demon crystal was obtained when he slayed a spirit wolf at the first layer of meridian opening to save a little girl named Sun Lingyu after being expelled from the Wanjian sect. Recalling the quirky little girl from that day, a faint smile unconsciously crept onto Lin Feng's lips. Ethereal Yuan crystal. You glutton. Your appetite is quite impressive. ISNT it. Let us see how you handle something substantial. Gripping the demon crystal in his hand, Lin Feng's gaze flickered with madness. But a demon crystal serves as a reservoir for the spiritual energy within a demon beast, akin to a cultivator's dantian. However, the power contained within such crystals is exceedingly volatile and difficult for ordinary individuals to refine. Mishandling, it could even lead to catastrophic consequences. The ethereal Yuan crystal is shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it truly can be done. Resolute in his decision, a glimmer of determination shone in Lin Feng's eyes. Seated once more in a lotus position, with the spirit wolf demon crystal cradled in his palm. Lin Feng entered a meditative state, cautiously extracting a wisp of the crystal's volatile energy. Throughout this process, his breathing quickened and his heart raced with anticipation. The turbulent energy surged into his body. The ethereal Yuan crystal emitted a resonant hum, swiftly consuming the deep blue energy, which transformed into pure, fiery red spiritual power that coursed through Lin Feng's veins. Holy cow. This works. The ethereal Yuan crystal is truly remarkable. A wave of joy washed over Lin Feng's face, and he could hardly contain his excitement, letting out an expletive. The ability to refine a demon crystal signifies what? It means Lin Feng has gained a shortcut on his path to becoming a powerful cultivator. With exhilaration coursing through him, he fervently absorbed the deep blue energy from the demon crystal, which the ethereal Yuan crystal eagerly devoured. His aura surged with increasing intensity. Suddenly, Lin Feng's body erupted with a booming sound, a powerful momentum radiating outward from him, sweeping a fierce gust of wind across the cave. Dust filled the air, and with a swift motion, Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, his gaze becoming increasingly profound and fierce. I've reached the second layer of meridian opening. Lu Yunxi, how are you? You said we're no longer the same world, but I believe we will meet again someday. By then, I shall be even more exceptional. Lin Feng's voice resonated softly in the cave, yet it carried an unwavering conviction. Chapter 16. Battle with Duan Bo the following day. The morning sun bathed the Tianyuan sect in light. Lin Feng donned a fresh set of clothes, feeling rejuvenated. After 3 days of cultivation, he decided to take a stroll that he had heard from Chung Feng that becoming a disciple of the Tianhe Peak entailed receiving a weapon for free. So he planned to explore the weapon pavilion. With his mind made up, Lin Feng exited the cave behind the waterfall and strode purposefully in a singular direction. The outer gate of the Tianyuan sect was indeed expansive. How does one navigate to the weapon pavilion? As Lin Feng wandered through the outer gate, a slight frown creased his brow. Chengli. Moments later, a familiar figure caught his eye ahead to the left. Should I go ask her? Recalling the thrashing he had given Chengli days prior, Lin Feng hesitated. Perhaps it's better to let it go. A true gentleman does not quarrel with a woman, especially since she is Chang Feng's sister. If the relationship could be smoothed over, that would be beneficial. With these thoughts flitting through his mind, Lin Feng took a step towards Cheng El. That instant. Cheng Li suddenly turned around, and upon seeing Lin Feng, she froze for 2 seconds. Then, her expression soured, and she swiftly fled. What just happened? Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise, and all he could do was shrug in resignation. Continuing along the path, he soon encountered 4 disciples from Tianhe Peak heading his way, 2 at the second layer of meridian opening, and 2 at the third layer. Hey there, brothers, could you tell me how to get to the weapon pavilion? Lin Feng approached them with a polite smile. The weapon pavilion? Newcomer, Just broke through to the second layer of meridian opening. Not sure. Get lost. The four of them appraised Lin Feng with disdain, and one of the third layer disciples sneered dismissively. Changli halted in her tracks, watching Lin Feng with a gleam of schadenfreude in her eyes. As soon as the boy spoke, Lin Feng's smile vanished. You little punk, say that again. Do you believe I won't take you four down if you keep this up? Ha ha ha, take us all down. Just you and newly promoted second layer? Fine, let us see who ends up on the ground today. The four youths scoffed, their expressions dripping with mockery, the tension in the air palpable. Well, 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 what a lively morning. Lin Feng, do you remember me? Suddenly a sarcastic voice broke in. Yang Ji. Lin Feng squinted at the newcomer. Beside Yang Ji stood another youth whose aura was dense, boasting a cultivation level at the fourth layer of meridian opening. Senior brother Yang Ji, senior brother Duan Bo. The four youths hastily approached, their faces plastered with sycophantic smiles. The flattery was evidently well received by Yang Ji and Duan Bo, both of whom nodded in smug satisfaction. Yang Ji, I assentee this the kid who slapped you in public a few days ago. Duan Bo's gaze landed on Lin Feng, his eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, this brat has been quite arrogant. I introduced myself. Yet he dismissed me entirely. Yang Ji nodded slightly, and then Duan Bo's expression turned cold as he advanced slowly towards Lin Feng. Seeing this, Yang Ji grinned maliciously at Lin Feng. Changli maintained her distance, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest, while the four youths who had clashed with Lin Feng stood off to the side, reveling in the spectacle. Ha! This kid has gotten himself into trouble with senior brothers Yang Ji and Duan Bo. Let us see how he meets his end. Just a moment ago, he was so full of himself that I bet he'll be begging for mercy in no time. Senior brother Duan Bo is at the fourth layer of meridian opening. I'd be scared too. The four youths exchanged taunts, each trying to outdo the other. Kid, kneel. Duan Bo came to a halt about 2 meters in front of Lin Feng and bellowed. You want me to kneel? On Lin Feng's face was not the terror the crowd anticipated, but rather an air of calm. Narrowing his eyes, he regarded Duan Bo with a playful smile. Oh, you are Duan Bo. Huh. Had you dared to pass beneath my legs today, I, Lin Feng, would dismiss your words as mere nonsense, unworthy of my attention. Otherwise, I assure you, today I shall deliver such a beating that even your mother would fail to recognize you. What did Lin Feng just say? What did I just hear? Upon uttering these words, Lin Feng's declaration left the four youths, who had intended to witness his humiliation, utterly astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief. From a distance, Cheng Li's eyes also widened in shock at the audacity of Lin Feng's demand for Duan Bo to pass beneath him. With a roar reminiscent of a rampaging lion, Duan Bo charged ferociously toward Lin Feng, his right hand claw-like, gathering a terrifying surge of spiritual energy aimed directly at Lin Feng's chest, intent on delivering a devastating blow. In response, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, and the aura of the second realm of the open veins surged within him. The scarlet spiritual energy within the illusory crystal erupted forth, coursing violently through his meridians. With a deft retreat, Lin Feng evaded Duan Bo's fierce grasp, leaving all onlookers in a state of shock. He dodged, swiftly pivoting. Lin Feng delivered a firm strike to Duan Bo's shoulder, sending him staggering backward. The expressions of the four youths, including Yang Ji and Cheng Li, transformed from bewilderment to sheer astonishment. You little brat, prepare to die. Though Duan Bo's initial strike lacked full force, the setback left his face ashen. No longer holding back, he launched a relentless barrage of attacks at Lin Feng. Yet, amidst the chaos, Lin Feng remained unflustered, deftly evading each assault with grace. Despite Duan Bo's furious attempts, not a single blow found its mark. Lin Feng navigated each attack with impeccable timing, leaving the onlookers both terrified and amazed. If you're capable, why not stand still? Frustrated by Lin Feng's nimbleness, Duan Bo's face darkened. Stand still? Are you foolish? Perhaps you wish for me to let you hit me? Lin Feng's retort elicited laughter from a nearby female disciple, unable to contain herself. The four youths, including Cheng Li, couldn't suppress their smirks. Chapter 17. Journey to the Weapon Pavilion. Lin Feng's taunts, coupled with the surrounding laughter, rendered Duan Bo acutely aware of his own folly, his face turning a deep shade of anger. Abandoning his defenses, his attacks became wild and reckless. Under this ferocious onslaught, Lin Feng continued to retreat. Yet a mysterious smile graced his lips. Suddenly, he executed a swift kick, landing his right leg directly between Duan Bo's legs. In that instant, Duan Bo froze, as if time itself had paused. His heels lifted, and all expression vanished from his face. The moment of eerie silence ensued. The air was pierced by a howl akin to that of a wounded animal. Duan Bo clutched his groin, darting about like a frantic insect on a hot stove. His face contorted in a universally understood expression of acute pain. The fourth realm of open veins. Yet you still haven't mastered the iron egg technique. Lin Feng regarded Duan Bo with disdain, feeling no shame for employing such a cunning maneuver. You shameless wretch! Pain and humiliation surged through Duan Bo's nerves, causing his voice to tremble. Shameless? Lin Feng's gaze narrowed, and he charged at Duan Bo once more. Another kick, and Duan Bo's eyes widened in alarm. The next moment, darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. The four youths who had previously confronted Lin Feng exchanged incredulous glances, suddenly feeling a chill between their legs. Lin Feng approached Duan Bo, and a scene even more audacious unfolded as he began to rummage through Duan Bo's belongings, leaving no valuable item untouched, stuffing them into his own attire. A storage pouch. This trinket is worth 20,000 gold coins. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed as he discovered a small pouch adorned with intricate patterns, promptly stashing it away. Alas, Duan Bo's entire fortune has been stripped away. This must be the sum of his hard-earned treasures as a cultivator. When he awakens, he will undoubtedly go mad. The four youths, witnessing Lin Feng's brazen actions, murmured in disbelief, reflecting on their earlier confrontation with Lin Feng. They felt a wave of cold sweat trickle down their brows. Though Lin Feng's methods were somewhat unscrupulous, he had indeed triumphed, hadn't he? If he could employ such underhanded tactics against Duan Bo, how merciful could he possibly be towards them? They feared that confronting him might lead to dire consequences. Lin Feng, may we? One of them ventured hesitantly. Scram, just don't provoke me again, Lin Feng replied. Casting them a meaningful glance, the four youths, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, fled hastily. Meanwhile, Changli watched Lin Feng's actions in astonishment. Their eyes met, and Lin Feng hesitated momentarily. Changli. Wait, can we talk? Talk? What is there to discuss? With that, Changli turned and walked away. Lin Feng could only shrug helplessly. This girl seems to have been targeting me all along. Why does it feel as though I have wronged her? He pondered, where's Yangji? That fellow, despite being only at the second realm, is quite formidable and associates with that Tianyu. He likely possesses many treasures. Alas, I let him slip away, with a resigned shake of his head. Lin Feng set off towards the weapon pavilion. The pavilion was a vast repository of weapons, offering an array of swords, blades, staffs, spears, and more, including both ordinary and priceless spiritual artifacts. After a brief wander through the Tianyuan sect, Lin Feng soon arrived at the weapon pavilion, an edifice even grander than the pharmacy pavilion. Today, numerous disciples were entering and exiting. Upon his arrival, Lin Feng immediately attracted the attention of several disciples. Look, isn't that the one who slapped Yang Ji and forced him to kneel just a few days ago? I wonder if we'll witness another spectacle today. Their whispers hinted at forthcoming entertainment. A spectacle? Listening to the faint sounds that drifted through the air, Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. However, he did not dwell on it for long and simply strode towards the weapon pavilion. Upon entering, he encountered Cheng Feng, who was approaching him. Lin Feng, where have you been these past few days? It's good to finally see you. Of course, I've been cultivating, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile, showcasing his more defined muscles. Let me tell you something interesting, Cheng Feng said. Seeing Cheng Feng's cheerful demeanor, Lin Feng felt a flicker of curiosity. I just ran into that brat Yangji. The moment he saw me, he was startled, calling me Brother Cheng Feng with such enthusiasm and he asked if you were around before he left. I must admit, hearing that arrogant Yangji call you Brother Cheng Feng was quite satisfying. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile at Cheng Feng's excitement. He understood all too well why Yangji was behaving this way. It was undoubtedly due to the recent thrashing he had received from him, leaving him terrified of facing Lin Feng again. Where has that brat run off to? So he has come here to hide. Cheng Feng inquired, Is Yangji still around? Oh yes, he is indeed still here. He hasn't been inside for long, Chang Feng replied, albeit with a hint of confusion at Lin Feng's interest in Yang Ji. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and proceeded deeper into the weapon pavilion. Upon entering, he indeed spotted Yang Ji in the main hall. Yang Ji, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he walked directly towards him. The movement caught the attention of many disciples in the hall, particularly those aware of the enmity between Lin Feng and Yang Ji, who now displayed keen interest. You, brat, running so fast? Kneel before me and hand over all your valuables. Lin Feng's declaration prompted a chorus of exclamations from the gathered disciples. He just met him and already demands Yang Ji kneel. Incredible. Furthermore, he intends to rob him. Humph. Lin Feng truly knows no bounds. He dares to provoke anyone. I am quite eager to see Yang Ji humbled. The wave of whispers filled the air. Chang Feng, standing behind Lin Feng, was momentarily taken aback. You want me to kneel? Haha, and hand over all my belongings? Yang Ji appeared initially stunned, yet to Lin Feng's surprise, he soon burst into hearty laughter. This brat. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of foreboding beginning to rise within him. Brother Tianyu, this fellow Lin Feng here is disregarding you entirely. Suddenly, Yang Ji called out loudly in a particular direction. Tianyu, he's here too? Lin Feng is doomed now. Tianyu was renowned for his formidable strength, possessing the cultivation of the sixth stage of the meridian opening realm. Moreover, he was the son of Elder Tian, a figure not to be trifled with. Upon hearing Yang Ji's words, the crowd erupted into a flurry of chatter, casting glances of both schadenfreude and sympathy towards Lin Feng. Brother Lin Feng, we should leave quickly, Chang Feng urged, pulling at Lin Feng in a hurry. Haha, leave? Those who dare to lay a hand on my Tian you wish to flee? At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed from a nearby direction. The laugh carried an overwhelming aura of authority. All eyes in the hall, including Lin Feng's, turned towards the source of the voice. Brother Tianyu, this is the brat who not only ordered me to kneel in public, but also demanded I surrender all my possessions. He clearly holds you in utter contempt. With Tianyu's presence, Yang Ji quickly found his anchor of confidence, his arrogance soaring as he shot a menacing glance at Lin Feng before sidling up to Tianyu, ingratiating himself. Oh, and by the way, this brat even kicked Duan Bo in a sensitive area. In that case, let us cripple this brat's hands and feet. Tianyu's voice thundered, his expression turning icy. The atmosphere thickened with tension, signaling an impending clash. Just then, two middle-aged men with formidable presences emerged from a corner of the crowd. If Lin Feng were to see them, he would recognize one as Xiao Dong, the head of the combat techniques pavilion, easily identifiable by striking red hair. The other was Gu Yuan, the head of the weapon pavilion. Sigh, this brat truly does not comprehend the gravity of his situation. Oh, head Xiao, do you know him? Gu Yuan inquired, intrigued by Xiao Dong's words. Indeed, this lad Lin Feng came to my place 3 days ago and took away the 7 injuries fist. He even boasted that he could master the 7th punch. Is that so? How amusing. Yet he is indeed unaware of his own limitations, daring to act so arrogantly at the 2nd stage of the meridian opening realm. He has provoked Tianyu, and today he shall surely suffer. Brat, today I shall sever your hands and feet and feed them to the dogs. Tianyu roared, his eyes glinting with malice, with the aura of the 6th stage of the meridian opening realm surging forth. He charged at Lin Feng, delivering a rapid and forceful kick. So fast. Although the swift wind leg was merely a primary yellow-tier combat technique, Tianyu's execution of it was astonishingly advanced. Lin Feng's expression shifted as he realized the deadly intent behind Tianyu's strike. He sought to evade, yet the vast disparity in strength rendered him uncertain of how to do so. The speed of the kick was simply too swift for him to counter. Damn it! Lin Feng's face turned ashen, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. I have finally regained the opportunity to cultivate once more. My fate should not end like this. Countless thoughts raced through Lin Feng's mind as he silently roared in defiance. In the blink of an eye, his eyes turned blood red, and his fist clenched tightly. 7 injuries fist. Suddenly, Lin Feng shouted fiercely. With unparalleled ferocity, he swung a punch towards Tianyu's rapidly approaching kick. Bang! The collision of fist and leg produced a thunderous sound. Lin Feng staggered backward repeatedly, only managing to stabilize himself after taking 13 steps back. Conversely, Tianyu was forced to retreat 2 steps. He caught it. Lin Feng actually caught it. What kind of technique is this? So domineering. At that moment, astonishment spread across the faces of all present. In a corner of the crowd, Xiao Dong and Gu Yuan's pupils dilated in shock, while the disciples here may not have been aware of the nature of Lin Feng's technique. How could these two not know? You say this 7 injuries fist was taken by this young man just 3 days ago. Indeed, I never anticipated that he would manage to master the first punch of the 7 injuries fist in just 3 days. Xiao Dong and Gu Yuan exchanged brief, astonished glances. While the crowd expressed their surprise, Lin Feng's heart soared with Joy.it worked. In my moment of desperation, I have actually mastered the first punch of the 7 injuries fist. In the span of 3 days, after countless failures, Lin Feng found himself deeply shaken. He never imagined that today, by a stroke of luck, he would actually succeed. A radiant smile gradually spread across his cheeks, illuminating his face with brilliance. However, just as Lin Feng steadied himself, on the other side, Tianyu, after a brief moment of astonishment, lunged at Lin Feng with fervor once more. This time, Tianyu unleashed the fierce eagle claw, his talon slicing through the air as though to rend the very fabric of space itself. The intermediate yellow-grade technique, Fierce Eagle Claw, was far more formidable than the elementary yellow-grade technique, Swift Wind Leg. As Lin Feng beheld the descending claw, his expression changed dramatically. Chapter 19. The Life and Death Battle of Half a Month. 7 Injuries Fist. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and unleashed the first strike of the 7 Injuries Fist once more. His fist collided fiercely with the claw. A grimace crossed Lin Feng's brow as the impact reverberated. Bang! Faced with the overwhelming force of the fierce eagle claw, Lin Feng's body was sent hurtling backward. Crash! He crashed violently to the ground. Gasp! Lin Feng's complexion turned ashen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng, is this all you are capable of? Prepare to die. Tianyu sneered, charging at Lin Feng once more. Damn it, is this the chasm that separates me from a 6th-level meridian opening? Lin Feng, utterly powerless to resist Tianyu's onslaught, clenched his fists tightly. I refuse to accept this. You two brats. Cease this at once. You dare to fight in the weapon pavilion? As Tianyu's attack drew near, a furious shout suddenly rang out. The pavilion master, Gu Yuan, made a swift move, effortlessly intercepting Tianyu's assault. Immediately following, Xiao Dong, the master of the combat pavilion with striking red hair, stood protectively in front of Tianyu. Master Xiao, Master Gu. Upon seeing Xiao Dong and Gu Yuan, Tianyu's expression morphed into one of utter disdain. Masters, are you truly going to stand up for Lin Feng? The Tianyuan sect has regulations against interference in disputes among juniors. Despite facing 2 pavilion masters, Tianyu raised his voice defiantly. I want to stop your fight, but is the weapon pavilion truly a suitable venue for your brawl? Moreover, while the Tianyuan sect does not forbid conflicts among juniors, they must be of comparable strength and mutual consent. Is it reasonable for a 6th-level meridian opener to challenge a 2nd level? At Tianyu's inquiry, Gu Yuan's expression turned icy, and an overwhelming pressure bore down upon Tianyu. Instantly, Tianyu's face paled. Well, Master Gu, you certainly carry a commanding presence. Tianyu chuckled coldly, his gaze then narrowing like that of a venomous serpent as it fixated upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I, Tianyu, formally challenge you that I grant you a month to enhance your strength. In a month, we shall settle this at the Storm Thunder platform. Oh, you dare. Tianyu's voice boomed, resonating clearly among all present. What? A month? How is that even possible? Indeed, how much strength can one realistically gain in merely a month? In the end, won't Lin Feng still lose? Will he even accept the challenge? Tianyu's declaration stirred a wave of murmurs among the crowd, with every gaze now fixated on Lin Feng. Awaiting his response, under the collective scrutiny, Lin Feng slowly shook his head. In the next moment, a glimmer of contempt flashed in the eyes of the onlookers, followed by a realization that Lin Feng's refusal was not entirely unexpected. Heck, coward! Tianyu's response was a cold, derisive laugh, his scorn and mockery laid bare. With that, Tian, you turn to leave to kill you. A month is far too long. I cannot wait in half a month at the Storm Thunder platform. It shall be a life and death battle. Yet at that moment, Lin Feng's resolute voice rang out, clear and unwavering. What? Half a month? A life and death battle? Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, their expressions shifting dramatically. Could it be that Lin Feng had lost his senses? Was there any difference between this and courting death? All eyes converged upon Lin Feng, each reflecting a profound shock. Tian Yu abruptly halted, his expression shifting through a series of emotions. First astonishment, then suspicion, and finally a smirk crept across his face. Ha ha, a life and death battle. Very well, we shall meet at the Storm Thunder platform in half a month. Tian Yu's laughter was filled with derision as he resumed his steps, and soon, his figure vanished from sight. As Tian Yu departed, the onlooking disciples regarded Lin Feng as if he were a fool before gradually dispersing. None could fathom that Lin Feng had audaciously proposed a life and death battle and compressed the timeline to half a month. What was the difference but a death sentence? Beside Lin Feng, Cheng Feng stood in stunned silence. Mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. Young man Lin Feng, express your gratitude to Master Xiao and Master Gu. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng approached Xiao Dong and Gu Yuan, bowing respectfully. Sigh, young man, you are far too impulsive and unaware of your limitations. 15 days? Is that even feasible? Do you even understand your own strength? You're here to select weapons, right? This is the domain of that fellow Gu Yuan. Xiao Dong's words carried a hint of reproach as he sighed softly. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe. Lin Feng, go ahead, registered disciples can only select weapons on the first floor. The weapons on the first floor are all ordinary. Lin Feng, choose wisely this time. Do not act as recklessly as you did in my combat pavilion last time. Understood. Lin Feng nodded politely at the two pavilion masters before stepping inside. His gaze swept rapidly over the array of weapons, swords, sabers, staffs, and spears. All were present in abundance, overwhelming him with their variety. That I shall choose a sword. It is more accessible than other weapons, and the intricacies of swordplay are profound. This sword? At that moment, Lin Feng's pupils constricted as his gaze fell upon a long sword. Typically, swords measure about 1 meter, yet this one was an impressive 1.6 meters in length. The blade was 4 times the width of an ordinary sword, entirely black in hue, lacking any remarkable craftsmanship, yet exuding an aura that was both weighty and ancient. Goodness, this sword is truly ODD. It lacks the lightness and flexibility of a typical long sword, and with this length, it's almost as if it could rival my height. Lin Feng couldn't help but grumble, and he slowly reached for the sword. Gripping the hilt, he called out, "Rise!" With a sudden surge of effort, Lin Feng strained to lift the sword, but it remained utterly immovable. How heavy can this be? I refuse to believe it. Lin Feng steeled himself, gripping the hilt with his right hand and supporting the blade with his left. "Rise!" With a shout, he summoned all his strength. And the 1.6 meter long sword quivered as Lin Feng managed to lift it slightly. Bang! As he set the sword back down, the immense weight caused the ground to tremble slightly. This must weigh at least 2,000 pounds. How can I wield something I can barely lift in battle? I truly wonder what kind of fierce warrior could swing this sword. Forget it. I shall choose another. Lin Feng shook his head with a sigh, directing his gaze elsewhere. Young man, take the Tian Luo Qi Xian sword. Suddenly, a familiar and enchanting female voice echoed unexpectedly in Lin Feng's mind. I at her. He recognized a voice that had resonated within him when he had been urged to purchase the... Lin Feng's body jolted as a wave of anticipation washed over him. Chapter 20. The Tian Luo Qi Xian sword. With no time to ponder, Lin Feng's thoughts raced, and in an instant, his consciousness surged into the illusory crystal. Within the void of the illusory crystal, Lin Feng gazed at the enormous egg before him, feeling an inexplicable tension building within him. I at you. Are you the one speaking to me? As Lin Feng posed the question, he felt his heart racing uncontrollably. Kid, who else could it be if not me speaking to you? She chided. Stop dilly-dallying. Just take down that Tianluo Qi Xian sword already. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Amidst Lin Feng's eager gaze, The girl's voice resounded within the giant egg, filled with a barrage of reprimands that only deepened Lin Feng's embarrassment. Damn it. I've been trying to contact you without success. How was I supposed to know it was you? And now you find me verbose, he muttered under his breath. Then why did you ignore me when I tried to communicate? Sigh. It's not that I didn't want to respond. But I've been too weak lately, spending most of my time in slumber, she replied. By the way, did you absorb the spirit of that spirit wolf, as well as the spirit of the one I killed? Ma Chao, what do you need so many spirits for? Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng hurriedly voiced his confusion. Enough with the nonsense. If I didn't absorb spirit bodies, how could I be here chatting with you? She retorted. Indeed, I need spirit bodies, the more the better. After exchanging a few more words, the clarity of her voice diminished, becoming frail and intermittent, until it finally fell silent. In the void, Lin Feng stood transfixed before the giant egg. Lost in thought, I can't believe it's really you. It seems your power indeed derives from the spirit bodies. What exactly are you? Doubts raced through Lin Feng's mind, leaving him in a state of profound conflict. Letting out a long sigh, he expelled a breath of frustration, withdrawing his consciousness from the illusionary crystal, and his gaze fell once more upon the imposing black longsword, measuring a full meter and 60 centimeters. Tianluo Qi Xian sword, quite an impressive name, he mused. Could this hefty weapon truly be a treasure? But what use would it serve me if I brought it back? Even as a makeshift club, I wouldn't be able to wield it. Standing still, Lin Feng's expression became increasingly conflicted. Well, whatever, I'll figure something out once I get it back. Resolute, Lin Feng rolled up his sleeves and attempted to lift the colossal sword, after a few staggering steps. His face flushed from the effort. No way. This is too heavy. With a thud, he set the sword back on the ground. He then grasped the hilt with both hands and dragged the sword towards the weapon hall. He is coming out. As Lin Feng's silhouette appeared, Cheng Feng exclaimed excitedly what is going on with Lin Feng? Cheng Feng observed Lin Feng struggling to drag a long sword nearly as tall as himself. His confusion palpable. Beside him, Xiao Dong and Gu Yuan were equally astonished. How on earth did this little rascal manage to bring that out? Even Gu Yuan found himself somewhat unsettled by the scene. I selected this long sword from the first floor of the weapon hall. Is there a problem? Lin Feng turned back, looking at Xiao Dong and Gu Yuan with a hint of surprise. No problem at all. But are you certain you can handle that hefty thing? Well, it is heavy, but once my strength increases, I should be able to wield it, right? Lin Feng replied, somewhat defensively. To increase your strength? Have you not realized that using your internal spirit energy to lift that sword is futile? You need pure physical strength to wield it. Gu Yuan chuckled, his words spilling forth like a torrent. Lin Feng listened dumbfounded. What? 2,000 pounds of strength? Purely physical. Am I supposed to ascend to the heavens? His mouth agape. Lin Feng felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Kid, you're something else, Xiao Dong said, chuckling as he gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. You should be chosen wisely. Instead, you drag that back. You ought to reconsider. This sword is too peculiar. No wonder no one chose it. When did it get placed here? Lin Feng stood there, breathing heavily, curiosity etched on his face. I'm not quite sure when exactly. It's just always been there in my memory, Gu Yuan shrugged, helplessly. Always been there. Lin Feng pondered, finding some logic in that. Esteemed masters, Lin Feng spoke softly, drawing the attention of Xiao Dong and Gu Yuan. After careful consideration, I believe I will still choose it. Despite the unspoken skepticism in their gazes, Lin Feng steeled himself and declared his choice. As soon as he spoke, both Xiao Dong and Gu Yuan's faces twitched in disbelief. The room fell silent for a solid 10 seconds. Kid, you're something else, they finally burst out. Hurry up and leave. I am getting annoyed just watching. After a long pause, Xiao Dong could only give Lin Feng a thumbs up. All right then, esteemed masters, Lin Feng replied politely with a smile. Cheng Feng, come help me carry it back. Summoning Cheng Feng, the two of them struggled to lift the Tianluo Qi Xian sword as they staggered away. Xiao Dong and Gu Yuan exchanged glances, a hint of exasperation on their brows. This kid really knows how to stir things up. I bet he'll regret this in a couple of days. They each muttered, shaking their heads in resignation. Clang. Upon returning to their quarters, Lin Feng and Cheng Feng set the Tian Luo Qi sword down with a thud. After Cheng Feng departed, Lin Feng sank onto the bed, exhilarated 0.4 Pei Yuan pills, 13,000 gold coins, and this, Duan Bo's storage bag, he exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he opened Duan Bo's storage bag. Lin Feng's consciousness swept through, swiftly erasing the lingering trace of Duan Bo's spirit. Inside, the space was about 10 square meters, cluttered with an array of items, pots, bowls, and even some stinky socks. Lin Feng was surprised to find several sets of women's clothing among the mix, but he pulled them out one by one, noting the vibrant colors. Red, blue, white, pink, everything was there. What the heck? Have these all been worn? What kind of fetish does Duan Bo have? Chapter 21. The 10,000 Demon Mountain range. As he picked up a dainty piece of clothing, Lin Feng's gaze lingered on its elegant curves. "And this size isn't too small either," he remarked, his face contorted in distaste as he carelessly tossed the garments into a corner of the bed. There are 2 more Pei Yuan pills in this storage bag. And 100,000 gold coins? Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. As he pulled everything out, his room was filled with a dazzling pile of gold coins, shimmering brightly. The 4 directions Tianyuan fist. A high-level yellow-ranked battle technique. This is quite good. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, placing it among the heap of gold coins that at it. After meticulously searching again and finding nothing of value, Lin Feng exhaled a long sigh of disappointment. He then stepped outside the courtyard barrier and discarded all of Duan Bo's miscellaneous items. Damn, this storage bag is much cleaner now. With this, going out in the future will be much more convenient. Lin Feng hung the storage bag at his waist, nodding contentedly. Time to head back and sort through my spoils. As Lin Feng slowly turned, his gaze fell upon the pile of Duan Bo's discarded items, and his brow furrowed slightly. What's this? His eyes caught sight of a half-torn map made for what seemed to be some kind of beast hide. Could it possibly be a treasure map? Lin Feng picked it up, contemplating a possibility. After a careful examination, he decided to stow it away in his storage bag. Subsequently, Lin Feng began to search through the heap of miscellaneous items that had been dumped out. And after confirming that there were no treasures left, he returned to his room, 0.6 Pei Yuan Dan, 113,000 gold coins, and a high-level yellow-grade combat technique. The 4 directions heavenly origin fist, this time. He truly struck it rich. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, setting aside the 6 Pei Yuan Dan, while the rest of the items were hastily placed into his storage bag. Sitting cross-legged, he took 1 Pei Yuan Dan and placed it in his mouth. 6 Pei Yuan Dan should, without a doubt, be sufficient for a practitioner at the opening vein stage to break through 2 realms, right? He murmured softly, his eyes narrowing slightly as he entered a state of cultivation. The Pei Yuan Dan was swallowed, transforming into strands of pure spiritual energy that were ravenously devoured by the parched phantom essence crystal. 1, 2, 5, 6. Within a mere 6 minutes, all 6 Pei Yuan Dan had been completely refined by Lin Feng. The speed was astonishing. Typically, these 6 Pei Yuan Dan would sustain a practitioner at the opening vein stage for over 30 days. As he slowly opened his eyes, Lin Feng's face bore no trace of anticipated joy. Instead, his brows were tightly furrowed. Despite having refined 6 Pei Yuan Dan, he not only failed to break through, but still felt the emptiness in his dantian, which was filled with the phantom essence crystal. What a joke! 6 whole Pei Yuan Dan only filled a third of his dantian. At that moment, even Lin Feng was somewhat dumbfounded to fill the remaining 2/3 and break through to the 3rd opening vein stage. Wouldn't he need at least 12 Pei Yuan Dan? By that reckoning, to advance from the 2nd to the 3rd opening vein stage, he would require a staggering 18 Pei Yuan Dan. Damn, phantom essence crystal. Are you kidding me? In that instant, Lin Feng lost his composure entirely. His eyes widened, and his expression transformed into a spectacle of emotions. Is someone coming? One of them should be Cheng Feng, but who is the other? Just as Lin Feng was on the verge of wanting to drag the phantom essence crystal out and give it a good beating, he sensed 2 individuals had already crossed the barrier of the small courtyard and entered. Lin Feng, brother. Amidst his doubts, Cheng Feng's voice rang out. Lin Feng stood up and opened the door, seeing Cheng Feng approaching with a knowing smile on his face. Cheng Li, upon noticing Cheng Li accompanying Cheng Feng. A look of surprise crossed Lin Feng's face. Interesting, this girl has come too. Lin Feng, brother, I have good news for you today. Lin Feng's eyes brightened slightly. Come in and have a seat, inviting the two to sit at the wooden table in his room. Lin Feng poured each of them a cup of tea. Cheng Li, aren't you going to thank brother Lin Feng? Cheng Feng took a sip of tea and turned to Cheng Li. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, upon hearing this, repeatedly waved his hand, thinking, what? Ask this girl to say thank you. Are you joking? Thank you, brother Lin Feng. However, in the next moment, Cheng Li bit her lip and her melodious voice rang out unexpectedly. Did she really say it? Lin Feng's gaze suddenly fixated on Cheng Li's delicate face. Immediately, his eyes filled with disbelief, and his expression was one of utter astonishment. This girl, her attitude has changed so quickly. Lin Feng, brother, my sister and I plan to train in the 10,000 Beast Forest. Moreover, I have learned some good news. There's a place in the 10,000 Beast mountain range that has Bai Yuan spirit milk. That Bai Yuan spirit milk is a gift from the heavens to us practitioners. A precious treasure, that Bai Yuan spirit milk. As soon as Cheng Feng spoke these words, Lin Feng's heart jolted violently. He knew very well what Bai Yuan spirit milk was, in essence condensed from the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, with energy that is extraordinarily pure. However, brother Lin Feng, there is a fierce flame lion at the third opening vein stage guarding that place. If we join forces, we will surely be able to handle it with ease. Brother, why do we need to join forces with him? Just the two of us siblings can easily take down that beast. Cheng Li pouted, clearly displeased at the notion of sharing the spoils. Cheng Li, what are you saying? Brother Lin Feng isn't an outsider. He is also your brother. Under Cheng Feng's admonishment, Cheng Li pouted her lips and fell silent. Brother Lin Feng, this girl is just a bit naive. Please don't take offense. The 10,000 Beast mountain range is fraught with danger, so it would be good for us to go together for mutual support. I don't know of brother Lin Feng. Moreover, brother Lin Feng, you still have a life-and-death duel with Tianyu ahead. With Bai Yuan spirit milk, your strength will be able to, looking at the somewhat awkward Cheng Feng and the sincerity in his eyes. Lin Feng smiled faintly. He didn't care much about Cheng Li, but he understood Cheng Feng's intentions very well. All right, then let us go together. I truly thank you, brother Cheng Feng. Good, let us prepare and set off shortly. Lin Feng and Cheng Feng exchanged knowing smiles. However, at that moment, Cheng Li's gaze fell upon a pile of women's intimate garments in the corner of Lin Feng's bedside. Lin Feng, how come you have so many women's intimate garments? Oh no, how could I have forgotten about this? Cheng Li's voice suddenly rang out, and Lin Feng's face turned a vivid shade of crimson in an instant. Chapter 22. Setting off. No, you must have misseen. That's just a rag I bought recently for cleaning the table. I could see that moment. Lin Feng was somewhat flustered. Although the items belonged to Duan Bo, they were indeed here. Lin Feng knew full well that he was in deep trouble. He hurriedly got up and dashed toward the pile of glaring items. However, compared to Lin Feng, Cheng Li was even faster. Reaching it first, she grabbed the pile of intimate garments. Blue, red, white, pink. Lin Feng, you certainly have a variety of tastes. Dantian, and these are used. Lin Feng, is this the rag you said you bought for cleaning the table? At this moment, Cheng Li looked at Lin Feng with a face full of disdain. A half smile playing on her lips. Yes. What's wrong with that? It's made of cotton. It works well for cleaning. In that instant, Lin Feng's face turned beet red with embarrassment. Resigned, Lin Feng decided to face the music and spoke defiantly. Works well. Then why don't you demonstrate it for me? Show me how it works? Cheng Li then directly held up a palm-sized pair of pants in front of Lin Feng. Use this to clean the table? At that moment, Lin Feng was nearly choked by Cheng Li's audacious gesture. Just then, Cheng Li's brow slightly furrowed. What? Why does this look so familiar? Aren't these the ones I misplaced a while ago? Cheng Li suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes fixated directly on Lin Feng's face. That unusual gaze made Lin Feng's heart skip a beat, and his mind buzzed. What? Yours? Lin Feng, like a wolf with its tail, stepped on. Nearly jumped in shock. Pervert! In an instant, Cheng Li's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes filled with a mix of shame and anger. Smack! The next second, Cheng Li delivered a resounding slap to Lin Feng's cheek. Following that, in a huff, she stormed out of Lin Feng's room, leaving the courtyard. Feeling the fiery sting on his cheek, Lin Feng stood there, stunned as if struck by lightning that, Brother Ching Feng, if I told you these items were found in Duan Bo's storage bag, would you believe me? Regarding the intimate garments of his siblings appearing in his room, Lin Feng felt an undeniable embarrassment as he gazed at Ching Feng. Overcome with awkwardness, he finally managed to speak. After a brief moment of astonishment, Ching Feng, with a serious demeanor, addressed Lin Feng. Outside the small courtyard of the Tianyuan sect, the black feather eagle let out a resounding cry. On its back stood Ching Feng and Cheng Li. Lin Feng emerged from the courtyard, burdened with the nearly height equivalent Tianluo Qixuan sword strapped to his back, his steps unsteady and labored. Could you hurry up? Why can't you leave that useless thing at home? You're just asking for trouble. I truly don't understand your thought process. Cheng Li urged impatiently, her brows furrowed. That I'm quite willing. What's wrong with exercising? Lin Feng retorted, rolling his eyes as he climbed onto the black feather eagle with Cheng Feng's assistance. With a soft huff from Cheng Li, the four-layered spirit beast, the black feather eagle, flapped its massive wings and soared into the sky, heading swiftly towards the distant horizon. The Wanyao Forest, located in the far east of the Weian Empire, lies beyond which is the great Chu dynasty. The south of the Weian Empire is the Tianyuan sect, while the Wanjian sect is positioned to the northeast. In terms of distance, both the Tianyuan sect and Wanjian sect are nearly equidistant from the Wanyao Forest. Each day, countless disciples from both sects venture into the Wanyao Forest for training, and due to their antagonistic relations, conflicts are ever present. As they race through the air, an unusual silence enveloped the three on the back of the black feather eagle. Cheng Li pouted, observing the rapidly retreating scenery, while Lin Feng busied himself perusing the high-level yellow-tier martial technique, the Four Directions Tianyuan Fist, which he had acquired from Duan Bo. The Four Directions Tianyuan Fist embodies an exceedingly domineering close combat style, emphasizing bold and expansive movements. Its core principle revolves around a single word: power. The philosophy behind this martial art is that, regardless of circumstances, everything ultimately succumbs to absolute strength. This technique suits my nature. I find it quite appealing that if there's anything that can't be resolved with one punch, then two punches or perhaps three. Lin Feng mused, engrossed in studying the Four Directions Tianyuan Fist. He also recalled his insights into the Blood Demon Kill and the Seven Injuries Fist, neither of which he neglected. Although the Blood Demon Kill has a significant period of weakness, its fierce nature serves as an excellent trump card for Lin Feng's survival and ambush tactics. The Seven Injuries Fist, in certain respects, is even more tyrannical than the Four Directions Tianyuan Fist, as it is suited for decisive, singular strikes rather than prolonged engagements. Lost in his martial comprehension, 2 days passed quietly. As noon approached, the blazing sun cast its fiery rays down upon them. Lin Feng, brother, we've arrived. There lies the Wanyao Forest. Cheng Feng's voice jolted Lin Feng from his concentration on martial techniques. Lin Feng lifted his gaze, taking in the ancient trees towering above, the dense forest extending infinitely into the distance, punctuated by the occasional thunderous roars of beasts. Let us descend here. Boarding the black feather eagle within the Wanyao Forest would undoubtedly attract the attention of formidable beasts and cultivators. Cheng Feng advised. Indeed, your foresight is commendable, brother Cheng Feng. In the Wanyao Forest, opportunities and dangers coexist. Point 1, must be wary of powerful beasts, for at times, humans can be even more terrifying than the monsters themselves. Lin Feng replied with a slight smile and a nod. Little Black, descend. Cheng Feng gently patted the black feather eagle's head, which complied and landed in a relatively concealed thicket within the Wanyao Forest. Brother, what's that smell? Cheng Li inquired. Shalili, be quiet. This is the Wanyao Forest, where danger lurks at every corner. Cheng Feng cautioned that you smell that, brother Cheng Feng, the scent of blood. The trio leapt from the back of the black feather eagle, landing on the yellow earth scattered with patches of grass. Despite the blazing sun overhead, an involuntary shiver ran through them as the area lay desolate. Brother, look over there. A dead person. Cheng Li's voice trembled with fear. Lin Feng and Cheng Feng followed her gaze to see a headless girl in a simple dress sprawled on the ground, a large expanse of blood staining the earth beneath her. Let us investigate, Lin Feng said, swallowing hard as they cautiously approached the corpse of the girl in the white dress. As they drew closer, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the headless body, his brow furrowing slightly. Something felt amiss. Her heart had seemingly vanished without a trace. Moreover, her head appeared to have been violently torn away by some force. Lin Feng scanned the surroundings, muttering to himself. His attention was drawn to a patch of grass stained with blood. Frowning slightly, he slowly approached the bloodied thicket. "Brother Lin Feng, where are you going?" Cheng Feng asked. "Brother, leave him be. If he seeks excitement, let him have it. Besides, his strength is formidable. Even Duan Bo of the four-layered opening is no match for him. So there's no need for concern," Cheng Li said, tugging at Cheng Feng, her pale face revealing a hint of trepidation towards the unknown. Lin Feng stepped into the thicket, emerging moments later with a blood-soaked head in hand. As he did, the spirit of the girl was instantly absorbed into Lin Feng's body, subsequently devoured by the massive egg within the illusory Yuan crystal. "She has just died, and this place is quite eerie. We must tread carefully. We should leave quickly. Danger may arise," Lin Feng said, maintaining a calm demeanor as he assisted the egg in consuming the girl's spirit, before addressing Cheng Feng and Cheng Li earnestly. "All right, Brother Lin Feng, let's hurry," Cheng Feng agreed. However, just as Cheng Feng nodded in agreement, a sudden, thunderous roar of a beast echoed through the AIS of the earth-splitting bear. "Brother Lin Feng, hide," Cheng Feng warned. Before their eyes, a 2-meter-tall bear charged forth, its face twisted with ferocity, sharp fangs stained with crimson blood as it pounded its chest and rushed towards Lin Feng. As the scene unfolded, both Cheng Feng and Cheng Li's expressions changed dramatically. With a deafening whoosh, the earth-splitting bear swiped at Lin Feng, but a pang of alarm surged within Lin Feng as he swiftly lowered the Tian Luo Qixuan sword strapped to his back, evading the bear's strike with the agility of a monkey. An earth-splitting bear, 3-layered opening. Lin Feng squinted at the frenzied bear, its eyes ablaze with bloodlust and brutality, realizing its strength. Meanwhile, Cheng Feng clenched his fists tightly to Li Li. The 3-layered earth-splitting bear possesses combat power comparable to that of a 4-layered opening cultivator. Nearing the threshold of the 5-layered opening's initial stage. "Wait here. I'll assist Brother Lin Feng." "Brother, why do you care so much? He's the one seeking trouble. Moreover, he's quite sneaky. Let him face some hardship," Cheng Li retorted, her teeth gritting in frustration at the thought of discovering her intimate garments in Lin Feng's room. "Hey, brother, you—" Yet before Cheng Li could finish her sentence, Cheng Feng had already drawn his sword and charged at the earth-splitting bear. With a swift motion, Cheng Feng's sword sliced through the air, aimed directly at the bear's massive form. "Wow, Brother Cheng Feng, well done!" Lin Feng exclaimed, retreating to stand beside Cheng Li, clapping and cheering. "Lin Feng, what are you doing standing there? My brother's going to help you, and you are just—" Cheng Li's eyes widened in disbelief at Lin Feng's demeanor. "Wow. Brother Cheng Feng, so valiant," Cheng Li exclaimed, yet Lin Feng paid her no heed, focusing instead on the battle unfolding before him. "Brother Cheng Feng, I leave this giant to you. I'm not his match, so I'll take a breather. All right, Brother Lin Feng, you rest. Later, I'll treat you to bear meat." Once again, a few rounds of fierce confrontation ensued, and Cheng Feng grew ever more valiant in battle. Listening to Cheng Feng's retort, Lin Feng exchanged knowing glances with the nearby Cheng Li, a smug smile gracing his lips. "Lin Feng, ew." Lin Feng's demeanor was not lost on Cheng Li. She was well aware that he was deliberately trying to provoke her. In an instant, Cheng Li's expression darkened, her fists clenching with an audible crack. In response, Lin Feng merely smiled faintly, whistling as he turned his head away. "Ha! You think you can escape unscathed?" Lin Feng reveled inwardly in his triumph. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, his eyes never straying far from the ongoing battle, ever prepared to join the fray. Despite his playful banter, Lin Feng would never gamble with Cheng Feng's safety. Should Cheng Feng falter, Lin Feng would rush to his aid without hesitation, with a resounding clang. The long sword in Cheng Feng's hand sang as it left a deep gash across the back of the earth-shattering bear. Roar! The beast let out a thunderous roar, its blood-red eyes gleaming with a savage hunger. "Filthy beast, perish!" The pursuit wind sword technique, pursuit wind. Unfazed by the enraged, earth-shattering bear, Cheng Feng pressed the attack, executing a magnificent strike that cleaved through the I. In the next moment, he leapt into the air, his sword piercing directly through the bear's throat. Brother, splendid. With a fatal blow delivered, the earth-shattering bear collapsed, and Chung Li, brimming with excitement, leapt into the air. Lin Feng. I assent, my brother impressive. You struggled against Duan Bo of the fourth opening. Yet here you are, terrified by a mere beast. In my defense, I'm only at the second opening stage. What is there to be ashamed of? Chung Li retorted, if you are at the second opening, why don't you take on the beast yourself? True, I did defeat Duan Bo of the fourth opening, but you witnessed the struggle. Did you expect me to use that egg-stealing kick on this earth-shattering bear? Girl, this bear is a female. How could I possibly strike it? Lin Feng rolled his eyes at Chung Li's scorn, his audacious remarks spilling forth without restraint. Chung Li's eyes widened in disbelief, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Lin Feng, you pervert! Overcome with a mix of anger and embarrassment, Chung Li's chest heaved dramatically as she raised her hand to slap Lin Feng's cheek. Anticipating her move, Lin Feng adeptly dodged to the side. It seems this is the extent of your skills. Come on, can you even touch me? Lin Feng, you scoundrel! Chung Li's face turned a shade of fury as she stomped her feet in frustration. Meanwhile, Lin Feng approached the now lifeless, earth-shattering bear, gently placing his right hand atop its massive head. In an instant, the bear's spirit was drawn into the colossal egg within Lin Feng's body. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, whatever you are, since you require a spirit, I shall provide it. I hope your presence becomes an opportunity, bringing me unexpected fortune. Chapter 24. Meeting Lu Ming with a sharp crack. Lin Feng delivered a powerful strike to the bear's head, extracting a deep blue beast crystal on the other side. Chung Feng was also busy, swiftly stripping the bear of its entire hide, after efficiently processing the bear's flesh. A fire blazed, roasting the meat to a golden crisp, its aroma wafting invitingly. The three indulged in a delightful feast. Subsequently, they resumed their journey towards the location where the Bai Yuan spirit milk was rumored to be found. Along the way, under the astonished gazes of Chung Li and Chung Feng, Lin Feng sprinted madly with the colossal Tian Luo Qi Xian sword slung over his back, as if possessed, bounding forward with reckless abandon. Exhausted and panting, he would take brief rest before continuing his mad dash, a second opening stage black sand python. Chung Feng, allow me to handle this. You take a breather, Lin Feng shouted, dodging left and right under the ferocious assault of the python. Honing the four directions heaven origin fist he had acquired from Duan Bo brother, see, his strength is merely adequate. Against this mindless beast, his true combat power is only around the third opening stage. Mindless beast? Chung Li's disdainful words echoed. As Chung Feng recalled Lin Feng's victory over Duan Bo, his mouth agape in disbelief. Li, that's enough. Lin Feng's combat prowess is indeed commendable. Can you fight beyond your level? Can you defeat a practitioner at the third opening stage with your second opening stage strength? The battle continued. Lin Feng not rushing to kill the black sand python, but rather using its fierce attacks to practice both the four directions heaven origin fist and the seven injuries fist, until the python was too exhausted to continue. Only then did Lin Feng pierce its body with a single strike, that he then skillfully absorbed the python's spirit and extracted its beast crystal. As they pressed on, any beast at the first or second opening stage they encountered became a target for Lin Feng's training. When faced with a beast at the third opening stage, Lin Feng rather cunningly urged Chung Feng to take the lead. Chung Li naturally pouted in disdain. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Feng, with the Tian Luo Qi Xian sword on his back, had been tirelessly running and engaging in fierce battles against the beasts. His understanding of blood demon kill deepened, and his execution of the seven injuries fist and four directions heaven origin fist grew increasingly proficient. Lin Feng, in half a day's time, we shall arrive at the location of the Bai Yuan spirit milk. Upon hearing Chung Feng's words, Lin Feng's eyes brightened. With the Tian Luo Qi Xian sword slung over his back, he once again entered full sprint mode. Damn it, how could that beast escape? Indeed, a third opening stage three-eyed sword-toothed tiger. Its hide and teeth are both valuable assets. Such a pity! As they walked, a series of frustrated voices echoed nearby. Lin Feng abruptly halted, his brow furrowing slightly. That voice? Could it be him? Recognizing the deeply etched voice in his memory, Lin Feng's expression darkened considerably. Lin Feng, what troubles you? There are people ahead. It could lead to trouble. We should take a detour. Cheng Feng and Cheng Li approached Lin Feng, who had come to a standstill. Cheng Feng frowned and spoke up. Cheng Feng, you and Cheng Li wait here. I shall return shortly. With that, Lin Feng, his face grim, strode purposefully forward. Sigh, Lin Feng, where are you going? Brother, ignore him. Who knows what madness he is up to? Hey, brother, where are you going? As Lin Feng continued on, Cheng Li, noticing Cheng Feng following, hurried to keep pace. Moments later, four disciples clad in the attire of the Wan Jian sect appear before them. Disciples of the Wan Jian sect, Cheng Li's expression shifted to one of deep caution upon seeing the group. Her gaze quickly turned to Lin Feng, having learned from Cheng Feng that he was once a disciple of the Wan Jian sect. All along, the Wan Jian sect had been arch-rivals with the Tian Yuan sect. Cheng Li remained uncertain of Lin Feng's relationship with these four individuals. Ha! Lu Ming, it truly is you. Recognizing the familiar figure from his memories, Lin Feng's countenance grew even darker. He recalled the myriad of humiliations inflicted by Lu Ming during his time at the Wan Jian sect, the day he was cast out, and the relentless scorn he had endured. Lin Feng vividly remembered the excruciating pain as his ribs were shattered by Lu Ming's assault, the deep-seated anguish etched into his very being. The taunts and contempt had left an indelible mark on his heart, and now, standing before Lu Ming, Lin Feng's emotions were palpable. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. 1 at the peak of the fourth opening stage and 3 at the third opening stage. Lin Feng, brother, what is your relation to them? Although Cheng Feng had reached the 5th level of the meridian opening realm, at this moment, as he gazed at the four individuals before him, his brows furrowed tightly. The leader among them was Ming, a youth with a menacing scar across his face, who possessed the peak strength of the 4th level of the meridian opening realm. Sensing Ming's aura, Cheng Feng understood clearly that Ming had already 1 foot in the 5th level of meridian opening and would soon achieve a breakthrough. Consequently, Ming's combat prowess far surpassed that of Duan Bo, who had previously been defeated by Lin Feng using the steel egg kick. The arrival of Lin Feng and his companions immediately attracted the attention of Ming and his cohorts, who were visibly agitated. When Ming's gaze fell upon Lin Feng, his pupils noticeably contracted. Lin Feng, is it you? Your dantian was destroyed, yet you have managed to cultivate again. You've joined the Tian Yuan sect, and even reached the 2nd level of meridian opening? Ming murmured, and instantly, the eyes of the other 3 were fixated on Lin Feng, that a myriad of expressions surfaced on the faces of Ming's group, and the atmosphere turned oppressive. Haha, so it's that waste who dared to flirt with Zhao Xuexia of our Tian Yuan sect? How audacious, to even harbor improper thoughts about senior brother Yi Kuin's girlfriend. Since we didn't eliminate him completely last time, this time, we shall thoroughly incapacitate him, not only destroying his dantian, but also severing his hands and feet. Let's see how he cultivates then, and those 2 should be dealt with as well. The girl is quite pleasant to the eye. We won't need to cut off her limbs. Let's just sell her to a brothel after having her fun. For a moment, derisive laughter echoed, and the predatory gazes of Ming's group roamed over Cheng Li's developing figure without any pretense. In an instant, Cheng Li's complexion turned pale. She was acutely aware that although her brother was at the 5th level of meridian opening, he faced Ming, who had already stepped into the 5th level, along with 3 others at the 3rd level, that if a confrontation ensued, Cheng Li knew full well that their side would surely lose. Chapter 25. Spirit-devouring powder. Haha. Ming, you wish to incapacitate us? Yet, amidst the stifling atmosphere, Lin Feng suddenly erupted into a maniacal laughter. Clenching his fists tightly, he then turned to Cheng Feng with a beaming smile. Brother Cheng Feng, you. As Lin Feng spoke softly, recalling the characteristic smile he had previously worn when urging Cheng Feng to fight, Cheng Li's heart began to race with anxiety. This guy, does he intend to use my brother as a shield? Brother Lin Feng, leave it to me, Cheng Feng declared, drawing forth his long sword with determination etched across his face, ready for battle. Brother Cheng Feng, you all should retreat. Leave them to me. I shall personally slay these rascals. What? The moment Lin Feng's words left his mouth, Everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. Cheng-Li was particularly taken aback, unable to fathom that the previously shameless Lin Feng would utter such words at such a critical juncture. "Lin Feng, you!" Cheng-Li exclaimed softly, her eyes reflecting astonishment as she beheld Lin Feng charging towards El Ming and his companions like a fierce tiger. "Brother Lin Feng, I shall assist you." Meanwhile, Cheng Feng stood shoulder to shoulder with Cheng-Li, gripping his long sword tightly as he witnessed Lin Feng stepping forward. "El Ming, long time no see." Lin Feng squinted, his smile vanishing in an instant. The hatred he harbored for El Ming ignited a fiery redness in his eyes. As he swung a fist, it appeared to be a mere physical confrontation, yet after days of battling against formidable beasts, this punch, though simple, was imbued with a certain undeniable might that, Lin Feng, I must admit, that punch of yours carries some weight. It seems you've made significant progress during this time. But if that is all you have, then today will not be about you killing me, but rather, it shall be I who extinguishes you. El Ming's eyes narrowed as he delivered a cold laugh in response to Lin Feng's fierce attack. The two fists collided with a resounding thud. At that moment, Cheng-Li, Cheng Feng, and the other three outer disciples of the Wanjian sect focused their attention on the battle unfolding between Lin Feng and El Ming. Cheng Feng felt a surge of anxiety, while the three disciples from the Wanjian sect wore expressions of disdain and confidence. With a buzz, a myriad of thoughts raced through their minds as the fists clashed, forcing Lin Feng and El Ming apart. The tremendous force caused Lin Feng to grunt as he staggered back 8 steps before finally stabilizing himself, while El Ming retreated 4 steps. What? He actually withstood it. The scene rendered the previously derisive smiles of the three Wanjian sect disciples frozen in shock. They had never anticipated that the waste they had looked down upon possessed such formidable strength. To withstand El Ming's strike, despite being at the second level of meridian opening, was beyond their comprehension. Lin Feng, how can your strength be so formidable? In that moment, even El Ming's expression turned grim. He was acutely aware of Lin Feng's capabilities. This fellow, despite being merely at the second level of meridian opening, possessed strength that rivaled the 4th level. Were it not for El Ming having 1 foot in the 5th level, he would have found it challenging to contend with Lin Feng. Brother Lin Feng, well done. Initially taken aback, Cheng Feng soon erupted into laughter upon witnessing Lin Feng withstand El Ming's strike. Even Cheng-Li looked at Lin Feng with newfound admiration. "Brother Lin Feng, I shall join you. Together, let us slay these 4 scoundrels from the Wanjian sect." Cheng Feng, possessing the strength of the 5th level of meridian opening, though not particularly outstanding, was still a competent fighter. Alone, he would stand no chance against El Ming and the 3 disciples at the 3rd level. However, witnessing Lin Feng's extraordinary power rekindled his confidence. With determination in his heart and sword in hand, Cheng Feng charged towards El Ming, while the 3 outer disciples of the Wanjian sect hastily joined El Ming, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. "Tio slay me. Such audacity." El Ming's face darkened as he regarded Cheng Feng's approach, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Soon after, a cruel smile crept onto his lips. "Look out!" Cheng Feng quickly dodged. Just then, Lin Feng, whose gaze had remained fixed on El Ming, suddenly changed countenance, observing the strange expression on El Ming's face. An ominous thought crept into his mind, prompting him to shout, "Swish, swish, swish." In that instant, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the air as El Ming unleashed a dozen black needles, propelled by his spiritual energy, hurtling towards Lin Feng and Cheng Feng with terrifying speed. Hearing Lin Feng's warning, Cheng Feng instinctively dodged desperately to the side. The ominous needles glinted with a sinister sheen as they whizzed perilously close to Lin Feng. Through sheer effort, Lin Feng narrowly evaded them, though his heart remained unsettled. Turning back, he cast a worried glance at Cheng Feng, who was not far behind. Puff! One of the dark needles sliced through the air, piercing Cheng Feng's chest with a sickening sound. In that moment, Lin Feng's pupils constricted, as if time had frozen. In his gaze, he saw Cheng Feng's brow furrowed. Within mere moments, Cheng Feng's complexion darkened, a look of agony etched upon his face. Then he collapsed backward onto the hard, yellow earth. It was evident that the black needles El Ming had launched were poisoned. Deadly poison at that. Cheng Feng, no. Upon witnessing Cheng Feng's fall, Lin Feng erupted as if possessed, letting out a long howl that echoed through the sky. Rage surged upon his face, his fists clenched tightly, cracking with intensity. El Ming, you shall pay for this. Lin Feng, oh dear, I am utterly terrified. What's wrong? Are you angry? Allow me to inform you that these black needles are exquisite treasures purchased at a hefty price by my dear LV Ming. Oh, you have any idea what they are coated with? The nightmares of all cultivators, a highly lethal poison known as spirit-devouring powder. Once this poison enters a cultivator's body, there is virtually no remedy. It will consume and devastate their spiritual energy. Bones, flesh, meridians, and even their dantian. Lin Feng, it won't be long before your dear brother meets a painful demise in his struggles. Chapter 26. Wounded, a sinister laughter echoed throughout the space, emanating from LV Ming. He sneered, "Kill me, Lin Feng. How could you possibly achieve that? Do you think you could defeat the four of us?" At that moment, Lin Feng's face turned ashen, each of LV Ming's words striking him like heavy stones to the heart. "LV Ming, you have become more despicable and shameless than ever," Lin Feng retorted, a chilling smile creeping across his face, one that sent shivers down spines. In the next instant, Lin Feng sprang into action, his foot striking the ground with a thunderous sound that reverberated in the hearts of those present. He moved like a ferocious tiger, delivering punch after punch towards LV Ming. 4 Direction's heavenly origin fist. Lin Feng declared, unleashing the advanced yellow tier martial technique. The sounds of their battle filled the air, punches colliding with resounding force. Lin Feng's strikes were domineering, direct, and swift, under the relentless tide of his assault. LV Ming's brows furrowed slightly. "Brother Lin Feng, you truly are formidable. Your mastery of the 4 Directions' heavenly origin fist has evidently progressed. In just a few days, you have brought it to such a level. I have heard that Duan Bo took 2 months to grasp this technique initially." Though Cheng Feng lay on the ground, his eyes remained keenly fixed on the battle unfolding before him. "Brother, don't say that. What good is mastering just the 4 Directions' heavenly origin fist? Ultimately, won't it all lead to defeat? Won't it lead to death? Brother, we're finished, utterly finished." In that moment, Cheng Li embraced Cheng Feng, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. If Brother Lin Feng could also wield the 7 Injuries fist, if he mastered the second punch, escaping should not pose a problem, let alone defeating them. "Brother, don't be foolish. The 7 Injuries fist has a well-known difficulty in cultivation within the Heavenly Origin sect. How many disciples can reach the second punch in their lifetime? How long has Lin Feng possessed this technique? A month? No, barely 20 days? Cheng Li's face was filled with despair, and Cheng Feng's gaze gradually dimmed. "Sigh, Lily, you must go to I am but a dying man. Do not concern yourself with me. No, brother, even if death awaits, I will face it alongside you." Cheng Li clutched Cheng Feng's hand tightly, her hot tears falling onto his cheek. Under Lin Feng's tempestuous onslaught, LV Ming's brow knitted slightly. Lin Feng, I could truly underestimated you. Mastering such a formidable technique, but soon I shall trample you underfoot and seize your technique, allowing you to taste my martial arts. The great sun pursuing wind palm. With a sinister laugh, LV Ming unleashed a terrifying martial technique. As their fists met, it was evident that the pressure on Lin Feng had dramatically increased. Lin Feng emitted muffled grunts, his fists feeling numb, retreating step by step. "What are you 3 gawking at? Make it quick! Do you not wish to play with women anymore? What Brother LV Ming says is true. We cannot keep such a charming girl waiting." The 3 members of the 10,000 Swords sect, upon hearing this, fixated their gazes on the tearful Cheng Li, their eyes filled with lewd intentions. Shameless, cough, 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 lying on the ground. Cheng Feng's face flushed with rage, and Cheng Li's cheeks turned pale in that instant. Gripping a sharp dagger, a fierce determination glimmered in her eyes. Clang, 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 clang. The piercing sound of swords being drawn resonated as the 3 from the 10,000 Swords sect brandished their long swords, collaborating with LV Ming to encircle Lin Feng. "Kill!" LV Ming bellowed, their faces twisted with malice as they slashed their swords toward Lin Feng. Swish! LV Ming's sword was particularly swift, aimed directly at Lin Feng's head. The perilous moment caused Cheng Feng to breathe rapidly, his fists involuntarily clenching tightly. The seven injuries fist. In response, Lin Feng's eyes widened, a fierce light igniting within them. He locked on one of the 10,000 Swords sect disciples, who was approaching him with a sword. At the third level of the opening veins realm, point seven injuries fist. First punch. With a thunderous roar, the illusory crystal within Lin Feng resonated, and a torrent of fiery, violent spiritual energy surged forth, raging within his body. The crimson energy enveloped him, transforming Lin Feng into a war god emerging from the depths of hell, emanating an eerie aura. In the next instant, Lin Feng moved. Channeling all his energy, he evaded the deadly sword aimed at his head. He then charged toward the 10,000 Swords sect disciple he had been fixating on. The first punch of the seven injuries fist was unparalleled, striking with an unstoppable momentum directly towards the disciple's head. Bang! The head shattered, blood splattering everywhere. The crimson liquid stained Lin Feng's garments as he recalled the humiliations and taunts suffered at the hands of the 10,000 Swords sect in the past. The thrill of blood awakened a more sinister expression on Lin Feng's face. With a mere thought, he absorbed the spiritual essence of the fallen disciple. Just then, LV Ming's sword, aimed at Lin Feng's head, missed its mark as he swiftly adjusted his technique, angling the long sword in even more treacherous trajectory toward Lin Feng's heart. Thud! Lin Feng hurriedly dodged, but the sound of the sword piercing flesh resonated as LV Ming's blade pierced through Lin Feng's shoulder. The bloodied tip emerging from his back. Drops of crimson blood trickled down. LV Ming, today, you shall all perish. With blood on his lips, Lin Feng grinned menacingly, disregarding the sword lodged in his shoulder as he charged directly at LV Ming. Seven injuries fist. Lin Feng let out a thunderous roar, and in the instant he charged towards Lu Ming, the long sword that had pierced his shoulder swiftly burrowed deeper into his flesh. Emerging from his back, the blade fully embedded itself within him, its hilt pressing against his shoulder. Once again, with a domineering fist, he aimed a powerful strike at Lu Ming's head, witnessing a fellow disciple being obliterated by that blow. Lu Ming's brows furrowed, and he immediately relinquished his grip on the sword. Hastily retreating, Lu Ming withdrew. Lin Feng's blood-red eyes swiftly turned to the other two disciples of the three meridians, both also at the third stage of opening the meridians. Employing the seven injuries fist once more, Lin Feng shattered one of their skulls. In that fleeting moment, the spirit of the fallen disciple of the Swords sect was consumed. In the blink of an eye, two disciples of the three meridians had perished. The last remaining disciple, along with Lu Ming, gazed upon Lin Feng, who resembled a harbinger of death, their expressions darkening with dread. They could hardly fathom that the individual they once derided and mocked would possess such terrifying combat prowess. Cooperate with me. Let us eliminate him, Lu Ming whispered to his companion, his expression grim, shedding his previous disdain for Lin Feng. With all his might, Lu Ming launched an assault against Lin Feng. The three engaged in a fierce battle, dust and debris swirling around them. Although Lin Feng's strength took Lu Ming by surprise, Lu Ming was no slouch either when he fought earnestly. Lin Feng, if this is all you've got, then prepare to meet your end. Blood Sun burst. Suddenly, Lu Ming bellowed, an overwhelming aura erupting from him. Lin Feng, this is a high-level yellow-tier combat technique. Forcing me to use my trump card means you shall die without regrets. A sinister grin spread across Lu Ming's face as a blood-red sun, forged from spiritual energy, hurtled towards Lin Feng. As Lu Ming unleashed the blood sun burst. Every gaze in the vicinity was drawn to Lin Feng, for they all understood that the moment of decisive victory had arrived. Cheng Li's face turned ashen. Cheng Feng clenched his fists tightly, while Lu Ming's comrades wore expressions of disdain. .7 injuries fist, second strike. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes widened, and his fist came crashing down upon the approaching blood-red sun. Boom! With that single punch, Lin Feng was propelled backward, but the blood-red sun shattered Lu Ming, akin to a parasite, closed in without granting Lin Feng a moment to escape or gather strength. In response, a faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's lips. Seven injuries fist, third strike. The third strike. Upon hearing this, Cheng Feng and Cheng Li's expressions shifted dramatically. Initially, they had little hope that Lin Feng could master the second strike in such a short time. Yet now he had not only achieved the second, but also the third. Under their tense scrutiny, Lu Ming barely had time to react before Lin Feng's overpowering fist sent him hurtling backwards, crashing violently into the ground, his complexion paling as he completely lost the will to fight. Lu Ming, once I deal with him, we shall have a proper discussion about life. Lin Feng's gaze remained icy. The glint in his blood-red eyes fixated on the last remaining disciple of the sword sect. No, please don't kill me. 7 injuries fist. Lin Feng let out a cold chuckle and dashed forward, delivering a devastating punch to the disciple's skull. Blood erupted as the disciple's spirit was mercilessly consumed. In that very moment, as the spirit was absorbed by the colossal egg within the illusory spirit crystals. The egg trembled slightly. Although puzzled, Lin Feng's blood-red gaze remained locked onto Lu Ming, who was struggling to rise and flee. Trying to escape? Lin Feng moved to intercept Lu Ming, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Lu Ming, do you remember how you once humiliated me in the sword sect? Do you recall the day I was forced to leave, when my ribs were shattered? As he looked at Lu Ming, vivid memories of the past surged forth in Lin Feng's mind. Whoosh, bang! Lin Feng unleashed his fist, crashing it into Lu Ming's chest. The sound of snapping bones echoed repeatedly as Lu Ming's chest visibly caved in. Lin Feng, please, spare me. Lying on the ground, Lu Ming felt a tinge of fear for the first time. Spare? Is this how you plead? Lin Feng's cold laughter rang out, and in an instant he stomped down hard, shattering one of Lu Ming's arms. Lu Ming let out a heart-wrenching scream of agony. Lin Feng's hatred for him had only intensified, becoming more frenzied. In a blink, Lu Ming's legs and the other arm were ruthlessly crushed beneath Lin Feng's feet. The excruciating pain caused Lu Ming's body to tremble uncontrollably, and as he gazed into Lin Feng's icy eyes, a chill coursed through his heart. Lin Feng, I beg you, please don't kill me. At long last, the looming specter of death shattered Lu Ming's arrogance, his face contorted in terror as he pleaded loudly. Lu Ming, today is your day of reckoning. This is the attitude one should have when begging for mercy. Witnessing Lu Ming's abject submission, the tension within Lin Feng finally eased, his long-suppressed rage finding an outlet. With a single finger extended, Lin Feng released a beam of spiritual energy that pierced through Lu Ming's dantian. Lin Feng, you. With his dantian ruined, Lu Ming's face turned ashen, a ghastly expression returning to his features. Lu Ming, did you ever show me mercy when I pleaded for my life? In the past, I was even more wretched than you. Yet who among you showed me pity? You once harmed me, but today you shall not lay a finger on my brother. Lin Feng's eyes burned with fury, and in the next moment, he stomped down hard, crushing Lu Ming's skull. The colossal egg within the illusory spirit crystals absorbed Lu Ming's spirit, and Lin Feng sensed it tremble once more. Brother, what happened to you? Brother, please don't scare me. Cheng Li, clutching Cheng Feng, suddenly turned pale, her voice rising in urgent distress. Not good. Lin Feng's heart sank as he rushed to Cheng Feng's side. Lin Feng, well done. Cheng Feng lay in Cheng Li's embrace, his body consumed by the poison of the spirit-devouring powder, shrouded in darkness, trembling violently, dark blood spilling from his mouth. No, Brother Cheng Feng, no, you must hold on. In that moment, Lin Feng was utterly panicked. He knelt before Cheng Feng, placing his hands on him, channeling his spiritual energy into Cheng Feng's body, desperately attempting to purge the deadly toxin. However, no matter how hard Lin Feng tried, his efforts proved futile. The poison had already spread throughout Cheng Feng's body, and Lin Feng's attempts to expel it only exacerbated the situation, causing the toxins to rampage within him. Not only that, Lin Feng's own spiritual energy was visibly being consumed by the poison, gradually being transformed into a more virulent toxin that wreaked havoc within Cheng Feng's body. As the toxins wreaked havoc, Cheng Feng's face contorted in agony that a torrent of dark blood erupted from his mouth. Seeing this, Lin Feng was utterly distraught, hastily retracting his spiritual energy. What should I do? What can I do? Chapter 28. Qingli Xiandan Lin Feng's face was etched with anxiety, helpless and at a loss for what to do, tears welling uncontrollably in his eyes. Lin Feng, my brother, it's all right. The spirit-devouring powder is an incurable poison that I end this life. Knowing you has been worth it. Despite the pain etched across his face, Chung Feng managed to muster a smile. Lin Feng, after I'm gone, please take care of Li Li. She is still young and doesn't understand. Please don't blame her for the things she says at Li Li after I'm gone. Lin Feng will be your true brother. You must listen to him. Do you understand? No, brother, I don't want you to die. Moreover, he is not my brother. Lin Feng could never be my brother. I have said it. Do not let him come. Do not let him come. Now, it seems, he has encountered his adversary. It is he who has implicated you, and I despise him. Upon seeing Chung Feng begin to utter his last words, Chung Li's emotions suddenly transformed into a tempest of rage. Each word from Chung Li's lips struck Lin Feng's heart like a barrage of stones. Lin Feng made no attempt to refute her, his lips curling into a bitter smile. Yes, it is I who have brought him harm. Lin Feng's expression dimmed, his heart laden with guilt. Little one, do not wear such a sorrowful countenance. I never anticipated that the illusory spirit crystal would choose such a useless fellow as you. Is it not merely the poison of the spirit-slaying powder? This young lady can temporarily suppress it for you. The familiar voice of a girl resonated abruptly in his mind, causing Lin Feng's body to tremble with pain. Really? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Feng's spirit immediately entered the void space within the illusory spirit crystal. He gazed at the enormous egg before him, his eyes brimming with hope. Look at how you speak. What identity do I possess that I could deceive you, you little rascal? The melodious voice of the girl emerged from within the egg, tinged with annoyance. Brother, let us go home, with tears streaming down her face. Chung Li, her eyes red, disregarded the dazed Lin Feng and picked up Chung Feng, preparing to depart. Chung Li's actions jolted Lin Feng back to reality. Chung Li, wait! Lin Feng called out urgently. However, Chung Li ignored him and continued her graceful strides. Chung Li, I can save him! Lin Feng shouted once more. Chung Li's body trembled violently. You can save him? Huh. How could that be possible? Moreover, I have no further ties with you, Chung Li. What if I truly can save him? Do you think that by simply taking your brother away, the poison afflicting him will be resolved? Or do you have a means to detoxify him? If you do not, allow me to try. Perhaps overwhelmed by anxiety, Lin Feng nearly shouted the last part, at last. Chung Li's body quivered, and she gradually halted her steps. Chung Feng was gently placed upon a patch of ground covered in hay. You little rascal, place your hand upon Chung Feng, and leave the rest to me. All right. With the girl's voice echoing from within the enormous egg, Lin Feng hesitated not for a moment and swiftly placed his hand upon Chung Feng's shoulder. Buzz! Inside the illusory spirit crystal, the massive egg emitted a resonant hum, shaking violently. Instantly, a wave of oppressive energy surged forth. This is not spiritual power. What sort of force is this? Lin Feng's brows furrowed as he observed the terrifying energy manifesting suddenly. This dark, chaotic force surged through Lin Feng's body, traveling through his palm and entering Chung Feng's form. Within Lin Feng's perception, this dark energy launched a frenzied assault on the lethal poison residing within Chung Feng. The dark force was exceedingly domineering. Despite the poison's desperate struggles, it was still driven into Chung Feng's dantian region IT works. Lin Feng's eyes brightened, a surge of joy flooding his heart. You little rascal. Of course it is effective when I intervene. During my peak, such a level of poison can be refined into nothingness with but a thought that not be so alarmed. It may hinder my performance. The girl's voice echoed within the egg, and before Lin Feng could fully comprehend her words, a more formidable consciousness expelled his own from within Chung Feng's body. Caught off guard, Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Without a doubt, this was the doing of the enormous egg. What the? If you are so impressive, why can't I merely observe within Chung Feng's body? What else could happen? Lin Feng thought to himself. Silently cursing, Lily, Brother Chung Feng, I feel much better. Chung Feng's voice resounded, and Lin Feng's gaze fell upon Chung Feng's face that he observed as the blackened skin, ravaged by poison, began to visibly regain its former pallor, and his complexion gradually turned rosy. Beside him, Chung Li's previously ashen face bore an unprecedented look of joy. You little rascal, it is done. I have temporarily suppressed the poison within him. However, with my current capabilities, I can only maintain this for a month. If the poison breaches containment after a month and erupts, no one will be able to save him. Therefore, within this month, you must procure a pill known as the Qingli Xiandan, or gather the herbs necessary to refine it. Only 1 month? Hearing the voice from within the egg, Lin Feng's expression grew heavy once more. He placed his hand on Cheng Feng's shoulder, and with the obstruction of the egg's consciousness removed, Lin Feng's spirit re-entered Cheng Feng's body. Within the dantian region, he saw that the lethal poison was sealed by the dark energy. At this moment, the sealed poison writhed violently, struggling with ferocity as a result. The mass of poison continuously morphed into various forms. The violent impact of the poison gave Lin Feng the distinct impression that it could break free from its confines at any moment. 1 month, no matter what, he must obtain that Qingli Xiandi. As this scene unfolded, Lin Feng instinctively clenched his fists tightly, his eyes radiating an unwavering determination. Roar! In the forest, the black feather eagle perched upon the ground let out a tremendous roar. At that moment, with Cheng Li's assistance, Cheng Feng had already climbed onto the back of the black feather eagle. Brother Lin Feng, why don't we return together? The 10,000 demon forest is fraught with danger. It is far too perilous for you to venture alone. Brother, why do you concern yourself with him? Is he not the cause of your current plight? Cheng Li coldly huffed, her expression softening considerably. Yet her hostility toward Lin Feng remained palpable, especially after discovering her intimate garments in Lin Feng's room. Her disdain for him only intensified. Now, Cheng Feng was poisoned due to Lin Feng's influence. Black feather eagle, let us depart. Suddenly, Cheng Li furrowed her brow and struck the back of the black feather eagle. Instantly, the creature soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the distant horizon. Sigh. This conflict only deepens. You impudent girl, just wait. I shall find the opportunity to teach you a lesson. Standing in place, gazing at the distant skyline, Lin Feng shook his head, a bitter smile upon his lips, with a long exhale. Lin Feng released a breath of despair. Gathering his scattered thoughts, he hefted the heavy Tian Luo Qixin sword, weighing 2,000 pounds, and slowly made his way toward the 4 headless corpses of Lu Ming. Unbeknownst to him, in a hidden thicket, a disciple of the Wanjian sect, possessing the strength of the 2nd stage of meridian opening, was observing Lin Feng's every move. Lin Feng, I never expected to encounter you here. Even Lu Ming and his companions fell at your hands? I must report this to senior brother Kai Zilong post-haste. The disciple of the Wanjian sect murmured softly from the thicket before silently slipping away. Lin Feng remained oblivious to the unusual happenings around him as he approached Lu Ming's 4 companions. After a thorough search of their bodies, he soon discovered 4 storage bags. With the bags in hand, Lin Feng settled beneath a large tree, eager to begin his examination. What does Lin Feng need most at this moment? Without a doubt, it is cultivation resources, through this period of understanding the illusory spirit crystal. Lin Feng realized that while its capabilities are formidable and its absorption rate astonishing, its capacity is equally terrifying at the same level of cultivation. This signifies that Lin Feng requires tenfold the cultivation resources of others to break through to the same realm. During the 2nd stage of meridian opening, he had already refined 6 Peiyuan pills. He would need at least 12 more to advance to the 3rd stage of meridian opening. Lin Feng began to rummage through the storage bags, his eyes brimming with hope. After some time spent searching, he managed to uncover 4 Peiyuan pills, a sizable handful of poison needles, an assortment of miscellaneous herbs, the leather of demon beasts, and 5 demon crystals. Only 4 Peiyuan pills? Lin Feng gazed at the pills in his hand, shaking his head in disappointment. Alas, it is true. Cultivators at the aperture opening stage consume Peiyuan pills in large quantities, with nearly everyone eager to rely on them to enhance their strength. 4 pills will have to suffice. Perhaps if I acquire another 8, I might just achieve a breakthrough. With a faint sigh, Lin Feng could only console himself in this manner. Ha! Look at you, so pathetic. You're fretting over a few Peiyuan pills? And do you truly believe that another 8 will secure your breakthrough? You underestimate the capacity of the illusory essence crystal far too much at that moment. Within Lin Feng's body, the giant egg erupted into laughter. Hearing this, Lin Feng's face darkened, followed by a look of astonishment. Aren't you going to continue pretending to be dead? You cheeky brat, what nonsense are you spouting? You're the one pretending. I was merely too weak and fell into a deep slumber. Then why aren't you still asleep? You little rascal, are you looking for trouble? I'm awake, and you're not pleased? Seriously, all I need is a bit of spiritual essence. Yet you've taken ages to get this far. If it weren't for your venture into the forest of 10,000 beasts, where you absorbed the essence of over 10 demon beasts and slew a few cultivators, who knows how long it would have taken for me to awaken? Provoked by Lin Feng's taunts, the giant egg's temper flared. It began to unleash a torrent of furious insults, each word more fierce than the last. In response to the giant egg's righteous indignation, Lin Feng's brow furrowed in irritation. Fine, you're impressive. I'll not engage with you any longer. As the giant egg continued its tirade, Lin Feng felt a million thoughts of frustration racing through his mind. With a grim expression, he hastily stashed his spoils into the storage bag. After tending to the shoulder wound inflicted by El Ming during the battle and changing into a clean set of clothes, Lin Feng hoisted the Tianluo Qixin sword onto his back and slowly rose to his feet. I underestimated the capacity of the illusory essence crystal, reflecting on the giant egg's earlier words. Lin Feng's brow furrowed in confusion, yet he chose not to voice his inquiries. Given the giant egg's temperament, he knew it would be futile to ask. With half a day's journey remaining to reach the location where Cheng Feng discovered the Baiyuan spirit milk, he resolved to prioritize obtaining the milk before considering the capacity of the illusory essence crystal. With determination, Lin Feng took off at a vigorous pace. During this period of intense physical training, his strength had markedly increased, making his strides far less arduous than before. Furthermore, his proficiency in the 7 injuries fist and blood demon kill had improved significantly. What are you doing, little brat? Don't tell me you're attempting to train your body. If those old geezers knew that a mere aperture-opening cultivator was using the Tianluo Qixin sword for training, would they not laugh their heads off? Just as Lin Feng was drenched in sweat and struggling forward, the giant egg's laughter echoed from within the illusory essence crystal, wholly inappropriate for the moment. Mind your own business. Lin Feng's face darkened as he cursed loudly, his pace unbroken as he continued to dash forward. However, as he sped through the forest, an unsettling chill coursed through him, followed by a barely perceptible killing intent. Who? Lin Feng abruptly halted, his expression turning icy as he scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Lin Feng, I never expected a useless fish to turn the tide. I just heard by you mention that you single-handedly defeated El Ming and his companions. Your current strength truly surprises me. Suddenly, a loud laugh erupted from the depths of the forest, and a young man wielding a folding fan stepped into Lin Feng's line of sight. Fang Jingchun. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. Fang Jingchun, a cultivator at the 5th level of aperture opening, had previously caused Lin Feng considerable trouble. Moreover, he was closely associated with the 6th level cultivator Kai Zilong, a sycophant of Yi Kuan. Recalling the moments when Yi Kuan had falsely accused him of harassing Zhao Xuexia, resulting in his dantian being crippled, Lin Feng's fists clenched tightly. Chapter 30. Desperate escape, though his heart seethed with rage, Lin Feng fought to maintain his last shred of composure. His impression of Fang Jingchun was deeply ingrained. During their time at the Wanjian sect, Lin Feng remembered Fang Jingchun's formidable combat prowess, mastering several high-level battle techniques, making him a formidable opponent for any average 5th-level aperture opening cultivator. Now that Lin Feng had been away from the sect for some time, Fang Jingchun's strength had likely become even more formidable. With my current abilities, I stand no chance against him that a wise man avoids immediate peril. Fang Jingchun, just you wait. The future is long. Lin Feng whispered softly, striving to suppress the hatred within him, that he decisively plunged into the dense forest, fleeing with urgency. Trying to escape, Fang Jingchun's eyes gleamed with malice as he swiftly pursued Lin Feng. Violent tiger fist. Closing in on Lin Feng, Fang Jingchun's expression twisted into a sinister snarl. He launched a punch toward Lin Feng, conjuring a tiger's head formed from condensed spiritual energy that hurtled toward him at breakneck speed. Lin Feng cast a glance back, sensing the terrifying aura behind him. He frantically channeled his spiritual energy, attempting to dodge to the side. Boom! The tiger's head collided with a tree the size of a human head, shattering the trunk into splinters as the tree toppled violently. Damn it! Lin Feng gritted his teeth, scrambling to his feet and once again fleeing recklessly through the forest. Fang Jingchun relentlessly pursued him, the sounds of crashing trees echoing behind them. Bang! As he fled, a broken tree branch struck Lin Feng's body, sending him hurtling to the ground. Puffed! Lying on the ground, Lin Feng's expression contorted in pain as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Haha! Lin Feng, you dare to kill Elming. You've certainly grown bold. Running away? Keep running, I dare you. Fang Jingchun loomed over the fallen Lin Feng, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Feeling the almost tangible killing intent emanating from Fang Jingchun, Lin Feng's complexion darkened to an extreme. Damn it! Lin Feng's countenance soured, and he slammed his fist into the ground. Gradually, an unprecedented madness began to surface on his face. Fang Jingchun, don't push me. Lin Feng's words were laden with sincerity, emanating an aura reminiscent of the chilling depths of the abyss. As he advanced, Fang Jingchun abruptly halted, his brow furrowing slightly. Huh, don't push you. Lin Feng, are you trying to intimidate me? What if I do push you? With your current state, do you think you can kill me? You really believe you can scare me? Let me tell you, I thrive on fear. Fang Jingchun's expression grew even colder as he pointed a finger, unleashing a white beam of spiritual energy that shot forth from his fingertip, piercing through Lin Feng's left arm in an instant. Blood gushed forth as Lin Feng's brows knitted tightly in pain. Haha, Fang Jingchun, you forced my hand. Since you wish to die today, I shall grant your wish, feeling the excruciating pain in his arm. Lin Feng let out a low groan, yet a bizarre and frenzied smile began to creep across his face. Rising slowly, his eyes began to take on a strange crimson hue. You little brat. Have you lost your mind? Calm down. You dare to use blood demon kill in the forest of 10,000 beasts. Have you considered your weakened state? If you wish to die, must you drag me down with you? Lin Feng found himself in a precarious situation within the ethereal void of the illusionary crystal. As the giant egg grew increasingly agitated, it bellowed loudly, its roar snapping the frenzied Lin Feng back to a semblance of clarity. Indeed, as the giant egg had stated, in the forest of 10,000 beasts, entering a state of weakness could easily lead to one's demise at the hands of any passerby or beast. Lin Feng clenched his fists, caught in a web of conflicting emotions. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed unexpectedly amidst his turmoil that, is it you again, disciple of the 10,000 Swords sect? What a narrow path of fate we tread. A voice remarked, nonchalantly. Lin Feng and Fang Jingchun turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, and before them materialized a girl and two boys. The girl possessed the strength of the fourth layer of the opening veins realm. While both boys were at the fifth layered, it was the girl who spoke, her eyes directed at Fang Jingchun, brimming with palpable animosity. Simultaneously, Fang Jingchun's pupils constricted sharply as he regarded the trio, his expression darkening. Lin Feng, you lucky rascal today. And as for you three, your time will come. Fang Jingchun shot a glance at Lin Feng before casting a look at the newcomers. Despite his evident reluctance, he decisively turned and vanished into the thick brush, swiftly disappearing from sight. Goodness, you nearly scared me to death. With Fang Jingchun's departure, the giant egg exhaled a heavy sigh within the illusionary crystal. I am Lin Feng, and I am grateful for your timely assistance, he said politely to the girl and the two boys before him. And no need for thanks. It was but a trifling effort. I am Ling Qingge, the girl replied. Clad in a floral dress, she exuded a simple yet captivating beauty accentuated by the gentle smile gracing her lips. Indeed, fate brings us together that I am Pang Rui. And this is Tangmeyer, the boy beside Ling Qingge, donned in a plain robe, smiled faintly at Lin Feng. He then gestured towards the cloaked boy beside him, whose dark garb and masked face radiated an unsettling aura, making one uncomfortable at a mere glance. Greetings, Lin Feng said courteously, despite the boy's ominous presence. Humph, you truly are bored to be defending a mere second-layer opening veins cultivator, Tangmeyer scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Feng. Ling Qingge, your meddling in affairs that do not concern you nearly led to your disgrace at the hands of Feng Jingshun. Lin Feng's smile instantly faltered as he narrowed his eyes at Tangmeyer. Meanwhile, Ling Qingge and Peng Rui exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of awkwardness. Lin Feng, ignore his words. He has a tendency towards such behavior. But why are you, a mere second-layer cultivator, alone in the forest of 10,000 beasts? We have discovered the Bai Yuan Ling milk. Would you care to accompany us? Given your injuries, it would be prudent to have someone to look after you. Duppy, a Yuan Ling milk? Lin Feng's expression shifted, his pupils constricting in realization that he had come for precisely that, yet he had not anticipated that the trio before him would also know its whereabouts. What? Ling Qingge, you wish to bring this second-layer burden along. I cannot agree to that. Tangmeyer's voice turned icy upon hearing her words. As he spoke, a chilling intent radiated from him, bearing down on Lin Feng. The overwhelming aura made Lin Feng, already weakened from his injuries, feel as though ice had coursed through his veins, his complexion paling drastically. Ugh! He suddenly felt a metallic taste in his mouth and uncontrollably coughed up blood. Lin Feng, what's wrong? Are you all right? Ling Qingge's voice filled with concern as she turned to him, her face etched with worry. Tangmeyer, you are being excessive. Seeing Lin Feng bleed, Ling Qingge's urgency intensified, her gaze quickly shifting back to Tangmeyer, anger igniting in her eyes. Tangmeyer, you witnessed this wastrel state. What else could he be but a burden? If you insist on bringing him along, just know that if danger arises, I will not come to his aid. And really, you fawn over this pretty boy. Are you attracted to him? If you seek companionship, I assure you I would be a far better choice in every regard. Tangmeyer's derogatory remarks echoed through the space, causing both Lin Feng and Peng Rui to frown in disapproval, while Ling Qingge's cheeks burned crimson with a blend of anger and embarrassment. Though furious, Ling Qingge refrained from retaliating immediately, striving to suppress her rising ire, a hint of caution evident in her eyes when facing Tangmeyer. Without further words to him, she turned her clear and expressive gaze back to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Ling Qingge hesitated, a touch of awkwardness creeping into her expression, perhaps due to Tangmeyer's crude insinuations. Nevertheless, her inquisitive eyes remained fixed on Lin Feng, eagerly awaiting his response. That on the other hand, Tangmeyer glared at Lin Feng, his expression laden with threats. As their gazes locked, Lin Feng replied, "Threatening me? Very well. Then I shall accompany Miss Qingge and broaden my horizons," though directed at Ling Qingge. Lin Feng's gaze lingered defiantly on Tangmeyer, a subtle smile of defiance gracing his features. Tangmeyer's expression darkened, his fists clenching as they cracked ominously. Lin Feng's decision to accept Ling Qingge's offer stemmed not only from his disdain for Tangmeyer, but also from his desire for the Bai Yuan Ling milk. According to Chang Feng's directions, Lin Feng was still half a day's journey from the location where the Bai Yuan Ling milk was found. As they proceeded, the atmosphere among the four became increasingly delicate. Ling Qingge engaged Lin Feng with whimsical questions, while Peng Rui occasionally chimed in. Tangmeyer, however, remained silent, his icy gaze fixated on Lin Feng as if he wished to consume him whole. Lin Feng, are you a disciple of the Tian Yuan sect? It must be advantageous to be part of sect. Unlike us rogue cultivators who must rely solely on ourselves for resources, always treading carefully without a solid backing. If the opportunity arises, would you consider bringing us into the Tian Yuan sect? Peng Rui inquired earnestly. Certainly, should you wish to join the Tian Yuan sect, I, Lin Feng, would be honored to assist you. Lin Feng replied, his gaze earnest as it rested upon Ling Qingge's fair visage. Ling Qingge, her lively eyes sparkling at Lin Feng's sincerity, offered him a radiant smile in return as they continued their journey in silence. The surrounding scenery gradually transformed without their notice. Before Lin Feng lay an unusual grove, the vibrant greens replaced by gnarled, bare trunks. The ground was damp, emanating an eerie chill of death. Lin Feng, this is the valley of the underworld serpents. We need only traverse through this valley to reach our destination. That do not fear. Stay close to me, and I shall protect you. With a gentle whisper, Ling Qinga gestured for Lin Feng to follow closely by her side. The sound of shuffling feet echoed as the group traversed the terrain, but before long, the venomous serpents coiling around the tree trunks launched a fierce assault upon Lin Feng and his companions. Poisonous snakes darted from the branches, their numerous blood-red tongues sending shivers down one's spine at a mere glance. Among the four, Lin Feng found himself at the forefront, unexpectedly becoming the primary target of the serpent's attack. In that moment, over 30 venomous snakes surged toward him. What the hell? Am I really that popular? Lin Feng squinted, his entire being brimming with spiritual energy as he silently prepared for action. Clang! Just then, Ling Qinga swiftly drew her sword from her waist. With a series of swift strokes, she effortlessly sliced the 30-plus serpents that lunged at Lin Feng into two, although the attack speed of these spiritual snakes isn't particularly fast. Dealing with them is quite challenging for someone at the second stage of the open veins realm, Ling Qinga assured him. Fear not, for I am here. I guarantee these serpents won't harm you in the slightest. Lin Feng did not dispute her words but smiled and shrugged. Then I shall rely on you, Miss Qing. As they proceeded, Ling Qinga's sword danced continuously, providing Lin Feng with a steadfast shield, ensuring that not a single serpent could breach her defenses to inflict harm upon him. Lin Feng, feeling at ease, even tucked his hands in his pockets, leisurely following behind Ling Qinga. We should soon arrive. The Bai Yuan Ling Ru is likely within that cave. Upon reaching a slightly open area, Ling Qinga, Peng Rui, and Tang Meyer all came to a sudden halt, their gazes fixated on the entrance of a cave nestled within a small hill. In that moment, Lin Feng, too, gazed on with unprecedented fervor. He never anticipated that such a location would harbor the Bai Yuan Ling Ru, a rare treasure. With the impending life-or-death duel against Tianyu, he was determined to obtain the group, since the malevolent aura emanating from the cave. Peng Rui spoke first. What is there to fear? It's merely a blaze lion at the third stage of the open veins realm. What could it possibly do to us? Tang Meyer's sinister voice echoed in the space that followed. Lin Feng, we are about to confront a blaze lion at the third stage. Your current abilities at the second stage won't be of any assistance. Just stay behind this green stone and observe the battle. You might learn something from our techniques that could inspire you. Seeing the imminent clash, Ling Qinga turned to Lin Feng, reiterating her earnest advice. Lin Feng nodded quietly in agreement. Ling Qinga, why take along this burden? Why waste time with a useless person? Let's swiftly deal with that blaze lion, that if we obtain the Bai Yuan Ling Ru, perhaps all three of us could break through again, Tang Meyer urged as he charged toward the cave. After exchanging glances, Peng Rui and Ling Qinga promptly followed suit. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of drawn swords resonated through the air as the trio entered the cave. Roar! As they dashed into the cave, a beastly roar reverberated through the forest. Thud! 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 The ground shook with a series of heavy thuds, a terrifying and ferocious aura exploding within the cave, akin to a colossal dragon awakening from slumber, emanating an air of dominance. Sensing the overwhelming aura, Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Why is the aura of this third-stage beast so intense? Just as he pondered, another series of heavy thuds echoed. Suddenly, Ling Qinga, Peng Rui, and Tang Meyer were violently propelled out of the cave, crashing to the ground. What? They were unable to handle it together. What transpired inside? Lin Feng's pupils constricted in shock. Roar, roar, roar! A series of furious and wrathful roars erupted as a 3-meter-long blaze lion, adorned with white fur interspersed with fiery red patterns, leaped from the cave, entering Lin Feng's line of sight. Its eyes, the size of an infant's fist, glowed a blood-red hue, filled with a bloodthirsty gleam and wrath at the provocation of its authority. This blaze lion isn't merely at the third stage of the open veins realm. It has reached the fourth stage. Lin Feng's heart sank, realizing that this fourth-stage blaze lion possessed the combat prowess comparable to an early-stage, 6th-level practitioner. His companions were truly in peril that moment. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the massive form of the blaze lion, his pupils narrowing. However, just as a wave of dread washed over him, The blaze lion lunged toward the fallen Ling Chinga. With a mighty roar, its rows of chilling fangs glinted like daggers under the sunlight. The trio's expressions shifted dramatically as they sprang to their feet, not daring to hesitate. They evaded the lion's deadly charge, each displaying their unique skills. After dodging the blaze lion's lethal strike, Ling Chinga and the others surrounded the beast. I never imagined this creature would have advanced that if my preliminary estimates are correct. Its current strength rivals that of early-stage, 6th-level practitioners. Given our current capabilities, it seems somewhat daunting to confront. Perhaps we should retreat and regroup, Peng Rui suggested, his brow tightly knitted as he exchanged glances with Tangmeyer and Ling Chinga. Indeed, facing a 4th-stage blaze lion is exceedingly perilous given our current strength. Let us retreat and reconsider our strategy. Ling Chinga concurred. I disagree. What is wrong with you two? Why are you cowering like that 2nd-stage burden? The Bai Yuan Ling Ru is a rare find. If we retreat now, we may never have another chance. 2 of us are at the 5th stage, and 1 is at the 4th stage. Even against an early-stage, 6th-level practitioner, we can still fight. And the Bai Yuan Ling Ru is right before our eyes. Are you willing to let it slip away? At Tangmeyer's proclamation, both Ling Chinga and Peng Rui's brows furrowed deeply, their faces etched with uncertainty. Yet, in that brief moment of hesitation, the blaze lion charged at them once more. Ling Chinga gritted her teeth, hastily raising her sword to defend. The battle erupted. The 3 fought while evading the beast's onslaught, utilizing the open terrain to their advantage as they engaged the blaze lion in a desperate struggle. Their figures shifted continuously, unleashing a flurry of techniques. Sigh, it's only a matter of time before we wear ourselves out. Observing from behind the green stone, Lin Feng shook his head in dismay. Despite the trio successfully restraining the blaze lion through their numerical superiority, should any one of them falter, defeat, and certain death would be inevitable. Furthermore, maintaining such a precarious balance made it an arduous task to vanquish the blaze lion. Tangmeyer, we must retreat. This battle is untenable. Retreat? We have finally stabilized the situation. We cannot afford to lose any one of us now. Should you wish to witness the demise of both myself and Peng Rui at the hands of this beast, then by all means, retreat, came the unceremonious rebuke from Tangmeyer. Ling Chinga glanced at Peng Rui, her face a portrait of conflict. Simultaneously, Peng Rui furrowed his brow tightly, appearing equally troubled. Just as the two hesitated, a cold and sinister arc appeared in Tangmeyer's eyes. He began to strike while strategically retreating, swiftly exiting the battlefield. With Tangmeyer's departure, the pressure on Ling Chinga and Peng Rui escalated dramatically under the relentless assault of the fiery lion, forcing them to retreat in disarray. Tangmeyer, what are you doing? Exclaimed Ling Chinga, her face reflecting unprecedented terror as she was sent flying by a claw from the fiery lion. Meanwhile, Peng Rui, noticing Tangmeyer's smirking visage in the distance, felt a sudden chill in his heart as a dreadful realization struck him. Take your time. You two relish this despair. That spirit milk of the azure origin is mine. With that, Tangmeyer moved swiftly towards the cave's entrance. Tangmeyer, you scoundrel! The scene before her left Ling Chinga's beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she cried out in despair. Ling Chinga, we must flee! Coming to her senses from the shock, Peng Rui's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted urgently at Ling Chinga. At his words, Ling Chinga's graceful form trembled slightly, and without a moment's hesitation, she followed Peng Rui as they both fled in a singular direction. Chapter 33. The strike, however, at that very moment. The blood-red eyes of the fiery lion locked onto their figures. With a powerful leap, it positioned itself directly in front of Ling Chinga and Peng Rui. Following this, its claw came crashing down towards them. Both stared in horror as the claw descended with unstoppable force, their pupils dilating in fear. This strike, they could neither block nor evade. Chinga, it's over. We are finished. We have been used as pawns by that scoundrel Tangmeyer. I never imagined he could be so ruthless, using us as shields to obtain the spirit milk of the azure origin. Peng Rui whispered softly. Yes, they watched the claw approach with alarming speed. Both Ling Chinga and Peng Rui felt their spiritual power surging wildly within them. Their swords hummed in response as they met the fiery lion's strike, hoping to withstand its overwhelming blow. Bang, bang, bang! The claw of the fiery lion struck their swords with a thunderous crash, sending them hurtling away. The force of the impact did not relent, landing squarely on their chests. A dull thud echoed as both were sent sprawling to the ground. Ling Chinga felt her chest churn violently. Ugh! A metallic taste filled her mouth as crimson blood erupted uncontrollably. Her face contorted in pain, turning an ashen hue. Ling Chinga raised her gaze to meet the fiery lion's bloodthirsty eyes. Her heart sinking in the depths of her despair, she watched as the fiery lion slowly advanced. Alas, it is over. Lin Feng, you must flee. We cannot withstand this. Yet at that moment, a realization struck her, and she shouted anxiously in the direction of Lin Feng. Roar! Ling Chinga's desperate cry seemed to enrage the fiery lion, which let out a furious roar. Its massive form lunged towards Ling Chinga. Alas, Ling Chinga, in this cold and merciless world, your kindness is truly beautiful. Behind the boulder, Lin Feng observed the scene with a heavy heart, letting out a soft sigh as he watched Ling Chinga. Beast, halt this instant. If you have the guts, come at me instead. Bullying a woman is no mark of prowess. Lin Feng did not heed Ling Chinga's words to retreat. Instead, he stepped out from behind the boulder, unleashing a wave of provocative pressure towards the fiery lion. His shout, combined with his brazen taunt, caused the lion, mid-lunge towards Ling Chinga, to abruptly halt. Its blood-red gaze turned to Lin Feng, radiating an unprecedented ferocity and wrath. In that moment, Lin Feng's actions thoroughly provoked the fiery lion. Roar! The fiery lion let out an enraged roar, and in the blink of an eye, it charged at Lin Feng with terrifying speed. What? Lin Feng, you... Ling Chinga's eyes widened in astonishment, her pale face a canvas of disbelief and shock. Even Pang Rui, who lay nearby, was equally taken aback. Lin Feng, what are you doing? I told you to leave. What are you thinking? Are you mad? Why would you willingly walk into death's embrace? Coming to her senses, she realized Lin Feng's intentions, her anxiety growing exponentially. However, before she could voice her concerns, the enraged fiery lion was already upon Lin Feng. Roar! The deafening roar of the fiery lion resonated as its claw descended towards Lin Feng's head. Ling Chinga's heart raced in sync with the approaching strike. Alas, Lin Feng, you could have escaped. What foolishness is this? Ling Chinga sighed, feeling as if her soul had been lost. In her heart, she knew Lin Feng's fate was already sealed. She understood the terror of the fiery lion at the fourth stage of the pulse opening realm. Even she at the fourth stage and Pang Rui at the fifth stood no chance against it. Let alone Lin Feng, who was merely at the second stage. 0.7 injuries fist, third strike. As the fiery lioness claw neared, Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply as he let out a fierce shout. In that instant, his aura erupted. Fiery red spiritual energy swirled around him. In the next moment, Lin Feng unleashed a punch towards the descending claw of the fiery lion. The force behind his strike was formidable. Though he was only at the second stage of the pulse opening realm, the ferocity of his energy was overwhelming. Standing firm, his resolute silhouette resembled that of a war god. What? A flicker of hope ignited in Ling Chinga's despondent gaze. Bang! Lin Feng's fist collided with the fiery lion's massive claw, producing a jarring sound that pierced the in the next instant. Lin Feng was sent flying backward, landing on the ground and skidding several paces. Though his attempt to regain his balance appeared somewhat clumsy, the shock resonated in the hearts of both Ling Chinga and Pang Rui. He withstood it. He actually withstood it. A second stage pulse opening realm fighter managed to endure a blow from a fourth stage fiery lion. At that moment, Ling Chinga, lying on the ground, was utterly shaken. Waves of astonishment crashed within her. This seemingly unremarkable youth, whom they had always underestimated, possessed such formidable combat prowess. Ling Chinga, thank you for your care along the way. Today, I shall slay this beast and treat you to braised lion's head. Lin Feng steadied himself, turning to Ling Chinga with a smile. However, her shock deepened at Lin Feng's sudden declaration. To slay a fiery lion at the fourth stage while being merely at the second stage. This is utterly insane. Is he out of his mind? Is this even possible? As Ling Qinga was momentarily stunned by Lin Feng's unexpected appearance, the battle on Lin Feng's side erupted once again. Failing to crush Lin Feng, who had reached the second level of the meridian opening, the blazing lion was instantly consumed by fury. Desperate attacks followed in quick succession, aimed directly at Lin Feng. Just as Ling Qinga's heart tightened with fear from the blazing lion's assault, Lin Feng suddenly let out a fierce roar. Chapter 34. The cave's collapse faced with the terrifying onslaught of the blazing lion. Lin Feng did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, forcefully stomping his foot onto the ground. A resounding thud echoed as Lin Feng's aura surged dramatically at that moment. Ling Qinga's mouth fell slightly agape. Lin Feng's eyes transformed into an otherworldly crimson hue. His muscles bulging ominously and grotesque veins surfaced on his skin. In that moment, Lin Feng resembled an enraged beast. The third level of meridian opening. Ling Qinga's gaze fell upon Lin Feng, and a gasp escaped her lips. The four-direction celestial fist. Yes, he beheld the charging, blazing lion. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. The four-direction celestial fist was unleashed in the astonished eyes of Ling Qinga and Pang Rui. Lin Feng engaged the blazing lion, known for its prowess in close combat. In a fierce melee, bang, 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 the sounds of battle reverberated continuously. Lin Feng's four-direction celestial fist was executed with wild ferocity and dominance. Matching the enraged, blazing lion blow for blow, his strength was astonishing. The heart-stopping clash caused Ling Qinga to clench her fists tightly. Overwhelmed with excitement, her heart burned with fervor. Ling Qinga, we have underestimated him. Perhaps with his presence, we might yet survive this day. As the tide of battle shifted, the two were increasingly astonished, the light of hope in their eyes growing ever brighter. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng and the blazing lion had exchanged nearly 200 blows. Though Lin Feng bore several injuries, his fighting spirit only soared higher. The four-direction celestial fist became increasingly formidable through this combat. Beast, you wish to flee? Seeing the blazing lion show signs of retreat, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, and he immediately pursued the creature. 7 injuries fist, third strike. With a thunderous shout, Lin Feng unleashed a powerful punch that struck the blazing lion squarely on the head. As the blow landed, the blazing lion trembled violently and retreated a few steps, but soon its massive form collapsed onto the ground. Victory? He actually emerged victorious? Qinga, is he not a monstrous talent to defeat the blazing lion single-handedly? With the threat of the blazing lion neutralized, a wave of relief washed over both Pang Rui and Ling Qinga. Lin Feng stepped closer to the fallen blazing lion. The Tianluo Qixin sword was raised high, piercing through the creature's skull, and Lin Feng retrieved a beautiful deep blue demon crystal from within. Splendid. A demon crystal of the 4th level of meridian opening. The power within should be quite potent. I shall find a suitable place to refine it shortly. Lin Feng chuckled and, feeling satisfied, tucked it away. Little rascal, spiritual body, the spiritual body of the blazing lion. Hurry, help me absorb the spiritual body of the blazing lion. Just as Lin Feng reveled in his good fortune, the massive egg within him became increasingly restless, clamoring loudly. However, Lin Feng feigned ignorance and turned away. You arrogant little thing. Let me see how you cope with this. Perhaps harboring a grudge from the previous scolding, Lin Feng internally seethed. No, don't come any closer. Yet just as Lin Feng and the massive egg engaged in their silent battle of wills, the voice of Tang Meyer suddenly pierced through the air. Lin Feng turned to see Tang Meyer, panic-stricken, stumbling out of the cave. Upon exiting the cave, Tang Meyer expelled a heavy breath. As if reborn, bang! Almost the instant Tang Meyer burst from the cave, a terrifying aura swept through the space. It felt as though it could annihilate everything in existence. Roar! A colossal roar erupted from within the cave, resembling that of an eagle, yet even more piercing and domineering. It seemed capable of penetrating the depths of the abyss, capable of destruction beyond comprehension. Subsequently, the small mountain trembled violently. The cave collapsed with a thunderous crash. What? Such a terrifying aura! What creature could produce such a sound? What lies within this cave? At that moment, Even though Lin Feng stood at a distance, he felt his soul tremble at the roar. After a brief pause, the cave ceased its tremors, and the terrifying aura gradually dissipated. Haha, I escaped. I am not doomed yet. In that moment, Tang Meyer laughed maniacally. However, his gaze soon fell upon the severely injured Ling Qingge and Pang Rui. That you're still alive? Well, this is quite the surprise. At that moment, Tang Meyer sneered coldly. Drawing his long sword and charging towards Ling Qingge. Tang Meyer, what are you doing? Seeing this unfold, Pang Rui shouted in alarm. Lin Feng's heart sank. Qingge, quickly, get out of the way! Lin Feng bellowed, propelling himself towards Ling Qingge's location. However, due to the proximity between Tang Meyer and Ling Qingge, he reached her in the blink of an eye. You foolish girl, for a useless burden, you dare challenge me, with a swift turn of his sword. Tang Meyer's cold blade descended upon Ling Qingge's head. Tang Meyer, you... Ling Qingge's face drained of color as she watched the sword plummet towards her. In a moment of panic, she moved to evade. Let us see who dares to challenge me. With a swoosh, the long sword struck, emitting a dull thud as it severed Ling Qingge's delicate arm, blood spraying forth. Just then, Lin Feng rushed forward, wrapping his arms around the panicked Ling Qingge and retreating rapidly. Scalding blood splattered across Lin Feng's face. Gazing upon Ling Qingge, who had lost her arm and wore an expression of agony, a fierce rage ignited within Lin Feng. But oh, is this not that useless burden? Ha ha! What a sight! What is wrong with you? You appear neither human nor ghost. Who are you trying to scare? Since you care so much for her, I shall make her moan beneath me until her last breath. Tang Meyer's vile words triggered Lin Feng's nerves, his expression darkening, veins throbbing on his forehead. Tang Meyer, you shall pay for this. Lin Feng slowly raised his gaze, his icy eyes locking onto Tang Meyer. Ha! I shall pay? You burden. What confidence do you possess? You think you can kill me? Come and try. The countenance of Tang Meyer was rife with disdain, punctuated by a derisive burst of laughter, if to comply with his mockery. Lin Feng's internal energy surged violently, but in the blink of an eye, he had materialized before Tang Meyer. With a resounding thud, Lin Feng delivered a direct punch to Tang Meyer's lips. Following this, a swift kick struck Tang Meyer's abdomen. The formerly unbridled grin on Tang Meyer's face abruptly froze, replaced by a visage of agony. Before he could comprehend the situation, his body was sent sprawling through the air by Lin Feng's forceful strike. Grasping one of Tang Meyer's legs, Lin Feng slammed him brutally into the ground, creating a deep, human-shaped crater in the hardened yellow earth. Struggling to rise from the pit, Tang Meyer's bloodied visage was etched with disbelief. Lin Feng, you, he gasped, pain contorting his features, and then he expelled a mouthful of blood, revealing a dozen glistening white teeth amidst the crimson. Tang Meyer, weren't you quite arrogant? Didn't you challenge me to kill you? Step by step, Lin Feng approached Tang Meyer, whose demeanor shifted from arrogance to dread as Lin Feng's faint smile sent chills down his spine. How is this possible? How could he be so strong? Tang Meyer, couldn't even fend off a single blow. His thoughts spiraled in disbelief, yet he was compelled to accept the grim reality, especially as he sensed Lin Feng's increasingly frigid intent to kill. At last, a look of unprecedented terror surfaced on Tang Meyer's face. Lin Feng, you cannot kill me. I am a member of the Ghost Luo sect. You must spare my life, Ghost Luo sect. Upon hearing Tang Meyer's desperate plea, Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. Even Ling Qingge and Pang Rui's expressions underwent an uncontrollable transformation. In the Empire of Wayne, the Ghost Luo sect was infamous, known for its vast influence and nefarious deeds. They were notorious for murder, mass slaughter, and annihilation, inciting a deep-seated hatred among the populace. Yet despite this, no one dared to provoke the Ghost Luo sect, for doing so could lead to swift and brutal retribution. Tang Meyer, didn't you claim to be a rogue cultivator? How is it that you are a member of the Ghost Luo sect? The revelation of Tang Meyer's true identity and the recollection of the Ghost Luo sect's dreadful reputation rendered Pang Rui's face a ghastly pale. Ha! Afraid now? If so, why not release me? Observing the fear etched on Pang Rui's face, Tang Meyer laughed triumphantly. Lin Feng, are you not going to help me up? Perhaps emboldened by the situation, Tang Meyer spoke darkly to Lin Feng. Very well, I shall assist you. With a broad smile, Lin Feng approached Tang Meyer's side. However, his expression abruptly turned cold. I shall help you meet Yama. With a surge of murderous intent, Lin Feng struck with lightning speed, piercing Tang Meyer's throat with a single-fingered Lin Feng. How dare you kill me? You will pay for this. The Ghost Luo sect will not spare you. As life slipped away, Tang Meyer's body fell lifelessly into a pool of blood. Ha! The Ghost Luo sect will not spare us. The dead do not speak. Turning slowly, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon Pang Rui, who was supporting Ling Qingge, as he smiled and spoke. Indeed, we shall keep this matter to ourselves. It shall remain our secret. Pang Rui nodded vigorously, hastily affirming, Yes, yes, we will not breathe a word of this. Lin Feng's gentle smile belied the tremor of fear in Pang Rui's heart. Lin Feng, I thank you for saving my life today. This cave is most sinister. The aura we felt earlier was terrifying. Let us avoid the Bai Yuan spirit milk within and depart together. Beside Pang Rui, the pain of her severed arm etched anguish across Ling Qingge's features. Yet, she managed a faint smile as she looked at Lin Feng. No, you both should leave first. I wish to venture into this cave. Lin Feng, however, resolutely declined her proposal. He was unwilling to depart without exploring further, and he was aware that the period of weakness following his blood demon kill technique was imminent. Be careful, Lin Feng. Until we meet again, Ling Qingge murmured softly, and with Pang Rui's support, they gradually distanced themselves. Lin Feng gazed at their retreating forms. Should you wish to join the Tian Yuan sect, seek me out there, he called out after a moment's hesitation. The two paused, yet remained silent. Ling Qingge offered a faint smile before they resumed their departure, disappearing from Lin Feng's sight. Slowly, Lin Feng approached Tang Meyer's lifeless form and retrieved the storage bag from his belongings, tucking it away. Hey, you little rascal, hurry and help me absorb this guy's spirit. Who are you calling a little rascal? Is that how you request assistance? Upon hearing the impatient voice of the giant egg, Lin Feng merely smiled. I shall not make things difficult for you, nor will I coerce you. From now on, simply call me Lin Feng when you need help. Refrain from calling me a little rascal. It hardly sits well with me. Also, I am merely a novice cultivator, quite ignorant of many things. Do not berate me upon our first meeting. How am I to endure that? Oh, by the way, thank you for your help with Changfeng. Lin Feng's consciousness descended into the ethereal realm of the illusionary void crystal. He addressed the giant egg before him. Following Lin Feng's words, an unusual silence enveloped the space. The giant egg remained oddly quiet for an extended moment. Haha, you still have a conscience. No need for thanks. Simply assist me in gathering spirits in the future. Moreover, the illusionary void crystal has intertwined our fates. As I grow stronger, so too shall you. You grow stronger, and I shall too. Indeed, if you help me refine this fellow, along with the spirit of that flame lion, I should be able to break through if my estimations are correct. Importantly, if I succeed in this breakthrough, I can lend you my power temporarily, though you might not see immediate results. Once I become powerful, lending you my strength in critical moments could serve as your greatest trump card, far surpassing the blood demon kill. IT can work like that. Lin Feng's eyes lit up with excitement as he absorbed the giant egg's explanation. Of course, despite your current cultivation at the 2nd level of Meridian Opening, if I consume enough spirits and ascend to the 9th level or even higher, what do you think would happen if I lent you my strength in times of danger? What? That's incredibly overpowered. Why didn't you mention this sooner? At this moment, Lin Feng's heart surged with an unprecedented fervor, and he hurried over to the bodies of Tang Meyer and the Flame Lion. Absorbing their spirits with a mere thought, the spirits were consumed. The giant egg trembled slightly and emitted a resonant hum. Soon after, an aura of 1st level Meridian Opening radiated from the giant egg, indicating its advancement. You can advance by consuming spirits? That is quite remarkable. By the way, what should I call you? Well, they used to call me my Lady the Queen. If you don't mind, you may address me as such. A soft whisper escaped from the giant egg. Yet upon noticing the dark lines gradually appearing on Lin Feng's forehead, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Of course, you may call me Misha. She said, Misha? No, let's not engage in idle chatter. The weakness phase of blood demon slaughter has arrived. That moment, Lin Feng's expression changed dramatically. With a soft exhale, he realized that, perhaps due to the prolonged, fierce battle, this weakness phase had come upon him sooner than anticipated. His breath quickly waned, his muscles, including the grotesque veins, deflated like a punctured bald eye in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng's form returned to its original state. Yet, in this state of extreme frailty, he felt not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation, as if he were an ordinary person devoid of training. Damn it, this weakness phase lasts for 3 days. I must find a place to hide, that if he encountered danger during this phase, it would spell disaster. With that thought, Lin Feng swiftly set off in a specific direction. In his memory, there lay a relatively concealed cave in that direction. As he dashed forward, approximately 10 minutes later, a thicket of dense jungle, towering over a person, came into view. The rustling of leaves and the sound of heavy breathing echoed ominously in the distance. "Is someone there?" Lin Feng cursed under his breath, realizing how unfortunate his luck was. Had he stepped in dog feces upon leaving? What I fear has indeed come to pass. His countenance shifted drastically as he hurriedly concealed himself within the nearby dense foliage. Hidden from sight, Lin Feng cautiously observed everything outside. Before long, a beautiful young girl, panting heavily, appeared within his line of sight. Her. Looking at the girl before him, Lin Feng's expression shifted once again. The newcomer was none other than Sun Xinyu, the sister of the adorable little girl, Sun Lingyu, whom Lin Feng had encountered upon leaving the Wanjian sect. It was Sun Xinyu who had given him a token, allowing him to seek Elder Su Yin at the Tianyuan Zone, thus altering the course of his life. Lin Feng had always held a deep gratitude towards Sun Xinyu. However, at this moment, Sun Xinyu appeared exceedingly disheveled, her aura incredibly weak, even more so than Lin Feng's own state. Could she have also employed blood demon slaughter? That shouldn't be the case, Lin Feng pondered, filled with astonishment. Without hesitation, he sprang from a thicket and quickly reached Sun Xinyu's side, startled by his sudden appearance. Sun Xinyu nearly stumbled. However, upon recognizing him, she exhaled deeply in relief. "It's you. Quick, hide. Someone is chasing me." Initially taken aback, Sun Xinyu's expression swiftly shifted to one of unprecedented urgency. Grabbing Lin Feng's hand, she pulled him to the dense thicket where he had just concealed himself. Chased, seeing Sun Xinyu in such a state, Lin Feng's brows furrowed slightly. "Stay here and don't move," Lin Feng whispered, clenching his fist before charging out of the thicket. "Hey, where are you going?" Sun Xinyu called after him, followed by a self-deprecating smile. Of course. Hiding here with me would be pointless. They would eventually discover us if they came after us. Running this fast, he must be worried about dragging me down. But that's fine. Just as a bitter smile lingered on Sun Xinyu's lips, Lin Feng did not hide, but instead made his way to a conspicuous, open area. He then conjured a fire and retrieved a piece of blood meat from the... Focusing intently on cooking it, the bizarre scene caused Sun Xinyu to furrow her brows in confusion. What is he doing? Meanwhile, in the distance, four figures emanating a terrifying aura swiftly approached Lin Feng. They were 4 individuals clad in the outer disciple attire of the Wanjian sect. It's actually them. Lin Feng's expression changed dramatically at the sight of the 4. Various emotions played across his face as he clenched his fists even tighter. The figures were none other than his childhood friend Lu Yunxi, along with Zhao Xuexia, Yi Kuan, and the renowned figure of the Wanjian sect's outer disciples, Yu Qiuming. In the past, Lin Feng had been framed by Yi Kuan for teasing Zhao Xuexia, which led to Yi Kuan crippling his dantian. Now, his childhood friends and former enemies stood before him, but a surge of unprecedented rage ignited within Lin Feng's eyes. His fists clenched tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably, the knuckles of his fingers cracking ominously. Chapter 37. Hiding in the cave. Despite being consumed by fury, Lin Feng's mind retained a shred of rationality. He understood that in front of them, he was utterly insignificant. In a brief moment, Lin Feng's demeanor returned to its former composure. He then lifted his gaze, his expression calm as he fixed his eyes intently on Lu Yunxi, Yi Kuan, Zhao Xuexia, and Yu Qiuming. Yu Qiuming, 5th level of Spirit Gathering Realm. Yi Kuan, 2nd level. Zhao Xuexia, 1st level. Lu Yunxi, first level. With a keen sense, Lin Feng easily discerned their current cultivation levels. What surprised him most was Lu Yunxi's remarkable leap from the 7th level of open veins to the 1st level of spirit gathering realm. Lin Feng, noticing Lin Feng's gaze, Lu Yunxi and the others also turned their attention to him. Upon seeing him, Lu Yunxi's emotions became somewhat complicated, her brows furrowing slightly. Oh, isn't this the useless Lin Feng who was expelled from the Wanjian sect? How did he end up in such a state? As they approached, Yu Qiuming scrutinized Lin Feng, speaking with a mocking tone. Did you've joined Tianyuan Zong, and even reached the 2nd level of open veins? At that moment, Zhao Shuisha's gaze fell upon Lin Feng, disdain evident in her tone. With his current state at the 2nd level of open veins, Yi Kuan could extinguish him with a mere finger. What is the point of talking to a useless person? We have more pressing matters. Boy, did you see a girl around Zhao Shuisha's age pass by here? Yu Qiuming asked, his voice indifferent yet sharp. Like a hawk's gaze piercing into Lin Feng's expression. A girl? Oh, I saw her. Was she wearing a white dress, looking quite weak? Where did she go? Lin Feng responded without hesitation, casually pointing in a direction. As his words fell, the air fell into a brief silence. Yu Qiuming's gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng, unwavering. I hope you're not lying, or you'll meet a dreadful end. Chase. With that, Yu Qiuming took the lead. Heading in the indicated direction, Lu Yunxi wait. Seeing Lu Yunxi's retreating figure, Lin Feng clenched his fists, unable to suppress a soft call. Lin Feng's call. The four halted in unison, Lu Yunxi's brows knitting slightly. Yunxi, I can cultivate now. Is there still a chance for us? Perhaps unable to let go of the last shred of his obsession, Lin Feng finally spoke. I told you, I have never liked you. Not in the past, not in the future, and certainly not ever. The person I, Lu Yunxi, will love is destined to be a hero clad in golden armor, riding on clouds of vibrant colors. We're no longer from the same world. The gap between us will only widen. What if one day I can defeat you? Lin Feng's words hung in the air, plunging the atmosphere into silence once more, as the four regarded him with expressions of disbelief. Defeat me? For months hence, at the grand competition, I await your arrival. Upon uttering these words, Lu Yunxi cast a scornful glance at Lin Feng. Without delay, the four swiftly pursued the direction pointed out by Lin Feng. Observing Lu Yunxi's receding silhouette, Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly. Remaining rooted in place, he offered a self-deprecating smile, his silence lingering for an extended period. Eventually, Lin Feng gathered his thoughts and exhaled a heavy breath. Hidden within the dense foliage, Sun Xinyu felt the weight in her heart gradually lift at that moment. Lin Feng, I misjudged you. Concealed in the thicket, Sun Xinyu whispered softly. Soon after, Lin Feng dashed into the underbrush. Reaching Sun Xinyu's side, they have departed. Are you all right? I am fine, Lin Feng. Thank you. Understanding Lin Feng's intentions and reflecting on the peril he had faced for her sake, Sun Xinyu gazed at him with deep gratitude. In response, Lin Feng offered a slight smile. There's a cave over there. Let me take you inside for shelter. With that, Lin Feng lifted the weakened Sun Xinyu, who struggled to move, and made his way toward a hidden cave nestled within the thick undergrowth. Held in the embrace of a man, feeling the warmth radiating from Lin Feng, Sun Xinyu lowered her head in silence, her delicate crimson lips pressed tightly together. Upon reaching the cave, Lin Feng gathered some dry grass to lay upon the ground. Then carefully placed Sun Xinyu atop the makeshift bedding. Sun Xinyu, what transpired between you and them? Furthermore, what of your strength? Lin Feng seated himself beside her, and in the dim light, he regarded Sun Xinyu, who appeared exceedingly frail, and inquired, in this forest of 10,000 beasts, I stumbled upon a yuan bone flower. This herb possesses remarkable efficacy in solidifying the foundation of those in the gathering spirit realm. Unfortunately, I crossed paths with Yu Qiuming and his companions. Naturally, I became the target of their relentless pursuit and fell victim to a spirit-binding talisman. Owing to the talisman, my spiritual energy is currently sealed, and it will not be until tomorrow that I can restore my strength. Lin Feng, what about you? I sense your condition mirrors mine. As for me, I employed a special combat technique during the fierce battle, and now I find myself in a weakened state. Lin Feng candidly shared, not concealing his own situation. Their brief exchange soon gave way to silence, both enveloped in contemplation. Ah, it hurts. What was that? I've been bitten. Suddenly, as tranquility enveloped the cave, Sun Sinyu's exclamation shattered the stillness. Startled from his relaxed state, Lin Feng's entire being jolted. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Lin Feng sprang to his feet as a series of rustling noises emanated from the straw beneath Sun Sinyu. A golden jade serpent? In the faint light, Lin Feng beheld a small serpent, its emerald body adorned with golden spots. Lin Feng's heart raced. The golden jade serpent possesses significant venom. Had Sun Sinyu or Lin Feng's spiritual powers not been restrained, they could easily expel the serpent's toxin. However, now rendered as powerless as ordinary mortals, the serpent's venom posed a grave threat to Sun Sinyu's life. With lightning reflexes, Lin Feng seized the serpent by its tail and crushed it against the cave's rocky wall. "Where were you bitten? Allow me to extract the venom." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng spoke urgently to Sun Sinyu. Yet upon hearing his words, Sun Sinyu's face flushed crimson. My chest. Chapter 38. A sudden departure. The sensitivity of the bite's location, coupled with the girl's modesty, rendered Sun Sinyu unable to articulate her predicament. She added an extra word to her response, attempting to alleviate her embarrassment. Nevertheless, upon hearing Sun Sinyu's succinct 2 words, Lin Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. His gaze fell upon Sun Sinyu's flushed cheeks, instinctively drifting toward her rising and falling bosom on the left side of her pristine dress. Lin Feng noticed a trace of blood left by the bite. How do I extract it? Recalling his previous words, Lin Feng's face turned beet red. Just then, as Lin Feng stood in stunned silence, a dull thud resonated as Sun Sinyu slumped weakly onto the straw. You should cover your eyes and help me extract it. Sun Sinyu, her cheeks aflame, bit her lip, mustering her courage and resolutely uttering her request. All right, I understand. Lin Feng struggled to control his racing heart, daring not to dwell on the situation, and promptly tore a strip of cloth from his clothing to blindfold himself in the pitch-black cave. Lin Feng expelled the dark, poisonous blood from his mouth. The warmth and softness brushing against his lips sent shivers through both him and Sun Sinyu. Lin Feng exerted himself to draw out the serpent's venom. As the poisonous blood was expelled in steady streams, Lin Feng's lips gradually darkened. Time slipped away, and eventually, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing Lin Feng to collapse into Sun Sinyu's embrace. As dawn broke, heralding a new day, Lin Feng lay upon the bed of straw he had prepared for Sun Sinyu within the now quiet cave. In his hand, he clutched a sturdy piece of wood, a faint smile occasionally gracing his lips. Sinyu. At some unknown moment, Lin Feng whispered softly, his fingers twitching slightly, before gradually opening his eyes. Sitting up, he surveyed his surroundings, finding no trace of Sun Sinyu, and his smile slowly faded. She has left? Glancing at the pile of provisions left behind, Lin Feng murmured, his eyes dimming. Perched atop the straw, Lin Feng shook his somewhat groggy head and slowly rose to his feet. You're awake? You truly are audacious. How brazen of you! Just as Lin Feng stood, Misha's voice echoed in his mind. What do you mean by brazen? I harbored no improper intentions toward her. You were well aware of the circumstances. I merely sought to save her. Puffed. Your face is as red as a monkey's backside. You claim you have no ulterior motives? However, Misha rolled her eyes in exasperation at Lin Feng's feeble defense. Teased by Misha and recalling the previous intimate scene, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. He had no desire to prolong the conversation with Misha, fully aware that continuing would only deepen his predicament. I still have 2 more days of weakness due to the blood demon killing technique. Furthermore, what happened to that cave? The Bai Yuan spirit milk. I cannot bear to let it go. And that cry akin to an eagle's screech. What beast was responsible? Its aura was truly terrifying. It seemed like a phoenix. Lin Feng's bewilderment prompted Misha to respond, albeit uncertainly, to the phoenix. Are you jesting? The phoenix is one of the 4 ancient divine beasts. Moreover, it is said that the divine bird perished in a cataclysmic battle during antiquity. How could it possibly be a phoenix? Upon hearing the mention of the phoenix, Lin Feng's heart trembled. Disbelief etched upon his features. Pray, I said it is a possibility, not a certainty. Regardless, that cave is undoubtedly extraordinary, likely harboring some secrets. Once you have recovered from your 2-day weakness, we shall investigate. Enter the cave. We have no knowledge of what lies within. What if we encounter danger? Upon hearing Misha's suggestion, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement mixed with trepidation. Well, I cannot ascertain the level of danger. If you fear for your life, you need not go. Why not go? With you by my side, I fear nothing. Moreover, to depart without exploring is not in my character. I shall not allow it. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, a fervent spark of curiosity igniting within his gaze. As the imminent life and death battle with Tianyu loomed closer, he recognized that even in his weakened state, the precious hours of the past 2 days could not be squandered on mere idleness. He had to engage in body refinement. The quiet determination flickered in his eyes as he whispered to himself. Without delay, Lin Feng hoisted the formidable Tan Luo Qixuan sword, weighing a staggering 2,000 pounds, and began to sprint with fervor. After half an hour of relentless running, Lin Feng was left breathless. Lin Feng, are you jesting? Is this truly how one refines their body? He questioned himself. What other method is there? Everyone else refines in this manner. What fault lies in my approach? Although he felt a twinge of irritation at Misha's disdainful remarks, Lin Feng's tone softened considerably. He had begun to grasp certain underlying issues, his inquiry tinged with curiosity. Should I seek the body refinement secret techniques? Are there truly such techniques? How come I have not heard of them? Look at your limited aspirations. There are countless things you remain oblivious to. However, at your current stage, access to body refinement techniques is exceedingly rare, given how scarce they are in your world that I in my realm. Body refinement is not considered extraordinary. Many forsake traditional cultivation paths to pursue the path of body refinement. Countless individuals have achieved the status of a saint through their physical form, and many have even cultivated an indestructible sacred body. A saint through the physical form, an indestructible sacred body. As Misha recounted these revelations, Lin Feng's face was suffused with astonishment, for her words had dramatically reshaped his understanding of cultivation, in Lin Feng's perception. Practitioners of body refinement were exceedingly rare, with many dismissing it as a waste of time. Had it not been for his pursuit of the 7 injuries fist, he would never have endured the grueling process of body refinement. Amidst his astonishment, Lin Feng's curiosity regarding Misha's identity intensified. Misha, what exactly are you? How long have you lived? From which world do you hail? His questions flowed forth in rapid succession, voicing all the mysteries that plagued his mind. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's inquiries, Misha fell silent, enveloped in a contemplative stillness. Chapter 39. The Record of the Celestial Golden Body, noticing Misha's prolonged silence and sensing the subtle tension in the air. Lin Feng's brows furrowed slightly. What is happening? Did I say something amiss? I merely posed a few ordinary questions. Misha, you. Confusion clouded Lin Feng's thoughts as he tentatively attempted to address her. Ask what you must, but refrain from unnecessary inquiries. Spare me your ramblings. You wish to learn the body refinement secret techniques, or not? The moment Lin Feng uttered these words, it was akin to triggering an explosive reaction, as Misha unleashed a barrage of scathing remarks upon him. What the hell? Is this a jest? Why such a vehement reaction? Even with prior warning, Lin Feng was left utterly astounded by Misha's sudden shift in demeanor. Yes, of course I want to, he replied sheepishly, nodding vigorously in the void of the illusory essence crystal. A resounding hum echoed as the colossal egg that was Misha vibrated intensely. Lin Feng's consciousness floated within this ethereal realm, and suddenly a golden beam of light shot forth from the giant egg, transforming into a radiant golden tome that hovered in midair. What is this? A mere glance sent a jolt through Lin Feng's entire being, as an enigmatic resonance surged from the book, penetrating the depths of his soul. As the first page of the tome began to unfurl, an overwhelming torrent of information flooded into Lin Feng's mind. The record of the celestial golden body, limitless strength, illusions at will, tempering bones and purifying blood, celestial refinement through 100 trials, the path of the heavens realized, an indestructible golden body, the physical form attaining sanctity, the sacred body enduring eternally. Standing there in a daze, Lin Feng mumbled to himself, each word igniting a fierce passion within him, his expression one of utter astonishment. This is astonishingly powerful, the attainment of sanctity through the physical form, the eternal preservation of the sacred body. Lin Feng murmured softly, his face alight with joy and his eyes filled with fervor. For 2 days, Lin Feng immersed himself in the profound insights contained within the record of the celestial golden body. Lin Feng, as the 2-day period elapsed, your state of weakness should have passed by now, as the morning sun bathed the earth in light. Misha's gentle voice resonated in Lin Feng's mind, in response to her words. Lin Feng silently circulated his inner spiritual energy and nodded slightly. Lin Feng, how do you find a record of the celestial golden body? In these 2 days, how much have you comprehended? It's incredible. Truly extraordinary, limitless strength, illusions at will. It's marvelous beyond description. 1 pattern golden body, impervious to blades and swords. 2 pattern golden body, as tough as bronze and iron. 10 pattern golden body, the path of the heavens realized, the indestructible golden body. Immortal and unscathed, the physical form attaining sanctity, the sacred body enduring eternally. In response to Misha's question, Lin Feng spoke with uncontainable excitement and fervor. You've really put in the effort over these past 2 days. Haven to you. But don't get too carried away with your joy. Don't get too carried away. The moment Misha uttered those words, Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Why not? Because it does not belong to my world, nor does it belong to your realm, and one has ever cultivated it. Whether you can succeed and to what extent is still an unknown. Then where does it originate? That is not for you to know. What matters now is that you focus on your cultivation. There are things you will come to understand in due time. Just as Lin Feng's curiosity peaked, Misha suddenly changed the subject and fell silent. Caught off guard, Lin Feng felt as if a swarm of ants were crawling beneath his skin, an uncomfortable sensation. Damn it. Not this again. Lin Feng cursed uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Let us go. Don't be disheartened. Some things are beyond your reach at present. You should concentrate on the impending life and death battle with Tianyu. Let us go check that cave. We must obtain the Bai Yuanling milk and uncover the secrets hidden within. Misha's voice was soft, and Lin Feng felt a renewed sense of anticipation that he slung the Tian Luo Qi Xian sword over his back and, basking in the morning light, began to walk purposefully in a chosen direction. Baiyu, didn't Tiyu claim to have discovered Lin Feng's trail in this direction? Why we searched for so long without a trace of him? Lin Feng's figure darted through the dense forest of the Wan Yao mountain range. As he traversed, a faint voice reached his ears, causing Lin Feng's brow to furrow. He leapt onto a tall tree, standing firm upon the trunk, and gazed intently in the direction from which the sound emanated. Fang Jingshun, Kai Zilong, and a disciple of the Wanjian sect at the second level of the opening meridian stage appeared in Lin Feng's line of sight. This disciple, known as Baiyu, spoke. Baiyu, are you joking? You claim to have witnessed Lin Feng slay Lu Ming and his companions. Kai Zilong's voice brimmed with disbelief as he regarded Baiyu. Senior Brother Zilong, would I deceive you about such a matter? I saw it with my own eyes. From his perch on the tree, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he overheard their conversation, recalling the harrowing scene of his escape from Fang Jingshun. Unbeknownst to him, his fists clenched tightly in response. You 3 are truly tenacious, aren't you? Lin Feng murmured softly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. In that moment, he enveloped himself in a thread of his own aura, gradually drawing closer to Baiyu. Lin Feng? As Lin Feng's aura approached Baiyu, the latter's eyes widened in shock, eliciting a startled exclamation that echoed in Kai Zilong and Fang Jingchun's ears. What did you say? Baiyu's words left Kai Zilong and Fang Jingchun momentarily stunned, their voices overlapping in astonishment. Lin Feng, I sense his presence. He must be nearby. Haha, Baiyu, are you jesting? Both Kai Zilong and I are present. Does Lin Feng dare to come here? Moreover, Lin Feng's aura. How come we haven't felt anything? Fang Jingchun scoffed, his face a mask of skepticism. Senior Brother Jingchun, I speak the truth. I genuinely sensed him. You should hurry and check. Zilong, should we go investigate? Seeing Bai Yu's unwavering determination, Fang Jingchuan's brow furrowed slightly as he gazed at Kai Zilong and spoke. In response, Kai Zilong nodded slightly, and the two swiftly ventured forth, searching within the dense forest. "Senior brothers, wait for me," Bai Yu called out. "Bai Yu, you stay right there without worry. With Zilong and me here, that fellow won't dare to harm you." Fang Jingchuan's confident voice echoed from a distance. However, before Bai Yu, a figure had already appeared, standing directly in front of him. Lin Feng, Bai Yu stammered, his cheeks paling in an instant. Chapter 40. Assassination of Bai Yu. I've heard you've been searching for me everywhere. Are you surprised to see me? Are you happy? Lin Feng's lips curled into a sinister smile as a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Feeling Lin Feng's icy, murderous intent, Bai Yu felt a chill run from head to toe. "Senior brothers, save me! Hurry, Lin Feng has come!" Bai Yu shouted frantically, dashing toward the direction of Fang Jingchun and the others. With a swoosh, a fiery red spiritual energy coalesced at Lin Feng's fingertips, and then shot forth like a bolt from his hand. A piercing sound echoed as the crimson glow streaked across the sky, only to vanish into Bai Yu's throat the next moment. The dull thud resonated, blood splattered, and Bai Yu's body fell lifelessly into a pool of blood. Lin Feng moved swiftly, arriving before Bai Yu to absorb his spiritual essence. Having completed this, he turned and fled at high speed. Moments later, Fang Jingchun and Kai Zilong returned hastily, and upon seeing Bai Yu lying in a pool of blood, their faces turned ashen. The invisible slap of reality struck them harshly. "Remember this. Those who cross paths with me, Lin Feng, will meet their demise sooner or later." Lin Feng's voice reverberated through the forest, echoing from all directions. "Damn it, he must not be allowed to live. I will kill him." At this moment, Fang Jingchun clenched his fists tightly, his teeth gritted in anger. Lin Feng must die. Meanwhile, Kai Zilong's expression mirrored his companion's distress. Lin Feng, shouldering the Tianluo Qixin sword, traversed the Yumming Snake Valley, where a familiar hill soon came into view. Arriving at the entrance of a collapsed cave, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Misha, what should we do next?" he asked softly, standing at the cave's entrance. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a tremor from the giant egg within him, and an immensely powerful consciousness surged forth from it, probing into the cave before him. The aura of death is so thick, so many spiritual essences. Moments later, Misha's voice sounded, tinged with excitement and joy. "What is it?" Lin Feng inquired, only for Misha to gasp in shock, her energy trembling violently. "Misha, what's wrong?" Lin Feng asked, startled by the sudden turn of events. "I don't know. I saw endless corpses and a formidable seal. But the moment my consciousness touched the seal, a more powerful consciousness severed my probe. Fortunately, it bore no malice. Otherwise, my consciousness would have suffered greatly. How strange. Should we still enter this cave?" Hearing Misha's lingering fear, Lin Feng felt a surge of astonishment, his brow furrowing slightly. "Of course we should. With so many spiritual essences and a vast pool of Bai Yuan spiritual milk, it would be a pity not to go in." "Damn, I love your boldness," Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly. He then hefted the 2,000-pound Tianluo Qixin sword and began to dig vigorously at the cave's collapsed entrance. "What are you doing?" Misha asked, astonished at Lin Feng's exertion. "Digging out this cave entrance. How else will we get in?" "Digging it out? You must be joking. By the time you finish, the flowers will have wilted. You stand aside and watch me." Misha laughed heartily, leaving Lin Feng fuming, but he stepped aside nonetheless. "You're so impressive. Not digging. I suppose you think you could just blow and the cave will open?" Lin Feng muttered to himself, skeptical. Within the illusory space of the Huanyo Yuanjin, dark energy surged from the giant egg, floating before Lin Feng's eyes. His astonishment. The dark energy split into strands, swiftly swirling before him. Though seemingly chaotic, it appeared to be sketching something profound. As Lin Feng awaited the spectacle of flying debris, time slipped by slowly. His bewilderment. Nothing occurred, and 5 minutes passed. Misha, what are you trying to do? Are you capable or not? If not, let me continue digging." "Dig." Just as Lin Feng was growing impatient, Misha suddenly spoke sharply. He watched as the space before him twisted, revealing a hollow that was taller than a person. shrouded in darkness. Within the hollow, mysterious light flickered. Lin Feng was taken aback. "What is this?" He tossed a stone into the void, and it vanished without a trace. "Damn." His eyes widened in disbelief as he swallowed hard. "Why are you standing there? Hurry and go in. Are you sure it's safe? Is it even a question? Do you think I would harm you?" At Misha's rebuke, Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. He then stepped forward naturally, crossing into the dark void, and his figure disappeared within. Moments later, the void vanished into thin air as if it had never existed. As he stepped in, Lin Feng was enveloped in darkness, only to see a faint light ahead. He opened his eyes to find himself within a pitch-black cave. The chilling wind swept through, causing him to shiver involuntarily. As he surveyed his surroundings, Lin Feng spotted the collapsed entrance and, in another direction, a winding passage whose destination was unknown. The walls of the passage were adorned with intricate runes that shimmered mysteriously. Turning his gaze once more, Lin Feng noticed a small pool nestled in the corner of the cave, brimming with Bai Yuan's spiritual milk. Even from a distance, he could sense the rich spiritual energy emanating from it. "Wow, Misha, what kind of sorcery is this? I just stepped from the cave's exterior to its interior." Impressive, truly impressive. As he looked back at the vanished hollow, Lin Feng's face was a mixture of astonishment and awe. Chapter 41. Advancing to the 4th level of pulse opening indeed. If you had waited to dig out the cave, who knows how long it would have taken? Misha replied, reveling in her triumph. "Teach me?" Why should I teach you?" "I'm fine. If you won't teach me, I won't learn." Lin Feng pouted, but his curious gaze remained fixed on the winding passage that led to an unknown destination. The passage was lavishly constructed, its walls fashioned from incredibly hard black crystal, with a myriad of runes intricately woven into the stone. What a grand endeavor! With so much black crystal, I could sell it for a fortune. Gazing upon the cavern wall, densely arranged black crystals devoid of any gaps, a flicker of fervent light ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. He resolved to excavate a few to examine. Grasping the Tianluo Qixin sword, Lin Feng thrust it forcefully against the wall that a dull thud reverberated, and he beheld the runes on the wall swirling, their radiance intensifying. A tremendous rebounding force surged through the sword, rushing towards Lin Feng. With a gasp and a grunt, a look of agony crossed Lin Feng's face as he was violently propelled backward. Instantly, a mouthful of scarlet blood erupted from his lips. Such formidable runes! Why inscribe so many upon this wall? What purpose do they serve? What lies within? Lin Feng collapsed to the ground, his forehead slick with cold sweat, his countenance filled with dread. Lin Feng, this is indeed the Xingge demon suppression spell. I never expected it to be the legendary Xingge demon suppression spell. Generally, it is employed solely to seal malevolent entities. How intriguing. This is becoming increasingly fascinating. Misha murmured to herself, her tone tinged with excitement. Malevolent entities? Misha, did you not mention there were numerous spiritual entities inside? Indeed, I sense the presence of countless spirits, at least several hundred. Many lives must have perished here. Lin Feng, hurry and refine the Buin spirit milk, and strive to break through. Let us explore within shortly. You might have stumbled upon a tremendous fortune. Hearing Misha's words, Lin Feng's heart surged with exhilaration, his pulse quickening uncontrollably. His curiosity about this cave intensified, his eyes brimming with anticipation. With a burst of excitement, Lin Feng dashed towards the pool, which was nearly 2 meters long and wide. Dahaha, such an abundance of Buin spirit milk? All for me. If I refine it all, I wonder what realm I could attain. With a leap, Lin Feng plunged into the pool before him. Refine for me. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Feng gradually closed his eyes, instantly entering a state of cultivation. In the dantian region, the illusory spirit crystal spun wildly. The Buin spirit milk flowed into Lin Feng's body, transforming into strands of pure spiritual energy, which the illusory spirit crystal fervently refined and absorbed. An immense amount of spiritual energy surged into his body, and the illusory spirit crystal emitted joyful humming sounds. Lin Feng's aura steadily intensified, while the Buin spirit milk in the pool diminished at a visible rate. A cracking sound echoed, as if something had shattered. Lin Feng's aura suddenly surged upward, Opening the meridian's third stage, Lin Feng whispered, a smile of joy gracing his lips. As time passed, the Bun spirit milk gradually disappeared. After approximately half a day, the once full pool of Bun spirit milk had reached its bottom. Opening the meridian's fourth stage, when a final drop of Bun spirit milk entered Lin Feng's body, his aura underwent another dramatic transformation. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, brilliance radiating from them. The sensation of breaking through is truly delightful. However, the resources expended for this breakthrough are staggering. A pool of Bun spirit milk could allow others to ascend several realms during the opening of the meridian stage. Yet, the illusory spirit crystal, it seems, has only enabled me to ascend 2 realms. Lin Feng inwardly grumbled, then retrieved a cultivation pill obtained from defeating LV Ming and his companions from his storage bag, with a thought. The pure spiritual energy within the pill was instantly devoured by the illusory spirit crystal. However, the impact of this single pill felt as insignificant as a stone sinking into the ocean. Failing to create even the slightest ripple, A.S. Lin Feng sensed the still hollow, illusory spirit crystal. He couldn't help but twitch his face, a surge of frustration bubbling within him. Damn it, can anyone tell me how many cultivation pills are needed to break through to the 5th stage of body refinement? Lin Feng initially intended to refine all the cultivation pills and beast crystals he possessed, but now it seemed that these resources were utterly insufficient in the presence of the illusory spirit crystal. Thus, Lin Feng had no choice but to temporarily abandon the thought of further cultivation, stowing the remaining 3 cultivation pills back into his storage bag. Lin Feng, you are quite fortunate. The Bun golden phoenix fruit has unexpectedly sprouted. At that moment, Misha's exclamation rang out abruptly. Hearing her voice, Lin Feng cast his gaze towards the now empty pool. To his astonishment, in a corner of the pool, a small tree resembling jade glimmered, adorned with a golden fruit the size of a thumb's nail. What purpose does it serve? Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he beheld the tiny fruit. What purpose? This item holds great significance. It can guarantee the breakthrough of those at the opening of the meridians and gathering spirit stages. What does it matter? Did you not say the illusory spirit crystal faces no bottleneck in those 2 stages? Lin Feng responded, somewhat dismissively, as he sensed Misha's excitement. Fool, it may be useless for you, but it is invaluable for others. Do you know how many individuals are trapped at a single stage for their entire lives? Do you realize how many families exhaust their entire resources to cultivate a foundation establishment expert? Just think if someone at the 9th stage of gathering spirit consumes this Bun golden phoenix fruit. They will undoubtedly break through their bottleneck and advance to foundation establishment. Setting aside all else, this single fruit, if auctioned, would send everyone into a frenzy. Well then, if you deem it useless, why not leave it be? Let it remain here. S. Lin Feng pondered. Misha's voice echoed with exasperation, her disappointment palpable. Chapter 42. Bone-forging flower hee. If it is so remarkable, why not leave it? Do you think me foolish? Lin Feng chuckled. And then, under Misha's scornful gaze, he casually plucked the Bun golden phoenix fruit and placed it into his storage bag. Oh, Lin Feng, I just realized you not only lack principles, but also possess an astonishingly thick skin. Yet, I like it. All right, now that you've broken through, let us explore the passage and see what lies at its end. Misha smiled slightly. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng's eyes brightened with renewed vigor. Truth be told, he was already filled with anticipation regarding what secrets the passage might conceal. Now, with Misha's words, his heart burned with fervor. In an instant, Lin Feng leaped up, exiting the now empty pool, and, with the Tianluo Qixuan sword slung over his back, raced towards the passage. Entering the passage, after traversing a distance, the brilliance of the Xingui demon suppression spell shone even more brilliantly than before. Though his heart burned with excitement, Lin Feng maintained a clear mind. Slowing his pace as he ventured deeper into the passage, he vividly recalled how Tangmeyer had been terrified and lost his way, along with the eerie, eagle-like cries echoing within, and the terrifying aura that seemed capable of piercing the abyss. Lin Feng's heart raced, yet he controlled his breathing with deliberate slowness. The passage wound downward, and after traversing several thousand meters, Lin Feng finally arrived at its end. Upon reaching the terminus, he beheld a vast lake. At the center of the lake lay a massive 10-meter-wide ceiling formation, its runes intricately interwoven, exuding an arcane luminescence. Within this cavern, the water of the lake lay still and undisturbed, resembling a stagnant pool. However, as Lin Feng gazed along the lake's edge, his eyes widened in horror. How could so many have perished here? You only sensed a few hundred spiritual entities. Within his line of sight lay a multitude of skeletal remains, densely packed and piled high. Lin Feng stared in shock, an overwhelming dread welling within him, as he instinctively took a step forward. Lin Feng, do not exit the passage. It is dangerous. I could see that moment. A sharp cry from Misha snapped Lin Feng back to reality, shaking him from a state of shock. Simultaneously, Lin Feng felt a surge of trepidation, realizing the strangeness of this place. Even a mere glance had caused his composure to falter. Lin Feng, there exists a great malevolent entity within this cave, and this passage is safeguarded by a mystical spell to subdue evil. As long as you remain in this passage, you should be relatively safe that a great malevolent entity. Lin Feng cautiously directed his gaze towards the expansive lake, holding his breath and swallowing hard. Did you not previously speculate that the cry resembling an eagle was the call of a phoenix? Could this malevolent entity be a phoenix? Yet, that seemed implausible. After all, a phoenix is a divine beast. How could it be a source of malevolence? Arriving at this place, the eerie and uncanny scene before him only deepened Lin Feng's confusion. Moreover, did you not mention sensing a formidable seal? A consciousness devoid of malice severed your probing. Is the seal you speak of located at the center of this lake? Indeed, it is this very seal that asks for whether this malevolent entity is a phoenix. I cannot say for certain. It remains merely a conjecture. Furthermore, this cave grows increasingly intriguing. You know what kind of sealing array resides at the lake center? That is the Yuan-Yang Dragon Confinement Array. I can assure you, this array is undoubtedly among the most powerful sealing formations in your world. Typically, only the sovereigns of this realm possess the strength to wield such formidable formations that I surmise that within this seal lies a tomb, perhaps even that of a ruler from your realm. Our arrival here merely marks the beginning of uncovering the secrets of this place. Only by breaking the seal and entering can we unveil a fragment of this mysterious veil. So many have perished here. There must be some dreadful entity guarding this sealing array. The mystical spell in this passage is undoubtedly to prevent such entities from escaping and wreaking havoc, to confine them to this location. Misha's slightly urgent words echoed in Lin Feng's mind. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily, especially upon hearing the mention of a royal tomb. An unparalleled brilliance ignited in his eyes. A royal? What level of existence is that? A royal tomb surely contains treasures beyond measure. Misha, do you have any means to break that seal? Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with fervor as he rubbed his hands together. Chuckling softly, break the Yuan-Yang Dragon Confinement Array? You overestimate me. However, there's a method to temporarily activate the Yuan-Yang Dragon Confinement Array, though the materials required are exceedingly rare and difficult to find. I see. So that means we cannot enter in the short term. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in regret. Lin Feng, look at your impatient demeanor. I suspect you have your sights set on the treasures within. Do you not? I merely suggested it might be a royal-esque tomb. Yet it could also be sealing some indestructible, terrifying demon. If the seal contains a demon, your reckless intrusion could lead to your demise without you even realizing it. Alas, Lin Feng replied. Though his curiosity remained insatiable, he could only helplessly tug at the corners of his mouth. What is that? Just as Lin Feng's gaze casually swept across the vast lake, he noticed, not far from his current position, a crystal-clear crimson flower amidst a myriad of bones, captivating his attention. Were it not for the flower's striking red hue, it would have been difficult for Lin Feng to spot it in the dim light. Ah, that's a bone-forging flower. I never expected to find one here. You brat, how is your luck so extraordinary that you stumble upon such treasures everywhere? Your brother Qing Feng requires the Qingli Xiandan to eliminate the poison of the spirit-devouring powder. And this bone-forging flower is one of the rarest main ingredients needed to refine the Qingli Xiandan. Listening to Misha's words, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with unprecedented joy as he gazed at the bone-forging flower. However, alas, it is unfortunate that this bone-forging flower grows in this location. Should you leave this passage to pluck it, no one knows what dangers you may face. Chapter 43. Misha advances to the 5th level of opening meridians with each word from Misha. The smile on Lin Feng's face gradually faded, and his heart grew increasingly heavy. Damn it. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, his fists clenching unconsciously. Why don't we abandon the bone-forging flower? I understand its significance to you. But wagering your life is far too great a risk. Success is one thing, but have you considered the consequences of failure? I am aware of that. Yet my brother Qingfeng has but a month left. If he does not obtain the Qingli Xiandan within this time, he will perish. Lin Feng sighed, falling into silence. Sigh. I shall first assist you in devouring the spirit bodies. Lin Feng murmured softly, yet his reluctant gaze remained fixed on the bone-forging flower. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he exhaled a heavy sigh. Misha, can you estimate how many spirit bodies are here? To what level do you think you can break through? Lin Feng forced a smile, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation as he spoke. Lin Feng, the number of deceased here is in the tens of thousands. Yet perhaps due to the passage of time, most of the spirit bodies have dissipated. Currently, there are approximately 500 to 600 spirit bodies remaining. You brat, are you so eager to know to what level I can break through next? Hee, you won't be disappointed. TCH, still trying to keep me in suspense? I'm curious to see just how impressive you can be. Rolling his eyes, Lin Feng settled into a cross-legged position within the interwoven passage of runes. 9 Palaces' soul-subduing technique. Lin Feng murmured softly, skillfully operating the technique as instructed by Misha. In an instant, spirit bodies began to converge towards Lin Feng, surrounding him densely. They surged into his body, rapidly being devoured by the colossal egg within the ethereal space of the illusory Yuan crystal. The egg emitted a series of excited hums. Lin Feng watched in astonishment as Misha's aura surged rapidly. Opening Meridian's 2nd level. Opening Meridian's 3rd level. Lin Feng whispered softly, his breath becoming somewhat hurried. 4th level of opening meridians. Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. The ascent of Misha's aura showed no signs of stopping even upon reaching the 4th level of opening meridians. Damn it, the 5th level of opening meridians? Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement, nearly leaping from the ground as he witnessed Misha breaking through to the 5th level. However, after reaching this level, the remaining spirit bodies were FEW. As the last spirit body was absorbed by Misha, her ascending aura finally ceased. Wow, Misha, your breakthrough was astonishingly effortless, wasn't it? In just a brief moment, you leaped 4 levels. I struggled immensely to finally reach the 4th level. And you, in the blink of an eye, have reached the 5th level. This moment. Envy and jealousy filled Lin Feng's heart, almost causing his eyes to bulge out in astonishment. Lin Feng, are you not pleased that I have broken through to the 5th level of opening meridians? Did I not tell you before? The stronger I become, the stronger you can be. Do not forget, my power can be lent to you. Then will you lend me your power to play with now? Get lost. Under normal circumstances, I won't lend it. Misha rolled her eyes, responding irritably. All right, Lin Feng, let us leave. The secrets of this place are beyond our current capability to fathom. Besides, your brother Qingfeng is still waiting for the Qingli Xiandan to save his life. We should hurry back and think of a way to gather the materials needed for the Qingli Xiandan. No, I cannot leave just yet. Cannot leave? Why? Lin Feng stood still, unmoving for a long time, while Misha's brow furrowed tightly. After a moment, Lin Feng slowly turned around, directing his gaze toward the distant forged bone flower. In the next second, however, he suddenly lunged out from the passage. He leaped down onto the stark white bones, his face etched with determination. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Are you insane? At that moment, Misha's composure shattered, her voice filled with unprecedented urgency. Yet Lin Feng seemed oblivious to her concern, recklessly charging toward the forged bone flower amidst the scattered bones. Gurgle, gurgle, just as Lin Feng stepped out of the passage. The once tranquil and stagnant lake began to ripple. Moreover, near the center of the lake, bubbles surfaced, producing a series of gurgling sounds that echoed sharply in the eerie silence. Lin Feng, come back quickly. There is something in the water. Come back. Do you want to die? Roar. At the instant Misha's words fell, a massive splash erupted from the calm surface of the lake. Following that, a gigantic serpentine creature burst forth from the depths. The monstrous creature roared thunderously, unleashing a terrifying aura from its body. Lin Feng, it's over, it's over. That's the blood-winged devouring python at the first level of Foundation establishment. Lin Feng, if you don't retreat now, you'll truly meet your end here. Emerging from the water, the blood-winged devouring python's enormous eyes, as large as apples, glinted with a bloodthirsty light, fixating on Lin Feng, who was frantically racing toward the forged bone flower. Though he did not meet its gaze directly, a chilling dread surged from the depths of Lin Feng's heart, permeating his entire being. Misha, time is running short for Cheng Feng. If I miss this chance and fail to find the forged bone flower, for the sake of my brother, even if it means death, so be it. With a fierce cry, Lin Feng vented his internal fear. Charging forward recklessly, he took several steps and, gritting his teeth, reached out for the forged bone flower. Roar! The massive body of the blood-winged devouring python soared into the air, crashing toward Lin Feng. Damn it! Feeling the terrifying force that seemed capable of obliterating everything, Lin Feng's expression darkened in an instant. Gritting his teeth, he dashed toward the passage, stepping over the mountains of cold bones with reckless abandon. Bang! Just as Lin Feng seized the forged bone flower and burst forth, the blood-winged devouring python's tail swept violently where he had stood moments before. In an instant, bones flew in all directions. The tremendous force sent Lin Feng hurtling away. Puff! 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 The shattered bones struck Lin Feng like cannonballs, blood spraying as a series of heavy thuds echoed ominously. Alas, Lin Feng, it's over. Chapter 44. The Emperor's Sword Bang. Lin Feng's body crashed heavily into the mountain of bones. The dense mass of bone shattered inch by inch, creating a deep pit beneath him. Roar! The blood-winged devouring python let out another furious roar, not allowing Lin Feng even a moment to catch his breath. Once more, it charged toward him. Lin Feng struggled to prop himself up, his body pierced by over 20 broken bones. Blood stained his clothes. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his spirit energy in a desperate frenzy. Gurgle! Lin Feng felt a tumult within him, and a mouthful of crimson blood erupted forth. Gazing at the passage not far away, he pushed his speed to the limit and dashed toward it. Lin Feng leaped toward the entrance, yet at that critical moment, the blood-winged devouring python lunged closer. Roar! The colossal tail of the blood-winged devouring python lashed out violently at Lin Feng's body. Like a mountain crashing down, the tail struck him with tremendous force. In an instant, Lin Feng was sent hurtling into the passage like a ball. The sheer impact caused him to slide nearly 100 meters within the passage before he finally steadied himself. With the inertia, the blood-winged devouring python's tail followed and slammed against the cave wall at the entrance. Buzz! Instantly, within the passage, the magical light of the sealing spell surged brilliantly. It seemed as if the blood-winged devouring python was violently repelled by an unseen force. Roar! The blood-winged devouring python let out a pained howl, and then, with a resentful glare at Lin Feng, it turned and dove back into the tranquil waters. Lin Feng, you rascal, truly remarkable. After surviving the ordeal, Misha exhaled heavily. Ha! I'm alive. Lin Feng, am alive. Cheng Feng, did you see? I did it. I obtained the forged bone flower. You'll be fine, though covered in blood and with several broken bones. Lin Feng's face shone with genuine joy as he clutched the forged bone flower. However, it was clear that recovering from his injuries would take at least 3 to 5 days. Lin Feng, have you tried the celestial demonic body technique? The celestial demonic body technique? Isn't that a body refinement method? I'll give it a try. Lin Feng struggled to rise, slowly circulating the celestial demonic body technique. In an instant, he felt every cell in his body roar with energy that a stream of golden aura surged forth from his flesh. This golden energy surrounded Lin Feng, capturing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Subsequently, this captured energy began to merge with the golden essence. Although the process was slow, Lin Feng observed it clearly. Is this the primal force of the physical body? I didn't expect it could be enhanced. Even though he had just begun to experiment with the celestial demonic body technique, this realization left Lin Feng utterly astonished. He struggled to contain his excitement, guiding the golden aura to flow over his wounds. The golden energy nourished the cells around the injuries, akin to parched earth welcoming a spring rain. Lin Feng could distinctly feel the jubilance and exhilaration of each cell. The wounds healed at a visible rate, and the fractured bones began to mend. Without consuming any medicinal pills, within just half a day, Lin Feng's injuries had fully recovered. What? Misha, are you sure this is a body refinement technique and not a healing secret? Witnessing such overwhelming healing power, Lin Feng was left agape. This speed of recovery rivaled any first-grade healing elixir, perhaps even surpassing the effects of the muscle-repairing elixir gifted to him by Sun Sinew. Haha, Lin Feng, this is the astonishing nature of body refinement techniques. Achieving sanctity in the physical form, invulnerable and unscathed, is no exaggeration. You are merely at the beginning. Misha laughed heartily, igniting an unprecedented fervor within Lin Feng regarding the celestial demonic body technique. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes as the technique ceased its operation, the golden aura returning to his body and merging with his flesh. In that instant, he could distinctly feel the enhancement of his physical strength. How long has it been? His physical strength had likely increased by several hundred gene. With a surge of excitement in his heart, Lin Feng slowly approached the formidable Tianluo Qixin sword, which weighed a staggering 2,000 pounds. Tentatively, he extended his right hand and gently grasped the hilt of the sword. With a sudden burst of strength, Lin Feng lifted the Tianluo Qixin sword with one hand. Immediately, he swung the sword fiercely through the air, producing a resounding whoosh, bang. In the next moment, a tremendous crash echoed as the exhausted Lin Feng brought the Tianluo Qixin sword crashing down onto the ground. Ha! I have succeeded. I actually lifted the Tianluo Qixin sword with one hand and executed a strike. Although it was but a single strike, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Only he understood the immense effort he had invested for this moment, training tirelessly day and night, enduring the ridicule of others as he sprinted madly through the forest of 10,000 monsters. Tianluo Qixin sword, you have chosen me. I hope you will not let me down, Lin Feng murmured, gently caressing the sword's hefty blade. By the way, Misha, I recall that you were the one who urged me to choose this Tianluo Qixin sword. Correct? I had almost forgotten amidst my trials. Did you sense something special about it? As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of confusion and anticipation appeared in Lin Feng's eyes, and he spoke slowly. I can only tell you that this sword has a significant origin. Its entire blade is forged from divine iron, and it is the sword of an unparalleled powerhouse from this realm. Unparalleled powerhouse. How strong is that? An emperor. Upon hearing Misha's words, Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply, and he found himself momentarily breathless. Forged from divine iron, the sword of an emperor. Does that mean I, Lin Feng, have stumbled upon a treasure? With this realization, Lin Feng's expression was no longer calm. His body trembled with excitement. Which emperor? Emperor Xianyuan, as Misha spoke. Lin Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His mind buzzed in disbelief. Chapter 45. The beautiful Lake Misha. Are you certain this is the sword of an emperor? Aside from its weight, it seems rather ordinary that I cannot sense any sword aura, nor can I detect any fluctuations of spiritual energy. While Lin Feng was astonished by the Tianluo Qixin sword's origins, he was equally filled with doubt. I cannot say for certain, but it is indeed the sword of Emperor Xianyuan. It used to be quite remarkable. Perhaps your current strength is simply too low to perceive its true nature. Of course, other factors may also come into play, Misha replied, her tone tinged with uncertainty. If you wish to understand why it is as such, or to uncover the divine qualities of this legendary sword, you must embark on a gradual journey of exploration, at the very least. You must first be able to wield this long sword. Can you not use in battle? Lin Feng, despite remaining silent, found his grip on the Tianluo Qixin sword tightening unconsciously. Tianluo Qixin sword. I believe that it will not be long before we can fight side by side, that a newfound determination flickered in Lin Feng's eyes, that it is time to depart. In a few days, I must face Tianyu in a life-and-death battle. It is also time to return to Tianyuan's sect. I wonder how my brother Qing Feng is faring. Lin Feng murmured softly, gripping the immensely heavy Tianluo Qixin sword as he made his way toward the exit of the passage. Misha, it is your turn to take the stage. Exiting the passage, Lin Feng arrived at the cave where he had previously refined the Bai Yuan spirit milk, gazing at the collapsed entrance leading to the outside world. He chuckled, little one, did you think you possessed great skill? To leave here, you still need my Misha's help? Don't you? Tisich, but you do not teach me that if you could impart this knowledge, I would not have to trouble you continuously. Would I? By the way, what exactly is this knowledge? As Lin Feng beheld the familiar dark void reappearing before him, a fervent glimmer filled his eyes. This is a spatial secret technique known as the Void Mist Cavern. Lin Feng, the reason I am not teaching you is that you are currently incapable of learning it. When will I be able to learn it? Lin Feng inquired eagerly. Well, I cannot say for certain. Just as Lin Feng awaited Misha's response, her words were filled with uncertainty. Sigh, let us move on. Lin Feng was evidently displeased with Misha's answer, his forehead lined with dark furrows, although he yearned for the Void Mist Cavern. He found himself at a loss. However, just as Lin Feng prepared to step into the Void Mist Cavern, a sudden, piercing screech reminiscent of an eagle's cry erupted from the end of the passage. Upon hearing this familiar yet powerfully oppressive roar, Lin Feng's countenance changed dramatically. The terrifying screeches continued to resonate, shaking the entire cave with violent tremors. Simultaneously, a dreadful consciousness surged forth from the passage's end. Converging upon Lin Feng as he felt this overwhelming and vast presence enveloping him. A chill ran down Lin Feng's spine, causing his hair to stand on end. Lin Feng, run! Misha's urgent cry jolted Lin Feng, causing his body to shudder violently. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng stepped into the Void Mist Cavern. Little one, I eagerly anticipate the day we meet again. Just as Lin Feng vanished into the Void Mist Cavern, a distant voice echoed in his as Lin Feng stepped out of the cave into the bright sunlight. He was momentarily blinded by the sudden, intense light. Panting heavily, he rested his hands on his knees. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead in an instant. A day you anticipate meeting me. What does that mean? Reflecting on the ethereal voice he had just heard, Lin Feng furrowed his brow deeply. Lin Feng, it is a phoenix that I can say with absolute certainty that it is the divine bird, the phoenix that in that moment, Misha's voice trembled slightly. Is it truly a phoenix? What did its previous words mean? And does it harbor any malice? I am not entirely sure about that. However, everything is becoming increasingly intriguing. The divine bird, the phoenix, has resurfaced in the mortal realm. The Yuan-Yang dragon binding formation and the Xian-Guang demon suppression spell. What secrets lie within? Now, I can assert with complete confidence that the phoenix is surely sealed within the Yuan-Yang dragon binding formation. Regardless of whether the phoenix possesses ill intentions, if I wish to unravel the mysteries of this cave, I must meet with the phoenix. I look forward to the day we meet. As Misha recounted her thoughts, the phoenix's words echoed in Lin Feng's mind like a haunting refrain. Regardless of the circumstances, I believe the truth will eventually be revealed. Lin Feng exhaled a deep breath, his gaze sharpening as he looked upon the collapsed cave entrance. With renewed determination, he grasped the Tianluo Qixin sword and swiftly plunged into the depths of the forest of 10,000 monsters. Racing back to Tianyuan's sect, what a beautiful maiden! Such smooth and tender skin. The scenery here was enchanting, complemented by the presence of extraordinary beauty. It was a true feast for the eyes, bringing a sense of exhilaration. Wow, the view from those two peaks is truly remarkable. The altitude, the elevation, undulating and towering, reaching for the clouds, waves crashing below. Lin Feng continued his journey through the forest of 10,000 monsters, arriving at a relatively secluded small lake amidst the breathtaking landscape. As he approached the area, a series of indistinct whispers reached his ears. Damn it, who are these people with such leisure to admire the grand mountains and rivers? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping around the vicinity. After a moment, he spotted a lanky youth hiding behind a piece of green stone amidst the clutter. I could see that moment. The lean boy was crouched behind a stone, peering out with an entranced expression, gazing at the small lake before him. Lin Feng slowly approached the boy. However, the absorbed youth remained blissfully unaware of Lin Feng's presence, continuing to mutter to himself. The water in this lake is truly white. The boy chuckled again, saliva dribbling from the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng, witnessing such a scene, was momentarily taken aback. The scenery, so captivating that it makes one drool. With a face full of astonishment, Lin Feng followed the boy's gaze. Soon, he beheld a beautiful maiden standing in the lake, water droplets cascading down her body, shimmering under the sunlight like radiant jewels. Wow, the scenery here is indeed splendid. What a white lake and towering mountains. Chapter 46. Du Chunxue as Lin Feng admired the maiden's graceful figure. A sudden warmth surged through him, and blood rushed to his head. His nose tingled, nearly resulting in a nosebleed. Lin Feng's gaze fixated on the undulating mountain peaks in the distance. I could see that moment. His voice startled the engrossed boy. The lean youth finally shifted his attention from the pristine lake to Lin Feng. What a beautiful day it is, and to meet a kindred spirit. My friend, we are indeed fellow travelers on this path. The lean boy grinned widely, his mouth seemingly twice the size of an average person's. Paired with small, bean-sized eyes, Lin Feng was left bewildered, staring at the grinning boy. What in the world? What a peculiar appearance. Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. Despite the boy's smile, the sudden sight of his unusual visage sent a shiver down Lin Feng's spine. Instinctively, he stumbled backward, crashing into the grass with a thud. Crash, rustle, rustle. As Lin Feng fell into the grass, a series of strange sounds shattered the tranquility of the area. Suddenly, Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he realized the gravity of the situation. His gaze instinctively darted towards the maiden in the lake. At the sound of Lin Feng's commotion, the maiden's eyes turned icy as she looked in Lin Feng's direction. Their eyes met, and the air fell into a brief silence. Lin Feng's lips twitched as a whirlwind of emotions surged within him, his face a mixture of astonishment and confusion. The maiden noticed Lin Feng's dazed expression and glanced down at her own figure. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, a wave of anger spreading across her face. Hey, brother, could you not be so provocative? I'll take my leave now. You can enjoy the view at your leisure, the lean boy stuttered. His words hurried, and in the blink of an eye, he dashed away faster than a rabbit, disappearing into the distant woods. Meanwhile, the maiden had already donned her clothing that a surge of spiritual energy erupted, revealing her formidable presence at the 9th level of the opening veins realm. Immediately, Lin Feng felt a chilling aura locking onto him. She is also a disciple of Tianyuan's sect, gazing at the maiden's attire. Lin Feng's astonished eyes reflected a hint of disbelief. Zhu Wufeng, what brings you here? In that instant, Lin Feng respectfully addressed the maiden, recognizing her as Zhu Wu, the leader of Tianhe Peak. The maiden furrowed her brow and instinctively turned to look behind her, following Lin Feng's gaze. However, behind her lay nothing but the gently rippling lake and dense thickets. Standing frozen for several seconds, the maiden confirmed that no one else was around, and her expression turned dark with anger. You little brat, are you toying with me? She shouted, glaring at Lin Feng, but by now he had vanished without a trace. With a swift motion, the maiden's figure fluttered as she arrived at the green stone where Lin Feng had just stood. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, but she found no sign of him. Her face turned ashen with rage. You bastard! Clenching her delicate fist, she struck the towering green stone before her. In an instant, the sturdy stone shattered into countless pieces. You better wait, Lin Feng. Having seen my body, Du Chunxue, will ensure you pay dearly for this. Since you're also in Tianyuan's sect, don't let me catch you, or I swear I will skin you alive. Du Chunxue's fists trembled with fury, her expression a picture of uncontainable wrath. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sprinted away, confirming multiple times that the maiden had not pursued him. Only then did he place his hands on his hips. Gasping for breath, sigh. What terrible luck! Wrongly accused for no reason. That boy's appearance was indeed bizarre. He nearly scared me to death. Now that I've been discovered, and she's a disciple of Tianyuan's sect. I can only imagine the consequences if we cross paths again. Why must I be so unfortunate? Lin Feng muttered softly, cursing the situation. Clang! Bang! Surround that beast. Don't let it escape. At that moment, a cacophony of battle cries echoed through the Wanyao mountain range, accompanied by the roars of beasts. Lu Yunqi, although the maiden's shout was faint and indistinct, Lin Feng's body trembled slightly. Cautiously, he approached the direction of the sound. Roar! Not long after, Lin Feng's vision caught sight of a blood-feathered eagle, soaring in the air, emitting mournful cries toward a group of young men and women below. The group wore expressions of mockery, one of them holding a giant egg the size of a head, occasionally striking it with a sword, their eyes gleaming with menace. Among them were Yu Qiuming, Lu Yunqi, Zhao Xuexia, Yi Kuan, Kai Zilong, and Fong Jingchun. Beast, come down here now. If you don't, I'll smash your egg. Yu Qiuming shouted, gripping his sword. Bang, with a resounding clash. Yu Qiuming struck the egg, producing a crisp sound, and cracks began to form on its surface. Roar! At this sight, the blood-feathered eagle's eyes turned blood-red, letting out a heart-wrenching roar filled with emotion. Yunqi, don't worry. This blood-feathered eagle of the third level of the Gathering Spirit Realm will surely become your mount today. Yunqi, your luck is truly remarkable. A flying beast of this level is exceedingly rare. Thank you, Brother Qiuming, Lu Yunqi replied, her face brimming with excitement. The thought of possessing a powerful flying beast had always been a symbol of status and identity. Beast, if you don't come down. Do you believe I will smash your child? Seemingly losing patience, a ruthless expression flickered across Yu Qiuming's face as he lifted the egg high. Roar. The blood-feathered eagle's cry was filled with despair, a sound imbued with deep emotion. Its eyes burned with fury and anxiety for its faltering offspring. Naturally, the blood-feathered eagle understood the intentions of the young men and women before it. Thus, it found itself in a fierce internal struggle. To save its child, it knew it would have to relinquish its freedom for a lifetime. Caught between the life of its child and its own freedom, the blood-feathered eagle made a difficult choice. Gradually, a dullness appeared in its eyes, and it lowered its head, descending towards Yu Qiuming and the others. Ha ha ha. Truly, as expected of disciples from the Wanjian sect, today I, Lin Feng, have witnessed an excellent performance at that moment. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Lin Feng stepped out from the thicket. Chapter 47. Furious slash at Kai Zilong. Just then, Lin Feng could no longer watch in silence and emerged slowly from the dense forest. Lin Feng, is that you? A sudden sound pierced the air, causing the gazes of Yu Qiuming, Lu Yunqi, and several others to fixate on Lin Feng in unison. The atmosphere shifted into an inexplicable eeriness as the 6 individuals regarded Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the blood-feather sculpture, which had previously submitted for the sake of its offspring, now descended docilely before Yu Qiuming. Why Yu Qiuming? Do you not find it disgraceful to use children as leverage? Lin Feng. Who do you think you are? You are but a mere trash at the second level of the opening veins realm. When have I, Yu Qiuming, ever needed your opinion? Lin Feng's words struck with piercing clarity, rendering Yu Qiuming's expression exceedingly grim in that instant. Simultaneously, Lu Yunqi's eyes narrowed sharply, a chilling glint surfacing within them. Fong Jingchun, Kai Zilong, eliminate him. Lu Yunqi's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion in an instant. Fong Jingchun and Kai Zilong bore sinister smiles, brandishing their long swords, filled with murderous intent, as they slowly advanced toward Lin Feng. Eliminate me? Lu Yunqi? Reflecting upon the days gone by, a bitter smile tugged at the corners of Lin Feng's lips. His heart felt as if it were being ruthlessly wrenched, an unprecedented, piercing pain. Yunqi, what has become of your once kind heart? Do your actions not awaken a twinge of conscience within you? Ah, but it is true. You are no longer the Lu Yunqi of old. Your current self is truly repugnant to me. A cold smile escaped Lin Feng's lips, disappointment lacing his words that, on the other hand, Lu Yunqi appeared as if the last veil of her hypocrisy had been stripped away. Her emotions suddenly turned volatile, unrestrained fury evident on her face. Kindness? Suddenly, Lu Yunqi erupted into laughter. Lin Feng, I should never have saved you that day at the Wanjian sect. if not for your pitiable state. Following me like a loyal dog, do you think Lu Yunqi would have cared? You, a useless waste, should have perished at the hands of LV Ming back of the Wanjian sect. Kindness? Haha. Very well. Today, I shall show you what true kindness is. Let me tell you, the weak will never possess the right to refuse. The weak must live in perpetual humility. In a fit of rage, Lu Yunqi suddenly seized the blood feather sculpture's egg from Yu Qiuming's hands and hurled it violently toward the ground. Lu Yunqi, at that moment, Lin Feng watched the blood feather sculpture's egg soar past him, plummeting toward the azure stone behind him. His face fell instantly. Meanwhile, Fang Jingchun and Kai Zilong, swords drawn, had already closed in on Lin Feng. Their blades glinted ominously as they lunged toward him. Roar! The blood feather sculpture's egg traced a graceful arc through the air on the brink of crashing onto the stone, bound by Yu Qiuming. The blood feather sculpture emitted a desperate cry. Damn it! Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Ignoring the swords aimed at him, he lunged towards the falling egg. Thud! Thud! Two dull thuds echoed as Fang Jingchun and Kai Zilong's swords pierced Lin Feng's thigh and abdomen, respectively. Lin Feng grimaced, a muffled groan escaping him just as the egg was about to collide with the stone. In mid-air, he stretched his arms forward, catching the blood feather sculpture's egg in his embrace. Bang! Due to inertia, while protecting the egg, Lin Feng's head struck the stone mercilessly. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his head. Simultaneously, blood flowed profusely from the wounds in his left thigh and abdomen. Struggling, Lin Feng rose to his feet, gazing at the intact egg in his hands, his grim countenance softening slightly. Lin Feng, have you decided how you wish to die? Observing Lin Feng's disheveled state, Kai Zilong, at the 6th level of the opening veins realm, and Fang Jingchun, at the 5th level, both grinned menacingly. You two ask if I've considered how to die. I wonder if you pondered your own fate? Just days prior, Lin Feng had proclaimed that those who crossed him would meet their demise, regardless of time. That moment. With his bloodied face, he directed a fierce gaze at Fang Jingchun and Kai Zilong. Recalling the times he was hunted by Fang Jingchun and nearly perished at Kai Zilong's hands, Lin Feng chuckled, a sinister and eerie smile creeping across his face. Die. Lin Feng, you must be blind to the reality here. You a mere waste at the 2nd level of the opening veins realm. Fang Jingchun and Kai Zilong scoffed derisively, brandishing their swords once more as they advanced on Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Yu Qiuming, Zhao Xuexia, Yi Kuan, and even Lu Yunqi watched this scene unfold with smirks of mockery. Kai Zilong surged ahead, reaching Lin Feng first, and thrust his sword forcefully toward Lin Feng's head. This. Lin Feng's grin vanished. His eyes narrowing. 0.7 injuries fist. 3rd strike. Lin Feng bellowed, unleashing the 3rd strike of the 7 injuries fist, which struck Kai Zilong's chest with overwhelming force. The sound of shattering bones echoed as Kai Zilong's chest caved in. Nearly touching his back, Kai Zilong was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the hard ground. His face turned pale as blood poured from his mouth, his internal organs, shattered by Lin Feng's blow, spilling forth. Moments later, Kai Zilong collapsed into a pool of blood, lifeless. Lin Feng, you the scene before him rendered Fang Jingchun, who had been charging behind Kai Zilong, to halt abruptly. Terror flickered in his eyes as he regarded Lin Feng. You have advanced to the 4th level of the opening veins realm? Lin Feng, coldly smiling, fixed his icy gaze upon Fang Jingchun. I told you, those who oppose me, regardless of time, shall meet their end. Fang Jingchun's face drained of color, and he felt his knees before Lin Feng, overwhelmed by fear as he realized the futility of his strength before Lin Feng, who had just dispatched Kai Zilong with a single strike. 9 Palaces' soul suppression technique. Lin Feng murmured inwardly. The technique activated, and Kai Zilong's spirit entered Lin Feng's body, swiftly consumed by Misha. Lin Feng, for the sake of our past as comrades, please spare me. Fang Jingchun's forehead glistened with cold sweat, struggling to swallow as Lin Feng's murderous gaze bore down on him. Spare you? Did you ever consider sparing me? Lin Feng's expression hardened as he seized Fang Jingchun by the throat, lifting him off the ground. And now you acknowledge that I was once your comrade. Did you ever show me mercy due to our shared past? Each word was pronounced with chilling clarity. Suddenly, Lin Feng tightened his grip, causing pain to flicker across Fong Jingquan's face as it flushed crimson. The entire sequence unfolded in mere moments, from Lin Feng's swift execution of Kai Zilong to his current hold on Fong Jingquan. Yu Qiuming, Lu Yunxi, Zhao Xuexia, and Yi Kuan were still reeling from Lin Feng's explosive display of power. Lin Feng, release Fong Jingquan. Dare to harm my disciples of the Wanjian sect, and you are courting death. Yi Kuan was the first to speak up, voice raised in a fierce admonition. Lin Feng, you have killed Kai Zilong. You are doomed. Beside him, Zhao Xuexia echoed in agreement. Ha! Zhao Xuexia, Yi Kuan, as Lin Feng observed the two speaking. A chill crept into his eyes. You two, cease your pretense of virtue in front of me. Why, Yi Kuan? Zhao Xuexia, do not forget the enmity you bear for the destruction of my dantian. Zhao Xuexia. I am well aware that I have not trifled with you. In that moment, the lingering grievances flooded Lin Feng's mind as he gripped Fong Jingquan's neck. Suddenly, Lin Feng smiled, a smile tinged with madness. Yu Qiuming, help me. As Lin Feng tightened his grip, Fong Jingquan's face turned an angry red, gradually shifting to a deep purple. The agony was evident on Fong Jingquan's face, and his gaze toward Yu Qiuming was filled with desperation. In response, Yu Qiuming furrowed his brow tightly. Lin Feng, shall we reconcile? Suddenly, Yu Qiuming exhaled heavily, looking at Lin Feng with utmost seriousness. The moment these words left his mouth, the expressions of Yi Kuan, Zhao Xuexia, and Lu Yunxi were filled with astonishment. Lin Feng, if you release Fong Jingquan, shall we erase our grievances from this day forth? What can you achieve by killing Fong Jingquan? Do you truly believe you can escape our grasp after such an act? As long as you let Fong Jingquan go, we assure you we shall not harm you. What do you think? At this moment, Yu Qiuming's words were spoken with sincerity. Although Zhao Xuexia, Yi Kuan, and Lu Yunxi were puzzled by Yu Qiuming's unexpected concession, they all wore faint smiles as they regarded Lin Feng. In their eyes, there was no reason for Lin Feng to refuse Yu Qiuming's offer. Lin Feng, what are you contemplating? Release Fong Jingquan at once. Do you not recognize the significance of this offer from senior brother Qiuming? Yi Kuan spoke disdainfully, his tone dripping with command. Not recognizing the significance? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he smiled. A radiant smile. However, in an instant, the smile vanished, his expression darkening abruptly. Following that, Lin Feng's grip on Fong Jingquan's neck tightened violently. Crack, crack, the crisp sound echoed. Lin Feng had snapped Fong Jingquan's neck with brutal force. Fong Jingquan's head hung limply, eyes wide open. Even in death, his face was etched with fear. Why Yu Qiuming? Reconciliation? How laughable. Lin Feng chuckled repeatedly, devouring Fong Jingquan's spirit, and then, as if discarding refuse, he tossed the lifeless body at Yu Qiuming's feet. Lin Feng, you seek death. At the sight before him, Yu Qiuming's face turned ashen, shifting from blue to white. His fists clenched, rage igniting his nerves. Lin Feng, you shall perish. Yu Qiuming's energy surged violently, the aura of the fifth level of spirit gathering, erupting. A wave of terrifying pressure bore down on Lin Feng. Why Yu Qiuming swung his sword, its speed unparalleled, slicing towards Lin Feng like a bolt of lightning. Lin Feng's brow knitted tightly, despite his desperate efforts to evade. The sword continued its relentless advance. In that moment, Lin Feng found himself in dire straits, one misstep away from a gruesome demise. Misha, help me. Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeply as he called out to Misha. Rest assured, did I not tell you earlier? With Misha by your side, you shall not perish. Alas, while I preserve the egg of the blood-feathered eagle, your current strength cannot save it. All beings possess a spirit. May all creatures in this world be treated with gentleness. Lin Feng, you are different from them. In this world stained with blood, your heart still holds a fragment of kindness, and for that, I am grateful. Lin Feng, prepare yourself. I will assist you in breaking free. Within the illusory spirit crystal, Misha whispered softly. As Lin Feng retreated frantically, his pupils contracted, and his body trembled slightly. Good! Roar! However, at that moment, the blood-feathered eagle let out a mighty roar that reverberated through the mountains. It suddenly broke free from Yu Qiuming's restraint, its massive form spiraling upward. Not good. The beast is attempting to flee. Stop it! Yi Kuan exclaimed in alarm as Zhao Shuexia and Lu Yunxi drew their swords and charged at the blood-feathered eagle. The blood-feathered eagle flapped its wings lightly, moving like a streak of lightning, swiftly taking flight. The blood-feathered eagle did not flee, but instead positioned itself in front of Lin Feng, bracing against Yu Qiuming's terrifying sword strike. Roar! The blood-feathered eagle let out a furious cry, a terrifying aura exploding from its body, successfully blocking Yu Qiuming's descending sword. The immense impact sent Yu Qiuming staggering backward, while the blood-feathered eagle was also forced to retreat, spiraling in the air before stabilizing. You wretched beast, you dare to destroy your spirit crystal to break free from my control. Have you lost your mind? In a short while, your cultivation will dissipate entirely. Why Yu Qiuming's heart was filled with shock, his expression one of disbelief at the blood-feathered eagle's actions. Chapter 49. Return to Tianyuanzong, just as Yu Qiuming stood there. Bewildered and perplexed by the blood-feathered eagle's actions, it slowly descended beside Lin Feng. The blood-feathered eagle let out a gentle low growl, devoid of hostility, instead exhibiting tenderness. Simultaneously, its lively eyes gazed at Lin Feng, as if signaling something. Lin Feng instantly understood the blood-feathered eagle's intentions, and without hesitation, he embraced the eagle's egg and leaped onto its back. Roar! The blood-feathered eagle emitted a resounding cry, carrying Lin Feng aloft. Amidst the astonished gazes of Yu Qiuming, Zhao Shuexia, Lu Yunxi, and Yi Kuan, the blood-feathered eagle soared rapidly into the sky. In that moment, they comprehended the blood-feathered eagle's intentions. Watching Lin Feng and the blood-feathered eagle ascend swiftly into the distance, Yu Qiuming's expression darkened considerably. Why Yu Qiuming? Today we have forged a grudge, should anything happen to the blood-feathered eagle. You shall pay with your life. Yi Kuan, Zhao Shuexia, you have falsely accused me, Lin Feng, and crippled my dantian. This enmity shall not be forgotten. Standing atop the blood-feathered eagle's back, Lin Feng looked down at the group below. His fists clenched tightly. Cold words poured forth, and then Lin Feng's gaze settled on Lu Yunxi's face. Lu Yunxi, after April, the grand competition of the 3 sections, we shall meet again soon. Such a version of you I no longer cherish. After Lin Feng spoke, the enormous wings of the blood-feathered eagle flapped forcefully, propelling them swiftly toward the Tianyuanzong. You scoundrel! Damn it! As Lin Feng's figure rapidly receded, Yu Qiuming's expression twisted with rage. Immediately, he struck a nearby large tree with a fierce punch. The tree, nearly a meter in diameter, was shattered by Yu Qiuming's blow, splinters flying everywhere. Zhao Shuexia and Yi Kuan also bore grim expressions. Lu Yunxi pursed her lips tightly, her fists clenched in anger. In the sky, the blood-feathered eagle's speed was astonishing, resembling a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, vanishing in an instant. However, at this moment, Lin Feng, standing on the back of the blood-feathered eagle, wore a troubled expression, his brow furrowed slightly. For within Lin Feng's perception, the aura of the blood-feathered eagle at the 3rd level of spirit gathering was plummeting rapidly. 2nd level of spirit gathering. 1st level of spirit gathering. In the blink of an eye, the blood-feathered eagle's aura had dropped to the 8th level of meridian opening, and the decline showed no signs of abating. Blood-feathered eagle, are you all right? Why would you be so foolish as to destroy your spirit crystal? Lin Feng murmured, his face filled with worry and helplessness. He desperately channeled his energy into the blood-feathered eagle's body. Yet no matter how hard Lin Feng tried, the decline in the eagle's cultivation continued unabated. Lin Feng, the spirit crystal is damaged. Your efforts are in vain. You took risks to save its egg, and it in turn sacrificed its spirit crystal to save you. Though beastly creatures may appear cold-blooded, sometimes they possess a deeper affection than humans. Alas, indeed. Listening to Misha's words, Lin Feng could not help but let out a long sigh. The 7 realms of opening the veins, the 4 realms of opening the veins, the 2 realms of opening the veins. Only when the blood-feather sculpture's cultivation fell to the 2 realms of opening the veins did it barely halt its downward trajectory, subsequently stabilizing at this level. Alas, witnessing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes dimmed considerably once more, and he shook his head with a sigh. Lin Feng, there is still hope. However, just as Lin Feng's face was clouded with despair, Misha's voice unexpectedly broke through. Hope? A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Feng's face, quickly followed by a spark of realization in his eyes. Although the blood feather sculpture's strength had diminished significantly, it had not reached a dead end. That I may have a way to assist it in regaining its former glory, perhaps even surpassing its previous excellence. What must be done? Lin Feng inquired eagerly. Look at your impatience. The process is rather intricate and certainly not a matter of mere days, Misha replied, her words resonating in Lin Feng's mind. Gradually, a smile began to manifest on Lin Feng's face. This is truly wonderful, Lin Feng murmured, his heart brimming with excitement and exhilaration. Perched on the back of the blood feather sculpture, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, the celestial golden body technique gradually unfolding, and a golden aura enveloped Lin Feng's exterior, and his wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. 2 days slipped by quietly. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and the 4 peaks of the outer sect of Tianyuan's sect came into view. The celestial golden body technique ceased its operation, and the golden aura returned to Lin Feng's body. Not bad. In just 2 days, my physical strength has improved significantly that I should now possess a pure physical strength of around 10,000 pounds. Lin Feng mused, nodding in satisfaction. Subsequently, his gaze turned towards the direction of Tianyuan's sect. Tianyuan's sect, I have returned. Brother Qingfeng, I am back. Have you been well during my absence? Lin Feng softly uttered, guiding the blood feather sculpture towards the mountain where he and Qingfeng resided. Amidst the swirling mist, the familiar courtyard gradually emerged in Lin Feng's view. As he drew closer, the outline of the courtyard became increasingly clear. Lin Feng's eyes fell upon Qingfeng's courtyard, only to be met with a scene of utter devastation. What has happened? Lin Feng's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding rising within him. The ground was pockmarked and littered with shattered debris, causing Lin Feng's expression to darken instantaneously. In the corner of the courtyard, Changli crouched on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks as she wept softly. The blood feather sculpture executed a graceful dive, landing before Qingfeng's courtyard. Lin Feng leaped down from the back of the blood feather sculpture and hurried into the courtyard. Reaching Changli's side, Changli, are you all right? Who did this? Lin Feng's heart sank, and he spoke softly. However, Changli merely lifted her head slightly to glance at Lin Feng before lowering it once more. Changli, where is brother Qingfeng? How is he? Lin Feng pressed on, his eyes filled with concerned in response. Changli slowly turned her gaze towards Qingfeng's room, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Her face heavy with sorrow. Oh, is that not Lin Feng? I thought you were too afraid to return, hiding from the life-and-death battle with brother Tianyu. A mocking voice rang out from Qingfeng's room. Qingfeng, Lin Feng's expression darkened. Suddenly, from within Qingfeng's room, a series of mocking voices erupted. Duanbo, recognizing the familiar voice, Lin Feng's face fell. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly made his way towards Qingfeng's room. Chapter 50. The enraged Lin Feng, however, in that very moment as Lin Feng stepped forward, a sharp sound echoed as Qingfeng's door was violently shattered. Amidst the flying splinters, Qingfeng was flung out, crashing heavily to the ground not far from Lin Feng. Qingfeng frowned, pain etched across his face as he coughed up blood. Following closely behind him, Duanbo, Yangji, and 3 disciples possessing the 4th realm of opening the veins emerged from the wreckage of the room. Their faces twisted with mockery as they regarded the darkened expression of Lin Feng. Brother, are you all right? Changli rushed to Qingfeng's side, embracing him as tears streamed down her face. Lily, I'm fine. You must leave quickly. Lin Feng, take Lily and go. Do not concern yourself with me. Duanbo has already broken through to the 5th realm of opening the veins, and Tianyu has reached the 7th realm. Do not engage in a life-and-death battle against Tianyu in 3 days. You cannot defeat him. Take Lily and leave Tianyuan's sect. Do not return. Blood dripped from the corners of Qingfeng's mouth as he looked at the returning Lin Feng. Urgency coloring his expression. Qingfeng, you speak too much, Duanbo interrupted, his gaze narrowing as his expression turned icy. The aura of the fifth realm of opening the veins erupted suddenly as he raised his foot and aimed a kick at Chang Feng. Duanbo, how dare you? Lin Feng's heart trembled at this scene, and he urgently called out. Yet Duanbo showed no signs of halting. Instead, he accelerated the kick aimed at Chang Feng. Bang! The kick landed squarely on Chang Feng's chest, and the sound of shattering bones echoed. Cheng Li, clinging to Chang Feng, was sent flying along with him due to the immense force, both crashing heavily to the ground 10 meters away. Cheng Li's complexion paled, and she too coughed up blood. Duanbo, you shall pay for this. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng's fist clenched tightly, his eyes turning a fierce shade of crimson that, oh, are you angry? Lin Feng, let me tell you. I have broken through to the fifth. Duanbo sneered, but before he could finish, Lin Feng lunged at him like a madman. Bang! Lin Feng's fist swung out and landed heavily on Duanbo's head. The immense force sent Duanbo staggering backward, blood spewing forth. Lin Feng, Duanbo was momentarily dazed by the sudden blow. Before he could react, Lin Feng delivered a powerful kick to Duanbo's chest, sending him flying. Another spurt of blood erupted from Duanbo. Meanwhile, Yang Ji and the three disciples of the fourth realm of opening the veins stood frozen in shock, their mouths agape at the unfolding scene. Lin Feng, have you broken through to the fourth realm of opening the veins? Yang Ji's face turned pale as he sensed Lin Feng's overwhelming aura. Without a hint of hesitation, Yang Ji took off running. However, he barely took a few steps before Lin Feng appeared before him like a specter. Lin Feng raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Yang Ji's face, but he did not pause. Rushing over to the three disciples of the fourth realm of opening the veins, one punch each sent them sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, faces contorted in agony. How dare you harm my brother? Lin Feng scoffed coldly, crushing the skull of one of the disciples beneath his foot. This. The other two disciples of the fourth realm of opening the veins were seized by terror, scrambling desperately to retreat. Lin Feng, do you dare to kill your fellow disciples? How dare you harm my brother? Lin Feng charged forward, delivering another lethal kick to the speaking youth in swift succession. The last disciple of the fourth realm of opening the veins fell victim to Lin Feng's wrath. In mere moments, with his eyes aflame with fury, Lin Feng resembled a deity of death, having slain all but Yang Ji and Duanbo among the three disciples of the fourth realm of opening the veins. Lin Feng, do not kill me. I'm a good friend of Tianyu. I can plead for you, Yang Ji stammered, trembling with fear. Plead? Lin Feng struck Yang Ji's cheek with a resounding slap in this moment. Fueled by rage, Lin Feng's blow shattered Yang Ji's skull, leaving him lifeless. Having completed this act, Lin Feng's cold gaze turned towards Duanbo step by step. He approached Duanbo with a deliberate pace. Lin Feng, don't come any closer, don't come closer. Ha! Duanbo, weren't you just brimming with arrogance? As Lin Feng surged forward, he unleashed a swift hand strike that a brilliant surge of fiery red spiritual energy erupted from his palm, aimed directly at Duanbo's neck. With a dull thud, the fiery radiance severed Duanbo's head from his body, splattering Lin Feng's face with crimson blood. Meanwhile, Chang Feng and Cheng Li stood frozen in shock, staring at Lin Feng, who resembled a god of death. Lin Feng turned to Chang Feng, their eyes locking, and a gentle smile emerged on his bloodied face. Brother Chang Feng, I have returned. He approached Chang Feng, helping both Cheng Li and Chang Feng to their feet, smiling as he spoke. Brother Lin Feng, it is truly wonderful to see you safe. With a light call, Lin Feng activated the heavenly body golden record. Placing a hand upon Chang Feng and Cheng Li, a golden aura enveloped Lin Feng, flowing into their bodies, swiftly mending their injuries. Gazing at the grievous wounds on Chang Feng, Lin Feng's heart sank. These injuries were not solely from today. Some dated back 1, 2, or even several days. He could only imagine the torment Chang Feng had endured during this time. Brother Chang Feng, you have truly suffered. Lin Feng murmured, his body trembling uncontrollably. Isn't it all your fault? Do you have any idea how my brother and I have been living these past days? Since you offended Tianyu, we have faced daily beatings at his behest upon returning to the Tianyuan sect. My brother was afflicted with spirit-devouring powder and could not channel spiritual energy, often left near death. Chung Li's emotions surged as she recalled the harrowing days, tears streaming down her cheeks. Brother Chung Feng. Chung Li, I am so sorry. Lin Feng looked at Chung Feng, filled with guilt. Brother Lin Feng, it's alright, I don't mind what the girl says. I'm fine. Look, I am in good health. In that moment, Chung Feng managed a strained smile. Despite the pain etched on his face, Lin Feng said nothing, silently continuing to heal their wounds. Yet within him, fury surged to an insurmountable height. Tianyu. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his heart roaring with wrath. Chapter 51. The final battle approaches. The heavenly body golden record operated, the golden aura swirling, as Chung Feng and Chung Li's wounds gradually healed under Lin Feng's cleansing energy. After a full 2 hours, the agony on Chung Feng's face vanished. Brother Chung Feng, take good care of yourself, that I shall seek vengeance now. With the golden record ceasing its operation, the golden aura returned to Lin Feng's body. He smiled at Chung Feng, then abruptly rose, a chilling aura radiating from him. Lin Feng dashed out of Chung Feng's small courtyard, his gaze fixed upon the direction of Tianhe Peak, where the Storm Thunder platform resided. Tianyu, come forth and meet your demise. I, Lin Feng, await you at the Storm Thunder platform on Tianhe Peak. Standing outside Chung Feng's abode, Lin Feng's voice, infused with spiritual energy, boomed like thunder, echoing throughout the space. His shout reached far and wide to the outer sect of Tian Yuan's sect. Many disciples in the midst of their training clearly heard his call. Expressions of astonishment graced their faces. Lin Feng has returned? What madness is this? There are only 3 days left until the life and death duel. Such thoughts flashed through the minds of numerous outer sect disciples. Li, hurry, stop him. At this moment, Chung Feng was thoroughly unsettled, a rare urgency crossing his features. Although Chung Li hesitated to comply with Chung Feng's request, she swiftly dashed out without delay. Lin Feng's summons. The blood feather sculpture descended from the sky. Landing beside him, Lin Feng leaped onto its back, and Chung Li summoned the black feather eagle. The blood feather sculpture soared into the sky, swiftly followed by the black feather eagle, despite the blood feather sculpture's cultivation having fallen to the 2nd level. Its speed surpassed that of the 4th level black feather eagle. Lin Feng and Chung Li raced ahead, vanishing from Chung Feng's sight in an instant. Brother Lin Feng, please be safe, Chung Feng murmured, clenching his fists. His voice trembling. Tianyu, Lin Feng, await you at the Storm Thunder platform. Come forth and face your death. Tianyu, you coward. Tianyu, are you afraid to accept the life and death challenge? You shameless, treacherous coward. What kind of skill is it to send people to humiliate my brother? Lin Feng's furious shouts reverberated through the outer sect of Tian Yuan's sect. Not only were the disciples stirred, but the elders, officers, and high-ranking members of the outer sect were also alerted in a relatively lavish small courtyard of the outer sect. Tian Yu and his father, Elder Tian, were leisurely sipping tea at a stone table. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's sudden outburst, Tian Yu choked, spitting tea everywhere. Lin Feng? The moment he heard Lin Feng's furious accusations, Tian Yu's expression soured. Isn't that the one who challenged you to a life-and-death duel in 15 days? Beside him, Elder Tian's face was equally grim. Indeed, father, it is that brat that I never expected him to come seeking death so soon. Just 3 days before the duel, this arrogant fool. Elder Tian scoffed, slamming his palm onto the stone table on the Storm Thunder platform of Tianhe Peak. Lin Feng stood resolutely, wielding the Tian Luo Qi Xian sword. However, shortly after arriving, a multitude of outer sect disciples gathered around the platform. Not only disciples from Tianhe Peak were present, but also those from Fei Yun Peak and Xingxiang Peak. Disciples from all 3 secondary peaks had come to witness the spectacle, while not a single person from the main peak, Baiyu Peak, attended. At Baiyu Peak, several youths engaged in a swordsmanship spar. Their profound energies palpable. Each move they executed was sharp and formidable. Lin Feng's voice echoed through the air, causing the 3 youths to pause their duel, turning towards the direction of Fei Yun Peak. A life and death duel? Lin Feng, seems interesting that it's been a while since I've seen some excitement. Shi Jingguang, Dai Xiaolin, care to join me? Jiao Shan, what is there to see? To be honest, I know that Lin Feng. He's quite arrogant. His opponent, Tian Yu, is somewhat related to me. Lin Feng, in his ignorance, not only offended Tian Yu, but also proposed a life-and-death duel, compressing the time to 15 days that it's only the 12th day now. I wonder what's wrong with him. Let us continue practicing our swordplay. There's no need to go watch. With that brat strength, he is surely doomed today. Shi Jingguang remarked nonchalantly, a smirk on his lips. Oh, what strength does Lin Feng possess? Dai Xiaolin raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze towards Shi Jingguang that if my memory serves me correctly, he is at the second level of the Meridian Opening realm. Haha, the challenge of the second level against the sixth level of Meridian Opening is indeed intriguing. Beside him, Zhao Wenshan, holding his longsword, smiled faintly. Tiana peak on the wind and thunder platform within merely 10 minutes. A crowd of 7,000 to 8,000 disciples had gathered, densely packed and unable to move to that Lin Feng. He appears quite refined, yet so arrogant. Humph. Lacking restraint, his brilliance is too overwhelming. How did Lin Feng manage to wield that sword? Is he out of his mind? Weighing a full 2,000 pounds, even if used to strike someone, it would be unwieldy, wouldn't it? The surrounding disciples cast glances and murmured as they observed Lin Feng. However, amidst those waiting for the spectacle to commence, a woman, akin to a star surrounded by admirers, gazed at Lin Feng from the crowd, her expression notably displeased. This woman was none other than Du Chunxue, who had been seen by Lin Feng in the small lake of the Wanyao Mountains at your name is Lin Feng. Du Chunxue's eyes were fixed intently on Lin Feng's cheek, her face flushed crimson. Whether from embarrassment or anger on the wind and thunder platform, Lin Feng seemed to sense something, his brow furrowing slightly as his gaze instinctively drifted towards Du Chunxue's direction. Upon seeing her, their eyes met. It's her. Recognizing that familiar figure, Lin Feng froze momentarily, his expression becoming quite vivid. After a brief exchange of glances, he hurriedly averted his gaze. This is bad. This is really bad. Chapter 52. The frenzied Lin Feng, just as Lin Feng silently lamented his misfortune. Several figures appeared in the distance, causing his expression to darken once more. Tian Yu. Lin Feng's voice was low and filled with rage, the name escaping his lips as if forced through clenched teeth. I must see which reckless fool dares to challenge my son. Tian Yu. As Lin Feng's gaze fell upon them, one of the men, resembling Tian Yu, let out a cold snort in response. Elder Tian, along with Tian Yu, has arrived. Upon hearing the commotion, the previously bustling crowd fell into a sudden silence, their eyes turning towards a single direction. Under the leadership of Tian Jingyang, Tian Yu approached Lin Feng's location, swiftly followed by a girl at the 9th level of Meridian Opening. The girl's name was Cui Yinheng. With bright, captivating eyes and a cultivation level comparable to Du Chunxue's, her flowing hair cascaded like water. Her attire billowing gracefully as she walked, exuding beauty. Yet, Cui Yinheng's demeanor was notably indifferent, her head held high, projecting an air of superiority. Elder Tian, Brother Tian Yu. The crowd chimed in unison, their voices filled with flattery. Brother Tian, you looks exceptionally imposing today, overshadowing all others. Let's wait and see him unleash his might and thoroughly deal with that brat. As the trio advanced, the surrounding disciples quickly parted to create a path, each bowing and nodding with eager deference. Under the collective gaze of the multitude, Tian Yu seemed to relish the adulation, a smug grin gracing his lips. He held a beautifully crafted longsword in his hand. Upon reaching the base of the wind and thunder platform, Tian Yu executed a graceful leap, landing steadily on the platform, and casually tossed his hair, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the observing female disciples. Oh, Lin Feng, why do you appear so furious? Today is not the time for our life-and-death duel, is it? Are you so eager to meet your end? On the platform, Tian Yu was unfazed by the fiery glare Lin Feng directed at him, his voice dripping with mockery. Why did you harm my brother? Lin Feng's eyes blazed with crimson fury, his emotions surging as he nearly shouted the words. Huh? Your brother? Oh, are you angry? What of it? I take pleasure in tormenting your brother. In fact, I plan to cripple his meridians, sever his hands and feet, and sell him into slavery for life. Tian Yu responded with unabashed delight. Lin Feng's countenance grew increasingly dark, his fists trembling violently. "You bastard, die!" Suddenly, Lin Feng's blood-red eyes widened. The aura of the fourth level of meridian opening erupted as he gripped the Tian Luo Qi Xian sword, measuring an impressive 1 meter and 6 in length. Though it required effort, he lifted the 2,000-pound sword high above his head and swung it down fiercely towards Tianyu. "Wait, Lin Feng has advanced. Fourth level of meridian opening. This madman, he actually managed to wield that sword. When did his physical strength become so formidable?" The onlookers, who had anticipated a spectacle at Lin Feng's expense, were now rendered speechless by his sudden display of power on the wind and thunder platform. Tianyu, who had been standing nonchalantly, felt his heart leap as his demeanor changed instantly. He hastily retreated. Bang! As he narrowly dodged the powerful strike, Lin Feng's Tian Luo Qi Xian sword crashed down onto the wind and thunder platform, producing a deep, resonant sound that even caused the solid platform to tremble slightly. Following the missed attack, Lin Feng, seemingly driven mad, relentlessly charged towards Tianyu with the Tian Luo Qi Xian sword in hand. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 5 strikes, 10 strikes. Fueled by anger, Lin Feng struck at Tianyu with a barrage of blows. Each swing grew heavier and more ferocious. Caught off guard by Lin Feng's frenzied assault, Tianyu found himself retreating repeatedly. Unsure of how to defend against the relentless onslaught, each impact of Tianyu's longsword against Lin Feng's weapon sent tremors through his arm, leaving him bewildered and at a loss for a counterattack. Never before had Tianyu encountered an opponent like Lin Feng. His face was a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Meanwhile, Du Qinshua's serene eyes reflected a hint of surprise that on the other side. The heads of the combat techniques pavilion, Xiao Dong, and the arms pavilion, Gu Yuan, stood side by side, watching Lin Feng swing the Tian Luo Qi Xian sword with wild abandon. They exchanged glances, both harboring an unspoken understanding of the remarkable transformation Lin Feng had undergone since the day he had claimed the sword, when he had struggled to lift it alongside Cheng Feng. How much time has passed? Barely 12 days. They struggled to comprehend how Lin Feng's physical strength had increased to such a degree in such a short span. Though swinging the sword still required both hands and was quite taxing, he was nonetheless able to do it. Bang! On the wind and thunder platform, Tianyu, caught off guard, faced Lin Feng's horizontal slash. He hastily swung his sword in defense, but the dull thud echoed as Lin Feng's strike sent Tianyu flying off the platform, crashing onto the solid surface below. Puff! Tianyu's complexion paled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The scene left the onlooking disciples wide-eyed, unable to process the rapid turn of events. Tianyu had fallen to the platform in mere moments. Amidst the collective gaze of the crowd, Tianyu felt the heat of their scrutiny ignite a blaze of fury within him. "Lin Feng, I will fight you to the death." With a roar, Tianyu sprang to his feet and charged at Lin Feng. "Kill!" Lin Feng bellowed, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping him, akin to a formidable demon. He swung the Tian Luo Qi Xian sword at Tianyu with wild abandon. This moment, Tian Jingyang, standing below the platform, could no longer maintain his composure, an anxious expression crossing his face. "Bastard, Tianyu, calm down. Don't be impulsive. Retreat. Don't engage him directly. Lin Feng's advantage lies in his strength, while you excel in speed. Why not leverage your superior cultivation to maneuver and strike decisively when he reveals an opening?" Beneath the arena, at this moment, Tian Jingyang could no longer concern himself with appearances and directly shouted at his son Tianyu. "This damned old fool, can't he understand the unspoken rules of observing a match? Is he prepared to sacrifice his old face?" Upon receiving his father's admonition, Tian Yu was jolted back to reality, hastily retreating. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Dong's expression darkened as he muttered angrily under his breath. Chapter 53. Initial display of brilliance. With Tian Jingyang's reminder, the anger-clouded mind of Tian Yu gradually began to clear. Faced with Lin Feng's domineering onslaught, Tian Yu narrowed his eyes, choosing not to meet it head-on. Instead, he began to maneuver and entangle himself around the arena. Lin Feng's attacks remained fierce and rapid. However, Tian Yu had grown wiser, evading when possible and intercepting Lin Feng's strikes at minimal cost when evasion was not an option. Gradually, Tian Yu adapted to Lin Feng's rhythm, his movements becoming increasingly fluid, Seizing opportunities, he occasionally launched counterattacks against Lin Feng. Haha, Lin Feng, is this all you are capable of? If it weren't for the fact that I've just broken through to the 7th level of the opening veins realm. With my unstable strength, do you think you could have held out against me for this long? Witnessing the tide of battle turn, Tianyu laughed triumphantly. Many disciples instinctively glanced towards Tian Jingyang, realizing that had it not been for his warning, Tianyu might have already faced utter defeat. However, Tian Jingyang showed no shame. Instead, he smiled and nodded in approval. Well done. This scene left Xiao Dong fuming. His expression one of indignation, wishing he could rush up and deliver a couple of kicks to Tianyu. This is bad. Lin Feng is in trouble. Just then, a disciple observing the match let out a soft gasp. On the wind and thunder stage, the battle took a sudden turn. The moment Lin Feng swung his sword down, exhausted and momentarily halted, Tianyu's eyes narrowed, as though he had been anticipating this moment. In one swift motion, Tianyu lunged forward, stabbing towards Lin Feng's back. The suddenness of this attack caught many off guard, especially those who bore no ill will towards Lin Feng. The long sword sliced through the air, creating a sharp sound that echoed ominously. Lin Feng's heart raced as he felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. He swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly escaping this lethal strike. However, Tianyu swiftly altered his attack, transforming the thrust into a horizontal slash. With a tearing sound, Lin Feng's clothing was effortlessly shredded like paper across his back. From left to right, a deep wound was carved into Lin Feng's back, exposing flesh and bone, with blood gushing forth. Lin Feng winced in pain, his brow furrowing tightly. Suddenly turning to face Tianyu, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed in focus. Yet Tianyu looked at him with a sneer. A contemptuous glint in his eyes. Is this the extent of your abilities, Lin Feng? Haha, just wait until I kill you. Then I'll pay a visit to your good brother. And your brother's sister, though young, is quite charming, isn't she? Once I finish with you, I'll make her my personal servant. When I'm done, I'll sell her off to a brothel. I trust that many of our fellow disciples will be eager to support her business. At this moment, Tianyu's face was filled with a lascivious gleam, his repugnant words lacking any semblance of restraint. The onlookers could hear every word clearly. Among them, Cheng Li, who stood observing the battle, turned pale with fright. Beside her, many disciples who recognized her cast her predatory glances in the crowd. Du Qinxue grimaced at Tianyu's lewd remarks, her brows knitting tightly. This Tianyu is even more loathsome than Lin Feng. Both are cut from the same cloth. On the arena, Tianyu bellowed, not allowing Lin Feng a moment's respite. Wielding his long sword, he charged once more at Lin Feng. In stark contrast, Lin Feng wore a calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. The onlookers, perplexed by this strange scene, were left to wonder. Lin Feng raised his Tian Luo Qi Xian sword high and then plunged it firmly into the hard ground of the arena. Immediately afterward, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Feng charged at Tianyu with bare fists. What is Lin Feng doing? Does he intend to confront a sword with his bare hands? The crowd was filled with confusion. They recognized that Lin Feng's advantage lay in the weight of his Tian Luo Qi Xian sword, which allowed him to unleash overwhelming attacks. Yet now, he had cast aside this advantage point for directions. Heavenly Origin Fist, Lin Feng roared. Releasing the 2,000-pound Tian Luo Qi Xian sword, he suddenly felt as light as a feather. His speed dramatically increasing. One punch after another, he bombarded Tianyu with relentless strikes. The essence of this martial art, force, was displayed in its entirety. The target of Lin Feng's onslaught, Tianyu, who had initially believed victory was assured, found himself fully alert and cautious in the face of Lin Feng's relentless barrage. Lin Feng, how can he wield the advanced yellow rank technique for directions? Heavenly Origin Fist, with such finesse? This technique, once mastered, is not to be underestimated, and his current level is clearly substantial. Moreover, despite its overwhelming nature, the four directions, Heavenly Origin Fist is typically cumbersome, yet this kid executes it with remarkable speed. Among the crowd observing from below the arena, Xiao Dong and Gu Yuan exchanged nods. Indeed, I initially thought this kid was a bit overzealous in challenging Tianyu to a life-and-death duel. Back when he was only at the 2nd level of the opening veins realm, His progress has been astonishingly rapid. However, despite this acknowledgement, both Xiao Dong and Gu Yuan shared a lingering concern about Lin Feng's chances against Tianyu. As the battle continued, Lin Feng grew increasingly energized, his strikes flowing with remarkable ease. In a short span, he had unleashed hundreds of punches upon Tianyu. Just as Xiao Dong and Gu Yuan's words fell silent, Lin Feng's fist landed solidly on Tianyu's back. Bang! The resounding impact caused everyone to widen their eyes in disbelief. Lin Feng's immense physical strength, harnessed through the force-centered four directions, heavenly origin fist, unleashed tremendous power. The sound of cracking bones echoed ominously. Without a hint of doubt, Tianyu was sent flying, collapsing helplessly on the arena, blood spilling from his mouth, his face a mask of disbelief. Meanwhile, the surrounding disciples stood frozen, their mouths agape in shock. How could Tianyu, who was 3 levels higher than Lin Feng, have lost? Is this boy truly a monster? A chorus of astonished voices erupted. Even Xiao Dong and Gu Yuan, who had previously speculated about Lin Feng's difficulties in overcoming Tianyu, were left speechless. Damn it! Simultaneously, Tianyu's father, Tian Jingyang, wore an expression of utter dismay. Chapter 54. Tian Jingyang strike back thud. Thud! Thud! On the arena, Lin Feng stepped forward, slowly approaching the fallen Tianyu. No, this is impossible. Even at this moment, disbelief clouded Tianyu's face, still unable to accept the reality before him. Hee, Tianyu, dare to touch my brother? Lin Feng advanced step by step, resembling a ferocious beast, until he stood before Tianyu. Lin Feng, cease your actions, Tian Jingyang bellowed. However, Lin Feng paid no heed, his eyes glinting with malice as he delivered a brutal kick to Tianyu's body. The crisp sound of bones snapping echoed, as yet more of Tianyu's bones shattered. Lin Feng pursued the airborne body of Tianyu, and just as it was about to exit the arena, he grasped one of Tianyu's feet and forcefully slammed him back onto the stage. Thereafter, Lin Feng approached Tianyu slowly, step by deliberate step. This battle of life and death. Surely Lin Feng would not truly seek to kill the son of Elder Tian. At that moment, all eyes in the vicinity were fixed upon Tian Jingyang, whose face had turned an unappealing shade. Lin Feng, wait, can we discuss this? Tian Jingyang, struggling to suppress his fury, endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. As he spoke, Lin Feng finally halted his advance. Discuss? Lin Feng slowly turned, his icy gaze landing upon Tian Jingyang's face. Lin Feng, would you be so kind as to release my son? I, Tian Jingyang, will you a favor? Should you ever find yourself in need, simply voice your request, and within my capabilities, I shall endeavor to fulfill it. Despite Tian Jingyang's words, Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. Yet the onlookers erupted in excitement. That a favor from Elder Tian? This was indeed a monumental opportunity. Indeed, although Elder Tian's rank is beneath that of the elders at Tianhe Peak, his abilities are well acknowledged, rivaling some elders significantly. It was true. Making a request of Elder Tian would yield substantial benefits. The crowd buzzed with fervor, their eyes filled with unprecedented envy as they gazed at Lin Feng on the stage. Gradually, a sly smile crept across Lin Feng's face. Tian Jingyang, I must admit, your offer, though born from desperation for your son, is undeniably tempting. Lin Feng's smile widened as he spoke. I asked this in agreement. It seems so. Such a proposal would be hard for anyone not to accept. The onlookers silently mused. However, on the other side, Cheng-Li regarded Lin Feng with a hint of disappointment, yet she exhaled a sigh of relief. This appeared to be the best outcome. Should Lin Feng kill Tianyu and escalate matters, it would surely spell disaster for both him and her. On the arena, the injured Tianyu observed the scene before him, the terror on his face gradually dissipating. Lin Feng, are you not going to release me? My father's favor is more than enough for a bumpkin like you to revel in for some time. Tianyu laughed heartily, a hint of his former arrogance returning. In response, Lin Feng slowly turned, his smiling visage now fixed upon Tianyu. Feeling uncomfortable, so eager to be freed. Although Lin Feng smiled, an unsettling aura surrounded him, causing the spectators to sense that his laughter was somewhat off. The terms are indeed enticing. However, Lin Feng, am not swayed by such tactics. What is Tian Jingyang to me? Why should I show him any leniency? To intimidate by force? Ha! To live as a human should be to live fiercely. At worst, it's just a life. Life and death are trivial. If you refuse, then fight. Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaze turned icy, a palpable and unprecedented killing intense surge within his eyes. As he spoke, he lunged at Tian Yu with ferocity. In that instant, the smiles on both Tian Yu's and Tian Jingyang's faces vanished completely, replaced with despair, in the astonished gaze of all present. Lin Feng delivered a powerful kick to Tian Yu's head. A dull thud resonated as Tian Yu's skull shattered, his body flying off the stage and crashing before Tian Jingyang. Father, below the arena, Tian Yu, bloodied and mangled, pleaded with Tian Jingyang. Avenge me! Kill him! Kill Chang Feng. And that Chang Li too. They must pay with their lives? Tian Yu's desperate words echoed, and as he uttered his final syllable, his breath ceased, his eyes staring vacantly at the sky, devoid of life moments later. Ah, Lin Feng, I will kill you. Suddenly, Tian Jingyang's eyes turned crimson, and he let out a furious roar. The aura of a fourth-layer gathering spirit realm erupted from within him like a terrifying ocean. Lin Feng was doomed. Witnessing this scene, the onlooking disciples felt a chill in their hearts. Tian Jingyang had charged onto the arena, his palm aimed at Lin Feng with blinding speed, as if it would shatter everything in its path. The air around them warped and twisted under the pressure. Even before the palm made contact, the force of the wind had already torn through Lin Feng's garments. This old scoundrel is utterly shameless. Lin Feng's expression grew grave as he retreated frantically. He had never anticipated that, despite this being a life-and-death duel, killing Tian Yu would be entirely justified. Lin Feng understood that slaying Tian Yu would inevitably provoke Tian Jingyang's wrath, and the elder would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Lin Feng had previously believed that within the sect, Tian Jingyang might refrain from acting, but now, he had directly ascended the stage. Tian Jingyang, for all your status as an elder, I have severely underestimated your capacity for vengeance. Confronted with Tian Jingyang's fourth-layer gathering spirit realm power, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented weight pressing down upon him. He realized he could not withstand this blow. If death is to be my fate, then so be it. For the sake of my brothers, I have no regrets. As he retreated madly, Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes. Lin Feng, focus your mind. I shall take control of your body. However, at this critical juncture, Misha's voice abruptly resonated. Immediately thereafter, a terrifying consciousness surged forth from the massive egg within the illusory essence crystal. Lin Feng had no time to ponder further and relinquished control of his body as Misha had instructed. Misha's consciousness seized Lin Feng's body, and he, under her control, staggered backward, suddenly opening his eyes wide. In that fleeting moment, Lin Feng's gaze transformed, becoming profound and reserved, akin to that of a revered and supreme monarch. Chapter 55. Severe injury. The unexpected change in Lin Feng sparked an indescribable sensation among the onlooking disciples. Tian Jingyang, in particular, bore the brunt of it, acutely feeling the innate pressure emanating from Lin Feng's eyes. A fleeting flicker of doubt crossed Tian Jingyang's brow. However, he dismissed it, interpreting Lin Feng's demeanor as merely a manifestation of despair. In an instant, Tian Jingyang's palm was already upon Lin Feng, closing the distance to less than half a meter, racing towards Lin Feng's chest. Although Lin Feng's speed had increased significantly under Misha's control, the disparity in their realms rendered him incapable of evading Tian Jingyang's formidable strike. All eyes in the arena were fixated on this impending blow. Enveloped in an unprecedented silence, Lin Feng, having surrendered control of his body, watched helplessly as the scene unfolded before him, his heart racing in his throat. Suddenly, with a fierce roar, Misha, controlling Lin Feng's body, began to draw upon the crimson spiritual energy within the illusory essence crystal. Lin Feng distinctly felt Misha directing the fiery energy to surge towards his chest. At a visibly accelerated pace, blood-red scales began to form on the skin of Lin Feng's chest, though concealed beneath his clothing. Lin Feng sensed it with utmost clarity. Just as the scales coalesced, A dull thud echoed as Tian Jingyang's palm struck Lin Feng's chest with tremendous force. In an instant, Lin Feng's body was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, hurtling away at a terrifying speed before crashing heavily onto the arena. A moment later, Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood. Alas, is this the end? Lin Feng's consciousness sank into a void, aware that although his body was under Misha's control, the information still reached him through his eyes. He could even feel the piercing pain coursing through him. As Tian Jingyang took another step towards him, Lin Feng's heart jolted violently. A mere gathering spirit realm cultivator dares to kill me. At that moment, Misha's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Suddenly, her consciousness surged forth, and the spiritual energy within him began to surge wildly. Just then, Lin Feng's perception of the outside world became distorted, and darkness enveloped him. He could see nothing, feel nothing, and even his consciousness began to blur, teetering on the brink of slumber. Tian Jingyang, just wait for me. If I, Lin Feng, do not perish today, I shall ensure you descend into the underworld in the future. In the haze of his consciousness, Lin Feng let out a reluctant roar before completely losing awareness. Lin Feng, prepare to meet your end. Approaching Lin Feng, Tian Jingyang aimed a palm towards his head. However, in that instant, a gleam of cold light flickered in Lin Feng's deep-set eyes, accompanied by a surge of dark energy. Tian Jingyang, as an elder, how can you strike a junior and still retain your dignity? Just then, Xiao Dong's voice rang out. As Tian Jingyang made his move against Lin Feng, both Xiao Dong and Gu Yuan rushed towards Lin Feng. Witnessing Lin Feng being struck away by Tian Jingyang, their hearts sank, and a blaze of fury ignited within their eyes. In the moment before the second palm could descend, Xiao Dong narrowly intercepted Tian Jingyang's attack. He shot a fierce glare at Tian Jingyang before swiftly reaching Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng, are you all right? Xiao Dong's voice was soft, and as their gazes met, the depth in Lin Feng's eyes and the flicker of dark energy instantly dissipated. Following that, Lin Feng's eyelids fluttered, and he fell into unconsciousness. Xiao Dong gasped softly, a look of surprise crossing his face. Meanwhile, in the distance, a middle-aged man clad in white robes, exuding an elegant and ethereal aura, observed the scene with keen interest. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly as he gazed at Lin Feng. What is his name? The refined man inquired lightly. Beside him, a disciple trembled violently, returning to the guardian. His name is Lin Feng, the disciple answered, fear evident in his voice, as he was anxious not to offend the refined man, his face brimming with respect. On the Fenglei platform, Tian Jingyang's expression darkened as he looked at Xiao Dong and Gu Yuan. Are you too intent on protecting this boy? This situation is already your fault. What do you mean by protecting him? It was a life-and-death battle. Lin Feng killed Tian Yu. What is wrong with that? What are your intentions? If you wish to fight, how about I, Xiao Dong, face you in battle? Xiao Dong turned abruptly, casting a cold gaze at Tian Jingyang, a terrifying aura erupting from him. Xiao Dong, the situation regarding Lin Feng is dire. His meridians are damaged. His future path in martial arts may be. Just then, Gu Yuan, who was examining Lin Feng's injuries, knitted his brows tightly. Good. You wish to protect this boy? You might safeguard him for a moment. But can you protect him for a lifetime? Tian Jingyang's eyes flickered, and suddenly, he broke into a cold smile before leaping off the arena and turning to depart. Alas, what a promising talent wasted. Is there truly no other way? At that moment, Xiao Dong approached Lin Feng, his brow furrowed tightly. Alas, it's difficult. Simultaneously, Gu Yuan shook his head in resignation, sighing. In a tranquil courtyard, vibrant patches of fiery red flowers bloomed in every corner. The blossoms competed for beauty, filling the air with an enchanting fragrance. Lin Feng lay on a bamboo bed, now clad in clean garments, ate tea this moment. He appeared peaceful in slumber, his breathing rhythmic and robust, free from a weakness and fatigue that had plagued him after the battle. Sunlight bathed Lin Feng's entire being. Unbeknownst to him, his fingers twitched slightly, feeling a warm sensation enveloping him. I'm not dead? His hazy consciousness sharpened suddenly. Lin Feng's heart surged with relief as he began to assess his physical condition. He clearly remembered sustaining severe injuries from Tian Jingyang's lethal blow, with his meridians damaged. No way, I'm completely healed, and my damaged meridians have also recovered. Once meridians are harmed, recovery is nearly impossible. What on earth is happening? Lin Feng was taken aback, his eyes snapping open as he sat up abruptly. Where am I? Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, noting the unfamiliar environment and the striking red flowers, his brow furrowing slightly. In one direction, he spotted a middle-aged man in white robes, meticulously pruning the branches of the red flowers under the sunlight. Chapter 56. Sun Yulin, you're awake? The refined middle-aged man did not turn around but spoke softly. Observing the man's back, Lin Feng's brow knitted further, sensing a profound aura emanating from him, even more overwhelming than that of Gu Yuan and Xiao Dong. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Lin Feng rose quickly, speaking with utmost respect. You're quite astute, young man. The middle-aged man turned, a gentle smile gracing his handsome features, causing Lin Feng's pupils to involuntarily constrict. Lin Feng, my name is Sun Yulin. Come with me. The elegant middle-aged man spoke first before Lin Feng had a chance to utter a word. He then began to stride purposefully in a specific direction. Where to? A sense of confusion clouded Lin Feng's mind, and after a moment's hesitation, he decided to follow suit. Sun Yulin? Lin Feng murmured the name of the middle-aged man to himself. Yet a vivid and enchanting figure surfaced in his mind, none other than Sun Sinyu. Recalling the moment he had absorbed the snake venom for her sake on the Wanyao mountain, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a slight flush on his aged face, as that position had been rather peculiar. Following Sun Yulin, they traversed a long corridor and halted before a pavilion. Inside, there lay a stone table adorned with meticulously cut and specially treated beast skins, a unique pen, and a jade vessel filled with vibrant crimson blood of a magical beast. Sun Yulin approached the stone table, picked up the pen along with a piece of beast skin, and then dipped the pen's tip into the vessel to collect a drop of the beast's blood. Watch closely, young one, Sun Yulin said with a slight smile. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of mental energy emanating from Sun Yulin. In an instant, the pen in Sun Yulin's hand began to radiate a dazzling light. As the pen tip touched the beast's skin, a serious expression emerged on Sun Yulin's face as he began to sketch rapidly. Mysterious patterns flowed seamlessly from the pen's tip onto the skin, each line exuding a faint white glow. What is this? Lin Feng's pupils constricted slightly at the sight before him. The speed of Sun Yulin's drawing intensified, his expression growing increasingly earnest. Suddenly, a clear buzzing sound resonated through the air. The intricate patterns upon the final stroke of Sun Yulin formed a complete cycle. Sun Yulin set the pen aside, yet the faint glow continued to dance upon the beast's skin. Lin Feng sensed a wild and potent aura, along with a rich wave of spiritual energy. Symbols? Observing the glowing beast skin in Sun Yulin's hands, Lin Feng's eyes brightened with realization. Oh, it is a symbol. I never anticipated he was a distinguished symbol master. Would you like to learn? Sun Yulin inquired, gazing at Lin Feng with a smile. Yes, Lin Feng responded eagerly, without a moment's thought. A symbol master, such a noble profession. Akin to an alchemist, indeed, such esteemed symbol masters were the ones whom many sought to curry favor with. Disciple pays respects to the master, Lin Feng said, bowing deeply before Sun Yulin. That movement was rather swift, commented Mei Xia, watching Lin Feng's display from within the illusory crystal, her expression one of disdain. Even Sun Yulin couldn't help but twitch at Lin Feng's unabashed display. Father, I'm back. Just as Sun Yulin was preparing to have a proper conversation with Lin Feng, a sweet, childish voice interrupted. Both Lin Feng and Sun Yulin turned their gazes toward the direction of the voice. A delightful little girl, around 5 or 6 years old and adorably plump, appeared before them. Sun Yulin's face lit up with a tender smile as he looked at the girl. However, Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of discomfort. This girl was none other than Sun Sinyu's sister, Sun Lingyu, the very child he had rescued from the mouth of the spirit wolf. Dad? Lin Feng looked at Sun Lingyu, then at Sun Yulin. And in that moment, a whirlwind of thoughts flooded his mind. He quickly turned his face away, covering his cheeks with his hand. Ha! Father, I'm back. Sun Lingyu exclaimed, leaping into Sun Yulin's embrace and playfully wriggling about. Did you have a blast playing with your sister all this time? By the way, where is your sister? Sun Yulin affectionately ruffled Sun Lingyu's nose. Oh, we just returned from Wanyao Mountain. Sister sent me back, saying she was in Feiha Peak to find Elder Su Yin. She should be back shortly. Sun Lingyu chirped. Hey, who is this big brother? Sun Lingyu's adorable eyes turned towards Lin Feng. Upon hearing her question, Lin Feng's head lowered even further. Oh, him? Is my... Lin Feng, what's the matter with you? Sun Yulin queried, puzzled by Lin Feng's demeanor. No, it's just, my face hurts. I'm going to wash it. Lin Feng stammered, his cheeks already flushed from embarrassment. Just as he attempted to rise, the mischievous Sun Lingyu darted in front of him. Hey, brother-in-law. Suddenly, Sun Lingyu squealed, her gaze scrutinizing Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart nearly leapt from his chest at her words. Damn, he cursed inwardly, while Sun Yulin stared at Lin Feng, astonished. Ah, brother-in-law, it really is you. Sun Lingyu exclaimed, leaping onto Lin Feng, prying his hand apart and gasping at his crimson face. Oh, well, Lingyu. Lin Feng's face twitched, and he cautiously glanced at Sun Yulin. Their eyes met, and Lin Feng could see the questions and discontent swirling in Sun Yulin's gaze. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Lin Feng inwardly lamented his predicament. Master, can you allow me a moment to explain? Explain? You scoundrel, I saved you, and now you're playing with my daughter? From the very first glance, I knew you were up to no good. You've moved quickly. Haven to you, my precious sinew, a beautiful flower. And yet you've plucked it. In the blink of an eye, I've gone from master to father-in-law. Am I to soon expect a grandchild? Explain yourself. With that, Sun Yulin, filled with rage, charged at Lin Feng, ready to unleash his fury. Chapter 57. The symbol master Sun Yulin pounced like a hungry tiger, pinning Lin Feng to the ground without a second thought. Nose not resembling a nose, eyes not resembling eyes. He delivered a flurry of punches. Speak, to what stage have you progressed? An hour later, panting heavily, Sun Yulin finally stood up. Lin Feng, with a face covered in bruises and sporting a pair of panda eyes, gingerly rose from the ground. What stage have we reached? The image of that intoxicating moment in the cave flooded his mind. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Stop stammering. Have you two done anything? The question left Lin Feng's eyes wide with shock. Your first question is that bold? No. Lin Feng shook his head vehemently, without hesitation. Then did you hold hands? Sun Yulin exhaled sharply, pressing further. No. Lin Feng shook his head again. Did you kiss? At this, Lin Feng's expression changed, and he felt an unease wash over him. Did that moment of absorbing the snake venom count? You little rascal. Did you kiss her? Seeing Lin Feng hesitate, a stern look returned to Sun Yulin's face. Well, Lin Feng stammered, especially under the weight of Sun Yulin's questioning gaze. How could he possibly articulate the situation? That position was certainly not something he could discuss. Speak. Did you kiss her? This question, Lin Feng firmly refused to answer. Refused to answer? You little brat, refusing to answer. Tell me, did you kiss her? Immediately following, Sun Yulin charged forth like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. And once again, a scene of bloody violence unfolded. This time, Lin Feng's nose was nearly bent out of shape. All right, you little brat, so tough. Huh. Not going to say anything, just wait until I find out. I'll strip your skin off. He added, when Sinew returns, I shall inquire with her. After an hour of brutal beating, Sun Yulin finally rose, panting heavily, and spoke with a fierce glare. What? You want to ask Sun Sinew? The moment those words left Sun Yulin's mouth, Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly imagine the scene that would unfold when Sun Yulin posed such a question to Sun Sinew. Lin Yu, don't call out randomly in the future. Oh, understood. Fathered at this moment, having witnessed her father's ferocious display, Sun Lingyu appeared much more obedient. She pouted her adorable lips and innocently remarked, I still have a sow at home that needs feeding, so I'll take my leave now. With a bruised face and swollen nose, Lin Feng dared not linger in this den of conflict any longer. He hastily concocted an excuse and prepared to make his escape. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Is my son Yulin's domain a place you can enter and leave at will? Furthermore, to save your life, I even used a 7 treasures pill to help restore your meridians. I've taken care of you for 3 full days while you were unconscious. You think you can just walk away? As he spoke, Sun Yulin moved swiftly to block Lin Feng's path, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown gracing his lips, the debt of saving my life. I, Lin Feng, shall never forget. The kindness shown today, I shall repay tenfold in the future. No, Lin Feng, I did not save you for such reasons then. What do you wish for, senior? At this moment, Lin Feng's expression began to darken considerably. With a rather displeased tone, he remarked, "Come here and try this." As Sun Yulin picked up a carving pen and a piece of beast hide, he smiled at Lin Feng. "If you satisfy me, you may leave today." Before Lin Feng could respond, Sun Yulin forcefully pulled him to the stone table and pressed him onto the stone bench. Subsequently, the carving pen was thrust into Lin Feng's hand. What on earth is happening here? Lin Feng, feeling as though he had been thrust into a situation beyond his comprehension, wore an utterly bewildered expression. Faced with no other choice, he reluctantly steeled himself and slowly grasped the carving pen. "Father, are you making big brother carve symbols?" Ling Yu, who despised the art of symbol carving, exclaimed, "Father, isn't that a first-grade stone burr symbol? I failed countless times before managing to carve it after a full 10 days. Just then, Sun Ling Yu approached the stone table, her big eyes blinking with curiosity as she gazed at Lin Feng, who held the carving pen. "Ling Yu, you ignorant child, how many people are eager to become a symbol carver? How can you dislike it? Moreover, not everyone can become a symbol carver. Each one is a rare talent among thousands. That it requires innate ability and a spirit that far surpasses the ordinary. 10 days to successfully carve a stone burr symbol is already quite impressive. When your father learned under his mentor, it took him 15 days to succeed with that same symbol. Back then, your father was a genius in the world of symbol carving." As he spoke, Sun Yulin began to boast with considerable pride. This time, Lin Feng found himself too exhausted to refute Sun Yulin's boasting. Although he had not previously engaged in symbol carving, he possessed some understanding of it. Being able to craft a first-grade stone burr symbol indicated that one had become a 1-star symbol carver. While 1 star may seem modest, such individuals were highly sought after by many prominent families across various cities. From Lin Feng's understanding, being able to carve a first-grade symbol within 3 months suggested that the individual possessed considerable talent. Many took a year or even several years to achieve such a feat. And now, what had he heard? Setting aside the prodigy who took 15 days, was it truly a monster who could carve a stone burr symbol in just 10 days? Or was it a little girl no older than 6? Still untainted by the world? What are you dawdling for? Get to carving, Sun Yulin exclaimed impatiently. Lin Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. He quickly recalled the image of Sun Yulin carving the stone burr symbol and, mimicking his movements, dipped the carving pen into a drop of beast blood. Then, with a shift of his focus, he attempted to connect with the spirit energy within his sea of consciousness. The spirit energy surged toward the carving pen like a tidal wave. Suddenly, the pen trembled slightly, emitting a low hum. Immediately after, the pen's tip radiated a dazzling light, far surpassing the brightness of Sun Yulin's previous carvings. At this sight, Sun Yulin's pupils constricted sharply. "Lin Feng, enough, you needn't continue carving. You may leave." Just as Lin Feng was about to begin his stroke, he was interrupted by Sun Yulin's voice. Lin Feng looked up in astonishment, confusion etched on his face. "This carving pen and those 10 sheets of carving paper are gifts for you. From now on, come to my place once every 10 days. After all, I didn't save you for nothing. You can't just enjoy the benefits of the 7 treasures pill without consequence. Remember, you must come back if I have to hunt you down. Well, you can imagine the consequences. Now, off with you." With that, Sun Yulin turned sharply and strode away. At this moment, Lin Feng stared at Sun Yulin's departing figure, his eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth is going on here? Just then, Sun Ling Yu bounced up to Lin Feng's side, a mischievous smile on her face. Brother-in-law, I'm rooting for you." With that, she scampered off after Sun Yulin. Though perplexed by the unusual encounter, Lin Feng still tucked the carving pen and papers into his storage pouch. Sigh, I truly wonder how Chung Feng is faring. With today marking the 15th day since Chung Feng was poisoned, Lin Feng felt a heavy weight in his chest, realizing he needed to obtain the Qing Li Xian Dan as soon as possible. With a deep breath, he hurriedly left Sun Yulin's residence. Perched upon the back of the blood feather eagle, Lin Feng let the wind brush against his face. Soon, the blood feather eagle descended slowly before Chang Feng's small courtyard. Gazing at the yard, Lin Feng noted that while it still appeared somewhat disheveled, it had clearly been tidied up. The shattered door had been repaired, and the bodies of Duan Bo and Yang Ji had vanished without a trace. In the corner of the courtyard, Chang Li was rummaging through the storage pouches of Yang Ji and Duan Bo with great fervor. This one belongs to Duan Bo. Let us see what's inside. A jumble of miscellaneous items spilled forth as Chang Li dug through, and soon, a few sets of intimate clothing appeared in her hands. Upon recognizing the familiar style, her eyes widened in shock. Isn't this mine? Duan Bo, how shameless. He is just as despicable as Lin Feng. The memory of discovering her own intimate clothing in Lin Feng's room flashed through Chang Li's mind. Wait a moment. Could I have wronged Lin Feng? She suddenly recalled that he had mentioned finding those items in Duan Bo's storage pouch. A realization struck her. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had entered the courtyard and was met with the sight of Chang Li staring vacantly at the delicate clothing she held. As if entranced. Are they truly that appealing? I stand right before you, yet you fail to notice me? Clearing his throat with an awkward cough, Lin Feng's face twitched slightly. Chang Li snapped back to reality, her gaze lifting to meet Lin Feng's, surprise evident in her eyes. That you're not dead. Your injuries have healed, she blurted out instinctively. Well, I'm fortunate to be alive. That is, Chang Li, about that. It's perfectly fine to admire things alone at home. But I, as a grown man, am right here. Perhaps you should be mindful of the impression you create. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the delicate garment, and he awkwardly spoke up. Chang Li, however, was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. It was only when she followed Lin Feng's line of sight and looked at the item in her hand that her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Lin Feng, you are shameless. In her embarrassment and anger, Chang Li hurled the garment at Lin Feng. When the item inadvertently struck Lin Feng's face, concealing it entirely, Chang Li's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red. What do you mean by calling me shameless? Also, has this thing been washed? I'm somewhat disgusted, Lin Feng remarked, lifting the garment from his face with 2 fingers. Both his expression and gestures conveyed his genuine distaste. You are utterly shameless. At that moment, Chang Li's cheeks were nearly blood red, and she snatched the garment back from Lin Feng's hands, stuffing it into her bosom. Suddenly, a cry of pain and the sound of shattering objects echoed from Chang Feng's room. This is bad. Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly, and he swiftly flung open the door and rushed inside. Upon entering the room, he found Chang Feng's face contorted in agony, dark lines spreading across his body. Brother, Chang Li exclaimed, her previous embarrassment transformed into urgency. She hurried to Chang Feng, who was stumbling in invisible distress. However, just as Chang Li reached out to support him, Chang Feng pushed her to the ground with a forceful hand. Lily, go, hurry. I can't hold on any longer. Chang Li cried out in pain, and for a brief moment, Chang Feng's eyes regained a glimmer of clarity. With a pained roar, he added, Lin Feng, hurry, the poison from the spirit-devouring powder has erupted prematurely. As Lin Feng hastened to Chang Feng's side, he recalled Misha's voice echoing in his mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart raced. Following Misha's advice, he struck Chang Feng, rendering him unconscious. He then lifted him from the ground and placed him on the bed. Gently, Lin Feng pressed his palm against Chang Feng's crown. Streams of dark energy flowed from Lin Feng's hand into Chang Feng's body. Lin Feng furrowed his brow as time ticked by, while Chang Li anxiously waited by his side. Alas, Misha, is this the only way? 2 hours passed, and Lin Feng sighed softly, eventually standing and slowly opening his eyes. Lin Feng, my brother. Seeing that Chang Feng had yet to awaken, Chang Li hurriedly inquired. The situation is dire. Your brother's condition is quite grave. The poison from the spirit-devouring powder has become exceedingly difficult to contain. This time, I not only sealed the poison, but also your brother's consciousness, until the poison is resolved. Chang Feng will remain in a deep slumber and will not awaken. If I hadn't done this, he could only endure for 3 days, and even with this intervention, he can only last 10 days. Lin Feng hesitated, his expression heavy as he spoke. You mean to say my brother may never awaken again? Tears cascaded down Cheng Li's cheeks, her gaze vacant and filled with despair as she sat at the head of Cheng Feng's bed. Observing her plight, Lin Feng's heart ached, unsure of how to offer comfort. With a slow turn, he left Cheng Feng's room alone. Outside the small courtyard, Lin Feng gazed at the distant sky, his fists clenched tightly. You must be fine, Cheng Feng. There's still 10 days left. Descend, Xiao Bai. A resolute glint appeared in Lin Feng's eyes as he called out to the blood-feathered eagle soaring above. Xiao Bai was the name Lin Feng had affectionately given to the eagle over the past 2 days. At Lin Feng's summons, the eagle descended from the sky and landed beside him. Chapter 59. The Kanglan Merchants Association. Hey, Lin Feng, wait up. My father is looking for you. Just as Lin Feng prepared to embark on a journey to Qianwu City, a hefty figure appeared in his line of sight. Your father? Who is he? Lin Feng inquired, bewildered by the rotund young man before him. The boy was surprisingly stout for his age, his silhouette resembling a sphere, with a belly that hung like a small skirt, swaying rhythmically as he walked. Hey Lin Feng, I'm Su Wentian, and my father is the 7th elder, Su Yin. Upon hearing the name Su Yin, Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. When he entered the Tianyuan sect, he was told that Su Yin was in seclusion and Wu Nti emerged for a month or two. How come he's come out early? Moreover, why was he seeking me? Su Wentian, I have urgent matters to attend to in Qianwu City. Please inform the 7th elder that I will visit him upon my return. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng spoke to Su Wentian. You going to Qianwu City? Suddenly, Su Wentian's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he climbed onto the blood-feathered eagle, plopping down onto its back. Given his considerable size, the eagle nearly toppled over upon his landing. Roar! The eagle cast an innocent glance at Lin Feng, its eyes filled with disdain and reluctance. Take me along. Su Wentian, however, seemed oblivious to this, flashing a broad grin at Lin Feng. Hey brother, we're overloaded. Flying at high altitudes can be dangerous. Lin Feng remarked, his face darkening with irritation. Are you implying I'm fat? Don't you have any self-awareness? Lin Feng's thoughts spiraled into disbelief. Not fat, not fat. You're simply charming and handsome, loved by all. What I meant was that I had a bit too much to eat for breakfast today, and am slightly overweight, which might pose a risk to your safety, Lin Feng replied, suppressing the urge to give the hefty boy a good thrashing. Oh, is that so? No worries, no worries. If something happens, I want to hold you accountable. Su Wentian, utterly unperturbed, continued to speak shamelessly. Xiao Bai, let us go. At this moment, Lin Feng was too weary to continue dealing with the insufferable boy. He commanded the blood-feathered eagle, which, with an unwilling glance, wobbled and took flight towards Qianwu City. Qianwu City, an ancient city located closest to the Tianyuan sect, was thriving due to its proximity to the sect. Lin Feng and Su Wentian walked upon the smooth ground paved with special stones. Su Wentian, what brings you to Qianwu City? Lin Feng asked, glancing at Su Wentian as they navigated the bustling streets. Me? I don't have much going on. I mainly just miss my girlfriend and want to get cozy with her, Su Wentian replied, grinning at, you? A girlfriend? Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment at Su Wentian's declaration. Looking at the boy's ample physique, Lin Feng felt utterly uncomfortable. What kind of woman could possibly withstand that hefty weight? Wouldn't she be crushed? A vivid image flashed in Lin Feng's mind, causing his mouth to twitch involuntarily. Su Wentian, have you heard of the Qingli Xiandan? The Qingli Xiandan? Su Wentian frowned at Lin Feng's query, then shook his head. Have you heard of the Duangu Hua? Qing Lei Lan, Wu Yun Tong, and Tianju Jin? Lin Feng inquired again, but Su Wentian frowned deeply, remaining silent for a long time before shaking his head once more. Lin Feng's heart sank slightly upon realizing that these items were crucial to Cheng Feng's life. The lack of information on the Qingli Xiandan was concerning enough, but for him to be completely unaware of the 4 main herbs required to concoct it, that was truly alarming. Lin Feng, undeterred, reiterated his inquiry. However, this time, Su Wentian pondered for a considerable duration before gently shaking his head. Lin Feng, perhaps we could pay a visit to the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce. IT is the largest trading establishment in all of Qianwu City, directly operated and overseen by the Alchemist Guild. The treasures within are beyond count, but the prerequisite is that one must possess wealth. Kanglin Chamber of Commerce. Upon hearing Su Wentian's words, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope. For the name of the Kanglin Chamber of Commerce resonated throughout the entire Weian Empire. He had not anticipated that such a renowned establishment would exist in the relatively modest Qianwu city. Let us proceed to the Kanglin Chamber of Commerce. Money is not an issue. I currently have approximately 300,000 gold coins. Lin Feng chuckled, producing a storage bag filled with gold coins. Tossing it lightly in his hand, Lin Feng, my friend, 300,000 gold coins is hardly a significant sum at the Kanglin Chamber of Commerce, while it may suffice for some ordinary items. If you seek what you mentioned, I'm afraid. Su Wentian's expression turned somewhat awkward as he spoke delicately. Moreover, items of slightly higher value at the Kanglin Chamber are not traded with gold coins, but rather with spirit stones. As Su Wentian's words sank in, Lin Feng's smile gradually faded. So, even with 300,000 gold coins, am I still considered a pauper? Puffed. Ha, Lin Feng, how embarrassing for you. Just look at your naive expression. At that moment, Misha's boisterous laughter echoed in Lin Feng's mind, striking an ill-timed chord. Hearing her unrestrained laughter, Lin Feng's face darkened instantly. Lin Feng, I didn't say anything offensive. Don't wear such a gloomy expression. If you're short on cash, I could lend you some. Su Wentian quickly interjected, attempting to offer comfort to the visibly distressed Lin Feng. Then I shall express my gratitude to you, Brother Wentian. Upon hearing Su Wentian's offer, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. Observing the sincerity on Su Wentian's face, Lin Feng felt a warmth blossom in his heart and smiled in response. Puffed. Oh dear, who the hell walks without looking? Just then, a sharp voice unexpectedly pierced the air that a scrawny boy with a pointed face and hollow cheeks collided violently with Su Wentian's chest. The immense force of the impact sent the boy tumbling backward, rolling several times on the ground before finally sitting upright, looking utterly ridiculous. Chapter 60. The encounter with a con artist. What do you mean I wasn't looking? Clearly, it was you who wasn't paying attention. The scrawny boy's face darkened as he retorted, his indignation palpable. Someone's been knocked down. This guy hit me. He's bullying me. He knocked me down and is trying to twist the truth. Everybody come quickly and help me. As soon as the boy's words fell, he plopped down onto the ground, wailing for his parents. Instantly, many bystanders turned their attention to Lin Feng and Su Wentian, pointing and whispering among themselves, Ha! Look at this fatso. Not only does he look ridiculous, but his character is also beneath contempt. Indeed, he knocks someone down and still tries to exert pressure on the victim. Such people are the ones I despise the most. As these disdainful remarks reached Su Wentian's ears, he felt like a mute person suffering in silence, overwhelmed by the frustration of being unable to defend himself. Just as the crowd began to voice their accusations against Su Wentian, no one noticed the scrawny boy stealthily rising and slipping away from the throng, casting a glance back at Su Wentian with a sly smirk before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Su Wentian's expression grew increasingly grim. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment as the situation escalated. Have you all made enough noise? Did you witness how this incident unfolded? What right do you have to judge here? In that moment of indignation, Lin Feng's voice rose above the clamor. His words caused the crowd to momentarily pause, the atmosphere falling into a brief silence. However, it wasn't long before anger began to simmer anew among the onlookers, especially upon noticing Lin Feng's cultivation level. Who the hell do you think you are? A mere 4th-level Qi refinement cultivator dares to shout like that. Many in the crowd glared at him, their expressions darkening. Such arrogance. Let's teach him a lesson and put him in his place. Let me show him how to behave. With that, several individuals charged forward, their faces twisted with malice as they approached Lin Feng. Today, I shall see who dares to lay a hand on my brother. Suddenly, Su Wentian stepped forward, his demeanor grave. Do you not regard the 7th elder of Tianyuan's sect, Tiana Peak? I am the son of Elder Su Yan. Dare to touch my brother, and you'll regret it. What? The 7th elder's son. Upon hearing Su Wentian's declaration, many in the crowd widened their eyes in shock. I remember now. His name is Su Wentian, indeed the son of the 7th elder Su Yan. In that moment, the revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Their gazes towards Su Wentian shifted dramatically. Within moments, those who had been so bold began to scatter, eager to avoid any conflict with Su Wentian. The few individuals who had been advancing toward Lin Feng exchanged glances, then halted abruptly before, with a thud, they knelt before Su Wentian. "Young Master Su, please spare us. We didn't recognize you. Have mercy on us." As they knelt before Su Wentian, the expressions on their faces were a mix of dread and desperation, nearly teetering on the brink of tears. "Humph. Your excuses mean little to me. You should address my brother." Su Wentian responded coldly. Immediately, the kneeling individuals turned their gazes toward Lin Feng, rising to their feet and hastily approaching him, whereupon they dropped to their knees once more. Lin Feng's countenance was grim as he surveyed the group before him. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and delivered several slaps to their faces. The resounding sounds echoed through the air, and in the blink of an eye, their cheeks flushed crimson from the force of Lin Feng's strikes. "Have you learned your lesson?" Lin Feng barked, kicking one of them to the ground. We have learned. We have learned. Begone." With a final word from Lin Feng, the kneeling individuals scrambled away, eager to escape his presence. "Su Wentian, your impact must be quite something to have sent him flying like that." Having vented his frustrations, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He approached Su Wentian, giving his ample belly a hearty pat. Grinning as he remarked, "Ha, of course, I may lack other virtues, but I assure you, this physique is solid. Do you know why my girlfriend is so devoted to me? It's all about the sense of security." Upon hearing this, Su Wentian immediately revealed a broad grin, displaying his gleaming white teeth, and proclaimed with great pride as he playfully jiggled his belly. In an instant, one could observe his belly, which hung down to his knees, rhythmically bouncing up and down in a most amusing manner. Lin Feng, witnessing this spectacle, could only bury his face in his hands, utterly impressed. In his heart, Lin Feng held Su Wentian in high regard, secretly giving him 2 thumbs up. However, just as Lin Feng and Su Wentian were left alone with no one remaining around them, a young man clad in splendid attire, holding a folding fan, approached them, surrounded by a group of followers at O. Is this not the useless Lin Feng, the one whom no one at Tianhe Peak is willing to accept, reduced to merely being a named disciple? You seem to lack any real skills, yet you excel at being a sycophant, shamelessly flattering others. Lin Feng, take a look at my superior qualities. Why not come on my side and become my loyal errand boy?" At the young man's words, the jovial expressions on Lin Feng and Su Wentian's faces vanished in an instant. Particularly for Lin Feng, his gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon a young man, his fists clenching tightly and his complexion darkening dramatically. "Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner?" Lin Feng stepped forward, glaring at the young man with a fierce shout. His fighting spirit surged like a flood breaking through a dam, raging uncontrollably. Yet, almost the moment Lin Feng advanced, Su Wentian's expression shifted dramatically. He extended his ample hand and firmly grasped Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, no! He is Mu Yiping, the young master of the Mu family from Qianwu City. His strength has reached the 8th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. We are no match for him. Moreover, his brother Mu Tai is also a disciple of the outer sect at Tianyuanzong. Hailing from Star Constellation Peak, that Mu Tai possesses an exceptionally terrifying talent and combat prowess, having the strength of the 1st level of Spirit Gathering Realm, and is capable of fighting opponents of higher levels. He gained fame throughout Star Constellation Peak for defeating Ren Yuliang, who ranked 10th on the Star Constellation list, and was at the 2nd level of Spirit Gathering Realm. Currently, Mu Tai holds a firm position at the 10th rank of the Star Constellation list, and has never suffered defeat in battles of the same level, earning the favor of the Peak Master Yushua. At this moment, Su Wentian's gaze fell upon Mu Yiping with a hint of trepidation on his face. "Oh, he is quite the background. Not even your father's influence seems to matter." Lin Feng's eyes narrowed sharply as he regarded Mu Yiping. "Well, that's no surprise. His brother Mu Tai is backed by the Peak Master Yushua of Star Constellation Peak. Although my father is an elder, his authority pales in comparison to that of Peak Master." As the two exchanged hushed words, Lin Feng's brow began to furrow slightly. Meanwhile, Mu Yiping, amidst his entourage, approached Lin Feng and Su Wentian. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Mu Yiping raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Lin Feng's cheek. Caught off guard by this sudden and unprovoked assault, Lin Feng momentarily stood in shock, After a brief moment of bewilderment, a surge of furious rage ignited within him. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes turning bloodshot. Yet Su Wentian held him back firmly. Lin Feng, remain calm, but a moment of impatience could lead to greater chaos, Su Wentian urged, his brow furrowed as he shook his head at Lin Feng. Haha, two useless cowards. Mu Yiping sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the furious Lin Feng and Su Wentian. With a boisterous laugh, he strode past them, flanked by his followers. Just wait, Mu Yiping, Lin Feng murmured, his gaze icy as he clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his arms. Lin Feng, what is the matter? Suddenly, Su Wentian broke the silence, his voice laced with concern. It was evident that he too was troubled, his face filled with regret. I'm fine, Lin Feng replied. Exhaling a heavy sigh to regain his composure, he gently patted Su Wentian's shoulder, offering a faint smile. Let us go to the Kanglan Commerce Association. The Kanglan Commerce Association, located in the heart of Qianwu City, stood as the most bustling area. Walking side by side, Lin Feng and Su Wentian arrived at their destination, where a magnificent edifice towered before them, exuding grandeur. Surrounding the Kanglan Commerce Association were various shops of all sizes, selling weapons, clothing, silks, food, and mounts. The array of goods was dazzling and overwhelming. As a result, upon entering, Lin Feng could distinctly feel the surge of people gathered in this vibrant marketplace. The entrance of the Kanglan Commerce Association. A middle-aged man at the 9th level of the Meridian Opening Realm wore a broad smile as he welcomed guests from all directions. Welcome, young Master Mu. Please come in. Upon seeing Mu Yiping and his entourage, the middle-aged man's smile widened even further. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the fact that the middle-aged man's gaze had subtly lingered on him for a few moments. At that moment, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to a shop in the distance. What a pure and turbulent wave of energy, he thought, narrowing his eyes as he focused on the establishment. Lin Feng. What are you looking at? Come, let us explore the Kanglan Commerce Association, Su Wentian urged, giving Lin Feng a gentle nudge. Oh, right, Lin Feng replied, startled back to reality as he turned his head. Soon after, both of them began to walk toward the Kanglan Commerce Association. Haha, welcome. Please come in. As they walked, Lin Feng noticed the middle-aged man still at the entrance, beaming with delight and bowing graciously to greet the arriving guests. The Kanglan Commerce Association certainly has a remarkable reputation. Even the welcoming attendant possesses the strength of the 9th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, Lin Feng remarked, surprised by the man's prowess. Indeed, after all, the strength of the Kanglan Commerce Association is well known. Su Wentian replied with a slight smile that the entrance of the Kanglan Commerce Association, a steady stream of patrons flowed in and out. Despite the crowd, everything was orderly. Following the group, Lin Feng ascended the stone steps leading into the Kanglan Commerce Association. Welcome, please come in. The middle-aged man continued to extend his hospitality, ushering Lin Feng and his companions inside. Lin Feng did not linger, following the footsteps of those who had entered before him. Wait, you, stop right there. Did I allow you to enter? A sudden, sharp voice rang out, interrupting the atmosphere. Lin Feng looked up to see the previously smiling attendant now glaring menacingly at him. The attendant's attitude shifted, causing Lin Feng's eyes to narrow and his expression to darken significantly. The Kanglan Commerce Association welcomes all guests. Why do you refuse me entry? Lin Feng's voice turned cold, his earlier humiliation at Mu Yiping's hands igniting a fire within him as he faced this new provocation. Indeed, we welcome all guests, but seeing you cowering with that sneaky demeanor, I cannot allow you inside. What if you were to make off with something? If anything were to go missing from the Kanglan Commerce Association, could you compensate for it? The attendant sneered at Lin Feng. Me, sneaky? Lin Feng's face turned a shade darker at the attendant's words. Move aside. What are you blocking the path for in broad daylight? However, at that very moment, a familiar and piercing voice unexpectedly rang out. Lin Feng noticed that the sharp-featured boy who had previously attempted to swindle Su Wentian was now rushing towards him with his head bowed, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Whether intentional or not, the sharp-featured boy collided with Lin Feng, and in that instant, Lin Feng felt as though his waist had been brushed against. Yet the sensation was so faint that it could easily be disregarded. When the boy lifted his gaze and saw Lin Feng and Su Wentian, it was evident that his demeanor shifted to one of discomfort. Without pausing, he continued on his way towards the Kanglan Merchants Association. "Welcome," the attendant greeted, his face instantly brightening with a characteristic smile. In response, Lin Feng's expression darkened considerably. With such a furtive demeanor, what of him? Chapter 62. Lu Chuan faced with such blatant unfairness. Lin Feng's countenance twisted into a mask of fury. His anger overshadowed the fleeting sensation at his waist, which he cast aside. Unable to contain his wrath, he pointed an accusatory finger at the attendant and bellowed, "You dare to cause a ruckus at the Kanglan Merchants Association? Do you seek death?" At Lin Feng's furious retort, the attendant's expression soured immediately. "I shall see who possesses such audacity." Following this, a commanding shout resonated from within the Kanglan Merchants Association, and 10 men clad in the association's garb surged forth. Each bore a robust aura, all possessing the strength of the 8th stage of pulse opening. Their combined presence bore down upon Lin Feng like a crushing wave, under the weight of their collective might. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his heart racing. Beside him, Su Wentian, who was at the 6th stage of pulse opening, paled and took a step back. In stark contrast, Lin Feng maintained an air of composure, standing tall and unyielding. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers regarded Lin Feng with a mix of astonishment. His gaze flickered, cold as ice. Today, as humiliation, I, Lin Feng, shall remember. One day, you will beseech me to enter. Lin Feng's voice dripped with disdain as he uttered these chilling words. Beseech you to enter? Ah! Lin Feng, you overestimate yourself. The attendant, Han Yunji, scoffed, his laughter echoing mockingly. Simultaneously, the commotion drew the attention of many passers-by, particularly captivated by Han Yunji's final remarks, which left the crowd wide-eyed. In the Qinwu continent, crawling beneath someone's legs was a profound disgrace, especially beneath a woman's. The audacity of suggesting 100 was almost unfathomable. This moment, the crowd struggled to envision the spectacle, should that day ever come to pass. Lin Feng stood resolutely, his eyes narrowed at the self-satisfied Han Yunji. Just wait. That day will indeed arrive, he murmured softly, clenching his fists tightly. Humph, did you hear that? Just wait. At this juncture, Su Wentian, furious, directed his ire towards Han Yunji and his companions. He then moved to stand beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng, let us depart. Su Wentian gently patted Lin Feng's shoulder, his tone soft. Yet, just as Lin Feng was about to turn, he suddenly furrowed his brow slightly. Simultaneously, he raised his head to gaze at the top of the Kanglan Merchants Association. Lin Feng inhaled lightly, catching a whiff of a subtle yet fragrant aroma wafting through the someone concocting pills. Lin Feng's attention was drawn to the rooftop of the Merchants Association, his voice barely above a whisper. Gradually, the faint scent grew more pronounced, inciting a stir among the onlookers drawn by the rich fragrance. What kind of elixir is being brewed? It smells divine. Such a potent aroma could only belong to the esteemed alchemist Lu Chuan of Qianwu City. Undoubtedly. Could Master Lu be refining a high-tier pill? The crowd buzzed with excitement, chatter rising to a crescendo. Excitedly, Han Yunji's face lit up with delight. Haha, it has been 5 years. Master Lu has been tirelessly studying this flawed recipe. Is today the day of a success? However, in stark contrast to Han Yunji's exuberance, Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeper, his eyes betraying an odd expression. Lin Feng, are we not leaving? Su Wentian, noticing Lin Feng's rapt attention to the rooftop, inquired, perplexed. Yet Lin Feng seemed oblivious to Su Wentian's words, his unusual expression becoming increasingly pronounced. Too much purple jade essence has been released, Lin Feng suddenly exclaimed, calling out to the rooftop of the Kanglan Merchants Association. His unexpected shout drew the collective gaze of the crowd back to him. What is this fool doing? Has he lost his mind? Murmurs of confusion rippled through the onlookers. Too much purple jade essence has been released. Too much purple jade essence has been released, Lin Feng repeated thrice. Each declaration louder and more fervent than the last. Boom! In that instant, a dull explosion erupted from the top of the Kanglan Merchants Association, followed by a wave of charred odor wafting down to the crowd. Cough, cough, damn it! The furnace has exploded again. A voice, filled with exasperation, echoed from above. Simultaneously, all eyes converged on Lin Feng, including Su Wentian, whose gaze was fixed on him in disbelief. This lad is doomed. Indeed, an alchemist must never be disturbed during their craft. He was on the verge of success, and now this fool has caused an explosion. Sighs of resignation filled the air as whispers of concern circulated among the crowd. That Su Wentian, standing beside Lin Feng, desperately gestured for him to leave. Lin Feng, we must hurry, he urged in a hushed tone, tugging at Lin Feng's sleeve. Ha! Leave? You two have caused quite the calamity. What do you think you can run? Han Yunji's sinister laughter rang out. In an instant, the 10 men clad in Kanglan merchant's attire swiftly surrounded Lin Feng and Su Wentian. Moments later, both were unceremoniously bound and brought before Han Yunji. Thud, 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 thud. The hurried footsteps echoing down the stairs of the Kanglan Merchant Association signaled the approach of Master Lu. The crowd fell silent, tension palpable as each footfall weighed heavily upon their hearts. Han Yunji, ensure that the young man who spoke just now does not escape. Chapter 63. Please enter at that moment. A deep, authoritative voice resonated, causing a collective shiver to run through the crowd. Yes, Master Lu. Han Yunji dared not delay for even a moment and hastily responded. Simultaneously, his gaze shifted toward Lin Feng, and the mockery in his eyes grew increasingly unabashed. Haha, Lin Feng, you're doomed. Lord Luchuan has ordered me to keep you here. It seems he is genuinely enraged this time. Let us see how you meet your end. Han Yunji reveled in the misfortune of the tightly bound Lin Feng. He then proceeded to approach Luchuan, who was descending the stairs. Lord Luchuan, Han Yunji called out in a tone brimming with flattery. The crowd beheld a remarkably imposing figure emerging into view. None other than Luchuan, the chief alchemist of the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce in Xianwu City. Luchuan walked with a steady gait, his steps light, while Han Yunji followed closely, bowing and nodding. That Luchuan made his way directly to the entrance of the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce. His sharp eyes immediately fell upon the bound Lin Feng and Su Wentian. Just that single glance left both Su Wentian and Lin Feng momentarily breathless. Lin Feng, we truly are in dire straits this time. Su Wentian whispered anxiously, and Lin Feng's Luchuan's gaze lingered on the two for a brief moment, his brow slightly furrowing before he glanced in another direction, as if searching for something. Han Yunji, where's the person I just instructed you to keep? Suddenly, Luchuan's tone turned somewhat ominous. His eyes fixated on Han Yunji. Reporting to Lord Luchuan, it's him. Han Yunji, sensing Luchuan's rising anger, promptly pointed at Lin Feng. Lord Luchuan, this brat is utterly ignorant, disturbing your alchemical work and causing an explosion. His crime is unforgivable. I've already bound him and am ready to await your orders. However, upon hearing this, Luchuan's expression instantly darkened. You bound him? What is the issue with that? Han Yunji, taken aback by Luchuan's suddenly frigid demeanor, wore a look of confusion. He simply could not comprehend why this seemed to be a grave misstep when he thought he had accomplished a great feat. What is the issue? I asked you to keep this young friend here. Do you understand what that means? Are you incapable of following simple instructions? Luchuan's face flushed with anger. Han Yunji felt a ringing in his head, standing frozen in place. Han Yunji, how could you fail at such a trivial task? What on earth are you good for? A sharp sound sliced through the air as Luchuan delivered a resounding slap to Han Yunji's face. The crowd gasped in astonishment, the crisp sound echoing in their minds. What is happening? As the crowd remained bewildered, Luchuan turned his attention to the tightly bound Lin Feng. He then jogged up to Lin Feng, personally untying the ropes that bound him. Shortly thereafter, Su Wentian was also freed from his restraints. My young friend, I sincerely apologize for this, Luchuan said, his face adorned with a warm smile directed at Lin Feng. In an instant, all eyes in the room were fixed on Lin Feng, wide with disbelief. What is going on? I have never seen Luchuan smile so warmly at anyone before. The crowd erupted in murmurs of confusion and astonishment. Su Wentian's gaze turned toward Lin Feng, filled with incredulity, while Han Yunji's expression morphed into one of sheer disbelief. This? How can this be? It shouldn't be like this, Han Yunji muttered to himself, looking as if he had lost his mind, standing there in a daze. My young friend, might I have the honor of inviting you in for a chat? Lu Chuan stood beside Lin Feng, exhibiting none of the aloofness typically associated with an esteemed alchemist, instead speaking humbly with a hopeful glimmer in his eyes. Sure, I wanted to come in earlier, but someone was unwilling. Not only that, but he mocked me and my brother, ultimately binding us tightly as well. This how the famed Kanglin Chamber of Commerce treats its guests? Lin Feng's expression remained icy as he spoke. Lu Chuan understood precisely whom Lin Feng was referring to. In an instant, his cold gaze shifted back to Han Yunji, whose face turned pale under Lu Chuan's scrutinizing stare. Han Yunji realized he was doomed. Han Yunji, from this day forth, your cultivation is revoked, and you are expelled for the Kanglin Chamber of Commerce. Lu Chuan's words struck like a death sentence, leaving Han Yunji's face ashen. The crowd was equally stunned, unable to comprehend why Lu Chuan would go so far for the sake of this young man. This was akin to a death sentence for Han Yunji. My young friend, would this resolution be to your satisfaction? After issuing the decree, Lu Chuan's authoritative demeanor evaporated, replaced by a smile as he turned to Lin Feng. No, I want him to invite me in, and he must do so, as he said. Without exception, Lin Feng slowly shook his head, his cold gaze fixed on Han Yunji, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the collective breath of the crowd caught in their throats. Memories of Han Yunji's previous humiliations toward Lin Feng flooded their minds, echoing his derisive words. Invite you in? Han Yunji would crawl through the legs of 10 women to do so. No, 100. At that moment, Han Yunji's taunts rang clearly in their ears, and they had never expected the day of reckoning to arrive so swiftly. Just moments ago, they had speculated on how this day would unfold. Yet here it was, unfolding with astonishing rapidity. Oh, Han Yunji, do enlighten us on how you plan to make this invitation? Lu Chuan asked, his icy gaze fixed on Han Yunji, a hint of curiosity in his demeanor. From beneath the legs of 100 people, Han Yunji's face turned a ghastly white, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Remember, it's women, Su Wentian chimed in eagerly, stepping forward beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I previously failed to recognize your stature. I apologize. Might I not? Han Yunji stammered, fear evident in his voice. Moreover, my actions were not truly my own. It was Mu Yiping who instructed me to do this. In that moment, fear gripped Han Yunji as he hesitated, revealing Mu Yiping's name. Crawl beneath the legs of women was a profound humiliation. If he complied today, how could he ever show his face again? Mu Yiping. So, it's you, Mu Yiping. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold as he regarded Han Yunji. Han Yunji, some actions and words come with consequences that must be faced. Go on. Fulfill your promise. All right, Lu Chuan. Since my young friend has spoken, carry on as he wishes. Ladies, if anyone wishes to partake in this experience, please step forward and line up in a single file. Of course, it's not without reward. Each woman who steps forward will receive 100,000 gold coins. This moment, Lin Feng stood resolute, and Lu Chuan's voice rang out. Han Yunji realized there was no turning back. He slumped to the ground, utterly defeated, his face ashen, while the onlookers were left reeling at the prospect of such a reward for a mere act, a grand display indeed. 100 individuals amount to a staggering 10 million gold coins. Accompanied by gasps of astonishment, several women gradually emerged from the crowd. They represented various age groups. Some were graceful and statuesque, others boasted ample figures, some exuded playful charm, while others radiated noble elegance, and a few retained a captivating allure. In mere moments, this diverse and grand assembly of 100 was fully prepared. Get moving. Hurry up, Su Wentian exclaimed, striding purposefully towards Han Yunji. Without hesitation, he delivered a forceful kick, sending Han Yunji sprawling to the ground, landing before a striking middle-aged woman, likely in her 30s. Come here, the woman said with a gentle smile, bending slightly as she beckoned Han Yunji with her long, delicate fingers. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Don't you enjoy the thrill? As Han Yunji hesitated, Su Wentian delivered a sharp kick to his rear, prompting Han Yunji to lunge forward, inadvertently passing through the woman's legs. Instantly, Han Yunji's complexion shifted dramatically, his cheeks flushing a deep crimson. You? Han Yunji spun around, his cold gaze fixed on Su Wentian, his eyes brimming with icy fury. Ha! Are you angry now? Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Su Wentian laughed heartily, reveling in the moment, even as Han Yunji shot him a burning glare. Master Lu Chuan, this fellow is dawdling. Shall I lend him a hand? Su Wentian murmured, beginning to approach Han Yunji. With every step Su Wentian took, Han Yunji's fists clenched tighter, his expression hardening as a deep-seated hatred and boundless rage simmered within him. Suddenly, Han Yunji sprang into action, weaving through the legs of one person after another. That's the spirit. Look at you, so nimble. Clearly, you have had your fair share of practice. Su Wentian taunted, his words dripping with sarcasm. I wondered why you had such a large appetite. Calling for 100 people. Turns out you have a taste for this kind of excitement. Perhaps some individuals are simply born to enjoy such flavorful pursuits. As Han Yunji advanced, Su Wentian unleashed a barrage of exasperating remarks, causing Lin Feng, who stood nearby, to widen his eyes in astonishment and raise his thumbs in admiration for Su Wentian's talent. The surrounding spectators, too, found their expressions morphing into broad smiles, as Su Wentian's comments sparked laughter that rippled through the crowd. However, due to Master Lu Chuan's presence, the laughter was stifled, and the faces of the onlookers flushed with suppressed mirth. Among them, a dark-skinned youth reached his limit, his head bowed as his body trembled with restrained laughter. Uft! Ha! Finally, unable to contain himself, the boy's laughter erupted, resonating throughout the space. Perhaps the laughter had been pent up for too long, for it was both boisterous and resounding, as the youth's hearty laughter filled the air. The previously restrained smiles of the crowd blossomed into uncontrollable guffaws. Ha-ha! Ha-ha! The laughter cascaded like waves, surging and receding in a jubilant chorus, while Han Yunji's face turned an ashen shade, his expression darkening as he navigated past the last person in the line. Lin Feng, Su Wentian, you two scoundrels, just wait. Han Yunji seethed inwardly, his fists clenched tightly, his face flushed red with indignation. Lin Feng observed the scene, feeling his own anger subside slightly. However, upon meeting Han Yunji's cold gaze, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes once more. Master Lu Chuan, it seems Han Yunji has gone to great lengths to devise such an entertaining spectacle. Since this affair originated with him, I suggest he should bear the expenses for this project. Lin Feng remarked casually. This. Lu Chuan's eyes brightened with interest. That is a sound proposition. Han Yunji, you shall be responsible for hiring 100 beautiful women. As Lu Chuan addressed Han Yunji, the latter's eyes bulged in disbelief, his facial expression a vivid portrayal of shock. According to Lu Chuan's earlier assertion, that would amount to a staggering 10 million gold coins. Now, due to Lin Feng's suggestion, Han Yunji faced the prospect of financial ruin. With a violent heave, Han Yunji's chest surged as he suddenly threw his head back, spewing forth a torrent of blood without warning. The next moment, his eyelids fluttered, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Fainting from sheer rage, in that instant, a flicker of sympathy crossed the eyes of the onlookers as they regarded Han Yunji. Meanwhile, beside Lin Feng, Su Wentian, reveling in his delight, raised his thumbs in commendation. Brother Lin Feng, you truly have a knack for this. Such a person does not deserve sympathy. Lin Feng replied with a slight smile, casting a cold glance at the unconscious Han Yunji. Young friend Lin Feng, here is a VIP card from the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce. In the future, whenever you visit, simply present this card to access any floor of the establishment without restriction, Lu Chuan said, approaching Lin Feng with a beaming smile as he handed him a card crafted entirely of gold. The card's surface gleamed with the bold inscription of the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce. The sight of the supreme gold card sent a ripple of astonishment through the gathered crowd, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Possessing this card would not only grant unrestricted access to the various levels of the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce, but also afford priority purchasing rights for rare items. Moreover, holders of the Supreme Gold Card enjoyed a 10% discount on all purchases, a substantial saving. Given that a single item valued at 10 million could yield a discount of 1 million gold coins, A.S. Lin Feng accepted the Supreme Gold Card. Lu Chuan's expression brightened with satisfaction. Young friend Lin Feng, I kindly ask that you accompany me to the VIP room on the top floor of the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce for further discussion. As Lu Chuan gestured invitingly. The spectators couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief at the sight of the esteemed chief alchemist of the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce treating a mere youth with such deference. While the crowd was taken aback, Lin Feng simply nodded with a smile, recognizing the wisdom in maintaining amiable relations with Lu Chuan, who bore him no ill will. Furthermore, Lin Feng had an important matter to address at the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce, the inquiry about the Qingli Xiandan. Clearly, Lu Chuan held a significant position within the establishment, making him an invaluable source of information. With that, Lin Feng followed Lu Chuan's lead, walking alongside him as they entered the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce. Meanwhile, Su Wentian trailed behind, his expression slightly uneasy. The crowd watched as Lin Feng ventured into the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce, their gazes lingering as they pondered the significance of this young man who had made such a profound impression on them. Who exactly is this Lin Feng? Uncertain, yet it was evident he was no ordinary individual that I suspect he must have an impressive background, someone mused. After all, his shout caused the alchemical concoction Lu Chuan had painstakingly worked on to explode. And instead of anger, Lu Chuan treated him with respect. This already speaks volumes, another added. Could it be that Lin Feng was right, and Lu Chuan's formula was flawed, leading to the explosion? Nonsense. That's impossible. Someone scoffed. Purple jade essence is commonly used in many elixirs, and each recipe varies. How could he possibly know what Lu Chuan was attempting to concoct from down here? But I've heard of some masters of alchemy who can identify a potion merely by its scent. The esteemed alchemists within our royal family in the Weian Empire can even analyze the ingredients based on the aroma of the elixir da. Are you truly so foolish, given Lin Feng's tender years? Do you genuinely believe he could be a master of alchemy? What level of discernment is required to distinguish scents and pills? I dare say, even Master Lu Chuan would find it impossible. As Lin Feng departed, Lu Chuan's figure faded from the crowd's view, causing an uproar among the onlookers, with voices of contention rising in a cacophony. Meanwhile, Su Wentian silently trailed behind Lin Feng and Lu Chuan, his thoughts diverging significantly from those of the crowd, that Su Wentian was quite familiar with Lin Feng, knowing him to be devoid of any notable background upon arriving at the Tianyuan sect. Consequently, Su Wentian felt an even greater weight of pressure. Should it turn out that Lu Chuan's respect for Lin Feng stemmed from those few shouts, it would spell disaster. Su Wentian could not possibly believe that Lin Feng, a newcomer to the Tianyuan sect, possessed profound insights into alchemy. If Lin Feng's earlier exclamations regarding the excess of Ziyu essence were correct, it would surely be mere happenstance. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps ascending the staircase echoed clearly, burdening Su Wentian's heart with anxiety. Lin Feng, my young friend, I have a matter I wish to consult you about. I could tea that moment. Lu Chuan spoke softly. Su Wentian's breath caught slightly at Lu Chuan's words. Master Lu Chuan, please do go on, Lin Feng replied calmly, a slight smile gracing his lips. Lin Feng, I must confess at a recent auction, I acquired a long-lost, incomplete recipe for a second-tier top-grade pill. However, due to its fragmented nature, the refining method is incomplete, and even the necessary ingredients remain ambiguously defined. After 5 years of arduous research and meticulous deliberation, I have tentatively identified the 5 unclear ingredients. Yet due to the incompleteness of the refining method, the ratios and steps for concocting the pill have been derived solely through my exploration. Other aspects are manageable. But the ratio of Ziyu essence remains utterly perplexing. Might I ask if you could offer some guidance? As Lu Chuan spoke, a glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. Haha, Master Lu Chuan, let us sit down and discuss this thoroughly later. Such matters cannot be resolved in mere moments. Lin Feng maintained his composed demeanor, exuding an air of a worldly sage as he spoke with a smile. Very well, Lin Feng, your assurance brings me great comfort. Lu Chuan's face radiated joy at Lin Feng's confident response. However, Su Wentian, witnessing Lu Chuan genuinely inquire about Lin Feng's alchemical prowess, felt a pang of alarm. Lin Feng's forthcoming remarks further transformed Su Wentian's expression. As he turned to Lin Feng, incredulous, Lin Feng, Are you truly so audacious as to boast? When did you cultivate such expertise in alchemy? Planning to sit down for a detailed discussion, promising not to disappoint Master Luchuan. Your arrogance knows no bounds. His heart was filled with disbelief, and despite not comprehending Lin Feng's intentions, a profound urgency etched itself across Su Wentian's face. To provoke the chief alchemist of the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for Lin Feng. Realizing this, Su Wentian hurriedly approached Lin Feng. He then cast a somewhat awkward glance toward Luchuan. Master Luchuan, my brother can sometimes overestimate his capabilities. I hope you will forgive any shortcomings he may display. Su Wentian spoke cautiously, attempting to temper the situation. Rest assured, Brother Wentian, I possess unwavering confidence in this matter. Unfazed by Su Wentian's concerns, Lin Feng gently patted his shoulder. Su Wentian turned back in a daze. Meeting Lin Feng's gaze, and, after a brief moment of silence, he could only think, damned out at this moment. That single exclamation encapsulated the tumult of emotions within Su Wentian. Chapter 66. This is the Yuqing pill. Su Wentian fell silent, simply following Lin Feng and Luchuan as they ascended higher. The opulent decor, grand style, and precious artifacts continuously overwhelmed Su Wentian's senses, gradually instilling a sense of unease within him. The top floor. They entered a vast private room spanning over 1,000 square meters. Inside, there were artificial mountains and flowing water, vibrant flowers, and melodious birdsong. But to the center of the room stood a colossal round wooden table, measuring 10 meters across, laden with an array of spiritual fruits. At this moment, both Lin Feng and Su Wentian's eyes widened in astonishment. Their hearts stirred like never before. Lin Feng, please, Luchuan smiled slightly, beckoning them to sit at the grand table. Lin Feng took a bite of a spiritual fruit and gazed outward, taking in nearly the entire Qianwu city. The exhilarating sensation was akin to standing atop a great mountain, surveying the world's splendor. Luxurious. At this moment, this word encapsulated Lin Feng's highest praise for the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce. Master Luchuan, before we delve into the pill recipe, might I request a favor from you? Lin Feng quickly collected his thoughts and, without delay, addressed the matter at hand. Lin Feng spoke first. Both Su Wentian and Luchuan involuntarily trembled in response, particularly Su Wentian, whose eyes widened in disbelief at Lin Feng's audacity. Inwardly, Su Wentian lamented Lin Feng's shamelessness. You dare to make demands before even establishing rapport. What if they assist you and you vanish without a trace afterward? Oh, Lin Feng, this tactic may work elsewhere. But we are within the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce. If Master Luchuan realizes you've deceived him, can we escape unscathed? Simultaneously, Luchuan's expression reflected a hint of hesitation. Lin Feng, what sort of assistance do you require? Shall I fetch the pill recipe? If you can indeed help me complete it, I will do everything within my power to assist you in return. After a brief pause, Luchuan spoke diplomatically, reiterating the importance of the pill recipe, ensuring a meticulous and careful approach, and no need to retrieve the recipe. I am well aware of the type of pill you are refining, one with which I am quite familiar. Lin Feng responded directly. Upon hearing this, Luchuan's eyes widened in disbelief, while Su Wentian felt as though his eyes might pop out of their sockets. What? Lin Feng, are you truly boasting? You can discern the nature of Master Luchuan's pill from downstairs. And you claim familiarity? What nonsense is this? At that moment, even Luchuan cast a skeptical glance at Lin Feng. In response, Lin Feng remained unperturbed, offering a slight smile. Master Luchuan, if I am not mistaken, you are refining the exquisite Yuqing pill, a second-tier gem. This pill is primarily intended for use by gathering spirit realm practitioners and is effective only for their first use, although it is a single-use item. The Yuqing pill guarantees 100% breakthrough for practitioners within a minor realm, without any adverse effects or damage to their martial foundation. Master Luchuan, am I correct? Upon finishing, Lin Feng gazed at Luchuan with a beaming smile, while Su Wentian's heart raced with anticipation, awaiting Luchuan's response. However, under Su Wentian's scrutiny, Luchuan's expression remained unchanged, his brow furrowing slightly. Is it incorrect? At this moment, although Su Wentian had prepared himself for such a possibility, His heart tightened nonetheless, and he felt a sharp pang of anxiety. Even Lin Feng, who had been brimming with confidence, now furrowed his brow. Lin Feng, let us set this matter aside for now. What assistance do you require? In a fleeting moment, Lu Chuan's demeanor swiftly returned to normal as he gazed at Lin Feng with a faint smile. The sudden shift left Su Wentian utterly bewildered, his eyes wide with confusion. Master Lu Chuan, might I inquire if your Kanglan Merchant Association possesses the Qingli Xiandan? As the conversation turned serious, Lin Feng's heart inexplicably tightened, his eyes brimming with hope. The outcome of this matter would directly determine the fate of his dear brother. Cheng Feng, the Qingli Xiandan. This was a third-tier elixir in a small town like Qianwu City. Such elixirs were exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced. Given its specialized effects, the likelihood of its existence here was even slimmer. At this moment, Lu Chuan regarded Lin Feng with utmost seriousness and spoke earnestly. Upon hearing his words, Lin Feng's heart sank sharply. Master Lu Chuan, do you happen to have the 4 medicinal herbs, Duanghua, Kinglilan, Wyanting, and Tian's Hugin? Lin Feng urgently inquired once more. Duanghua, Kinglilan, Wyanting, Tian's Hugin. Lu Chuan repeated these 4 herbs, his brow slightly furrowing. That I am familiar with these herbs, yet Duanghua is exceedingly rare and difficult to procure. Unfortunately, our Kanglan Merchant Association does not possess it. Neither do we have Tian's Hugin. With just 2 succinct statements, Lin Feng felt his heart plummet, his fists clenching involuntarily. Perhaps due to his anxiety, beads of sweat soon drenched his palms. Currently, the Kanglan Merchant Association only had Wyanting and Kinglilan. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng exhaled a breath of relief. At the very least, he had regained a glimmer of hope. Simultaneously, he silently rejoiced for having risked his life to procure the Duanghua at the end of that mysterious passage, right under the watchful eyes of the blood-winged, devouring python. With only 10 days remaining, he pondered where he might find Tian's Hugin. The urgency of time made Lin Feng's heart race with unease. Master Lu Chuan, may I ask how much these 2 medicinal herbs will cost? Striving to maintain his composure, Lin Feng lifted his gaze to Lu Chuan and inquired, regarding these 2 herbs, I believe you are aware that their scarcity renders them quite valuable. According to the pricing set by our Kanglan Merchant Association, they will cost at least 80 spirit stones. What? 80 spirit stones. At this pronouncement, Lin Feng's expression transformed into one of sheer disbelief in that instant. His eyes widened in shock. Spirit stones are categorized into lower, middle, and upper grades. Lu Chuan was, of course, referring to 80 lower-grade spirit stones. However, even 80 lower-grade spirit stones, when converted to gold coins, represented an astronomical sum. 1 lower-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100,000 gold coins. Thus, 80 would amount to a staggering 8 million, reflecting on the mere 300,000 gold coins in his storage bag. Lin Feng realized it barely amounted to a fraction. Lin Feng, fret not. The value of Wyanting and Kinglilan undoubtedly exceeds 80 lower-grade spirit stones, perhaps even reaching 100 with ease. That Lu Chuan is quite genuine. He is not trying to deceive you. The voice of Misha echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Gratefulness flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he regarded Lu Chuan, yet his gaze instinctively shifted towards Su Wentian. Today he must acquire both Wyanting and Kinglilan at all costs. Su Wentian, observing Lin Feng's expression, immediately grasped his intentions. The next moment, Su Wentian's expression contorted with determination. Lin Feng, if I didn't genuinely consider you a brother, I would never lend you 8 million gold coins, even if my life depended on it. 0.8 million is practically all my wealth. Remember, it is a loan. You must repay it once you obtain the funds. This is my hard-earned savings since having a girlfriend, Su Wentian said with a grimace, then reached for his storage bag at his waist. Yet, as he did so, he was struck as if by lightning. His body jolted. Empty. Where is my storage bag? In an instant, Su Wentian's eyes went wide as he stared at the spot where his storage bag had hung, now vacant. Unwilling to accept defeat, he frantically searched every inch of himself, even lifting his sagging belly in desperation. Damn it, where is my storage bag? Who the hell stole it? After repeated confirmations, Su Wentian's composure shattered. A wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted within the room. Lin Feng could only watch in astonishment. It can't be that coincidental. Can it? He thought, instinctively reaching for his own storage bag at his waist. In the next moment, his expression mirrored Su Wentian's, a look of shock transforming into horror. What the hell, my storage bag is also missing. Who in the world had the audacity to steal it? Lin Feng's roar was heart-wrenching, surpassing even Su Wentian's. Even Lu Chuan was startled by the outburst. At the same time, Lin Feng and Su Wentian's gazes converged, plunging the room into a brief silence. It's that brat. In unison, Lin Feng and Su Wentian thought of the same person, speaking in tandem. That individual was the sharp-featured, monkey-like boy who had previously attempted to swindle Su Wentian. Since their arrival in Xinwu City, if anyone had come into physical contact with Lin Feng and Su Wentian, it was undoubtedly that same boy. The first encounter involved attempted extortion against Su Wentian, and the second occurred at the entrance of the Kangla Merchant Association when he bumped into Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng recalled the peculiar sensation he had felt at his waist during their collision. Damn it, I knew that sneaky-looking brat was up to no good. He must be a thief. If I find him, I'll make him pay. A surge of anger ignited within Su Wentian's expression. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's countenance darkened considerably. His storage bag contained not only gold coins, but also numerous precious items, such as the Biyuan Jinfeng fruit and a fragmentary map he had discovered in Duan Bo's storage bag, with the most crucial being the Duanghua, which was directly linked to Chengfeng's life. Now that his storage bag was lost, the blow to Lin Feng was unimaginable. Indeed, it was akin to adding insult to injury. No, I must find that brat. I must locate him. The Kangla Merchant Association. He entered there earlier. Lin Feng's face was a mask of urgency as he rapidly formulated a plan that, in a mere glance, Lu Chuan understood Lin Feng's intent. Someone, Lu Chuan called out sharply. Moments later, a robust middle-aged man exuding a powerful aura entered the private room. Master Lu Chuan, how may I serve you? The middle-aged man inquired respectfully. Lock, go, and arrange for personnel to search for that individual at the Kangla Merchant Association that I want results within 10 minutes. Lu Chuan commanded, his fingers drumming on the table, each word laden with authority. After hearing Lin Feng and Su Wentian's description of the sharp-featured boy, Locke nodded respectfully to Lu Chuan and swiftly exited the room. Young friend Lin Feng, remain patient that as long as the person you seek is still within the Kangla Merchant Association, I believe we will soon have answers. Master Lu Chuan, I'm truly grateful that as Lu Chuan actively sought out individuals. Lin Feng gazed at him, his eyes brimming with unprecedented appreciation. Master Lu Chuan, could you kindly fetch a piece of paper and a pen? I shall transcribe the formula for the Yuqing pill for you. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, both Su Wentian and Lu Chuan turned their gazes toward him in unison. Su Wentian's heart raced once more, while Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Young friend Lin Feng, do you need to see the incomplete formula? With that, Lu Chuan produced a tattered and incomplete recipe, riddled with numerous missing sections, and placed it upon the table. However, Lin Feng did not even lift his head. He simply picked up the paper and no need. I'm quite familiar with the Yuqing pill. Rest assured, I will not err. Yet, Lin Feng's subsequent remark caused Su Fatty to inwardly curse once more. Master Lu Chuan, my brother has a rather unfortunate habit of being blindly confident and loves to boast. If I happen to write it incorrectly, please do not hold it against Master Lu Chuan. Saying this, Su Wentian suppressed the urge to curse, his face adorned with an overly eager smile that air. Su Wentian, do you not have faith in young friend Lin Feng? Upon Su Wentian's words, Lu Chuan looked up, his face a mask of astonishment that air. What? The combination of Lu Chuan's words and demeanor left Su Wentian struggling to comprehend that Lu Chuan would utter such a statement, and with such unwavering confidence. It felt as though Lin Feng producing a complete formula was hardly a daunting task at all. In that moment, Su Wentian's eyes widened, his mind momentarily blank. Chapter 68. The complete formula in stark contrast to Su Wentian's astonishment. A gentle smile graced Lu Chuan's face. Su Wentian, come here and take a look at this. With a soft utterance, Lu Chuan gestured toward the incomplete formula before him. This. Su Wentian abruptly regained his senses. Rushing to Lu Chuan's side, he then directed his gaze toward the flawed recipe. The Yuqing pill? It truly is the Yuqing pill. How is this possible? As his eyes fell upon the formula, Su Wentian's pupils constricted sharply. In the next moment, he turned to Lin Feng, disbelief flooding his expression. Could it be that Lin Feng has a profound understanding of alchemy? At this moment, Su Wentian's gaze toward Lin Feng was notably different, while Lu Chuan's eyes shone with intense focus. Both remained silent, their eyes fixated on the swift movements of Lin Feng's pen across the paper. In this instant, Su Wentian and Lu Chuan's thoughts diverged. With each stroke Lin Feng made, Lu Chuan's fists involuntarily clenched, a hint of anxiety gradually surfacing in his expectant gaze. Time ticked away slowly, in merely 5 or 6 minutes. The page had become densely filled with writing. 7 minutes passed. Suddenly, Lin Feng set down his pen, a faint smile appearing on his face. Master Lu Chuan, it is done. Here's the complete formula for the Yuqing pill. Lin Feng extended the written formula toward Lu Chuan. Upon seeing the recipe, Lu Chuan sprang to his feet in excitement, carefully accepting it from Lin Feng's hands. His eyes darted rapidly across the words, while Su Wentian eagerly leaned in to examine what Lin Feng had just penned. As each word registered in his mind, Su Wentian's expression shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, a surge of exhilaration spread rapidly across Lu Chuan's face. Wonderful! Truly marvelous! I have long wondered why my attempts at concocting the Yuqing pill have been fraught with failure. Not only was the ratio of Zu essence flawed, but there were also numerous misconceptions in the preparation steps. This formula establishes a perfect balance for the crafting of the Yuqing pill. After 5 long years of research, Lu Chuan have finally obtained a complete recipe. At this moment, overwhelmed with excitement, Lu Chuan's body trembled slightly. Young friend Lin Feng, no, Master Lin Feng, your expertise in alchemy is beyond my reach. Suddenly, Lu Chuan clasped his hands together, bowing deeply to Lin Feng in the presence of Su Wentian's astonished gaze. What? This scene caused Su Wentian's heart to howl in disbelief. Can anyone explain what is happening in this world? Who has ever witnessed the chief alchemist of the Kanglan Merchant Association, Lu Chuan, bowing so deeply to a junior? No, Master Lu Chuan, this is unnecessary. Seeing Lu Chuan perform such an act of reverence. Lin Feng was equally taken aback and quickly stepped forward to support Lu Chuan. Lin Feng, what is there to be modest about? My alchemical skills were once renowned across the continent. What harm is there in calling me master? At that moment, a voice filled with self-satisfaction echoed in Lin Feng's mind, belonging to Misha. Hearing her words, Lin Feng's expression became somewhat awkward. Misha, could you possibly be any more narcissistic? Reflecting on the words you made me say earlier still makes me blush. I, someone who has never engaged in alchemy, am being asked to feign the demeanor of a recluse, and the things you had me say were utterly boastful. Especially that line, no need to look at the formula. I'm quite familiar with this pill. How arrogant. Do you not fear being beaten to ground? At this moment, Lin Feng felt a surge of irritation as he listened to Misha's self-satisfied musings. He openly voiced his thoughts, not holding back his disdain. Still blushing. I wonder who was just posturing so confidently, so convincingly. Why did you not mention feeling embarrassed back then? Besides, if you do not flaunt your prowess a little more, who would pay you any mind? Hey, Misha, do refrain from your incessant chatter. In truth, Lin Feng had to admit that the feeling of earlier had been rather pleasant, though he did not relish others boasting. The sensation of boasting about himself was undeniably gratifying. As Lin Feng engaged in this brief exchange with Misha, he helped Lu Chuan to stand upright. Master Lu Chuan, if you do not mind, shall we be friends? Lin Feng suddenly looked up, meeting Lu Chuan's gaze with utmost seriousness. Friends? Wonderful, wonderful. To befriend young friend Lin Feng is something I, Lu Chuan, have long desired. How could I possibly mind? The moment Lin Feng spoke, Lu Chuan's expression transformed into one of sheer joy as he nodded fervently, eagerly affirming. Lin Feng's heart swelled with elation. Having the chief alchemist of the Kanglan Merchant Association as a friend was undoubtedly a formidable ally for him at this juncture. Brother Lin Feng, brother Lu Chuan, the two exchanged fervent and passionate greetings, their fists colliding with a resounding thud. Brother Lin Feng, should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek out Brother Lu. Regardless of the challenges you face, I will spare no effort to assist you. By the way, The Wiyun tongue and the Qinglei Lan shall serve as a token of our newfound friendship. Furthermore, this storage pouch contains 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please accept it. I'm certain you will find it useful. With that, Lu Chuan unhesitatingly retrieved a storage pouch and presented it to Lin Feng. Witnessing this, Su Wentian's eyes widened in shock. From the moment Lu Chuan and Lin Feng formed their bond of brotherhood, Su Wentian's eyes had already grown wide with disbelief. The fact that Lu Chuan was generously gifting Lin Feng the Wuyun tongue and the Qinglei Lan was remarkable in itself. Now, he was also offering 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. What does 1,000 low-grade spirit stones even signify? If converted to gold coins, that would amount to an astonishing 100 million. At this moment, not only was Su Wentian astounded, but Lin Feng's heart was also deeply shaken by Lu Chuan's generous gesture. This, if my brother offers it, then I shall graciously accept it. Observing Lin Feng's hesitation, Lu Chuan feigned displeasure, exhibiting a commanding presence as he forcefully thrust a storage bag containing 1,000 low-grade spirit stones into Lin Feng's hands. By heavens, this is a sudden windfall. At this moment, Su Wentian's eyes sparkled with envy, and his astonishment reached an unparalleled height. Chapter 69. In Tong Tong, Su Wentian's gaze was filled with envy, and his inner shock was indescribable. Holding the storage bag, Lin Feng gazed at the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones within. He did not feign modesty, but gradually tucked the storage bag into his embrace. Brother Lu Chuan, I am deeply grateful and will express my thanks at a later time. When I achieve great success in the future, I shall not forget my elder brother, Lin Feng declared earnestly, bowing slightly to Lu Chuan. Splendid. May my brother soon reach the pinnacle of success, and I shall bask in your glory. Lu Chuan laughed heartily. Master Lu Chuan, we have not yet located the person at that moment. The robust figure of Luo Ku entered, speaking respectfully to Lu Chuan. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan's brows furrowed, and Lin Feng's heart tightened sharply. Master Lu Chuan, after confirmation, the youth has already departed for the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce. However, he should still be within Qinwu City. Luo Ku continued. Search for him. Spare no effort. Even if we must turn Qinwu City upside down. We will find that boy. Lu Chuan's fingers drummed on the table, his expression darkening with an air of authority. Master Lu Chuan, I shall take my leave to search as well, Lin Feng said anxiously, rising alongside Su Wentian. Very well. Luo Ku, assist Lin Feng with all your might, Lu Chuan commanded. Yes, Master Lu Chuan, Luo Ku replied with utmost respect. Consequently, Lin Feng, Su Wentian, and Luo Ku hurriedly rushed downstairs to the entrance of the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce. A formidable crowd of 100 individuals had assembled, ready for action. Though their strength was not particularly high, they were all uniformly at the 5th stage of the pulse opening realm. Luo Ku, we shall split up. Everyone form pairs and conduct a thorough search of Qinwu City. That individual is of great importance to me. Please ensure that we find him, Lin Feng urged. Rest assured, I, Luo Ku, will do everything in my power, he replied. Everyone, pair up and proceed with the search. Luo Ku stood at the forefront of the group alongside Lin Feng and Su Wentian. He flashed Lin Feng a smile before issuing a powerful command to the 100-strong team. Yes, with a thunderous roar, the 100 individuals swiftly paired off and dispersed in every direction. This scene naturally drew the attention of many onlookers. What is happening? Why such a grand display from the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce? Indeed, even Luo Ku has joined the fray. At this moment, the crowd buzzed with speculation as they witnessed the unfolding events. Su Wentian, let us head that way, Lin Feng whispered, and the two promptly moved in a determined direction, their steps quickening as they scanned their surroundings. In a certain corner of Qinwu City, a youth was seated on the ground, his clothes tattered and worn. With his head bowed, he appeared utterly exhausted. In front of him lay a broken bowl, clearly used for begging. This youth was none other than Lin Feng, the very boy Su Wentian was desperately searching for. Though he seemed frail, the murky depths of his eyes flickered with a subtle greed as he observed the passers-by, particularly their storage bags at their waist. Good-hearted passerby, could you spare a morsel of food? I have not eaten in 10 days, the youth lamented weakly. Chunxua, It has been ages since you last sought me out. What brings you such leisure to invite me for a stroll today? On the bustling street, two beautiful maidens walked side by side, one of whom was Du Chunxue, the girl Lin Feng had inadvertently seen in the lake. Both maidens donned elegant long dresses that fluttered gracefully. Today, Du Chunxue wore a stunning purple gown that accentuated her already alluring figure, making her all the more captivating. Beside her was a girl in a flowing white dress, her beauty striking, albeit slightly shorter than Du Chunxue. The gentle curves of her face radiated an innocent charm, reminiscent of a celestial being. The white-clad maiden was named in Tong Tong, the daughter of the Yin family in Qianwu City. At this moment, Du Chunxue and In Tong Tong walked together through the lively street, their ethereal beauty attracting many admiring glances. "Why are you so carefree and relaxed?" In Tong Tong playfully asked, holding Du Chunxue's delicate hand. However, Du Chunxue's brows were tightly knit, her expression heavy with melancholy. "I missed you," she replied, casting a glance at In Tong Tong's carefree smile, which coaxed a faint smile from her in return. "You expect me to believe that? Now tell me, what troubles you so?" "Tong Tong, you are fortunate to have a boyfriend who cares for you and protects you. I have been bullied," she confessed, lowering her voice. "I must tell you in secret. Please do not share this with anyone. Not long ago, while training in the Wanyao forest, I went for an extended period without bathing, feeling terribly uncomfortable, and finally succumbed to the urge in a secluded lake. And then, as Du Chunxue recounted the tale, her mind involuntarily drifted back to that day, her cheeks flushing crimson as she trailed off In Tong Tong, immediately grasping the implications, widened her beautiful eyes in shock. Did you get seen?" With In Tong Tong's words, Du Chunxue's face turned an even deeper shade of red, panic flashing in her eyes as she quickly covered In Tong Tong's mouth. "Tong Tong, do be quiet. My face is burning." Seeing Du Chunxue's reaction, In Tong Tong realized her assumption was correct. "Did anything else happen?" she queried, her adorable eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Tong Tong, what are you thinking? Getting seen is already humiliating enough. I wish I could have killed that boy. Besides, he is merely a small cultivator at the 4th stage of the pulse opening realm. Do you think he possesses the ability to—" As Du Chunxue spoke, her voice gradually softened, eventually becoming inaudible due to her embarrassment. "Sigh, who can you blame? A girl should be more careful. Besides, it's not as if you lost anything. You often show yourself to me too. Tong Tong, this is not the same. You are a girl, and he is a boy. Furthermore, he is also a disciple of Tian Yuanzong. Who knows when we might meet again? If you were in my shoes, would you be able to bear it? Perhaps I shall never see him again." At Tian Yuanzong, he was reckless and killed the son of Elder Tian. In the end, Elder Tian was furious, and that brat was severely injured. He might already be dead. Well, if he is indeed dead, why the long face? Do not tell me you have developed feelings for him? What nonsense! Upon hearing In Tong Tong's words, Du Chunxue's cheeks flushed crimson once more. Chapter 70. Aiding others. Haha, enough of this. Look at your face. It's completely flushed, and Tong Tong laughed heartily. Stop, spare me. I will not say another word. Du Chunxue pouted, pretending to be fierce as she reached out to pinch In Tong Tong's cheek. Du Chunxue's delicate, fair fingers pinched In Tong Tong's face. And even without exerting much force, In Tong Tong contorted her features in a comical grimace, pleading for mercy. The playful banter between the two eased some of the melancholy etched on Du Chunxue's face. "Kind souls passing by, please spare a morsel to eat. I've gone 10 days without food." Du Chunxue and In Tong Tong hopped along the path. Just then, a scruffy-faced boy with a tattered bowl in front of him caught sight of Du Chunxue and In Tong Tong. His eyes sparkling with hope. "Two kind ladies, I have not eaten in 10 days. Could you spare some food?" Upon hearing his words, Du Chunxue and In Tong Tong halted their playful antics, their brows furrowing slightly as they turned to face the boy. "Please, kind ladies, grant me some food." Seeing their gaze fixed upon him, the boy slowly rose to his feet, though his body swayed as if he were on the brink of collapse, clearly weakened by hunger. "Tong Tong, he looks so pitiful. Let us help him." Du Chunxue and In Tong Tong exchanged glances, sympathy reflected in their eyes. "All right," and Tong Tong nodded earnestly. They approached the boy, and as they walked, Du Chunxue retrieved 100 gold coins from her possession. Upon reaching him, she intended to drop the coins into his bowl. Despite their good intentions, a hint of caution lingered in their hearts. "Kind lady, wait. I do not want money. Just give me something to eat." The boy's eyes gleamed with a subtle cunning as he observed the golden coins in Du Chunshue's hand. Money. With that, you could buy plenty of food and no longer suffer from hunger. Indeed, his words left both Du Chunshue and Tong Tong astonished. "I do not want money. Though I beg, I have my principles and my dignity that I refuse to take money. I only seek food. Everyone earns their money through hard work, and many even risk their lives for it. Even if I starve, I will not accept charity." That moment, the boy's earnestness and sincerity struck a chord with Du Chunshue and Tong Tong, leaving them momentarily speechless, deeply moved. "Are you foolish? Yet, you possess such integrity. Though we are well fed, we cannot compare to you." Du Chunshue sighed, reflecting on the situation with admiration. Their gazes softened with a newfound respect for the boy, and the remnants of their wariness dissipated. "It is rare to find someone like you in this world. I respect your principles and your fortitude." Du Chunshue withdrew her hand from the coins, and with a flick of her wrist, she summoned a golden-brown roasted wolf leg from her storage pouch. "Here, this is for you." A gentle smile graced her face as she offered the fragrant, mouth-watering wolf leg to the boy. Thank you, kind lady." His voice brimmed with excitement. In the eyes of Du Chunshue and Tong Tong, they saw the boy's eyes light up with fervor upon seeing the delectable food. He stepped forward, reaching for the wolf leg, but his gaze subtly wandered to the storage pouches at their waists. Just as his hand was about to grasp the food, he stumbled, his eyelids fluttering before he collapsed to the side. "What's wrong with you?" Du Chunshue and Tong Tong's expressions tightened in concern as they instinctively stepped forward to support him. "Are you all right?" Du Chunshue asked, one hand steadying the boy while the other held the wolf leg. Worry lacing her voice, "That I'm fine. Perhaps I'm just too hungry," the boy replied as he took the wolf leg from her grasp. A barely perceptible smile flickered on his lips as he began to devour the food with great enthusiasm. "This is delicious," he exclaimed, visibly content. As he retreated, he quickly disappeared around a corner of the street. "What luck today to meet such kind-hearted ladies. Thank you," he called back with a smile before vanishing from their sight. A person's spirit remains undaunted despite their poverty, Du Chunshue mused. Others may choose not to help, but we must assist those who truly deserve it. Tong Tong, today we have indeed performed a good deed." Du Chunshue chuckled with satisfaction. "Of course. But why mention luck? Shouldn't we be called blessings instead?" And Tong Tong pondered, recalling the boy's final words, her brow furrowing slightly, though she dismissed the thought. Just then, an angry voice pierced through the air. You little brat, where are you? Hand over what you have." Panic gripped the boy as he stammered, "I don't understand what you're saying." A scream escaped him, and at the sound, Du Chunshue and Tong Tong's expressions shifted dramatically. In the next moment, the boy's frail form came hurtling back around the corner, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. "Damn it! Who's the scoundrel attacking such an innocent soul?" Fury ignited within Du Chunshue as she rushed towards the boy. At that moment, Lin Feng and Su Wentian burst onto the scene from around the corner. "Stop pretending and hand over what you have," Lin Feng shouted, his anger palpable as he delivered a sharp slap to the boy's cheek. Du Chunshue's eyes widened in shock at the sudden appearance of Lin Feng, halting her steps. Their gazes locked, and in that fleeting moment of disbelief, their expressions morphed into a complex mix of emotions. "You alive?" Du Chunshue exclaimed, disbelief coloring her tone. "It's only been a few days, and you've healed from those injuries?" She vividly recalled how Lin Feng had been nearly beaten to death by Tian Jingyang on the Wind Thunder platform at Tiana Peak. Though he had been rescued by Xiao Dong and Gu Yuan, she had no idea where he had gone. "What are you doing here?" Lin Feng, equally surprised, scrutinized Du Chunshue, his expression betraying his discomfort. After all, the events at the small lake in the 10,000 Beast Forest had been rather convoluted, and though he had inadvertently witnessed them, Du Chunshue had caught him in the act. If anyone had been on his mind as the last person he wanted to see, it was undoubtedly Du Chunshue. Yet here they were, unexpectedly crossing paths in such a chaotic situation. "You little brat. Still thinking of running away?" Although taken aback by the sudden appearance of Du Chunshue, Lin Feng remained keenly aware of the young rascal before him with the sharp features of a monkey. Witnessing the boy attempt to flee once more, Lin Feng's fury surged uncontrollably within him. In the next instant, he moved swiftly, blocking the boy's path. That kind-hearted lady, please help me. I bear no grudge against him. What has happened to this world? Must one be meek and honest to be bullied? What? You're honest. You're decent. Hand over what you've taken. The monkey-faced boy's brazen words ignited Lin Feng's wrath anew. With a swift motion, he seized the boy by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Slap, slap, slap. A flurry of slaps rained down upon the boy's cheeks, leaving them crimson and drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. Is there no justice in this world? Is it truly so cold and heartless? Though utterly defenseless against Lin Feng's onslaught, the boy's eyes, filled with despair, turned once more to Du Chunxue, his expression poignantly portraying his helplessness. Had it not been for their previous encounters and the misfortunes he had suffered at this boy's hands, Lin Feng might have been easily deceived. You little rascal, you really can put on an act. Can't you? Still refusing to return what you've taken, denying it to the end? Lin Feng's demeanor grew increasingly frosty as he observed the boy's shamelessness. The coldness in Lin Feng's gaze intensified. Then perish with a powerful kick, Lin Feng struck the boy in the abdomen, not holding back in the least. The boy's face contorted in agony as he was propelled backward like a cannonball. In a flash, Lin Feng pursued the boy's tumbling form, grabbing his arm and forcefully slamming him down to the ground. A dull thud resonated as the hard earth cracked under the impact. Blood gushed from the boy's mouth, his face paling dramatically. Will you surrender or not? My stolen storage bag is crucial for Cheng Feng's safety, as the boy stubbornly refused to admit his wrongdoing. Lin Feng's anger reached a boiling point. Ugh! The boy coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise from the ground, swaying as he attempted to escape. Thinking you can flee? I wonder where you think you're going? Lin Feng scoffed coldly to that moment. A fragrant breeze swept through, and Du Chunxue stepped forward, arms outstretched, blocking Lin Feng's path. Lin Feng, enough? It is utterly excessive to beat an innocent person so mercilessly. An innocent person? Lin Feng was taken aback, his heart racing at the sight of Du Chunxue, perhaps influenced by the enchanting scene at the lake. Her words baffled him, and he couldn't help but chuckle incredulously. Nonetheless, facing Du Chunxue, the fury etched upon Lin Feng's face softened slightly as he attempted to bypass her and pursue the fleeing boy. Du Chunxue once again positioned herself in his way. What are you doing? He is a thief. He stole my belongings. I must retrieve them. Lin Feng's expression darkened considerably as Du Chunxue obstructed him yet again. Despite his efforts to rein in his emotions, a twinge of guilt lingered in his heart for the girl before him. No, it can't be. He is a good person. Earlier, when I offered him money, he refused. That he has integrity and principles. You must be mistaken. He would never steal. Furthermore, Lin Feng, you are hardly a good person yourself. Although he may be weak and poor, his character surpasses yours. If he were in your place at the lake, he would never have acted so shamelessly, taking advantage of others. Today, I won't allow you to harm him. Let him go. As Du Chunxue spoke, her aura surged with the strength of the 9th level of meridian opening. Blocked by her, Lin Feng could feel the overwhelming power coursing through her. He realized that with his current strength at the 4th level of meridian opening, he would find it challenging to deal with her if she were intent on protecting the boy. Instantly, Lin Feng's expression darkened to an almost unbearable degree. I'm shameless. He has integrity. You foolish woman. Step aside. Moreover, I, Lin Feng, am accountable for my actions. I can take responsibility for what happened at the lake. In that moment, as he gazed at the retreating figure of the monkey-faced boy, Lin Feng's fury became nearly insurmountable, and he raised his voice in a furious reprimand. Foolish and brainless? Step aside. Responsibility? The words echoed in Du Chunxue's mind, leaving her momentarily stunned. The mention of responsibility made her body tremble involuntarily. Yet, while she was lost in thought, Lin Feng maneuvered around her once more, directing his gaze toward the monkey-faced boy in the distance. At that moment, Su Wentian had already positioned himself before the boy, seizing him with violent intent and hurling him back toward Lin Feng. Damn it, you think you can escape? Do you take me for decoration? dared to steal from me, and I'll make you pay dearly. Su Wentian cursed as he approached Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Du Chunxua was once again about to intervene when she was stopped by Tong Tong, whose expression was far from pleasant. Chunxua, perhaps we were mistaken about Lin Feng. That boy might truly be up to no good. My storage bag has been stolen. What? Your storage bag was stolen. Upon hearing Tong Tong's words, Du Chunxua's gaze froze, her attention snapping to Tong Tong's tense expression. With a gasp, Du Chunxua's heart sank. In the next instant, she hurriedly reached for her own storage bag at her waist. Chunxua, what about yours? Is it still there? And Tong Tong inquired anxiously. No, it's gone. It was stolen. Her waist felt empty, and in that moment, Du Chunxua's mind became a blank slate. She appeared as though she had lost her soul, her voice trembling as she glanced between the fallen, monkey-faced boy and the wrathful Lin Feng. It seemed she had pieced together the reality of the situation. In the next heartbeat, her expression transformed dramatically. You little rascal. Where is it? Hand it over. However, in that moment of distraction for Tong Tong and Du Chunxua, Lin Feng and Su Wentian unleashed a flurry of punches upon the monkey-faced boy, who lay helpless on the ground, bloodied and terrified. Spare me. Spare me. I'll return it. The boy, battered and bloodied, finally succumbed to the relentless assault, pleading for mercy. Stop. Stop. Here are your storage bags. With great difficulty, he produced 4 storage bags from his person. Holding them aloft, Lin Feng snatched them away. Point 4. Su Panzai, here is yours. Take a look to see if anything is missing. Lin Feng produced Su Wentian's storage bag and handed it to him. Immediately after, Lin Feng retrieved his own storage bag. As his consciousness delved into the bag, he beheld the Duan Guhua lying unscathed within a jade container. I could see that moment. The tension that had gripped Lin Feng finally eased as he exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Subsequently, Lin Feng's awareness swept back and forth within the storage bag. The Baiyuan Jin Feng Guo remained intact, and the fragmentary map obtained from Duan Bo was still there. Everything was accounted for, and nothing was lost. In that instant, Lin Feng's anxious heart finally settled. He lifted his gaze towards Su Wentian, who was also looking back at him. Su Wentian, what about you? Have you lost anything? However, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, a grim expression overtook Su Wentian's face. I lost 1 million gold coins. The moment Su Wentian uttered these words, Lin Feng's countenance darkened. 1 million gold coins was no trifling sum, according to Su Wentian's earlier statements. It constituted at least 1/10 of his total assets. Observing Su Wentian's pained demeanor and recalling how he had mentioned that the money was hard-earned savings he had discreetly accumulated away from his girlfriend, Lin Feng knew that Su Wentian's heart was undoubtedly bleeding. The loss of 1 million gold coins weighed heavily on Lin Feng's heart as well. Without delay, Lin Feng's cold gaze turned toward the sharp-faced boy. In the next instant, Lin Feng seized the boy by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Speak, where is that 1 million gold coins? I spent it at Yihan Yuan, struggling for breath under Lin Feng's grip. The sharp-faced boy stammered. Upon hearing the name Yihan Yuan, the expressions of Lin Feng, Su Wentian, Du Chunxua, and Tong Tong all shifted dramatically. What kind of place is Yihan Yuan? It is the largest brothel in Xinwu City. What does one do there? It is nothing but a venue for revelry with those seductive women. Especially for Du Chunxua and Tong Tong, the charming image the sharp-faced boy had previously left in their mind shattered in an instant. At that moment, Su Panzai's expression was equally impressive. Gritting his teeth, he was seething with rage. What the hell? You little rascal. What kind of woman did you find that made you spend 1 million gold coins? Damn you! Bang! In a flash, Su Wentian lunged towards the sharp-faced boy, delivering a powerful punch to his cheek. Su Panzai's blow left the sharp-faced boy stunned, losing several teeth in the process. Faced with Su Wentian's fierce expression, filled with questions and the potential for further violence, the sharp-faced boy instinctively recoiled, managing to swallow hard. That night, I found 10.10. The moment those words escaped his lips, both Su Wentian and Lin Feng widened their eyes in disbelief. Is my money blowing in with the wind? You spent on 10 in one night. You, with your skinny arms and legs, can you handle that? Do you have the means to do so? Is there anyone so wasteful? At this moment, Su Wentian completely erupted, throwing punch after punch. His fist descended upon the sharp-faced boy like a torrential rain, causing teeth to fly and his nose to bend. Meanwhile, as Su Wentian vented his fury, Lin Feng, clutching the remaining 2 storage bags, slowly approached Du Chunxue and Tong Tong. Du Chunxue, please don't tell me these 2 storage bags belong to you. Is this what you call a trustworthy person? Is this what you refer to as integrity? At this moment, holding the storage bags, Lin Feng regarded Du Chunxue with a teasing smirk. Lin Feng? However, in response to Lin Feng's jibe, Du Chunxue merely parted her lips slightly. At a loss for words, observing Du Chunxue's moment of vulnerability, Lin Feng's pent-up frustration dissipated considerably. Here, take them. In the future, be more cautious when venturing out. Lin Feng sighed softly and handed the 2 storage bags to Du Chunxue. Sometimes, one must look beyond appearances to discern the essence that a person who seems full of goodwill on the surface may not necessarily be good. They could be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Conversely, someone who appears fierce and intimidating may not be a bad person. They might have a warm heart beneath a cold exterior. Judging a person should be done with the heart, not just the eyes. Lin Feng spoke softly, leaving Du Chunxue momentarily lost in thought. Furthermore, Du Chunxue, the events that transpired by the small lake were not my intention, but they did occur. I stand by my word. I will take responsibility for you. At this moment, Lin Feng spoke sincerely, each word resonating with earnestness. Du Chunxue's heart trembled violently at Lin Feng's vow-like words, and a charming blush blossomed on her cheeks. Humph, who said you must take responsibility? On what grounds? Who do you think you are? Can you truly bear this responsibility? However, just as Du Chunxue lowered her head in shyness, her emotions abruptly surged into a tempestuous rage. Tears streamed down her cheeks at a visible pace. Chapter 73. The Happy Su Wentian. Tears flowed continuously from the corners of Du Chunxue's eyes. What? What is happening? Lin Feng was taken aback by Du Chunxue's sudden change in demeanor, his heart racing with confusion, his brow furrowing tightly. Du Chunxue, ew. Witnessing a girl cry because of him stirred an unusual feeling within Lin Feng. He pulled out a handkerchief from his storage bag and offered it to Du Chunxue. It's impossible between us. You should give up on that notion. Suddenly, Du Chunxue's expression turned icy. She swatted the handkerchief from Lin Feng's hand onto the ground. Then, she abruptly turned away, her delicate hands brushing away the tears from her eyes. She ran off swiftly, quickly disappearing from Lin Feng's view. Impossible is impossible. Do you think you're above everyone else? What else with this madness? At that moment, Lin Feng stood dazed, his face darkening. Just then, his gaze fell upon Tong Tong, who was still staring in the direction where Du Chunxue had vanished. Looking somewhat lost, aren't you going to check on her, to comfort her? Despite his frustration, Lin Feng felt a tinge of worry deep within. He spoke softly to Tong Tong, his eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng, based on my understanding of Du Chunxue, my intuition tells me she is not angry because of you. Moreover, she is not merely angry. She is heartbroken. Not because of me, not angry, but heartbroken. Lin Feng furrowed his brow at Tong Tong's words. Lin Feng, I know Chunxue's character well. My presence at this moment would not provide any real comfort. To overcome this, she must rely on herself. Having spent so long with her, I sense something unspeakable in her unusual behavior today. I could see that moment, and Tong Tong's words were filled with concern, yet also seriousness. Lin Feng, on the other hand, frowned deeply, lost in thought. Could it be that she truly has something she cannot speak of? After a long silence, Lin Feng made an effort to compose himself, exhaling a heavy sigh. Tong Tong. However, just as Lin Feng's emotions began to stabilize, Su Wentian approached Tong Tong. Suddenly, Su Wentian's greasy, whiny voice rang out, sending chills down Lin Feng's spine and raising the hair on his neck. Lin Feng turned in shock. There stood Su Wentian, with his rotund form outstretched arms, moving in for an embrace with Tong Tong. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief at this sudden scene. Yet, to Lin Feng's astonishment, Tong Tong, with her graceful stature, did not evade the hulking Su Wentian. Instead, she lowered her head slightly, a hint of shyness on her face, allowing Su Wentian to envelop her in his embrace. Enveloped by Su Wentian's substantial girth, and Tong Tong appeared almost entirely engulfed, leaving only a narrow strip of her back visible. What kind of talent is this? Is this truly the embrace of intimacy? If Su Wentian were a tad heavier, I fear I might not even catch a glimpse of that modest back. From a distance, one could hardly discern that he was cradling someone. Is this what they call a sense of security? Reflecting on Su Wentian's previous declarations, Lin Feng could not help but feel a profound admiration. Alas, Su Wentian, in broad daylight, amidst the brilliance of the heavens, could you not be more mindful of your public image? After a solid 10 minutes of this embrace, and seeing no indication of Su Wentian loosening his grip, Lin Feng's cheeks involuntarily twitched. Su Wentian, are you not afraid of suffocating your girlfriend? Simultaneously, Lin Feng gazed at Su Wentian and the now invisible Tong Tong, his expression rife with astonishment. For Lin Feng had begun to suspect the nature of their relationship. Yet, at the same time, disbelief washed over his face. Is this the girlfriend you have been incessantly rambling about? If this person cradled in my arms isn't my girlfriend, then is she yours? Moreover, what public image are we discussing? I haven't seen my girlfriend in days. What's wrong with a simple hug? If it were up to me, I would hold my beloved Tong Tong until the end of time. This moment. Noticing Lin Feng's incredulous demeanor, Su Wentian turned to him, brimming with pride, and spoke with a rather smug I in response to Su Wentian's words. Lin Feng's lips quivered in exasperation that Su Wentian, openly flaunting his affection, made Lin Feng wish he could rush forward and give him a sound thrashing. Previously, Lin Feng had entertained a morbid curiosity about what kind of woman could withstand Su Wentian's formidable weight. However, now, gazing at the stunningly beautiful and petite Tong Tong, Lin Feng felt a pang of envy in his heart. He glanced at Su Wentian's massive frame, which could easily encompass 5 of his own, and then at himself. Good heavens, why must you toy with me like this? What exactly am I lacking? In that moment, Lin Feng's heart cried out in despair, his expression morphing into one of sheer incredulity, almost as if he were about to pound his chest in frustration. Nevertheless, Lin Feng merely vented his frustrations internally, observing the blissful embrace of Su Wentian and Tong Tong. In truth, he felt a twinge of happiness for Su Wentian. In a world where strength reigns supreme, such pure and untainted love is indeed a rarity. Tong Tong, have you missed me? After a considerable time, Su Wentian and Tong Tong reluctantly parted. Humph, I don't miss you, she retorted, her charming lips pursed, casting a playful glare at Su Wentian. Su Wentian scratched his head, grinning sheepishly before his gaze shifted towards Lin Feng. Upon noticing, Lin Feng offered a slight smile. Su Wentian, you truly are something, he remarked. But for the next time, refrain from showcasing your affection in front of this single dog. Otherwise, I might just lose my composure and give you a proper beating. As he spoke, Lin Feng playfully punched Su Wentian's chest, jesting with a laugh. Lin Feng, you got quite the resources, I see. Although there is a slight disparity compared to me, you're still quite the handsome figure. Su Wentian leaned closer to Lin Feng, draping an arm over his shoulder, winking mischievously. That's utterly impossible. Let's forget about it. However, at Su Wentian's words, Lin Feng's mind involuntarily conjured the image of Du Chunshu. Immediately, he resolutely shook his head. Oh dear, that hurts. Tong Tong, let go of me. Just then, Tong Tong's expression turned serious as she pinched one of Su Wentian's ears, lifting it. Instantly, Su Wentian's face contorted in pain, his teeth gritted. Su Wentian, don't you dare make jokes about Du Chunshu. You have no conscience. Can't you see she has been crying? Sighing, she added, Chunshu, what troubles you so? After a few days, when your emotions have settled a bit, I shall come to counsel you properly. Chapter 74. And residents in Tong Tong's words were grave, followed by a soft sigh. Lin Feng listened intently to her every word, the image of Du Chunshu surfacing in his mind once more. Lin Feng's brow furrowed, his heart a tempest of confusion. The day passed swiftly, and soon it was dusk. As he beheld the beautiful crimson hues of the sky, he found no joy in the sight. His frown deepening. This day has flown by. Only 9 days remain. Chung Feng, you must hold on. 3 of the 4 main ingredients for crafting the 3rd-tier pill, Qingli Xiandan, have been procured. Only the Tiantian is missing. Lin Feng murmured softly, yet his face was etched with worry, for he had no leads on the Tiantian. Wentian, the sky is darkening. Why not stay at my own residence for the night? In this somewhat oppressive atmosphere. And Tong Tong broke the silence, her beautiful eyes darting first to Su Wentian, then to Lin Feng. That sounds splendid, Tong Tong. I haven't stayed at the inn residence in ages, Lin Feng replied. Indeed, Lin Feng, brother? At this, Su Wentian's eyes lit up, his face brimming with joy. He then turned to Lin Feng, his gaze filled with anticipation. Seeing Su Wentian's excited expression, Lin Feng smiled slightly. All right then, I shall impose upon Missin. Su Wentian's smile widened instantly. Wentian, as per our usual agreement, once we enter the inn residence, you must not cling to me as you do now. Our relationship cannot yet be made public to our families. Understood, Tong Tong? Why not? Since we share mutual feelings, why must we hide? Su Wentian questioned, his brow furrowing in confusion. If I were to ask my father to propose, I believe your family would not refuse, given my father's stature. However, upon hearing Su Wentian's statement, and Tong Tong's expression shifted, her smile abruptly vanishing. Her tone turned icy. Oh, very well. If you refuse, then you may stay at an inn. All right, Tong Tong, please don't be angry. I will heed your words. Seeing in Tong Tong genuinely upset, Su Wentian became flustered, his face instantly reflecting his anxiety. Observing this exchange, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that Su Wentian and Tong Tong's love story was not as smooth as one might imagine. Sighing, Lin Feng wished for their hands to intertwine as they navigated the thorns of their path, ultimately finding fulfillment. Well, that's more like it. Let us go. Upon Su Wentian's agreement, and Tong Tong's expression softened somewhat. As the sun set, Lin Feng and Tong Tong and Su Wentian walked side by side, in the twilight, their shadows elongated dramatically. After walking for several minutes, Luoka appeared in Lin Feng's line of sight, leading a group towards him. That's wonderful. Since the items have been retrieved, I shall return to report to Master Lu Chuan. Thank you, Luoka, for your assistance today. It's nothing. After a brief exchange between Lin Feng and Luoka, they gradually drifted in opposite directions. In a flash, the figures of Lin Feng, Luoka, and others disappeared at the end of the winding street. Meanwhile, at a fork in the road, a young man watched Lin Feng's every move, donning a low-brimmed hat. This person was none other than Pang Rui, whom Lin Feng had encountered in the Wanyao mountain range previously, when Lin Feng was pursued by Fang Jingchun and met Ling Qinga. Pang Rui and Tang Meyer. It was Ling Qinga who rescued him. During their venture into the Yinming Snake Valley, Ling Qinga, Pang Rui, and Tang Meyer battled the fiery lion for the coveted by Yuan spirit milk. Ultimately, Tang Meyer betrayed Ling Qinga, charging into the cave alone, severing Ling Qinga's arm in the process. Lin Feng, in a fit of rage, slayed Tang Meyer and discovered his affiliation with the Gui Luo sect. Lin Feng, long time no see. At this moment, Pang Rui observed the departing figure of Lin Feng, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Unlike before, Pang Rui's aura had undergone a significant transformation, emanating an exceptionally chilling presence that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to gaze upon him. In Qinwu City, there existed 4 prominent families: the Mu family, the Yin family, the Wen family, and the Pan family. Throughout the years, the Yin family and the Mu family have been embroiled in relentless conflict, serving as genuine arch-rivals. The Yin family was situated in the southern part of Qinwu City. At this moment, Lin Feng and Su Wentian, under the guidance of Tong Tong, had arrived at a broad street. Beside this expansive thoroughfare stood an imposing mansion, presenting itself before Lin Feng and Su Wentian. Before the grand entrance, a massive plaque crafted entirely of gold gleamed brilliantly, radiating brilliance even in the setting sun. Missin, a middle-aged man clad in black armor, addressed Tong Tong with utmost respect as they reached the entrance. Captain there is no need for such formalities. These 2 are my friends, and they will be staying here for the night. And Tong Tong replied, they are friends of Missin? That is certainly acceptable. The guest rooms are located to the west of the family residence. Shall I escort them? That won't be necessary. There happens to be an empty courtyard adjacent to the small residence I occupy on the east side. Since it is unoccupied, they may stay there for the night. Upon hearing Captain He's arrangements, and Tong Tong's brows knitted slightly, in the past, when Su Wentian stayed here, Captain He had never inquired about it. And thus Su Wentian had always been placed in the small courtyard next door to, Miss, is it appropriate for these two large men to stay in your vicinity? Captain, he spoke with his head lowered, his gaze subtly flickering towards Su Wentian. In that fleeting moment, an unusual glimmer flashed in his eyes. Appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Are you suggesting that I might engage in inappropriate behavior? And Tong Tong's voice turned icy, her gaze piercing as she fixated on Captain He, brimming with an ominous chill. Miss, I did not mean to. Humph. Captain He, you are a clever man. Attend to your duties and refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you in the future. With a cold snort, and Tong Tong then led Lin Feng and Su Wentian towards the east side of the inn residence. However, as Captain He watched in Tong Tong and Su Wentian's retreating figures, a frigid smirk crept upon his lips. Humph. I shall see how long you can maintain your arrogance. As night fell, the world gradually succumbed to darkness. In the distance, it seemed as though a hazy veil had descended upon Lin Feng's vision. He followed a leisurely pace behind in Tong Tong and Su Wentian. The inn residence was vast, adorned with artificial hills, flowing water, verdant trees, and intricate pavilions. The trio meandered through winding paths and tranquil corridors. Lin Feng, what are you lost in thought about? Suddenly, amidst Lin Feng's reverie, the voice of Misha echoed abruptly in his mind. Misha, do you remember that shop near the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce? Lin Feng recalled the shop that had occasionally emanated a pure and violent aura. What shop? I didn't pay much attention at the time. Did you discover something? Indeed, I sense that there might be something valuable within that shop. Lin Feng replied earnestly. Really? You can find valuable things? Your taste has often been lacking. Misha teased without reservation. Lin Feng felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead in response to Misha's playful jab. Enough with your sarcasm. What do you need me for? Lin Feng, take a look at the egg of the blood feather sculpture you rescued from Lu Yinshi. There may be a surprise, Misha replied succinctly. The egg of the blood feather sculpture? Lin Feng's pupils constricted at her words. He immediately focused his thoughts, preparing to access his storage bag to assess the situation. Why are you still dawdling? We're here, Su Wentian's voice interrupted Lin Feng's contemplation. Snapping back to reality, Lin Feng noticed the two exquisite small courtyards before him. Lost in thought? Lin Feng managed a slightly embarrassed smile. All right, you two can occupy the small courtyard on the left. There are plenty of vacant rooms. Feel free to choose anyone you like, and Tong Tong instructed before slowly making her way toward her own small courtyard on the right. Tong Tong. As in Tong Tong's figure faded from view, Su Wentian felt a pang of reluctance. Wentian, have you forgotten what I said earlier? Here at the inn residence, you must neither lay hands on me nor refer to me in such a manner. You should address me as in Tong Tong or Missin, she stated coolly, leaving him with a brief remark before entering her courtyard without looking back. Dare I say, Su Wentian's lips parted slightly, his expression clouded with a profound sense of melancholy as he watched in Tong Tong's retreating silhouette. He did not understand why she had been so distant upon entering the inn residence today. Wentian, stop moping about. I can sense that in Tong Tong has feelings for you. Perhaps she is harboring some untold struggles. Have you not noticed that the inn residence is far from the calm it appears? At the very least, that captain he seems rather peculiar. If you truly love her, then trust her. Come, let us proceed inside, Lin Feng said, gently patting Su Wentian's shoulder before stepping into the small courtyard on the left. Su Wentian stood frozen in place, lost in thought, until a determined glimmer suddenly ignited in his eyes. Tong Tong, I love you, and I trust you. After a moment, he finally moved forward and entered the small courtyard as well. Upon entering, Lin Feng casually selected a room and hurriedly stepped inside. Xiaobai, what changes have occurred with your egg? He shut the door behind him and quickly approached the bed, with a thought. Lin Feng retrieved the egg, which was nearly the size of his head, from the storage bag. What? As Lin Feng held the egg, his gaze sharpened in astonishment. The once pristine white shell now exhibited intricate golden patterns swirling across its surface, exuding an air of mystery. Simultaneously, within Lin Feng's perception, the egg radiated a robust life force, powerful and infused with an ancient aura. Why is its life force so potent? It is merely an egg. Lin Feng marveled at the sight of the egg adorned with golden patterns, astonished by the strength of its life energy, which he had never encountered before in an egg. Lin Feng, it possesses an ancient bloodline. I never expected that the offspring of the blood feather sculpture would inherit a trace of such bloodline. Misha's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind, filled with excitement and exhilaration, startled by her revelation. Lin Feng pondered, ancient bloodline? What does that signify? In ancient times, there existed a powerful assembly of demonic beasts who, through their formidable forms, ascended to the pinnacle of strength, becoming the supreme rulers of this realm. Legend has it that only upon reaching a certain level of power, attaining the zenith of this world, would an extraordinary bloodline force manifest within them. Once this bloodline force emerged, it could be inherited by their descendants. Upon inheriting the ancestral bloodline, the progeny would gain some of the forebear's abilities, thereby enjoying unparalleled advantages in aspects such as cultivation speed and combat prowess. The stronger the bloodline's concentration, the more talents and capabilities would be inherited, significantly amplifying their future potential. However, Lin Feng could never have anticipated that the offspring of the Bloodwing Eagle would inherit an ancient bloodline power. Misha, what kind of demonic beast bloodline has it inherited? At that moment, Lin Feng gazed at the egg in his hand, adorned with golden patterns, his eyes brimming with hope as he inquired. Lin Feng, if I am not mistaken, it should be the bloodline of the golden-winged roc. The revelation of Misha left Lin Feng momentarily breathless. What level of existence is the golden-winged roc? It is a being that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine bird, the phoenix. In ancient times, during an era when powerful beings flourished, the golden-winged roc was renowned, and even now, many legends surrounding it endure. Among them, one phrase resonates with familiarity: the roc rises with the wind. Soaring 90,000 miles, Chapter 76. Uninvited guest Lin Feng murmured softly. Though brief, the phrase encompassed an unparalleled majesty. Through those words, Lin Feng envisioned the golden-winged roc's majestic presence, dominating the vastness of the world. Lin Feng, this time, you have indeed struck fortunate. Should it successfully awaken the complete bloodline of the golden-winged roc one day, it will evolve into one to just imagine, riding the golden-winged roc as it traverses the world. What a thrilling spectacle that would be. With Misha's enticing words, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, his mind filled with vivid imagery, and before long, a foolish grin spread across his face, one that would make anyone want to punch him in jest. Lin Feng, enough already. You're about to drool. This is merely the beginning. Don't think too far ahead, nor dwell on how to show off in the future. Awakening the complete bloodline of the golden-winged roc is not an overnight endeavor. It requires an immense accumulation of resources and numerous fortuitous opportunities. Observing Lin Feng's swelling enthusiasm, Misha rolled her eyes, speaking with a hint of exasperation. Oh, right. Now that it possesses life, you can no longer store it in your storage bag, as it can only hold lifeless objects. Thankfully, it has just come to life. Otherwise, if you had kept it in the storage bag, it would have perished. Take out a few spirit stones to allow it to absorb some spiritual energy. As this will aid in awakening its bloodline, T can absorb spiritual energy already. What else would you expect? Do you think ancient bloodlines are feeble? This is merely one aspect of their overwhelming nature. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words, a vein of annoyance appearing on his forehead as he listened to Misha's rapid-fire remarks. Subsequently, with a thought, Lin Feng generously retrieved 10 spirit stones from those gifted by Lu Chuan. Arranging these stones in a circular formation, he placed the egg, adorned with flowing golden patterns, at the center, and he murmured softly, Hey there, little one. I find myself looking forward to the day of your birth. Your mother is called Xiao Bai. From now on, I shall call you Xiaojing. As Lin Feng spoke with a faint smile, a sudden, excited hum emanated from Xiaojing as it began to slowly absorb the spiritual energy from the stones. As night fell, Lin Feng gazed out the window, observing that the sky had turned pitch black. However, he remained busy, retrieving the carving pen, engraving paper, and a crimson vial of demonic beast blood that Sun Yulin had gifted him. Carefully, he arranged these items before him. The status of a talisman master is immensely prestigious. I wonder if I, Lin Feng, will ever have the opportunity to become one. At that moment, Lin Feng extended his right hand towards the carving pen. Gradually gripping it with his fingers and lifting it upright, he whispered softly, his heart racing with anticipation. Holding the carving pen, Lin Feng dipped the tip into a drop of the crimson demonic beast blood. Then, narrowing his eyes, he directed the spiritual energy from his sea of consciousness to surge forth like a tide, converging towards the carving pen. Just as it had with Sun Yulin, the pen emitted a resonant hum, its tip glowing with radiant light. With his eyes gently closed, Lin Feng channeled his spiritual energy into the carving pen, while his mind raced, recalling every step Sun Yulin had taken in crafting the stone eruption talisman, each trajectory of the pen's movement replaying in his mind like a film. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes shot open, and the glowing tip of the pen descended sharply onto the engraving paper made from beast hide. Holding his breath and focusing intently, Lin Feng began to guide the pen's tip slowly across the paper. This was Lin Feng's first attempt at crafting the stone eruption talisman, and he approached each step with utmost caution, ensuring every stroke was executed with precision. The process of talisman crafting demanded immense consumption of both spiritual and personal energy. Within moments, beads of sweat began to form on Lin Feng's forehead. As he reached the halfway point in his talisman creation, his breaths grew increasingly labored, and his complexion turned pale. "Am I going to fail?" Lin Feng murmured softly, furrowing his brow. Despite this, he refused to yield. Grit his teeth and persisted. As time passed, sweat saturated his clothing. Yet amid this exhaustion, a genuine joy began to emerge on his weary face. For through his unwavering determination, the stone eruption talisman was gradually taking shape. Intricate patterns swirling on the engraving paper as if they had come to life. It is working. Lin Feng's heart leaped, whispering to himself, "Wait here. I'll go take a look." However, at that critical moment, a low voice filtered into Lin Feng's ears from outside the room. Startled by the sudden sound, Lin Feng's heart raced. Tap, tap, tapped as a series of soft footsteps approached, growing nearer to Lin Feng's room. The unexpected commotion sent Lin Feng's heart into a frenzy, and the radiant light of the pen dimmed abruptly. Suddenly, the stone eruption talisman, on the verge of completion, emitted a dull thud. Instantly, a flame surged from within, incinerating the nearly completed talisman into nothingness. Damn it! Lin Feng's composure shattered at this sight, and he sprang to his feet, his face contorting into a mask of dismay. Who the hell is it? Lousy Lin Feng. Today, I must make him pay dearly. On Lin Feng's face, one could visibly witness the rapid emergence of an intense fury. Chapter 77. A violent beating for Njing. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes upon the door of the room. Simultaneously, the faint sound of footsteps abruptly ceased, and Lin Feng could distinctly sense that someone was standing just outside his door. "Ha! Su Wentian, how dare you come to the inn residence? Today, I shall ensure your reputation is utterly destroyed." Outside the door, a young voice, barely audible, drifted through the air, focused intently. Lin Feng caught every word. It aimed at Su Wentian. Lin Feng's brows furrowed, slightly creaked. That moment, the door swung open with a loud creak. As the door opened, a young man of similar age to Lin Feng, dressed in luxurious attire, stepped into view. Their eyes met. The young man stared at Lin Feng, whose face was ablaze with rage. The expression on the young man's face froze abruptly, and the entire space fell into a moment of tense silence. Oh, who is this? Trying to scare someone with that ghastly expression. Is this Su Wentian's friend? Indeed, he seems cut from the same cloth, looking like that. Once the young man realized that it was not Su Wentian in the room, but Lin Feng, he momentarily froze before glancing at Lin Feng, and a look of disdain swiftly crossed his face, followed by a barrage of contemptuous remarks. "Who do you think you are?" At this moment, Lin Feng was still seething over the recent interruption that had led to the failure of his stone burst talisman's crafting. Now, the young man's sudden provocations ignited an uncontrollable fury within Lin Feng. Without a care for the identity of the richly dressed youth before him, Lin Feng stepped forward and swiftly closed the distance. Slap! A crisp sound reverberated through the space as Lin Feng's hand landed firmly on the young man's cheek. You've dared to strike me. Do you have any idea who I am? Stunned by the force of Lin Feng's slap, the young man gaped at him, eyes wide with disbelief. Almost immediately, his expression darkened, and a palpable killing intent flickered in his gaze as he regarded Lin Feng. I, Linjin, have lived my life without anyone daring to slap me. Furthermore, my father is the elder of the Yin family, and my cousin is Chui Yanin of the Fei Peak at the Tianyuanzong. That if you are associated with that Su Fatso, you must also be a disciple of Tianyuanzong. Right. Do you know my cousin, Chui Yanin? She is at the pinnacle of the 9th level of pulse opening and could enter the gathering spirit realm at any moment. Let me tell you. My cousin's combat prowess is ranked among the top 50 on the Feihe list. You dare to strike me? As in Jiyuan hurled a series of fiery and arrogant words at Lin Feng. His confidence radiated. Chui Yanin. Is it a name that resonates? Hearing in Jiyuan's words, Lin Feng showed no sign of fear. Instead, his eyes narrowed sharply. He recalled Chui Yanin vividly, having seen her close to Tianyu during their life-and-death battle at the Fenglei platform. Lin Feng distinctly remembered her lofty demeanor, which he found quite off-putting. Then why don't you quickly kneel and apologize to me? Upon realizing that Lin Feng was aware of Chui Yanin, and Jiyuan's face broke into a smug grin. With youthful exuberance, he shouted at Lin Feng. You want me to kneel? Suddenly, Lin Feng raised his head abruptly, locking eyes with Jiyuan. His eyes narrowed, and a smirk danced on his lips. Not kneeling. In my territory, in Jiyuan's domain, today you shall kneel whether you like it or not. If you refuse, you will still kneel. That I know you are at the 4th level of pulse opening. But so what? I, and Jiyuan, am at the pinnacle of the 4th level. Don't think that just because you are a disciple of Tianyuanzong, you're anything extraordinary. I am the Yin residence. My father is the elder, and I am receiving the full support of the Yin family. My combat strength is beyond what a country bumpkin like you can fathom. Had it not been for your sneak attack, you think you could have struck me? And Jiyuan stepped forward, his expression turning icy. Simultaneously, his 4th level pulse opening aura surged forth in the next instant, and Jiyuan moved like the wind, his fist aimed squarely at Lin Feng's head. This punch was delivered with confidence, and even before it connected, a satisfied grin graced in Jiyuan's lips, convinced of his flawless execution. Slap. However, just as the grin grew wider, Lin Feng moved. With breathtaking speed, Lin Feng's palm struck in Jiyuan's face, leaving him in shock. Damn it, you really are noisy, with far too much to say. Slap. Before Jiyuan could respond, Lin Feng's hand swung again, landing sharply on the other side of Jiyuan's face. How is this possible? Though both were at the 4th level of pulse opening, Lin Feng's blows left Jiyuan dazed. He realized that, at his peak, he felt like a mere child before Lin Feng. Utterly powerless. You dare strike me? I am the son of, in disbelief, and Jiyuan instinctively began to speak. However, before he could finish, slap. Another resounding slap echoed as Lin Feng struck Jiyuan's cheek once more. I told you to shut up. Chui Yanin is my cousin. Slap. I told you to stop. Slap. I told you to stop wandering around at such a late hour. Slap. I told you to refrain from disturbing me at such a critical moment. Slap. I was so close to succeeding. Do you have any idea? Slap. The failure of the stone burst talismans is entirely your fault. With each slap, Lin Feng's pent-up frustration over the failed crafting of the stone burst talismans erupted. In mere moments, Jiyuan's face swelled from the barrage of slaps, transforming it into a grotesque visage. Gazing at the now battered Jin, who resembled a pig's head, Lin Feng felt a semblance of satisfaction wash over him, easing the anger that had built within him due to the failed talisman crafting. Yet, just as Lin Feng relished in his triumph, an overwhelming aura of the 9th level of pulse opening suddenly locked onto him. You little brat, how dare you strike young Master Jiyuan? A cold voice rang out, followed by the abrupt entrance of a middle-aged man clad in black armor, who charged into Lin Feng's room. A punch landed squarely on Lin Feng's chest, sending him hurtling backward. I at you. Chapter 78. Nia Yunyun. Crashing heavily onto the ground, Lin Feng felt a tumultuous sensation in his chest. He looked up to find the middle-aged man in black armor before him, and his pupils narrowed slightly. This man was none other than He Zhong, the captain of the infamily S-Guard, who had been harshly reprimanded by Tong Tong not long ago. Lin Feng felt a strange unease upon first meeting He Zhong, and a tinge of repulsion brewed within him. He Zhong, you worthless dog, where were you just now? Do you have any idea that this brat nearly beat me to death? The appearance of He Zhong ignited a fierce fury in the face of Jiyuan, who had been pummeled into a state resembling that of a pig's head. Rising abruptly from the ground, and Jiyuan commanded, "Seize him." His gaze was as frigid as steel, fixed upon Lin Feng, followed by a thunderous shout. He Zhong, brimming with respect, nodded earnestly, and in the next instant, he darted towards Lin Feng with the swiftness of lightning. Damn it! Lin Feng's expression darkened considerably as he beheld the formidable He Zhong, who had reached the 9th level of the meridian opening. Panic surged within him as he hastily prepared to flee, but before he could make much progress, He Zhong's hand clamped down on him with unyielding force. As Lin Feng attempted to resist, he felt his spiritual energy being instantaneously bound by He Zhong. Curse it! You were quite arrogant just now, weren't you? And Jiyuan approached Lin Feng, delivering a vicious punch to his abdomen. With his spiritual energy suppressed, Lin Feng was struck by a searing pain that surged through him, eliciting a muffled groan as his brow furrowed in agony. Young master, and everything is prepared. We await the grand performance, He Zhong said, gripping Lin Feng firmly while smiling at Jiyuan. Oh, have you found Su Wentian? And Jiyuan's laughter boomed, despite his visage resembling that of a battered swine. Well done. Su Wentian is in trouble. A grand performance? Lin Feng's heart tightened with confusion as he listened to their exchange. Indeed, Su Wentian is currently under my control in his chamber. Furthermore, the most unattractive woman in Qianwu City, Nianyan, is also in position, presently in the company of the corpulent Su. He Zhong continued. Now, we merely await young master and's personal attendance to orchestrate this spectacle. Ha, splendid! And Jiyuan exclaimed, excitement radiating from his face, soon followed by a rather lewd grin. Hey, Lin Feng, is it you wish to cross paths with me? Today, I shall give you a memory that will be etched in your mind for eternity, He Zhong. Take this brat along as well. And Jiyuan's words sparked a glimmer of interest in He Zhong's eyes. Just as you imagine. With his involvement, I'm certain this grand performance will be even more captivating, He Zhong replied. And as their cryptic conversation unfolded, an ominous thought began to rise within Lin Feng, the first ugly woman of Qianwu City. What are they plotting? Lin Feng pondered, yet before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, he felt his body lifted effortlessly by He Zhong. The group proceeded towards the exterior, soon halting before another room in the small courtyard. He gently pushed the door open, revealing a scene that unfolded before Lin Feng's eyes. At that moment, Su Wentian was curled up in a corner, his face a mask of terror. Before him stood a young girl who appeared to be of tender age. From the entrance, Lin Feng glimpsed her silhouette. She donned a fire-red short skirt. Her long, fair legs elegantly poised, barefoot, her exquisitely delicate feet graced the ground, and her slender waist complemented her alluring figure. From the rear, she was undoubtedly a vision of exquisite beauty. At this juncture, the young girl was slowly unfastening her clothing. As her garments cascaded down, an almost breathtakingly smooth back emerged before Lin Feng's gaze, the final piece of clothing clinging to preserve her modesty. My dear husband, do you find Yunyan's figure to be beautiful? Surely you must have some thoughts about Yunyan's body. Her voice was soft, imbued with an alluring charm that stirred the imagination. No, stay right there. Do not come any closer. However, Su Wentian, witnessing the girl approach, was overtaken by sheer terror. Pressing himself desperately against the wall, as if wishing to meld into it, as the door creaked open further, Lin Feng was met with an intoxicating yet horrifying sight, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. What happened to Su Wentian? Is it truly that horrifying? Upon noticing the arrival of the group, the girl uttered a delicate gasp, abruptly halting her steps and turning around. Yet in that fleeting moment, Lin Feng's initial fascination with her voluptuous form was swiftly replaced by a dawning horror. For upon her face was a visage so grotesque that words could scarcely encapsulate it. Her cheeks were marred by an abundance of swollen lumps, some the size of jujubes, many having become infected. Pus-laden blood dripped intermittently from her face, and Lin Feng could even discern writhing white maggots within the decayed flesh. This ghastly spectacle struck Lin Feng with a jolt, sending a chill coursing through him. His hair standing on end. In that brief instant, he comprehended Su Wentian's despair, feeling his own heart plummet into a pit of helplessness. "Oh, it is young Masterin. You startled me." The girl, upon recognizing Nguyen, broke into an unsettling grin, which did little to alleviate the tension. Lin Feng found it exceedingly difficult to swallow, and in that moment he began to grasp the nature of the grand performance Nguyen had alluded to. "Ha! Nguyen, look, I have brought you someone I believe you will enjoy even more. Today, indulge yourself without restraint." And Nguyen's booming laughter echoed, and Lin Feng's heart sank, for as he observed, the girl's predatory eyes turned toward him. "Ah, such a handsome young man. Today, Yunyun shall serve you well, ensuring you experience what it means to be entranced until death." In that instant, Yunyun's smile blossomed even more brightly, yet her movement caused a few maggots to tumble from her ravaged face. Lin Feng's stomach lurched violently, and he fought the urge to retch. "Lin Feng, go forth and savor the delightful moments that await you." And Nguyen grinned menacingly before summoning his spiritual energy to propel Lin Feng towards Nye Yunyan. With a sudden lightness, Lin Feng soared through the air, tracing an exquisite arc, his expression transforming into one of sheer horror as he beheld the nightmarish visage that loomed closer. As he descended, he crashed heavily onto the ground before Yunyan, the dull thud reverberating in the air. "Dear gentlemen, today, Yunyun entrusts her first experience to you. From this day forth, Yunyun belongs to you," she giggled, stepping towards Lin Feng, who was sprawled on the ground. "Who wants your first experience? Don't come any closer. Stay back." Lin Feng's mind raced with frantic thoughts of chaos, desire, and overwhelming dread, particularly at the thought of sharing this moment with Su Wentian. In an instant, Lin Feng bolted upright, frantically retreating until he found himself cornered against the wall, colliding with Su Wentian, with nowhere left to escape. Giggling, "Brother, Yunyun is coming." Nye Yunyun let out a melodious laugh, gazing at Lin Feng, who found himself with no path of retreat. In an instant, she threw herself upon the ground, wrapping her arms around Lin Feng. Her lips pursed as her disfigured, suppurating cheek drew ever closer to him. "Get away!" Such a scene left Lin Feng in a state of utter bewilderment, his spirit shattered. Instinctively, he reached out a hand to push away Nye Yunyun, who possessed the strength of the second realm of meridian opening. With an unexpected force, Lin Feng managed to shove her down onto the ground. "How is this possible? Hizong, didn't you seal this kid's cultivation?" At that moment, standing outside the door, and Jiwen, who had anticipated a good show, was taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. "Young Masterin, it seems this boy possesses quite formidable physical strength." Physical strength. Hearing Hizong's words, and Jiwen narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of intrigue flashing within. He swiftly produced 2 small jade vials from his person. Hizong, administer this to the 2 of them. Resistance? Once they consume this, I wonder how they will resist. Nguyen's smile was laced with a peculiar delight. Hizong accepted the jade vials, a similarly strange smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Gentlemen, this is a fine gift from young Masterin. Do be careful not to exert yourselves too much. One must cherish beauty." Hizong grinned mischievously. Without delay, he violently pried open the mouths of Lin Feng and Su Wentian, pouring the crimson powder from the vials into their mouths. "What have you given us?" As the unknown powder was forcibly ingested, Lin Feng's expression soured instantly. Simultaneously, an ominous premonition surged within him. Hizong has declared it to be a fine gift. This substance was acquired at great expense, enough to keep you exhilarated all night long. Originally, I intended to keep it for myself, but seeing your enthusiasm today, I decided to share it. And do not hold back. It's crucial not to suppress it, for that could lead to dire consequences. Come now, let me witness your primal instincts. Let me behold your most unrestrained madness." And Jiuen's lewd laughter echoed in Lin Feng's mind. However, as the powder settled in his belly. Lin Feng felt a surge of sinister heat rising within him of Huan San. This is Huan San. He was engulfed in a feverish heat, his mouth parched and his cheeks flushed crimson. Despicable, why do you act this way? At that moment, Lin Feng's eyes turned bloodshot, struggling to contain the surging impulses within. Why? You need not concern yourself with that. Just know that by dawn tomorrow, an explosive piece of news will spread throughout Qianwu City. What title shall it bear? Perhaps, beastly Lin Feng and Su Wentian commit unspeakable acts with the first ugliest woman in Qianwu City. Not quite fitting, I've got it. Lin Feng and Su Wentian. More beastly than beasts, and family lewdly engages with the first ugliest woman in Qianwu City, Nie Yunyan. And Jiuen's laughter ignited a firestorm within Lin Feng. Clenching his teeth, Lin Feng fought to control the raging flames within him, striving to suppress the desires that begged for release. Lin Feng, At this moment, Su Wentian clung tightly to Lin Feng's arm, visibly in torment. Brothers, can you not hold on any longer? If you can't, then don't. I shall serve you well tonight. Meanwhile, Yun approached Lin Feng and Su Wentian, her long, graceful legs moving with an alluring grace in that moment, as they beheld her enticing figure. Both Lin Feng and Su Wentian felt their resolve crumbling. Their hearts ablaze. Lin Feng, I can't hold back any longer. Su Wentian roared like a beast, suddenly leaping towards Nyan. Lin Feng's heart jolted, and he swiftly yanked Su Wentian back, pinning him to the ground. Su Wentian, hold yourself together. Are you insane? If you act upon your desires with Nie Yunyan today, have you considered your reputation? Once tarnished, how will you face in Tong Tong from now on? This is a trap. A trap aimed at you. Wake up. Do not fall for it. In that moment, Lin Feng, clinging to the last vestiges of reason, hissed at Su Wentian. Why are they behaving this way? Lin Feng's words finally sparked a flicker of clarity in Su Wentian's eyes. I must endure for Tong Tong. Su Wentian, will endure even unto death. Ha, endure? You cannot. This is Huan San. Even those of the gathering spirit realm cannot withstand its terrifying effects. The time is near. Let us go. Zong, we shall invite in Tong Tong to witness this spectacle. And Jiuen's derisive laughter filled the air, dismissing Su Wentian's determination. The door was gently closed, and the figures of Jiuen and Zong vanished from Lin Feng's sight. A spectacle? In Tong Tong, reflecting on Jiuen's cryptic words, Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeply. He understood that Jiuen had come specifically for them, or rather, for Su Wentian. Lin Feng, I can't hold. And Jiuen, what is the meaning of your malicious scheming against us? Su Wentian's eyes burned crimson as he pounded his chest, attempting to use the pain to cling to the last remnants of his sanity. Chapter 80. Unexpected Advancement, Brothers. Yun is here. The unbearable tension mounted, but the direst moment came as Yun stood before Lin Feng and Su Wentian. With a gentle flick, she loosened her garments, letting the final piece drift to the ground. Instantly, her nearly flawless figure was revealed before Lin Feng and Su Wentian. Misha, what should we do? I can't hold back. The intoxicating scene sent jolts through Lin Feng's senses. However, as he looked up and beheld Yun's bloodied, suppurating visage, fear gripped him. Lin Feng struggled to maintain that last flicker of reason, shouting at Misha within the illusory spirit crystal. Lin Feng, you only remember me now? I thought you enjoyed this sort of thing? What nonsense! Who could possibly enjoy this? Misha, being well-versed, do you know if there's any way to counteract the effects of Huan San? Don't be so anxious. It's rare to encounter such an exhilarating situation. Lin Feng, have you grown up as a pure-hearted boy? You see, apart from her unpleasant face, her figure is absolutely top-notch. You might consider that with the lights off, it wouldn't make much difference. The experience should be quite delightful. Misha, stop joking. I truly can't hold back. Lin Feng's face darkened at Misha's teasing. It wouldn't be the same. That feeling is akin to comparing a living person to a corpse. Even if the corpse were stunningly beautiful, could you harbor any improper thoughts? Moreover, even if such thoughts arose, could you cross that psychological barrier? Tear. Ninyun slowly crouched down, violently ripping Lin Feng and Su Wentian's garments apart. You two, stop holding back. Your cultivation is suppressed, and you've ingested Ihuan San. You cannot resist. Since it's so torturous, why not let me, Nie Yun, enjoy myself? As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement, caressing Lin Feng's sturdy muscles, her alluring form pressing closer to him. Is that so? Apologies, but I am the king of restraint. Just as Nian Yun was about to press her body against Lin Feng's chest, he suddenly raised his head, locking his gaze on hers. A peculiar smile unexpectedly curled at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. What? You? An unforeseen turn of events unfolded, as Nian Yun gazed at Lin Feng, whose eyes had seemingly regained their clarity in an instant. A flicker of astonishment crossed her face. Almost immediately, she let out a soft gasp. For at the very moment their skin was about to touch, Lin Feng's right hand shot out abruptly, grasping her neck with a firm grip. How is this possible? Your strength has returned. Moreover, you have managed to neutralize the effects of the Hahuan powder. As she felt the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Feng, whose power had reached the 4th level of the Kaimai realm, the Yin Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression frozen in shock. However, Lin Feng paid no heed to her words, instead slowly releasing the hand that had been resting on Su Wentian. Damn you, Njun, you nearly caused my demise today. The moment Lin Feng let go, the fierce flames of fury in Su Wentian's eyes receded at a visible pace. Following that, the aura of the 6th level of the Kaimai realm within Su Wentian erupted with unparalleled rage. In the next instant, Su Wentian sprang up from the ground, his face contorted with unrestrained anger. Regaining clarity, as Su Wentian's gaze fell upon Nian Yun's lacerated cheek, his neck instinctively retracted, and he gasped. Stepping back several paces, damn it, thank goodness nothing serious happened today. Otherwise I, Su Wentian, would have to live under a shadow henceforth. Su Wentian silently rejoiced, and simultaneously, a hint of gratitude appeared in his eyes as he looked at Lin Feng. Buzz! Just as Su Wentian's gaze turned towards Lin Feng, he noticed a fleeting expression of joy cross Lin Feng's otherwise furrowed brow. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng felt a hum resonate from the phantom crystal in his dantian. With Lin Feng as the epicenter, a terrifying aura erupted, and before Su Wentian's astonished eyes, Lin Feng's cultivation surged from the 4th level of the Kaimai realm directly to the 5th level. Good heavens, brother Lin Feng, what is happening? How did you suddenly advance? Upon witnessing Lin Feng's unexpected ascension to the 5th level of the Kaimai realm, a profound incredulity washed over Su Wentian's face. Perhaps it was due to the recent shock that triggered this. Advancing due to fear. Brother Lin Feng, your luck is truly remarkable. Listening to Lin Feng's explanation, Su Wentian could no longer contain himself and shot Lin Feng a glance filled with envy and jealousy. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement at this unexpected turn of events. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that this breakthrough in strength was no mere coincidence. While excessive shock played a role, the primary factor was the intense concentration and immense expenditure of spiritual energy during the inscription of the talismans. In truth, during this process, Lin Feng's body was in perfect harmony with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. It was merely that the previous exhaustion and intense focus had obscured his awareness of it. Who would have thought that inscribing talismans could be so immensely beneficial to cultivation? It seems I must delve deeper into the art of talisman crafting from now on. Sun Yulin, what are your true thoughts regarding me? You truly are an enigma, difficult to decipher. Lin Feng shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. He then turned his gaze towards Su Wentian. Brother Lin Feng, let us go. Today I, Su Wentian, cannot let this matter rest. I must thoroughly deal with Njiuan and Hezhong. Just dealing with them? No, that would be too lenient. Today, why not return their own tactics upon them? Recalling the misdeeds of Njiuan and Hezhong, Lin Feng's fury flared once more, that a cold smile crept upon his lips as he spoke ominously. Oh, brother Lin Feng, what do you intend? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Wentian raised an eyebrow, as if suddenly grasping something. A rather lewd smile quickly spread across his face. Chapter 81. The Luo, poison needle, the two locked eyes. And a faint smile graced Lin Feng's lips. As you have surmised. Lin Feng and Su Wentian swiftly donned fresh attire. They then proceeded to bind Nie Yun securely at the head of the bed. Now she cannot escape, can she? Su Wentian chuckled as he admired their handiwork. Haha, since she desires excitement, we shall grant her a memorable experience shortly. Following this, Lin Feng let out a cold snort. The two then stepped out of the room. Just as they closed the door behind them, Su Wentian let out a soft exclamation. Following his gaze, Lin Feng saw Jiuan approaching with a devilish grin, exuding an air of triumph, while Hezhong followed closely behind, his demeanor respectful. Clearly, and Jiuan was on his way to finding Tong Tong. Brother Lin Feng, what should we do next? And Jiuan is manageable. With our current strength, we can easily subdue him. However, Hezhong poses a challenge, as he possesses the strength of the 9th level of the Kaimai realm. Hezhong, since he resorts to bullying the weak. He should not blame me, Lin Feng, for being unprincipled. Su Wentian. Look at this. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he summoned a slender, pitch-black needle, roughly the length of a palm, into his hand. What is this? Su Wentian instinctively took a half-step back, eyeing the needle that radiated a sinister sheen. The Luo E poison needle. Once it pierces the body, not a hint of spiritual energy can be utilized for an entire day. A perfect tool for underhanded tactics. Lin Feng winked at Su Wentian, a grin spreading across his face. This Luo E poison needle was obtained from the slain time eye of the ghost Luo sect. Su Wentian, given my current lower cultivation, I can only utilize this needle for a surprise attack. I will need your assistance to draw that scoundrel's attention. Moreover, fortuitously, I also possess 2 vials of Hahuan powder. Haha, Brother Lin Feng, I never imagined you could be so unscrupulous. You possess such a fine tool for treachery. Furthermore, I believed you to be a paragon of virtue, shunning the company of women. You have 2 vials of Hahuan powder prepared. Brother Lin Feng, it seems beneath your quiet exterior lies a wild heart. In that moment, Su Wentian wore a mischievous smile. Brother Lin Feng, look at this, he exclaimed, producing 2 fiery red pills from his own possession. The Hahuan pill is 10 times more effective than your Hahuan powder. At that instant, Su Wentian displayed the 2 pills with a rather lascivious demeanor. Damn, you are no slouch either. Listening to Su Wentian's teasing remarks, as Lin Feng prepared to engage him in a serious discussion, he could not help but admire Su Wentian. Giving him a thumbs up, the Hahuan powder was already overwhelming. This fellow even had 2 pills with effects 10-fold greater. What was Su Wentian planning? Was he preparing for a battle that would last 3 days and nights? Fortuitously, and Tong Tong had not agreed to cohabit with this guy, or who knows what lewd acts might have occurred. Shall we go? Let's deal with him. All right, let's take him down. Lin Feng and Su Wentian exchanged knowing glances, both breaking into lewd smiles. Su Wentian, you must be feeling quite pleased right now, yes? In the small courtyard. And Jiuan walked with a wicked grin, murmuring to himself, from this day forth, I shall see how you face in Tong Tong. Young Master Su, your scheme is brilliant. I believe in Tong Tong will surely feel disillusioned with Su Wentian, wishing for nothing more than to end his life. I believe so too. And Jiuan laughed heartily, striding forward. However, at that moment, a faint sound of footsteps unexpectedly echoed. Who? And Jiuan and Hezhong's expressions shifted dramatically as they turned abruptly. I apologize, but it seems I must disappoint you. Su Wentian, how could you, under the influence of the Yihuan San, possibly be here? Is it ineffective against you? How can this be? Upon the sudden appearance of Su Wentian, and Jiuan was nearly startled into a frenzy, his entire body trembling with disbelief. That I apologize, but this Yihuan San is something I typically consume as a meal. Having ingested it frequently, I have naturally developed an immunity. Su Wentian brazenly declared, casually touseling his hair, his face devoid of any embarrassment. However, it was precisely Su Wentian's succinct and audacious declaration that rendered Jiuan and Hezhong wide-eyed with astonishment. What? He has actually built an immunity to it. How much of it has this fellow consumed? And what of Lin Feng? Lin Feng. Over there, Su Wentian smiled slyly, pointing abruptly in a certain direction, causing both their hearts to leap in shock as they instinctively turned their gazes toward where Lin Feng was indicated. Haha, my apologies, I'm right here. Just as Jiuan and Hezhong turned, Lin Feng's laughter rang out unexpectedly. The Luo E poison needle. Whoosh! With a soft exclamation, Lin Feng propelled a palm-sized poison needle towards Hezhong at an alarming speed. Powered by his spiritual energy. Damn it, We've been duped. In that instant, the expressions on Jiyuan and He Zhong's faces darkened drastically. Without a moment's thought, they frantically darted to the side to evade the attack. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the Luoyi poison needle embedded itself in He Zhong's body. Lin Feng, I shall kill you. Instantly, He Zhong's fury ignited, his power at the 9th level of meridian opening surging violently within him. He then hurled a fist towards the grinning Lin Feng, charging at him with great speed. However, as He Zhong dashed towards Lin Feng, he was horrified to discover that his internal spiritual energy had inexplicably ceased to obey his commands, rendering him powerless. In an instant, He Zhong's formidable aura plummeted. Damn you, after you just set me up like that, I haven't even settled the score with you yet, to kill me. The very sight of you is what irks me the most. Observing He Zhong, who had staggered forward, his aura already waning, Lin Feng delivered a fierce kick that sent He Zhong crashing to the ground. Lin Feng, how dare you touch me? Are you seeking death? With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, He Zhong was furious. Yet, before He Zhong could finish his threat, Lin Feng's dark shoe sole loomed large before his eyes. Then, Lin Feng confidently stamped his foot down upon He Zhong's cheek. Are you out of your mind? You're already a lamb waiting for slaughter, and yet you still dare to flaunt your bravado before me. Being at the 9th level of meridian opening is impressive. When you're throwing punches at me, did you not know to hold back? How does the taste of my shoe sole strike you? Oh, are you angry? Come on, hit me. In that moment, Lin Feng's previously restrained fury erupted vehemently. One kick after another rained down upon He Zhong. Lin Feng continued to berate him, each word more infuriating than the last. Lin Feng, unable to respond to Lin Feng's tirade, He Zhong merely pointed a trembling finger at him. His face oscillated between shades of green and white. Thud! In that moment, the pent-up frustration within He Zhong reached its breaking point, and abruptly he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, with a roll of his eyes, he fainted. Chapter 82. The Mu family's bounty. Meanwhile, Su Wentian roughly dragged Jiyuan towards Lin Feng. Upon witnessing He Zhong collapse from Lin Feng's verbal onslaught, Su Wentian glanced at Lin Feng, his eyes widening in disbelief. Su Wentian, Lin Feng, what are you two planning? Hurry, release me. This is the inn residence. With his cultivation sealed by Su Wentian, and Jiyuan's face was painted with terror. Smack, just as Jiyuan finished speaking. Lin Feng's slap landed harshly on his cheek. You little brat dare to utter another word? Wentian, take this brat to Nye. Lin Feng's gaze was icy, still harboring resentment over the failed inscription of a talisman. To Nye, Lin Feng, what do you intend to do? What do you think? Lin Feng's cold eyes bore into Jiyuan without answering, instead dragging the already unconscious He Zhong step by step towards Nye's quarters. Bang, bang! Upon entering Nye's room, Jiyuan and He Zhong were unceremoniously thrown before her, bound and utterly exposed. The dull thuds resonated, followed by two pained cries that He Zhong, who had been knocked to the ground, regained consciousness. In a scene reminiscent of a previous encounter, Jiyuan and He Zhong's expressions shifted slightly. At this moment, they began to grasp Lin Feng's intentions. Their gazes unconsciously fell upon Nye's horrific, bloodied face. Instantly, both Jiyuan and He Zhong's faces turned pale. You dare? Jiyuan's face darkened as he bellowed, his throat constricting painfully, while Su Wentian brandished two He Huan pills. A wicked grin plastered across his face as he approached Jiyuan and He Zhong. Yet, in response to Jiyuan's threat, a ruthless glimmer flickered in Su Wentian's eyes. Without further ado, he forcefully shoved the two pills into Jiyuan and He Zhong's mouths. Su Wentian, what have you made us consume? What have you consumed? Something delightful. You will find out shortly. Su Wentian let out a mischievous laugh, and soon after, Lin Feng joined him. Su Wentian here, feed them these two bottles as well. Today, let them thoroughly indulge and enjoy themselves. At that moment, Lin Feng produced 2 bottles of He Huan sand from his own belongings and handed them to Su Wentian. Let us go. Seeing this, a wicked smile spread across Lin Feng's face as he pointed toward the door. All right, let us go. Lin Feng and Su Wentian exchanged knowing glances, their expressions mirroring each other's lewd amusement. They then hastily exited the room. Not long after Lin Feng and Su Wentian left, and Jiyuan and Hezhong's faces flushed crimson. Their gazes simultaneously fixated on the bound and utterly nude Nie Yunyan. Suddenly, a blood-red glimmer ignited in their eyes, a raging desire surging forth to that moment. And Jun and Hezhong clenched their fists tightly, their gazes fixated upon the helpless Nie Yunyan, unable to tear themselves away. Their throats constricting painfully. Lin Feng, Su Wentian, the unbearable lust surged within them. And in that instant, Jiyuan realized what Su Wentian had made him consume. Lin Feng, Su Wentian, you two, bastards, I can't hold back any longer. Outside the door, shortly after Lin Feng and Su Wentian had left, and Jun's anguished roar echoed through the room, followed by a frenzied growl. Lin Feng and Su Wentian paused in their tracks, exchanging glances that a splendid show is about to unfold. Lin Feng grinned mischievously. Take it easy, you two. Hezhong, you dog-like servant. What are you doing? I arrived first, young master, and are you ready yet? Why are you in such a hurry? Is there a need for such haste? Slow down. No, you cannot do this. The two of you cannot be together. In the room, a cacophony of sounds erupted, amidst the ferocious voices of Jiyuan and Hezhong. Nie Yunyun's screams reverberated, rising and falling like waves. Damn, this is truly exhilarating. This is too much fun, isn't it? What a thrill. I can't wait to see their expressions after this storm has passed. And no need to ponder. It will surely be quite spectacular. In the small courtyard, Lin Feng and Su Wentian exchanged knowing glances, grinning mischievously as they proceeded. After a night of tumult, dawn gradually began to break. Lin Feng's gaze turned toward the crimson clouds emerging on the horizon. And suddenly, a trace of melancholy flickered in his eyes. Alas, a new day has begun. As Lin Feng felt this way, Su Wentian's smile slowly faded as well. Rest assured, Lin Feng, Tong went to inquire about the whereabouts of Tianzhu Jin yesterday. Also, Master Lu Chuan of the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce is searching diligently. I believe news will come soon. Standing beside Lin Feng, Su Wentian gently patted his shoulder and spoke softly. Sigh. I hope so. Come on, Su Wentian, shall we take a stroll outside? In Qinwu City, although the sky had just begun to brighten and the sun had yet to rise, the streets were already bustling with pedestrians. Lin Feng, are you heading to that shop you mentioned that might have treasures? The voice of Misha echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Yes, that is part of it. More importantly, I need to gather information about Tianzhu Jin. After all, time is running short for Brother Chung Feng. Lin Feng conversed with Misha in his thoughts, emitting a soft sigh. Lin Feng, look over there. Why are so many people gathered? At that moment, Su Wentian's voice unexpectedly broke in. Following his gaze, Lin Feng noticed a large crowd gathered around. Simultaneously, a servant clad in Mu family attire was posting a notice. Listen up, everyone. If anyone has the ability to rescue the Mu family's young lady, a reward of 1,500 low-grade spirit stones awaits. Furthermore, if certain conditions are met, there's a chance to marry the Mu family's young lady and become her husband. After the notice was posted, the servant's loud shout echoed. Instantly, Su Wentian's eyes sparkled with interest. Lin Feng, I've heard that the Mu family's young lady is as beautiful as a celestial being, and the reward is substantial. 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. Are you tempted? Shall we go take a look? Chapter 83. Mu Yak and Su Wentian's eyes gleamed as he nudged Lin Feng playfully, grinning mischievously. Mu family. What is the connection between the Mu family's young lady and Mu Yiping? She is Mu Yiping's sister, named Mu Yakin. Her beauty is unparalleled, attracting countless suitors, and she possesses remarkable cultivation talent, surpassing Mu Yiping by a level, boasting the strength of the 9th layer of opening meridians. However, it is perplexing why she has resorted to offering a bounty for rescued Dado. So she's Mu Yiping's sister? What's so interesting about that? Let us move on. Listening to Su Wentian's account, Lin Feng's expression darkened slightly. With a cold snort, he turned to walk away. Lin Feng, I know you disdain Mu Yiping. To be honest, I do as well that I remember that slap he gave you. And if I get the chance, I will definitely teach him a lesson. But think about it. If you had the strength, would he be furious if you became his brother-in-law? Su Wentian hurriedly matched Lin Feng's pace, indignation evident on his face. then broke into a mischievous grin. I'm not interested, but if you're not afraid of being beaten to death by Tong Tong, you can go ahead and try to become that brother-in-law. Oh, who is so bold as to aspire to be my brother-in-law? Ah, I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out it's just you two cowards. As Lin Feng's words fell, an unexpectedly sarcastic voice rang out. It was Mu Yiping. Upon hearing that familiar voice, both Lin Feng and Su Wentian's expressions shifted slightly. Lin Feng turned around to see Mu Yiping, fanning himself with a folding fan, flanked by three middle-aged men at the sixth layer of opening meridians. Exuding a commanding presence, moments later, Mu Yiping stood before Lin Feng and Su Wentian. He abruptly snapped his fan shut, pointing it directly at Lin Feng's forehead. Lin Feng, Su Wentian, which of you wishes to be my brother-in-law? One looks like a beggar, and the other is as plump as a pig. You even have the audacity to think you're worthy. The fan struck Lin Feng's forehead repeatedly, and Mu Yiping's rude and domineering actions filled Lin Feng with a sense of humiliation. Lin Feng's face darkened, fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, grasping the fan that was pressed against his forehead. Mu Yiping, don't think that just because you are at the 8th layer of opening meridians and a young master of the Mu family, you are anything remarkable. I have no interest in being your brother-in-law. Given your attitude, even if your sister threw herself at me, I wouldn't accept. Lin Feng's face was ablaze with fury, each word imbued with seriousness. Indeed, Mu Yiping, seeing you in this disheveled state, even if your sister offered to be my concubine, I, Su Wentian, would not be interested. Standing beside Lin Feng, Su Wentian realized the conflict had reached an irreconcilable point. At that moment, he no longer cared about Mu Yiping's status. Unlike before, he chose not to endure, but rather stood firmly alongside Lin Feng. Su Wentian boldly shouted at Mu Yiping. With Su Wentian's support, Lin Feng felt a flicker of surprise within him. After all, Su Wentian had previously been cautious regarding Mu Yiping's older brother, Mu Tai. For Lin Feng's sake, Su Wentian chose to oppose both Mu Yiping and Mu Tai. And in that moment, Lin Feng felt a twinge of gratitude for Su Wentian's actions. However, in stark contrast, Mu Yiping's expression darkened severely. Lin Feng, Su Wentian, he gritted his teeth, his eyes turning icy. What do you two think you are? My sister is beyond your reach. Very well, you have incited my wrath. Today, I, Mu Yiping, shall show you what true strength looks like. With that, the aura of the 8th layer of opening meridians erupted from Mu Yiping. He then lunged forward at an astonishing speed. Lin Feng, run. Watching Mu Yiping charge forward with an unstoppable force, Su Wentian, despite possessing the strength of the 6th layer of opening meridians, felt an overwhelming pressure. With a loud shout, he unexpectedly stepped in front of Lin Feng. Su Wentian, you. Lin Feng felt an indescribable surge of emotion as he looked at Su Wentian, who had spread his arms wide to shield him. Lin Feng's heart jolted, wanting to intervene, but Mu Yiping had already reached Su Wentian's side. Bang! Mu Yiping's palm slammed down hard on Su Wentian's shoulder, sending him staggering backward. Following that, Mu Yiping delivered a fierce kick to Su Wentian's chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Su Wentian's substantial form was sent crashing to the ground by Mu Yiping's kick. Wow! Under the immense force, Su Wentian's face turned pale and blood gushed from his mouth. But that was not the end. Mu Yiping then seized Su Wentian's throat. Mu Yiping, what are you doing? Let go of my brother. At this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed dramatically. What do you think I'm doing? With a swift motion, Mu Yiping seized Su Wentian by the throat, delivering a resounding slap that echoed against Su Wentian's cheek. Lin Feng, if you dare to offend me, Mu Yiping, be prepared to face the consequences and pay the price. With a sinister smile, Mu Yiping continued, unleashing a flurry of slaps across Su Wentian's face, turning it a vivid crimson in mere moments. Lin Feng, don't concern yourself with me. Just leave quickly, despite the humiliation. As Su Wentian witnessed Lin Feng rush forward, a glimmer of urgency returned to his eyes, and he frantically gestured for Lin Feng to retreat. Leave? Mu Yiping's eyes narrowed. Oh, you think that's an option? He abruptly shifted his disdainful gaze toward Lin Feng. With a whoosh, the sound of slicing air signaled Mu Yiping's movement. Lin Feng's eyelids flickered. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yiping had closed the distance between them. An ominous feeling crept into Lin Feng's heart as he furrowed his brow. He glanced at Su Wentian, and in that instant his resolve hardened. He would not retreat, his fists clenched tightly. Chapter 84. A brief confrontation. Lin Feng, you wish to flee? Let my fist decide that. Mu Yiping's cold laughter echoed as he advanced. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed in Mu Yiping's eyes, and he launched a punch toward Lin Feng with tremendous speed. Is this the power of the 8th stage of meridian opening? Lin Feng mused, his brow furrowed with concern. Yet, despite the gravity of the situation, Lin Feng felt no fear. A fierce battle spirit ignited within his eyes. Lin Feng, what are you doing? You are no match for him. Retreat at once. Su Wentian, sprawled on the ground, watched the unfolding scene with unprecedented anxiety. 0.7 injuries fist, first strike. Ignoring Su Wentian's cries, Lin Feng bellowed defiantly. In Su Wentian's gaze, Lin Feng's fist rose sharply, meeting Mu Yiping's fearsome punch head-on. Lin Feng's strike was devoid of flashy techniques, yet was direct and forceful. Who is this kid? Just a 5th stage of meridian opening dares to challenge Mu Yiping. Murmured the onlookers. Look at that punch. The disparity is immense. Perhaps he's just an arrogant fool. Another chimed in. I suspect he'll be thoroughly dealt with. The commotion attracted a multitude of spectators, their voices rising in a chorus of derision. They regarded Lin Feng with disdain and contempt. As their fists collided, a dull thud resonated through the everyone's astonishment. Lin Feng's seemingly unremarkable punch suddenly unleashed a terrifying force. The smiles of the onlookers froze in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Though Lin Feng was merely at the 5th stage of meridian opening, the power he emitted rivaled that of the 6th stage. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, ruffling the hair of both Lin Feng and Mu Yiping. In that moment, both narrowed their brows, but Lin Feng's face bore a hint of barely concealed pain. The overwhelming force surged from their fists, causing Lin Feng and Mu Yiping to stagger backward. Mu Yiping managed a graceful leap, effortlessly dissipating the force of their clash, while Lin Feng, however, struggled. He retreated rapidly, the sound of his footsteps echoing like a relentless drumbeat against the ground, causing the very earth to tremble beneath him. Cracks spiderwebbed across the hard pavement with every step he took. After retreating over 20 meters, Lin Feng finally steadied himself. Did he actually manage to endure that? Despite his precarious condition, many in the crowd gaped at Lin Feng in astonishment. But what does it matter? Can he truly defeat Mu Yiping of the 8th stage? One cannot underestimate him. To withstand a blow from the 8th stage while being merely at the 5th is impressive indeed. His combat prowess seems to have transcended his current cultivation level. I don't share that sentiment. Tiomi, Lin Feng is nothing but a fa-ade. Perhaps Mu Yiping didn't even exert his full strength. While Lin Feng is pushing himself to the limits, the discussion swirled around. Mu Yiping's initial shock at having Lin Feng withstand his punch quickly morphed into arrogance and disdain. Lin Feng, did you hear that? Don't overestimate yourself. Kneel and beg for mercy, and perhaps I might take pity on you. With a triumphant laugh, Mu Yiping reveled in the scornful jeers from the crowd. Lin Feng, standing with the Tianluo Qixin sword upon his back, fixed a cold gaze upon Mu Yiping. A serious expression crossed his face as his fists instinctively tightened. Alas, having just broken through to the 5th stage, my combat strength is still lacking compared to Mu Yiping of the 8th stage. Mu Yiping, I advise you not to push your luck. If you force my hand, you will find yourself outmatched. I may very well kill you. That moment, Lin Feng's eyes bore into Mu Yiping with unwavering intensity, his words deliberate and earnest. What? Did you just say that I, Mu Yiping, am not your match? That you might kill me? Mu Yiping's expression shifted from surprise to a condescending smile. Haha, Lin Feng, are you still dreaming? You must be delusional. As Mu Yiping laughed heartily, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, a mix of disbelief and amusement playing across their faces. Did I hear that right? Lin Feng is far too arrogant. Is he out of his mind? As laughter erupted in a cacophony, Su Wentian, having risen from the ground, stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes, his mouth agape. After a moment of laughter, Mu Yiping's mirth abruptly ceased. You think you've cornered me? What if I truly do get serious? Go ahead, try me. Suddenly, the chilling tone in Mu Yiping's voice carried an unmistakable intent to kill. Alas, Mu Yiping is truly enraged now. Lin Feng has really gone too far. Honestly, Lin Feng is just asking for trouble. With no strength to back his words, he is courting his own demise. Do you think Mu Yiping would actually go as far as to kill Lin Feng? In the midst of murmurs at this moment, Su Wentian gazed at Lin Feng in the arena, his heart tightening in his throat. Chapter 85. A Display of Might. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with Mu Yiping's palpable murderous intent. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the space. This moment, the crowd's eyes were ablaze with intensity. Young Master Yiping! Young Master Yiping! Alarm bells rang. However, just as the tension in everyone's hearts reached a breaking point, a voice abruptly pierced through the in the next moment, a youth considerably younger than Mu Yiping hurriedly rushed into view. The boy ran swiftly, panting heavily, clearly in a state of urgency. Mu Jun, what is the matter that has you in such a frenzy? Look at you, all flustered and disheveled. Young Master Yiping, the head of the family requests your immediate return. Miss Yakin's condition is dire. The moment Mu Jun spoke, Mu Yiping, who had just been brimming with confidence and lecturing loudly, suddenly turned pale. How could this be? How could it be like this? Mu Yiping murmured, momentarily lost in thought. You three, give this brat a thorough beating. Go all out. If you hold back, you need not return. With a ghastly expression, Mu Yiping bellowed at the three middle-aged men, each at the sixth stage of the meridian opening realm, who had previously accompanied him. Following that, Mu Yiping cast one last fierce glance at Lin Feng before hastily departing with Mu Jun. Urgency in their steps. What is happening? The sudden turn of events left the spectators bewildered. This moment, the three middle-aged men from the Mu family exchanged glances, and in unison, they shouted, "Don't let him escape." Their gazes fixed upon Lin Feng, and in an instant, they lunged forward, encircling him. You three, do you have no shame? Bullying the weak and planning to gang up? Su Wentian, recovering from Mu Yiping's previous assault, saw Lin Feng once again in peril. Rubbing his reddened cheek, he wasted no time and dashed to stand before Lin Feng, ready to confront any challenge. Lin Feng looked at Su Wentian standing protectively in front of him, and inexplicably, his nose tinged with a hint of emotion. Good brother, take a moment to rest. These three fellows are mine to handle. What? Lin Feng, you? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Wentian's expression shifted to one of deep surprise, mingled with concern. Have no fear, it will be fine. Lin Feng offered a slight smile, then turned his gaze towards the three middle-aged men of the Mu family, each at the sixth stage of the meridian opening realm. Four-direction celestial fist. Lin Feng's eyes turned icy, and he suddenly shouted. Amidst the crowd's astonished and mocking stares, Lin Feng was the first to launch an attack, the advanced yellow-grade combat technique for directions celestial fist, unfolded before him. This technique is categorized into 4 stages based on mastery: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Lin Feng unleashed a punch, unwavering and direct, his fist cutting through the air with a sharp sound as it barreled towards one of the assailants. Do you think you can challenge us three on your own? They smirked, their lips curling in disdain as they watched Lin Feng's attack approach. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as Lin Feng's fist collided violently with that of one of the men. What? As their fists met, the ensuing clash,